Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Saiyan Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Crusader Deku Became Psyker. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The Lord bestowed his gifts upon his children, but also gave them free will to do with them as they please. Some shied away from the Lord's way and started using those gifts for their selfish gains, often resulting in the innocent being hurt. Thankfully, there were also the kind souls which decided to use the gifts they received to protect those that couldn't protect themselves. One Ibara Shiozaki, born with a very versatile quirk and brought up in a very religious household, knew that she could do much good with the gift that was bestowed upon her by the Lord, so she strived to become a role model that others would look up to, a shepherd for the innocent to follow. It may sound like heresy to the truly fanatical believers, but to her and her parents it simply made sense and felt right. The pursuit of her dream helped her navigate through her childhood and teenage years with ease as she remained pure and untainted even while those she considered to be her close friends fell into debauchery. She didn't hold it against any of them, however, for the Lord gave them free will for a reason, and so trying to force someone to change their way of living would be like going against their father's wishes. And openly defying the Lord was not something that Ibara was planning to do in her life at all. Ibara did her best to resist all the temptations that life threw her way. She didn't evade them, mind you, but confronted the problems as they emerged, becoming an assertive young woman that quickly became known for being kind and helpful while at the same time stubborn in her belief. It helped her gather a small flock of friends which she cherished very much. But nothing could last forever, and her choice of career definitely didn't favor maintaining such bonds over a distance, even a relatively short one. She didn't think that her friends would simply cut her off, but was prepared for the fact that she wouldn't be able to see them nearly as often as before. Why is that, you wonder? Well, that's because Ibara Shiozaki, wholeheartedly devoted to lending her hand in the fight against evil, set her sights on the best hero school in the country, UA High School, where people learned how to use their gifts for the greater good. UA High School was the most prestigious hero school in Japan and one of the most famous in the world, so getting in was no easy feat. But Ibara didn't let that stop her. She focused on her studies, even when others told her to relax and remember to pace herself, and also on improving the control she had over her gift. Vines was a very simple quirk which turned her hair into thorn-covered vines that she had a full control over. She didn't understand her gift at first, but as she got older she started learning more and more about what she could and couldn't do, as well as what she should look out for. As it turned out, the thorns could be removed if she remembered to take good care of her hair, and after some trial and error she was able to make her once rough and pointy hair under control and make it feel and behave just like normal hair without the vines losing any of their strength. And what strength they had! Ibara was easily able to lift things which would normally be too heavy for her if she used her vines, something that she learned very early and kept in mind ever since. But despite having all that strength at her disposal, she found the possibility of using brute force simply appalling. Hence why she decided to focus her training on improving and fine-tuning her control over the individual vines instead. It had the additional benefit of practically granting her many new limbs which she could use to move stuff around. This took some serious concentration, however, but that's why she was here. UA had both the facilities and faculty to help them nurture their gifts, so she was sure they'd be able to help her grow. But for that to happen, she'd need to get into the school first and foremost. She passed the mock written exams with points to spare, so she wasn't worried about that part. What she was worried about was the practical part of the entrance exam, which was a total mystery and could pretty much entail anything, as UA liked to change it every year so that potential students couldn't prepare for what precisely they'd have to do to pass. Ibara took a deep breath and exhaled slowly before finally stepping through the massive gate and entering the school grounds of UA. For the first, and hopefully not last, time in her life, every choice she's made in the past led her here, and now that she got this far she would make sure that she passed. Her confidence was disturbed just like her sense of balance, and she found herself quickly approaching the ground face first. Before she even had a chance to prepare for the impact, however, she felt something else entirely. An arm had snaked its way underneath her, essentially stopping her momentum mid-fall. She was definitely startled by both the fall and the unexpected rescue, but was still aware of what was going on around here. Her savior righted her back up, and she heard them speak up before she had a chance to see them. "I hope you'll excuse me suddenly grabbing you without permission, lady, but I believe that letting you fall would have been an even greater evil. Also, pardon my boldness, I happen to have a soft spot for damsels in distress." Ibara quickly got over the initial scare and turned to thank her savior for the timely rescue, but found the words stuck in her throat as soon as she laid eyes on the man before her. His dark green hair was wild but looked strangely in order and didn't seem unkempt or anything of the sort. He was a fair bit taller than her, so she had to look up. But once she did, she couldn't look away, fully captivated by the intensity of his vibrant green eyes which seemed to burn with righteous fury. She may have added that last part, but for a split second she could have sworn that that's exactly how they looked. "Is everything all right, ma'am?" he asked courtly, his way of speaking reminding her of her father, who had a thing for theatrics immediately. Yet she felt as if that was simply how he usually chose to act and wasn't just putting on a show. "Why, yes, I'm quite all right thanks to your intervention," she answered, stuttering at first but quickly getting her suddenly spiking nerves under control. "That's good to hear. I'd love to stay and chat a bit longer. Alas, I believe that both of us have places to be. I do hope that we'll at least get to see each other in the future," the man said before bowing in a very exaggerated manner with his left foot sliding backwards and his entire frame bending at a 90-degree angle. After that he took his leave, vanishing quickly in the crowd of students that somehow managed to not disturb their little moment. Although his above-average height as well as his hard-to-miss hair color made him stand out from time to time, Ibara soon shook off whatever was left of the encounter and focused back on passing the entrance exam before merging with the waves of students. The first stop of every student that aspired to join the prestigious school that was UA was the massive auditorium where present Mike as well as the principal himself explained how the exam will look like. The written part was easy to understand as there wasn't much they could change about it other than questions. The practical part was the real kicker. This year's challenge turned out to be entirely combat-focused with no other objective besides destroying robots which would grant them points upon their demise. Ibara was glad to have as versatile quirk as she did, especially when she heard some pretty negatively loaded whispers all around her from people that probably didn't get as lucky as she did. Whilst Ibara's compassionate side was wholeheartedly with those that were out of luck here, she also knew that everyone had to deal with hardship in their life and it's what you do in the face of overwhelming odds that defines who you are. Ibara had caught herself looking around the auditorium several times during present Mike's speech, hoping to at least catch a glimpse of the gentleman she met at the gate. Granted, they were in quite a rush, but she was still disappointed that she didn't even ask for his name so that she could thank him properly. Unfortunately, she didn't spot him anywhere, so he was either sitting somewhere behind her or was so far away that even his hair blended with the crowd of students that filled the auditorium to the brim. What she did spot, however, was one overly obnoxious and clearly overzealous blue-haired man that had interrupted present Mike's explanation and practically demanded that something be cleared up, and even threw words like disgrace and incompetence. His actions basically screamed pride, and also meant that even Ibara, not one to judge books by their covers or practice prejudice, instantly labeled him as someone she'd rather not associate with. Thankfully, present Mike seemed much more forgiving than she was and answered the blue-haired man's question, stating also that he would explain everything in due time so they could hold their questions for later. After present Mike finished his speech, without any further interruptions, he wished them good luck and then they were escorted to their respective classrooms where they'd be taking their written exams. Ibara had the questionable pleasure of being placed in the same classroom as the overzealous blue-haired guy from the auditorium, but he fortunately stayed silent and focused on taking the test instead of disturbing the other examinees. She probably would do well even if he was trying to distract them, but for the less studious of their group it could be the difference between passing and failing right then and there. What surprised her was the fact that the blue-haired guy was the first one to finish and return his answer sheet to the member of the faculty that was overseeing their exam. Ibara heard some whispers about how he must have given up, but she knew better as he had to pass her on his way to the teacher's desk, and she, completely by accident mind you, managed to get a quick glance at his answers, finding that they had the exact same answers locked in, at least for the few questions that she managed to spot as he passed by. This meant that this guy was either very smart or that she got most of her answers so far wrong. She quickly crossed the latter possibility as she studied way too hard to make such simple mistakes, so she deduced that aside from being annoying he was at least a hard worker. Ibara found herself respecting his intellect, but it did nothing to offset her initial opinion of him. A couple more students finished their exams, not all of them as confident in their answers as the blue-haired guy was, before Ibara finally got up and returned her own answer sheet. There was still some time before the written part was scheduled to end, so she decided to have a little stroll around the school grounds as present Mike stated earlier that they were free to explore in their free time. Of course, for security reasons they wouldn't be allowed to explore everything, but that was not a problem for her as she already knew where she'd spent the entirety of her break. Although UA was a hero school first and foremost, it also had the facilities for different departments besides heroics, those being support, business, and even general studies. It was expected that attending such a renowned school would certainly put stress on the students, so the principal made sure to designate areas for relaxation that could help combat the aforementioned stress. One such area was a beautiful garden with various flowers, some not native not only to the area but even Japan as a whole. Trees, a mix of gravel and flagstone paths, as well as a small pond with crystal clear water. Ibara absolutely loved parks, flowers, and basically plants in general. Whether it was because of her quirk or just something she genuinely enjoyed of her own volition would remain a mystery, but she didn't really care about the origin of her fascination. Back home, she and her mother tended to a quite small, but still beautiful flower and vegetable patch that they took great pride in. Not the sinful kind, mind you, just the normal pride at your own accomplishments. She wandered up and down the paths but quickly realized that she underestimated just how much there was to see, and with her time running quite low already, she was forced to cut her exploration short and head towards the place that they were to gap at for their practical exam. Ibara once again caught herself searching for the unmistakable green hair of her savior, but just as before was unable to find him. There was a slim chance that he simply didn't finish his written exam yet, but as more and more people approached, she found a pit start to slowly form in her stomach. She couldn't dwell on it for too long, however, as in a matter of minutes Present Mike appeared once again and explained that the practical part of the exam will take place in several battlegrounds spread around UA, and that the easiest way to reach them would be to take the buses which had rolled up during his explanation. Ibara was one of the first ones to board the bus that she was assigned to, and she took a seat in the second to last row. Her eyes darted over the students that boarded the bus after her, and she was definitely not thrilled by the fact that the blue-haired guy was traveling with them. Her sentiment seemed to be shared by a few other examinees as she heard someone behind them groan out something along the lines of "not this guy again." Talking in a less than favorable manner about someone behind their back didn't sit well with Ibara, but she ended up agreeing with whomever was seated behind her. The bus was almost full when she finally caught sight of the one person she was looking for throughout the day. Her savior, the knight in shining armor without a shining armor, was the last person to board the bus, as he had made sure to let all the ladies through first. The seat next to Ibara was unfortunately taken by a petite purple-haired woman that had headphones on and was probably trying to calm her nerves with music, so Ibara couldn't wave the green-haired man over. But that was not a problem. They were heading to the same battleground, so she was sure they'd be able to meet up before the practical exam starts. Finding the man turned out to be far harder than it had any right to be, given that they were traveling on the same bus. By the time she finally exited the bus, however, the entire place was absolutely swarmed with examinees, which made finding her savior nearly impossible. Ibara eventually gave up on that fruitless endeavor and decided to step off to the side for a moment to say a quick prayer before the practical exam started. She found solace in the shade where she hoped she wouldn't distract others from their preparations and clasped her hands together, starting the quiet prayer. It was cut short, however, as the very familiar sound of pretentious screaming reached her ears. Normally she'd ignore it and go back to her prayer, but this commotion was bound to disturb other examinees or put them on edge, which could negatively impact their performance, and she couldn't let that slide. Ibara made her way through the crowd that had gathered around the ongoing shouting match and was finally able to see what was going on. To nobody's surprise, one of the involved people turned out to be the blue-haired guy from earlier. If you'd go as far as to cheat and steal a place from someone that earned it the right way, then you might as well turn back now, as someone like you is simply not fit to be a hero, he screamed whilst doing some very elaborate, but ultimately stupid-looking gestures with his hands, almost as if he didn't really know what to do with them and just decided that flailing them around is the best thing to do. Ibara's eyes moved in the direction that his index was pointed in an accusing manner and found all of her thoughts grinding to a halt when she immediately recognized the blazing emerald eyes and the dark green hair. Although she knew who he was, she had to admit that he looked different than he did when they first met a couple of hours ago. Mainly, now he was carrying a massive sword that seemed heavy and looked very dangerous, but upon closer inspection was pretty blunted all around. She watched the green-haired man take a deep breath and puff his chest out just a bit before finally responding to the accusation. "I'd have you know that anyone could submit a request to bring an essential or complementary piece of equipment if their quirk required them to have one to use it properly. I saw a gentleman wearing a belt around his waist which was specifically designed to limit the severe drawback of using his quirk, so would you have him removed from the premises as well?" he asked in a loud voice that was vastly different from the chipper and even tone that he used when addressing her in the morning. Well, I can certainly understand his need for support equipment since, if what you said is to be believed, it was designed to offset the side effects of utilizing his quirk, but how does that apply to you? You are carrying an ordinary sword. The blue-haired guy faltered at the start but quickly gathered his thoughts and formed a counter-argument. But it is no ordinary sword. I'd have preferred to avoid revealing my abilities, but I cannot leave this conflict unresolved. Behold, the green-haired man yelled out and tightened his grip on the handle of the sword that he was using as a can up till now. The blade of his weapon started glowing immediately, and a golden hue covered it in a matter of moments, transforming the rusty-looking sword into a majestic and ornate piece of equipment. Everyone around him took a step back in awe as they admired the sight. But Ibara was by far the most surprised one of them all, as for a split second she saw wings of golden feathers unfold behind the man as his blade emanated the warmth that was akin to that of the one who was the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. "This ordinary sword, as you've called it, has been passed down to me like a torch that pushes against the darkness of the world. giving warmth to those that need it and showing those that are lost a path for them to follow. That is what I swore to become, a shepherd for the lost lambs. The green-haired man spoke with such vigor and charisma that no one dared interrupt or even question him. As the star-struck crowd continued to be starstruck, the green-haired man looked over their heads, spotting something in the distance as a gentle smile graced his lips, his previous intensity and passion evaporating like morning dew in the summer heat. With one swift and impossibly graceful move, he sheathed the sword into the appropriately sized sheath on his back, the golden light dying out in the process, before he started walking forwards, the crowd parting before him like the Red Sea did before Moses. Now, if you'll excuse my sudden departure, I believe the exam has started, and seeing as I intend to pass it, I'll take my leave now. Best of luck, everyone, and may the hand of God be with you. He shouted over his shoulder and then started running towards the giant gate, which they didn't even notice had opened. Yet even as that realization slowly set in, no one moved a muscle. Not until Present Mike's voice came over the speakers. What are you lot standing around for? There are no countdowns in real life, and that guy is getting more and more ahead of y'all the longer you wait. He shouted in his usual boisterous voice, and all hell broke loose. People started yelling, screaming, and shrieking in panic as they rushed towards the mock battlefield to start gathering some points. The sight that they'd witnessed just moments prior erased completely from their minds. Except for one person. We are kindred spirits, Ibara realized in joy. It is surely a sign from the Lord that the path I've chosen is the right one after all. She celebrated mentally as she followed the crowd through the gate. I can't wait to see what wonders we will be able to perform when we join forces. Ibara was doing good, great even. She stretched her quirk as far as it'd go and was able to tear the robots to shreds, using tendrils woven from her vines as whips. She tried keeping score, she really did. But it wasn't easy to do without stopping to think, and she ultimately gave up on that endeavor. Instead, she focused all of her attention on locating and smashing as many robots as she could. It was a simple strategy, but a very good one for sure. Ibara was certainly thankful that she always made sure to include some cardio in her training, as all this running around would surely tire her out before the end of the exam otherwise. She passed by a couple of exhausted examinees that looked like they were questioning their life choices after destroying only a handful of robots and barely getting into the double-digit score-wise. Ibara's compassionate side was definitely saddened at the sight. But she was rational enough to understand that the career of a hero was not an easy one by any stretch of the imagination. So maybe it was better that people who weren't suited for that life were let down early and relatively scot-free. Her thoughts have distracted her enough for her not to notice that there was a group of robots quickly approaching her from behind, and by the time she realized what was going on, it was already too late to react. She brought her vines up to form a barrier between herself and the robots. But as soon as her shield was up, she heard the sound of metal being crushed and torn asunder. Ibara peeked from behind her makeshift cover and was surprised to see one of the robots already destroyed and the other one about to follow suit. "Take this, you mechanical fiend." She heard a very familiar voice yell out before the robot was cleaved in two by a giant golden sword. As the two halves fell into opposite directions, Ibara spotted the impressive figure of the green-haired man standing amongst the rubble. "Are you all right, ma'am?" he yelled out, and it took her a couple of seconds to realize that he was talking to her. "Why, yes, I'm fine, once again thanks to your timely intervention," Ibara answered with a short stutter and a wide but gentle smile on her face. If the smile was too big, he didn't point it out. "Ha, it seems that fate has brought us together once again." He laughed as he heaved the sword off the ground and onto his shoulder as he approached her. "And judging by the trail of destroyed robots that you have left in your wake, I believe it's safe to assume that this surely won't be the last time we meet. I take it that your crusade against the mechanical fiends has been going well too?" Ibara asked, even finding enough courage to attempt joking with the man. It turned out to be super effective. A crusade against the mechanical fiends. And here I was thinking that this day was already great. But your statement has to be a cherry on top. He laughed once again, and even Ibara found herself chuckling at the joke. "Before I forget again, I believe I have yet to introduce myself properly," he said before taking off one of his chainmail gloves and outstretching the hand in her direction. "Midoriya Izuku, pleased to make your acquaintance, sister in faith. Shiozaki Ibara, the pleasure is all mine." She introduced herself in kind and went to shake his hand, but as she quickly found out, he had a different agenda in mind. As soon as her hand made contact with his, he grasped it gently and then placed a courteous kiss on the back of her hand. Ibara didn't think that she was into such sappy romantic tropes, but now she knew for sure. Having no relationship experience at all would probably do that to you. "Now, I believe we are still in the middle of an exam, so with our introductions over, I think it best if we focus on the exam and leave everything else for later," he said as he straightened himself, once again towering over her with that massive frame of his. "I wish thee the best of luck, although I'm quite sure you'd do great without it." "Why yes, gee, good luck to you too," Ibara responded, a bit louder than she intended to do, and they parted ways to go and gather some more points. "Why is my face so hot though?" she thought to herself as they headed in opposite directions. Ibara could certainly notice that she'd slowed down over the last couple of minutes, which was very weird since she didn't feel tired at all. Whilst the exam was a very exhausting endeavor, and even with all of her training she'll probably be beat tomorrow, it was nowhere near enough to deplete all of her energy that quickly. It's been 10 minutes since the exam began, and she even wasted a couple of minutes just talking to Izuku earlier. Oh, her stomach just did that weird thing that it did when he placed that kiss on her hand. Eating a big breakfast in the morning was probably coming around to bite her in the bum. Still, even with her tempo dropping, she was quite confident that she'd be able to pass without a problem. The trail of destroyed robots she left in her wake kind of cemented that idea. It's been getting harder and harder to find any intact robots lately, probably a sign that the exam was nearing its end as the population of the mechanical fiends was close to extinction. She was never much of a jester, but she took great pride in that joke and the reaction that it managed to elicit out of that gentle giant of a man. I suppose I should see if I can locate any more strugglers, Ibara thought to herself, and was about to head towards the edge of the battleground to continue her search, but paused momentarily when she felt the ground shake. She was about to write it off as nothing, but then the ground shook again, and then again, and again, as if some giant was casually out on a stroll. Ibara turned around, her curiosity getting the better of her, and headed towards the direction she believed to be at the center of the tremors. The epicenter was easy to locate as the shaking got more and more intense the closer she got, and once she caught sight of fleeing examinees she knew that she was going in the right direction. She eventually made her way to the Mock City's main artery that split the battleground in two and saw entire hordes of hero hopefuls nearly trampling each other in an attempt to flee. Ibara was disheartened by the display of selfishness, but couldn't blame them for long as she soon found out what they were all running from. It was the final obstacle, as President Mike dubbed it during his explanation, and it was absolutely huge. From what he told them during the presentation, it was supposed to be the biggest out of the 4 robots. But what he forgot to mention was the fact that it will be as tall as some of the buildings. Given the overwhelming odds, Ibara was about to follow the crowd, although in a much more relaxed and not panicked out of her mind fashion, but then saw something, or rather someone, that stood out amongst the chaos. He literally stood out as he was one of the tallest people around, with only a couple reaching his height and even fewer exceeding it. Midoriya was standing at the side of the street, overseeing the evacuation and making sure that no one was left behind in the stampede. Honestly, could this man get any more perfect? Strong, handsome, selfless, handsome, and with a seemingly undisputable sense of duty. Ibara was literally shaken out of her thoughts as the ground quaked with the giant robot steps, which reminded her that there was indeed a giant robot on the loose. There was no way that she or any other examinee stood a chance against it, so running away was the correct thing to do. But she might as well lag behind a bit and make sure that everyone managed to escape. Thankfully, the robot seemed to have no interest in chasing the students and was basically just walking around like a lost puppy, which meant that as long as you managed to get out of his way, you were safe. Still, it was a really big robot, so collateral damage was bound to happen. Help! Ibara heard faintly over the panicked screams and ruckus. She tried to locate the source of the call, but to no avail, as the surprising amount of examinees obscured most of her vision. What she could see, however, was the dark green mop of hair that she was getting pretty good at finding, and saw that it was moving in the vague direction of the big robot. Ibara quickly connected the dots and deduced that he must have heard the call too, so she decided to follow him in case he needed backup. They met in the middle of the road as the fleeing crowd conveniently had run out of examinees and only a handful people remained. Those being herself, Midoriya, and some girl that turned out to get caught by some falling debris and was now trapped underneath the rubble. Before she even had the chance to think what to do, Midoriya was already there, utilizing those bulging muscles of his to dig the girl from beneath the debris. Ibara was quick to join him, and her vines made short work of the rubble. "Are you all right?" Midoriya asked as he kneeled next to the girl. "And my leg," she groaned out, clearly in pain. Ibara saw as the man gently inspected the leg, making sure to avoid touching it without permission, and nodded to himself about something before bringing both of his hands to hover just above her ankle. "Heal," he uttered quietly with a focused expression, and after a second his hands began glowing softly just like his sword earlier. The glow quickly spread and eventually enveloped the girl's foot. It looked pretty awesome, and it must have also worked, as the girl seemed to be in pain no more. As it turns out, Midoriya was not only a powerful warrior, but also a very good supporter. "There," he said with a smile as the glow died down and faded out completely. "How are you feeling now?" he asked with a voice so caring that Ibara felt it reach out and touch her soul directly. Probably an exaggeration, but that's exactly how it felt to her. "It doesn't hurt anymore, but I don't think I'll be able to walk still," the girl responded, gently prodding the no longer sprained ankle in clear awe. "Even if you could walk, it's a bad idea to strain it too much. You should have it checked out by a professional, just to make sure that it won't heal in an awkward way," Midoriya explained as he stood up and offered a hand to the injured girl. In the meantime, I'd be happy to act as your support. I suggest you hurry though. The robot doesn't seem to care that we are still here." The girl took him up on his offer right away, and in no time at all the trio were rushing away from the scene. Well, rushing as fast as they could with the limping girl at their side. Yet even with that they were able to put some distance between themselves and the massive robot. But they weren't out of the woods just yet. A pack of smaller robots appeared from around the corner right in front of them and immediately targeted them, making a confrontation inevitable. "Could you handle them, sister?" Midoriya asked, and Ibara was quick to confirm. "I'll leave them to you then." And with that he slowed down, letting her take point. As expected, Ibara was able to make short work of the robots despite the tiredness slowly setting in, and the trio could continue ahead unobstructed. It was just as the main gate came into view that the sirens around the battleground blared, signaling the end of the exam. They were probably the last to exit the battlegrounds, but that was to be expected since they purposefully stayed behind to help the girl out. She surely was in no danger as the school had it all under control, but leaving her behind would leave a bad taste in Ibara's mouth. Thank you for saving me," the girl timidly said when they found a free bench so she could finally sit down. "No need to thank us, ma'am. It was the right thing to do," Midoriya assured her with a grin, and Ibara quickly agreed with his reasoning. She asked for help and they just happened to be nearby. Simple. "So, are you really siblings? Your quirks seem so different from one another," the girl questioned curiously. "Siblings? Why would you think that?" Ibara asked, confused by the question. Well, he addressed you per sister when that group of robots appeared earlier. Besides, you two seemed so in sync when you came to rescue me, so I thought that you two are related," she explained, and Ibara quickly realized the misunderstanding. "Pardon me for causing this confusion," Midoriya said as he bowed in front of them. "I didn't mean sister in the conventional meaning of the term. Rather, it was meant to represent a sister in faith, as I believe we seem to share similar religious beliefs," he explained, and the girls nodded as they let that sink in. "In truth, we've only just met, but the Lord seemingly intended for us to meet as we bumped into each other a few times already. I'm sorry, but I'm not really good with religion and stuff," the girl sheepishly admitted, but was put at ease when Midoriya chuckled briefly. "Fret not, ma'am. The Lord gave us free will so that we can do as we please. Even if you do not follow his teachings, I believe he'd still approve of your choices," Midoriya stated with confidence. The girls were pretty surprised by the conviction in his voice and couldn't bring themselves to speak up until a new person joined their conversation. "Do any of you require medical attention?" The trio turned to see a short woman approach them. "Recovery girl, just who we needed," Midoriya spoke up, seemingly recognizing the woman. "Oh my, I didn't know I still had fans, especially such young ones." The woman smiled kindly and reached into her pockets to retrieve a pack of gummy bears. "Here, these will help you recover some of your energy," she explained as she handed out the treats. "Our friend here sprained her ankle during the exam," Midoriya stated as he motioned towards the seated girl. "I did what I could, but it'd put me at ease if a renowned healer such as yourself examined it. I must thank you, young man, for restoring my faith in the current generation. It's good to see that reason and chivalry didn't die yet. Now, let me take a look at that ankle." Recovery girl examined the previously sprained joint and nodded to herself, seemingly satisfied with its current state. "Everything looks to be in order, but I'll make an X-ray just to be sure." Midoriya, being the gentleman that he was, volunteered to escort the injured girl, who introduced herself as Uraraka Ochako, to the school's infirmary where she'd remain in recovery girl's care. Ibara and Midoriya bid the girl farewell and then headed towards the main gate. It was already quite late into the day, and the sun was just about to set as they exited the school grounds. Only a couple of strugglers lingering about as the bulk of the examinees had left right after the exam ended. "I guess this is where we part ways. For now at least," Midoriya started as they stood just outside the gates. "Unfortunately," Ibara agreed with an inward sigh. "Can we at least exchange contact information to stay in touch?" she asked, trying to sound as casual as she could. "Oh, you'll have to forgive me, but I didn't bring my phone with me and I don't remember my number," he admitted sheepishly, scratching the back of his neck with an awkward smile. "I'm not that well versed when it comes to technology," he added, which had puzzled Ibara a bit, but she decided not to dwell on it too much. "It's not a problem. I'll simply give you mine and you can text me when you get home," Ibara proposed, and didn't wait for an answer as she pulled out a notebook and a pen from her purse before writing her contact information and handing it to the man. "Here, now we can part ways in peace. Although if our first day of knowing each other is any indication, I believe we'll be seeing each other a lot in the future." Ibara didn't say it, but that's basically what she was hoping would happen. She loved all of her friends, but she didn't feel so in sync with any of them as she felt with Midoriya. Whether it be because of their similar beliefs or something else entirely, she wasn't sure, but she didn't care about that one bit. She was simply happy to find a kindred spirit. Having to abandon the place you called home for the past 12 years wasn't an easy decision. But as Izuku had quickly grown to understand, it was the right choice to make. The things he got to witness and experience over his short period of reintroduction into the society had impacted him in various ways. He wasn't oblivious to how the world outside functioned by any means. But hearing about things and experiencing them yourself were two vastly different things. There was something truly mesmerizing in the sight of a crowd of people going about their day, bumping into strangers with every step they took but never losing the focus on their own routine. Sure, this daily show of apathy and indifference towards others was seriously concerning, but it also made the little shows of decency that much more impactful. Like a teenager hastily jogging to meet his friends stopping for a moment to help an older lady cross the street, or a businessman already late to a meeting taking a small detour just to give directions to a lost traveler. Yes, society was a very intriguing construct, one that was able to keep itself balanced without breaking a sweat. When people thought about the constant battle of good and evil, most of them would probably quote the heroes fighting against the villains, but was it really that shallow to them? Could they not see the day-to-day events tipping the scales constantly? It's not necessarily that they didn't see them, maybe they just didn't care enough. Izuku got to experience that selfishness firsthand, as many people refused to give him shelter for even a night when they seemed more than able to provide far more than what he asked of them. His faith in humanity was restored, however, when he received help from people that'd be better off asking for help themselves rather than providing it. But that's exactly the selflessness that Izuku longed for ever since he had left his brothers and sisters behind. He was used to living in harsh conditions, so a roof over his head and a warm meal was all that he asked of them. Yet those people gave him so much more than that. In a matter of weeks, he forged bonds that he imagined some people might spend years cultivating without their efforts bearing fruits. They became his third family pretty quickly, so having to leave them behind was another tough choice he had to make. This time, however, there was no vow stopping him from ever coming back, so he promised to visit them whenever he could. Izuku passed the UA entrance exam with a pretty sweet score, which had earned him a third spot overall. He had little care for the rankings, as all that mattered to him was that he'd gotten in. Shortly after he was done watching that projection, it was supposedly called, his phone had alerted him of a new message, one from Shiozaki Ibara, who he'd texted a lot with for the past 2 weeks. She wanted to inform him of the fact that she too had passed the exam and that she'd been placed in the B class of the heroics course. Izuku was a bit saddened by the fact that the Lord decided to separate them shortly after arranging their meeting, but after he gave it some thought, he realized his true intentions. It'd only make sense to have 2 of his devoted followers in separate classes so that they could easily spread his words to a larger crowd. Shiozaki had been very impressed with how easy it was to decipher the Lord's intentions, but his score had her thoroughly surprised. Shiozaki herself had accumulated a total of 68 points, split almost evenly between the villain points and the secret rescue points, which put her just behind the podium in the 4th spot. Izuku, on the other hand, had managed to get just shy of 30 villains points, but still passed thanks to earning a hefty sum of 44 rescue points for a grand total of 73 points. Additionally, whilst he'd only placed 3rd overall, it turns out that he had accumulated the biggest amount of rescue points out of all the examinees. Now that was something that Izuku could take pride in, as helping people was his main goal as a hero that he wanted to become. Fighting was of course something that he wouldn't be able to shy away from if he didn't want to become a burden to his fellow heroes, but he'd prioritize saving the civilians first and foremost. Shiozaki had expressed a desire to meet and celebrate their amazing performance, but those plans were forced to take a backseat as both teens had to make their own preparations for the upcoming school year. Thankfully, they both had applied for the dormitory program that UA had put in place a couple of years back to accommodate the students from more distant regions, so the two could meet up during the move-in period that the school offered for the new students to explore the campus and let them get familiar with the layout so that they don't end up getting lost on their way to classes once those start, as that'd be a waste of time. And wasting time was highly illogical. And so, a couple of days before the school year, Izuku packed up what little earthly belongings he owned and made the short trip from the place he took shelter in for a few months to the gates of UA. Attached to the device that broadcasted their results was a one-time use entry slip which would allow them to enter the campus without having to schedule a visit, and after that they could retrieve their proper student ID from the security. It must have been a very advanced and sophisticated system, but it was thankfully quite intuitive, so even someone like him could understand it with ease. I gotta say, this looks quite menacing without the droves of fellow hero hopefuls mingling about. The giant line of fortifications also does its part to set the mood, Izuku commented as he stood in front of the main gate of UA. He had to admit, it looked quite different from the last time he was here, but it was probably that way for a reason. Such an impressive structure could have been too intimidating for people who were already stressed out enough as it is. So the principal probably decided to rein the defenses in for the day of the exam. Sounded like a security breach waiting to happen, but that too was probably taken into account and proactively resolved. That's exactly something you'd expect from the most prestigious school in the country. Out of my way, you 2-bit extra. Izuku heard someone yell out, and so he stepped to the side to let them pass. A blonde boy just a bit shorter than him had pushed his way past Izuku, bumping into him by accident. before scanning his pass and waltzing onto the campus like he owned the place. Probably an upperclassman, albeit quite a rude one at that, Izuku thought to himself before shaking his head. No, it's probably my fault for blocking the entrance like that. Speaking of which, I shouldn't loiter about any longer. Izuku walked up to the door that was built into the massive gate itself. After fumbling with the strange device that made various noises that he could not understand, scanned his pass to enter the campus himself. He was glad to see that at least the interior was looking exactly the way he remembered it, so he shouldn't have any trouble finding his way, especially since he came prepared and brought a map of the campus with him. After consulting the piece of paper for a few brief moments, he was able to make out the path that would lead him towards his dormitory, which was located on the outskirts of the school grounds, close enough to the school itself to make the commute quite short, but still far enough away to provide at least some peace and quiet. With the path memorized, Izuku stashed the map into the backpack that held some of his stuff and was about to go on his merry way before something distracted him. Whoa! Someone behind him yelled before he heard the unmistakable sound of things falling to the ground. He immediately turned around to see a boy with red hair standing amidst a mass of boxes which he'd only just dropped. "Oh man, I might have packed more than I can handle," the new arrival said in a surprisingly upbeat tone. "I told you that you should take only half your stuff at once." Izuku also heard someone beyond the gate chastise the boy. "Come on, Mina, you know real men take all the groceries in one trip, right?" The boy shouted back at his friend with a wide grin that showed off his shark-like teeth. Izuku, amused by the exchange of friendly albeit teasing comments, decided to finally let his presence be known, as the boy had yet to notice his impressive frame. "The way I was taught was that a real man also knows when to ask for help," Izuku said as he approached the boy, who already started trying to sort his boxes into an easier-to-carry arrangement. "Damn, you're one big guy," the boy commented like a seasoned detective, his eyes open wide in amazement. Izuku was used to hearing that a lot when he was still trying to fit in with society after having to abandon his first true home. Being just over 6 feet may not have been that big of an achievement, but Izuku also spent a lot of time training his body and mind to reach peak physical performance, so besides his height he was also built like a brick house, or at least that's what his friends had told him. Back to the situation at hand. "I get that a lot," Izuku bellowed at the comment and then motioned to the boxes on the ground. "So would you like me to help with those?" he offered with a smile which prompted the boy to grin even wider. "How can I refuse after that manly speech of yours?" the redhead excitedly answered. "Manly?" Izuku wondered out loud with a bit of confusion and was about to ask for a clarification, but he didn't need to in the end. "Don't mind him. IG says the word manly like 100 times a day," the boy's friend explained before finally stepping through the door herself. "He uses that to describe things that he's really passionate about or moved by, and damn, you are big." She cut herself off once she laid eyes on him. Izuku could only chuckle and grin at the reaction as he took in the newer arrival. She turned out to be a girl, something he was already aware of as her voice sounded feminine right from the start, but the way she looked was so extravagant that it almost made him stare for a moment. He could be excused this time, as you don't get to see pink-skinned girls with pitch black eyes and golden irises that have horns growing on their head every day. She was almost an entire foot shorter than him, and her friend was somewhere in the middle. "That I am," Izuku confirmed with a smile, his mood being curiously lifted just by being around the two as their energy was very contagious. "Midoriya Izuku, pleased to make your acquaintance." He introduced himself with a courteous bow. "See, IG, you could learn to act more like a gentleman, you know." The pink-skinned girl teased her friend, who responded with a quiet that wasn't manly at all but was promptly ignored by the other parties for comedic purposes. "I'm Ashido Mina, and this here goof is Ijiro Kirishima." The girl introduced herself and her friend in the same constantly excited manner that she did everything. "Would I be right to assume that you're both here to get acquainted with the layout of the campus before the school year starts?" Izuku guessed as he helped the boy now known as Kirishima arrange his boxes more neatly. "Yup, Class A," Kirishima was quick to confirm, any traces of the previous embarrassment long gone. "Our meeting is most fortunate then, as I too am headed towards the very same dormitory," Izuku revealed, and the other two looked at each other with wide, manic-even smiles on their faces. "What are we waiting for then? Let's go," Ashido exclaimed in excitement before running off. "The dormitories are the other way," Izuku shouted after her and was thankfully heard. "I knew it," she yelled out as she passed by them, this time heading down the correct path. Izuku, thoroughly amused by her energy, went back to her red-haired friend to relieve him of some of the boxes, and together the trio was able to make it to the dormitories without any problems. Izuku's belongings consisted of a futon that barely fit him, a couple of books on various subjects, his phone and the charger for it. Other than that, he had only the most common commodities like toothpaste, some cologne that he got as a parting gift before he left his previous abode, as well as a handful of casual clothes. Thankfully, they would be provided with uniforms tailored specifically for them, so his lacking wardrobe wasn't an issue. He also decided to bring a dumbbell and some additional weights for it, as he wasn't sure if they'd be able to access a gym or some other kind of a training room anytime soon, and he didn't want to risk having his training regiment broken up by the lack of equipment. Despite having very little in terms of earthly possessions, he valued all of them much more than you'd expect, and for a good reason. Most of those things were gifts from his friends and those he came to call family. If he had to choose something that he valued above the rest of it, however, then he'd be torn by two choices. First would be the more recent addition in the form of a cross necklace that he received from the first person to offer him help when he tried to find a place to stay. It had a very simple design, but it wasn't the looks that mattered to him, but the gesture itself. Most of the things he owned had a purpose, like the dumbbells, the phone, or even toothpaste. This necklace was nothing more than a decoration, however, and that's what made it special to him, as it was simply a show of goodwill from someone else. The other thing he'd be pressed to consider was the sword he was given when he left his brothers and sisters. Or rather, the entire case that he vowed to protect at all costs, as what it contained could be very dangerous if used by the wrong person. That's why he swore to keep the case under lock and key, rarely parting with it for extended periods of time. Now he'd have to get used to it, however, as carrying it to school was less than ideal, but he knew that when he applied. Besides, is there a place more safe than the most prestigious school in all of Japan? Izuku didn't have much to unpack, so he wasn't surprised to find out that both Ishido and Kirishima were still busy by the time he emerged from his room, and Shiozaki had yet to text him about her arrival, so he found himself with free time and nothing to do. Staying indoors wasn't that appealing to him in the past, and it didn't gain any appeal since then, so he decided to go out and have a look around the neighborhood. Probably stop by a security checkpoint to retrieve his proper student ID and wait patiently for Shiozaki to arrive. It was still fairly early in the morning, and she lived in the neighboring prefecture, so it shouldn't take her much longer to get to school. Izuku decided to wear a pair of gray sweats and a simple black tank top coupled with his trademark red sneakers before heading out. He took exactly 4 steps outside before he ran back to his room to get the phone, which he'd forgotten to grab on his way out, and then headed out to explore the surrounding area. It seems that my caretaker had switched homes once again, and I had nothing to do with it this time. I gotta say that after being stuck in that backwater monastery for centuries, traveling is a very welcome breath of fresh air. Now if only he'd allow me to stretch my legs, so to speak. He is still lying to himself that we have nothing in common, but I know better. I've seen his true self after all, the one he is trying so hard to hide. His efforts are ultimately futile, but I've waited so long for a chance to let loose once again. I guess waiting a bit longer isn't that big a deal. Izuku wandered the paths of UA aimlessly, having already explored the parts that he had personal interest in, but stayed vaguely in the vicinity of the campus main gate in case Shiozaki messaged him to confirm her arrival. He was a man of patience, so he didn't mind waiting really. Besides, he promised Shiozaki that they'd have a tour of the school grounds together, and he wasn't about to break a promise. He was, however, slowly growing bored, as there weren't that many things for him to do while he waited. Kirishima and Ishido were still busy unpacking when he checked in on them some time ago, and the rest of their classmates had yet to arrive, so he was stuck praying for a distraction. He was a man of great faith, and as such his prayers had been answered. As he was passing by the gate for what felt like the 10th time today, Izuku heard some commotion on the other side. His natural curiosity nearly forced him to check it out, so he ended up waiting to see what was going on. At first he suspected that Shiozaki could have arrived, but her phone had ran out of battery on the way, so she wasn't able to inform him. But that line of thinking was quickly debunked, as the noises outside clearly pointed to there being at least a couple of individuals on the other side of the gate. Izuku was curious as to why they chose to linger just outside instead of coming in. But his curiosity was quickly satiated when the small doors opened and a single, mature-looking woman stepped through. Not quite what I was expecting, he thought to himself as he scratched his head in confusion. Still, the girl looked even more confused than he was, so he decided to step in just like he did in the morning. His approach was noticed quite quickly. He was tall and beefy, so that wasn't a surprise at all. "Hello," the woman greeted him with an air of elegance about her. She was just a few inches shorter than he was and had long, black hair which was tied into a spiky ponytail, though one rebellious strand remained firmly on the right side of her face. Her sharp onyx eyes coupled with her short eyebrows made her look even more mature. "Hello to you too," he replied as he bowed quickly. "Are you by any chance in need of assistance?" he asked as he straightened himself up from the bow. "Oh, I wouldn't want to bother you, sir." She tried to play it off, but Izuku could tell that she'd certainly appreciate help. "Nonsense," Izuku assured her. "I'd be happy to be of assistance to you. You need only to ask." He pressed his offer, and it worked wonders, as the woman seemed to mull it over for a few moments before eventually caving in. "Well, I was informed that there'd be someone here to help bring my stuff to my dormitory, but I can't see anyone waiting. The security said that they are on the way already, but I'd like to get settled in as soon as possible," the woman explained as she tucked a few other rebellious strands of hair behind her left ear before turning to look at Izuku. "Could you help me carry at least some of my things?" "With pleasure, ma'am," Izuku agreed instantly and a blush lit up the woman's face. He was about to ask if she was feeling a little under the weather or something, but he didn't have a chance as she quickly retreated outside the gate and began moving cardboard boxes onto the campus. She settled at 4 boxes before rejoining Izuku, who was already sizing the stack up. I hope I'm not asking too much of you," she said shyly. "Worry not, ma'am. I'm happy to help any time," he answered honestly and heaved 3 of the boxes up, immediately noting that they were quite a bit heavier than he expected. "I wonder what she got in there." The woman grabbed the last box herself and the two set out in the direction of the dormitory. As it turns out, the woman, who introduced herself as Momo Yaoyorozu, was a recommended student, one that didn't have to take the usual entrance exam to get into the school, but didn't get in for free either, as she had to compete with many other recommended hero hopefuls and only barely managed to pass. Not only that, she also happened to be assigned to class A, which made the two of them classmates for the next couple of years. Their trek to the dorms was a pleasant one as they spent the entire time making small talk and getting to know each other a bit. They arrived at the dorms in a matter of minutes, and Izuku refused to put the boxes down until they were standing in front of her room, so he ended up carrying them almost all the way. He was about to depart as Yaoyorozu opened the doors to her room for the first time to let her settle in peace, but was stopped dead in his tracks. "Wah," he heard the woman utter, and so he went back to check if something had happened. He excused himself as he took a look inside without actually stepping through the door and instantly saw that the entire room was already furnished. They couldn't have gotten the rooms mixed up as the nameplate on the door clearly read Yaoyorozu Momo, so Izuku was confused as to what was going on. Thankfully, Momo noticed his confusion and cleared it up for him. As it turns out, the furniture in the room were the very same ones that they left behind in front of the main gate, so that's one question answered. Still, how did they get here before they did? From what Izuku knew, they took the shortest route possible, so that didn't make any sense. Well, no harm, no foul, he guessed, and decided to leave the woman and let her unpack in peace. He was halfway down the stairs when he remembered to check his phone, and his entire face paled when he saw a text from Shiozaki. "I should arrive at UA in about 10 minutes. I'm excited for our meeting." All right, she should be here in about 10 minutes. How long ago was it sent? He wondered and scanned the message, looking for that evasive tidbit of information. Received 8 minutes ago. Izuku had never run so fast in his entire life. He had somehow managed to get to the main gate right as Shiozaki arrived, and he once again had to walk the path towards the dormitories with boxes in hand. This time, however, he passed by his dormitory and stopped at the next one over where Class B that his friend was assigned to. Dormitory stood. Thankfully, the distance between the two buildings was negligible, so they'd be able to see each other easily enough despite being in separate classes. Shiozaki didn't unpack right after arrival like Izuku expected her to do, but opted to start their tour around the campus right away. Unexpected, but definitely not unwelcome. Their first stop was of course one of the nearby security checkpoints where Shiozaki retrieved her own student ID. Then they went to explore the points of interest that they'd talked about previously, stopping from time to time to check out something that they didn't notice on the map of campus earlier. They charted the route that they'd be taking to school once the classes start, visited the nearby training gyms that would be open during the school year, and they eventually ended their trip in the garden that Shiozaki discovered on the day of the entrance exam. Izuku had to agree that it was really beautiful and situated in a very quiet area, away from any hot spots that added an undisturbed, serene atmosphere to the place. He instantly knew that he was going to visit this place on a regular basis. They managed to wrap up their small adventure just as the sun was beginning to set, so Izuku offered to walk Shiozaki back to her dorm like the gentleman he was. After that was done, he headed to his own dormitory to see if perhaps some more people showed up whilst he was out and about. As it turns out, more people did arrive while he was gone. Kirishima and Ashido were currently in the common room chatting along with a few other figures that Izuku most certainly didn't meet yet. It would be rude to avoid the newcomers, so he headed towards the group to introduce himself. "There is the big man himself." Ashido announced his arrival as soon as she spotted him from her spot right next to Kirishima. "Tales of your stature were not nearly as exaggerated as I thought them to be. Did that man have a bird's head?" Well, Izuku had seen a sentient log in the past, so this wasn't really that weird, all things considered. A bird-headed man said, probably having already heard about Izuku from either Ashido or Kirishima, probably the former if he had to guess. Just as Izuku was about to introduce himself properly, a shadowy creature with glowing yellow eyes appeared from the bird-headed man's shadow. "Exaggerated my ass, Fumi. This man is not built like a brick house, he is the entire apartment complex," the apparently sentient creature exclaimed, greatly puzzling Izuku with its words. "I'm not sure what you mean by that, but it's my pleasure to meet you all. My name's Midoriya Izuku, pleased to make your acquaintance." He introduced himself and put his right hand on his chest before bowing to the group, wanting to make a good first impression. "Tales of your refined mannerisms weren't exaggerated too, it seems," the bird-headed man answered as he got up and outstretched his hand for Izuku to shake. I'm Takoyami Fumikage, and this devilish creature that plagues my soul is Dark Shadow. He introduced himself and his partner. Giving shelter to another being within your own soul sounds like a most noble of sacrifices. Izuku acknowledged as he shook the offered hand. The big softy in the back is Koda. Ashido introduced the gentle giant that had even Izuku beat in terms of height by an inch or two. His head was what caught Izuku's attention right off the bat, as it resembled an uneven rock and was completely devoid of hair. It didn't take a genius to figure out that the guy wasn't very good with crowds, so Izuku opted to keep his distance and waved instead, receiving a grateful albeit tiny smile and a wave in return. Last but just as interesting as the others was a man with jet black hair and strangely shaped elbows that sat on the couch next to Kirishima. You seem like a cool guy, Midoriya. I'm Ciro Hanta. He introduced himself. It was nice to meet all of you, but if you'll excuse me, I'd like to retire for the night, Izuku said, and turned to leave once they said their goodbyes. Izuku entered his room and immediately saw that something was odd. Something had changed while he was gone. Now normally that would be impossible, as he had the only key to the room on him the entire day, and he most definitely didn't forget to lock the door when he left. But he knew better than to assume anything was impossible. His eyes scanned the room in search of the culprit, and he didn't have to look far, as the one responsible stood directly next to the doorframe, propped against the wall as if nothing happened. Izuku furrowed his brow in anger at the suitcase that he usually kept his sword in, well aware of what had happened during his absence. You didn't expect me to just sit tight locked up in this room, did you? He heard a voice whisper directly inside his head. He was pretty spooked the first time it happened, but he got used to it pretty fast. He had to, or he'd go insane like the others that tried to resist this temptation for too long. Leaving this room should be the least of her worries. Demon! Izuku spat as he picked up the case and went to put it back in its place. Bold words coming from you, Psycho. Must be nice to be able to leave anytime you want and go wherever you please. I must try me some of that. The voice shouted even as the case was returned to its righteous place. And I've been entrusted with keeping that from happening ever again, so keep on dreaming, Izuku stated, and waited for a possible response, but after a few moments of silence he huffed and decided to head to sleep. Just before sleep could claim him, however, he heard one last whisper penetrate his mind. You didn't seem to mind the last time we bonded. Izuku spent the majority of the following week on familiarizing himself with the layout of the campus, trying to remember as many paths and potentially useful spots as possible before the school year started. He also didn't slack off on his training and made sure to wake up at sunrise every day to go for his morning jog. He bumped into the pretentious blue-haired guy that had confronted him before the practical exam a couple of times, but they didn't exchange any words besides greeting each other, as Izuku senses that this guy wasn't very sold on the idea of talking to him. A fair assumption given how their last interaction looked like. Izuku also got to meet all of his classmates over the course of this week and was happy to know that they were all splendid people, except for a select few. As it turns out, the rude senior that had yelled at him at the main gate was actually going to be their classmate, and was even more rude than Izuku expected him to be, slinging out curses like it was nothing, quickly antagonizing many of their classmates due to him not even trying to remember their names or socialize, as he resorted to calling all of them extras. The level of ego on that man could even challenge Escanner's claim to the title of the Sin of Pride. Thankfully, Izuku would be there to hopefully temper his character down a fair bit. Another rather unsavory character that Izuku had the questionable pleasure of meeting was Mineta Minoru. Now if Bakugo, for that was the rude blonde's name, was the personification of pride, then Mineta would be the personification of lust. He didn't even try to hide the fact that he was ogling all of their female classmates in broad daylight, which resulted in him being quickly ostracized by most of his peers. There were a few guys that talked to him regularly, and Izuku prayed every night that they were strong enough to resist his influence. Still, even if they did fall to the temptation, he'd show them mercy and try to save them from themselves. The little grape head, though, was fair game. Couldn't have said it better myself. The introductory week had finally come to an end, and Izuku along with his classmates were currently on their way to their first ever homeroom. First of many to come for sure. Their trek to school wasn't uneventful, however, as just before entering the school Izuku was stopped by none other than the blue-haired guy himself. He wore a clearly uncomfortable expression on his face, one that indicated a weight on his soul. Izuku motioned for the others to keep going as the two of them stayed behind. Is there something you wanted? Izuku asked politely. He didn't exactly like the guy, but he wasn't nearly petty enough to not show some courtesy. I wanted to apologize, the blue-haired man exclaimed suddenly as he did a perfect 90-degree bow with his arms tightly against his sides. I accused you of trying to cheat during the exam, yet you were able to so quickly discern the true purpose of the exam. I'm ashamed to admit that I didn't suspect that there might be something more to it than what we were told. Izuku was confused at first, but quickly realized what this was all about. Are you perchance talking about the so-called rescue points? Izuku inquired to confirm his suspicions. Yes, I didn't know about them. Izuku cleared up right off the bat. I simply did the right thing. We all want to become heroes, right? Heroes are meant to protect others even if it means putting yourself in danger. The right thing? The blue-haired man asked in disbelief. So your actions weren't motivated by the additional points then? Correct. I helped people because I wanted to do so. I learned about the second scoring system after the fact, just like everyone else. Then I must apologize even more. First I accused you of doing something you didn't do and then thought that your motivations were quite shallow if you'd excuse my choice of words. Now though I see who you truly are and I hope that you'll forgive me for my past behavior. Sure, just make sure to get better at judging people. Now let's go. We wouldn't want to miss our first homeroom now, would we? Izuku said with a smile, and the two rushed to catch up with the rest of their classmates. They got off to a pretty rough start, but Izuku felt that they weren't exactly that different from each other. Well, only time will tell. Izuku and the blue-haired guy, who he forgot to introduce himself to, were the last two to enter the classroom that was currently bustling with activity as their classmates chatted, joked, and socialized to their heart's content. No teacher in sight. Izuku thought it very strange, but didn't question it too long as he was already aware that the faculty of UA had a certain degree of leniency in regards to the way they teach their students. So Izuku opted to simply take one of the last two empty spots, right behind that constantly angry blonde guy and that purple midget with some serious issues. He would have prepared to sit anywhere else, but spending extended periods of time around such sinful individuals would surely help him fortify his mind and steel his resolve in the face of adversity. Both of these things will not only help him in his goal of becoming a splendid hero, but also to perform the duty that has been bestowed upon him in his self-imposed exile. Izuku watched as his classmates talked about nothing in particular, their voices merging into incoherent noise as he shifted his focus away from the conversations that he wasn't a part of. His eyes lazily traced the room when he suddenly spotted someone standing behind the teacher's desk. He flinched when their eyes met and Izuku sat just that tiny bit straighter than he already was. The mysterious person seemed to nod in his direction, or more probably to himself in some sort of satisfaction, and then his eyes began scanning each and every student in the class. Izuku knew that the angry blonde in front of him had also noticed the stranger's sudden appearance, along with Yaoyorozu, who was sitting behind the purple pervert, and that guy with a scar on his face and white, red-colored hair. The stranger squinted his eyes in what Izuku guessed to be disappointment before clearing his throat to catch the attention of those that failed to pass his little test. You lot are not very logical, are you? He spoke, and the only word that could describe the tone of his voice was tired. Still, it got the job done as the chattering ceased immediately after and everyone's heads snapped to look in his direction. If I were a villain, then most of you'd already be dead, save for a handful that seemed to be taking their choice of career more seriously. His cold, matter-of-fact tone sent chills down a couple of spines and brought everyone's mood down significantly. We'll have to work on improving your situational awareness. But first, you'll have to pass a test. But who are you exactly? Asked Kirishima, who was one of the more thoroughly confused. Aizawa Shota, your homeroom teacher. Any more unnecessary questions? He asked, and upon receiving none nodded to himself. That's better. Inside your desks you'll find standard issue PE uniforms. Put them on and meet me on the PE grounds in 10 minutes. If you're late, you're out. But sir, what about the orientation? Asked the girl that Izuku had saved during the entrance exam. Izuku somehow felt that she shouldn't have spoken up. I was under the impression that there were no more unnecessary questions, Aizawa retorted, and the brown-haired girl wisely stayed silent, prompting their homeroom teacher to leave and head towards the PE grounds. I really hope that not all of our teachers are as lovely as him, Izuku mused to himself, unknowingly thinking the same thing as most of his classmates. The blonde in front of him simply took the uniform out of his desk and left, completely unfazed by their teacher's behavior, just like the scarred boy that sat in the back right next to Yaoyorozu. Izuku decided that there was no time to waste and also took the provided uniform, the rest of the class waking up from their slight shock and following his example, before leaving the classroom and heading towards the PE grounds changing room. Hey guys, what do you think Aizawa meant when he said if you're late, you're out? Kirishima asked when they were changing into the PE uniforms. What do you think he meant, shitty hair? The angry blonde barked in response. That was uncalled for. Ever the stickler for rules, the blue-haired guy tried to chastise the personification of anger, but to no avail. I don't give a flying fuck, the blonde yelled back as he hastily threw on his blouse before almost blowing the door off of its hinges as he angrily stomped away. Well, he is kind of an asshole. A second, much friendlier, blonde with a black streak in the shape of a lightning bolt in his hair. You shouldn't badmouth your fellow classmates, the blue-haired guy exclaimed as he moved his right hand up and down rapidly in a chopping motion. If anything, Izuku had to admire his patience and persistence, as he was pretty sure that his every remark so far had been ignored completely without even a sign of acknowledgement. Yet he didn't seem deterred at all. If anything, he seemed even more driven each time his comments flew over everyone's head. Izuku could definitely respect that sort of dedication, no matter how little he had to show for it. I mean, he started it. Shiro chimed in. Izuku noticed that the blue-haired guy was preparing a response, a lengthy one if he had to guess, but he was pretty sure that they didn't have enough time for that, so he decided to step in and hopefully cut the argument short before it had a chance to start. While it is true that he started it, this doesn't mean that you have to be the one to end it. He began, vaguely recalling some of the old texts that he used to read when he was younger. Just because he chose to act like a douche doesn't mean that we have to do the same. We should acknowledge the way he acts. Izuku made a short pause as he turned to look directly at the blue-haired guy, hoping that he could get his point across, and then continued as he turned his eyes to the blonde. But it shouldn't affect the way we act. We are going to be heroes one day after all, and such pettiness doesn't really fit the image of a hero, wouldn't you agree? Izuku finished his speech and then looked over the changing room, noting how quiet it had become. He was about to start worrying that he might have overdone it or said something out of line. But Kirishima was quick to calm down his nerves. That was so manly, the literal redhead mumbled out, his eyes opened wide in amazement and his expression frozen in awe. I couldn't have said it better myself, the blue-haired guy exclaimed, which calmed Izuku down even more. If he was placated, then they were pretty much in the clean already. You're right, my bad. The blonde apologized for his remark, and that was all that Izuku was asking for. I'm glad to hear that, but we should probably hurry up. He may have been rude, but I suspect that he was right about the meaning behind Aizawa's words. And with that being said, the guys finished changing on the double and ran towards the PE grounds, not fancying the idea of finding out the meaning of their teacher's threat one bit. They arrived with a minute or two to spare, noticing the blonde standing off to the side all by himself. Izuku also noticed that the purple pervert had snuck out during his speech and was currently observing the girls with sick curiosity, obsession even, in his gaze. Izuku was about to head over to him to explain a couple of things to the midget, but stopped in his tracks when their teacher suddenly appeared in front of the gathered students. Congratulations, you made it on time, Aizawa said with a passive expression on his face. Is what I'd have said if I were impressed. But I'm not. I expect you to be quicker next time, he stated, his disappointment once again seeping into his voice. Yes, sir, the students responded, with only a couple staying quiet, likely thinking that Aizawa's words weren't directed at them. The tired-looking man nodded to himself before addressing the students once again. We are going to start the year off with a quick evaluation so that I can see for myself where each and every one of you is, as well as determine whether or not you have the potential to stay in the hero course. You've all likely done those tests in junior high already, but back then you were limited by not being able to use your quirks, which is highly illogical. Today I expect all of you to give it your all and show off your abilities to the fullest. We'll start with a quick demonstration. Bakugo, Aizawa called to the angry blonde who seemed wholly uninterested in what the teacher was saying. You've accumulated the most villain points during the entrance exam. What was your best score in ball throw in middle school? About 64 meters, he answered with just a hint of cockiness in his voice. Aizawa acknowledged the information and then reached into his pocket to pull out what looked like an ordinary softball. He then threw it to Bakugo, who caught it with one hand and then looked questioningly at the teacher. Do the softball throw now, but this time use your quirk. As soon as these words left Aizawa's mouth, a manic grin appeared on Bakugo's face. The angry blonde stepped into the circle that Aizawa had pointed him towards and then proceeded to toss the ball up a few times as if to judge it. Once he was satisfied, or mentally prepared, he reeled his right arm backwards before throwing the softball. The catch was that just as the ball was leaving his hand, he unleashed a massive explosion that had propelled the ball high into the air. And the following shockwave knocked over the purple pervert. Izuku caught sight of one purple-haired girl wincing in pain as she held her hands over her ears. Poor thing, she must have good hearing, Izuku deduced, mentally adding another reason to dislike the egotistical blonde. No matter how much dislike he had for the angry blonde, however, he couldn't ignore the fact that he was strong. Not only his quirk but also his body seemed to be well trained and honed over the years. He must have worked hard to get to the point that he was currently at. But that certainly didn't give him the right to try and belittle everyone around him. 705.2 meters. Aizawa announced Bakugo's score after the device that he pulled out of his other pocket beeped, likely informing him of a touchdown. The class exploded with various cheers about how exciting and fun these tests might end up being. Izuku, who had his eyes trained on Aizawa, however, realized all too quickly that they had royally screwed up by using the word fun. From what little he knew about the man, it was easy to deduce that he was always down to earth, very strict, demanding, and serious all the time. Fun, you say? As he said that, Izuku, and a couple of others, already knew that they were not going to like what he was going to say next. If you want to have fun, then you might as well go home. Being a hero isn't fun. It's a serious profession that requires you to put your lives on the line every single day, protecting those that can't protect themselves. His scrutinizing gaze quickly cooled down any and all excitement that might have bubbled up within his students. but that didn't seem to satisfy him one bit. If you want fun, then I'll give you fun. How about this? I'll keep track of all of your scores throughout the evaluation, and the person with the lowest average score will be expelled. Gasps of shock and disbelief sounded from the crowd as they began murmuring amongst themselves. Someone went as far as to say that this wasn't fair, seeing as this was only their first day of school. Aizawa heard that too and wasn't exactly pleased by that comment. This isn't fair, you say? He questioned, and the students got quiet once again. Life isn't fair. Villains aren't fair. Natural disasters, catastrophes, and accidents aren't fair. If you want to make it as a hero, you have to learn how to overcome all the unfairness this world has to offer and come out on top. Or are you going to tell the victims that you couldn't protect, that you failed because the villain wasn't fighting fair? His words visibly shook quite a few students, but everyone kept quiet and accepted the criticism in silence. This finally managed to calm their teacher's wrath, and so he explained how this apprehension test of his will be conducted. They'd be graded in 8 different fitness tests. Those being the ball throw, grip strength, repeated side steps, standing long jump, 50-meter dash, sit-ups, seated toe touch, and long-distance running. Izuku felt quite confident in his physical abilities, so he wasn't that worried about not being able to pass, although he did notice a couple of his fellow classmates deflate as the tests were being revealed. There were of course those that just like him felt confident in their ability to pass, with some just a bit cockier than the rest. After the first 3 tests, 50-meter dash, grip strength, and standing long jump, Izuku was sitting comfortably in the middle of the pack. His impressive frame wasn't exactly perfect for running or jumping, but the strength of his muscles helped him gain some points during the grip strength test. The 50-meter dash winner was Iida, the blue-haired guy, who had something akin to engine exhausts protruding out of his calves, allowing him to run super fast. The grip strength test, as well as the grip strength machine, was crushed by the tallest student, Mizo Shoji, whose quirk gave him additional arms. The standing long jump had a handful of people clear the sandbox, mostly by utilizing their quirks in very creative ways. Repeated sidesteps still had Izuku place around the middle, as his body, whilst very strong, wasn't exactly agile. He thankfully had a lot of stamina to go along with his natural strength, so the long-distance run and the sit-ups were the 2 tests that finally allowed him to shine a bit, as his placement had improved by a couple of places. He was however quickly declassified after the seated toe touch, as he lacked the flexibility that most of classmates display. The ball throw was for some reason left for last, despite the entire evaluation starting with a ball throw demonstration. Bakugo was excluded from this test as he'd already made his throw before, but the others still had to take their turns. No one got even remotely close to beating Bakugo's 700-meter score, save for the brown-haired girl that Izuku had rescued during the entrance exam, who used her quirk to send her ball straight up into the air, causing the measurement device to malfunction and display an infinity symbol, which in the end earned her the top spot for this test. Izuku knew that he would be the next one to go, so he decided to head towards the circle early, but was stopped in his tracks when his foot ended up getting caught on something. He looked to check what he'd just kicked, and his brow furrowed immediately when he recognized the black case that housed his sword and imprisoned the demon. Couldn't you at least fucking pretend to be happy to see me? For the sake of the old times at least. The demon sent his words directly into Izuku's mind, ensuring that their conversation remained fully private. Not in a million years. Izuku responded in kind, hatred dripping off of his words. Never say never, kiddo, or you might end up jinxing yourself. And with those words their link was cut short. Midoriya, what is that? Aizawa asked, pointing at the case at Izuku's feet. That's my case, Izuku answered simply, which didn't seem to satisfy Aizawa's curiosity completely. I didn't see you bring it with you, he questioned further. I didn't. Izuku once again chose the simple answer, and Aizawa seemed to quickly lose interest in the case and prompt the greenhead to take his turn. Izuku was about to step over the case and approach the circle, but stopped as he mulled over his options. He did quite all right in his opinion, so his place at UA shouldn't be in any danger, but since this was the last test for the day, then he could afford to show off just a tiny bit, right? With that in mind, he opened the case and pulled out his sheathed sword, swinging the weapon over his back before approaching the circle. Aizawa threw him the ball, and Izuku took a moment to think what would be the most efficient way to utilize all of his abilities. Meanwhile, he also heard some curiosity-filled murmurs explode behind him as his classmates conversed about him and his blade. It took Izuku a minute or two, but he eventually figured out what he wanted to do. He unsheathed his sword then, activating his quirk and making the blade glow with a golden hue that was his power, earning even more chatter from his classmates as they watched him with great interest. Even Aizawa seemed vaguely absorbed in the show, but his reason for being interested was probably way different from theirs. Izuku shouldered the blade as he tossed the softball up a couple of times, getting a feel of how and when to strike before tossing the ball high into the air and quickly grasping the handle of his sword with both hands before swinging it with all of his might, hitting the ball at a near-perfect angle and sending it flying off into the distance. He knew that beating Bakugo's score wasn't really possible even with all of his strength, but he at least wanted to score in the top 5. The students waited for the ball to finally touch down, anxious to know the score. The device eventually beeped, displaying a solid distance of 495.1 meters, which put Izuku in 4th place for the test, right behind Yaoyorozu's score of 650.7 meters. He still couldn't truly believe that she'd created a cannon to shoot the ball out. It had him wondering just how far she could have thrown it if she didn't tire herself out in the previous tests. Alright, that concludes the apprehension test. You'll find your curricula in your desks back in the classroom. Make sure to read through them once you get back to the dorms. Class dismissed. And with those few sentences, Aizawa began making his way back towards the school's main building. Wait, so we don't get to see the final scores. The students roared as one. I wasn't grading you based on how well you did during the evaluation. All I wanted to see was whether or not you have potential to grow and become heroes, and all of you showed potential. Some more than others, but none of you are completely hopeless, and I can work with that. Also, that whole talk about expelling anyone was a trick. A logical ruse, if you will. A cruel, smug smirk appeared on his face for the grand reveal at the end of his explanation, shocking all of the students and giving him enough time to make a hasty retreat. What? The crowd roared again, although a few students were rationalizing that Aizawa surely wouldn't expel anyone on day 1 and that they knew this right from the start. Izuku wasn't so convinced by their words, as Aizawa seemed to be the honest type, and he felt that if one of them was to be deemed by him as having no potential whatsoever, then they'd start their 2nd day of school already down a man. Well, at least he wasn't completely heartless or anything of the sort, so that brought Izuku's hopes up just a bit. What a crazy day. I wonder if Shiozaki's first day was just as eventful, he thought to himself as he packed the sword back in its case, making sure to throw a venomous glare towards the cackling demon that was being very smug about its sudden appearance at just the right moment. Izuku wanted nothing more than to lock the demon back in his room and maybe hang out with Shiozaki for a bit if she was up for it, but the crowd that gathered around him after Aizawa left indicated that he'd be quite busy for a while. It wasn't that bad since he wanted to introduce himself to everyone else sooner rather than later, so he took it in stride. I totally saved your ass back there. That hobo was ready to throw you out any minute now. The demon cackled to himself, not even bothering to send the thoughts to his jailer. I'll be sure to cash in that favor in due time. He threatened to do what? Shiozaki exclaimed in shock, taken aback by what she just heard. Expel those that he deemed to have no potential. Izuku repeated calmly. In the end, he said that it was only a logical ruse to force us to do our best, but I'm not really buying that story. He added quickly. The two had miraculously met up as they emerged from their respective classrooms, which were located right next to each other, and ended up heading back to the dorms together. Shiozaki struck up a conversation by asking where Izuku and the entirety of his class was during the orientation, which led to Izuku telling her all about Aizawa's little apprehension test. Suffice to say, she wasn't a fan of the man right from the get-go. What she was a fan of, however, was the blue-haired guy from the entrance exam recognizing his lapse in judgment and apologizing to Izuku in the morning. It's truly sad that your homeroom teacher turned out to be such a rascal, Shiozaki said, already feeling sorry for what her fellow believer will have to endure for the next couple of years. Well, I wouldn't necessarily call him a rascal. Izuku defended the man despite being the one on the receiving end of his logic. I think he's just very strict and demanding, but not outright evil or anything. His methods may be a bit crude, but I believe that his heart is in the right place. He shared his thoughts, which seemed to placate Shiozaki for the most part. I pray for that to be the case, she responded, now calmed down somewhat. Me too. But enough about me. How was your first day of school? He asked with a smile. I can't certainly say that it wasn't nearly as nerve-wracking as yours. She joked and they chuckled, Izuku having no choice but to concede. Mr. Kan, our homeroom teacher, first introduced himself, and then we all had to do our introductions and say a couple of things about ourselves. I do have to say that a couple of my classmates seem like troublemakers, but they don't necessarily have to be all that problematic. After the introductions, we were led to the auditorium where Principal Nezu gave quite the inspiring speech, and then Mr. Kan gave us a tour of the more important places around the campus. At the end, he told us that if we had any questions, we could come to him anytime. Shiozaki quickly recalled. He seems like a really cool teacher, Izuku mumbled, silently wondering how two teachers could be so different from each other. My thoughts exactly. Although he seems to be a bit overzealous whenever he is talking about things that he is personally passionate about. Shiozaki shared her observations. I know it might sound really off, but what if Kan and Aizawa have some sort of rivalry which will end up being dragged into Izuku asked, and for a moment neither of them said anything before they both nearly exploded with laughter. Their teachers were grown men. Surely they wouldn't be childish enough to drag their students into their rivalry and constantly compare their achievements, right? Right. After the emotional roller coaster of a day that they had to go through on Monday, the following 3 days were quite chill. At least they were allowed to feel excitement at the prospect of being taught by so many professional heroes without having to fear a potential expulsion. Izuku wasn't very well versed when it came to the topic of heroes, so he didn't know a whole lot about their teachers, but he was content to simply learn at his own pace, though most of them had left quite the lasting impressions on him and his fellow classmates. Kayama Midnight Nimiri was probably the most extravagant out of all the members of the faculty that Izuku had the pleasure of meeting throughout the year. He's overheard a few of his classmates and some senior students calling her a dominatrix or something similar, but that word didn't ring any bells in Izuku's head. He'd simply have to look that word up at a later date. After 3 days of nearly nothing but standard schoolwork came the long-awaited Friday. It was long-awaited as they were scheduled to have their first foundational hero studies class, so the excitement was at an all-time high. Another reason behind their excitement was the fact that only the foundational hero studies didn't seem to have a lead teacher assigned to them, as their curricula clearly stated which teacher was responsible for every subject. Iida was of course quite furious at what he deemed to be a simple mistake and was loudly proclaiming that this should be brought up to the attention of the faculty so that they could correct this mistake at once. Izuku hoped that he'd lower it down at least a notch or two, but it seemed as if Iida was just as eager to jump to conclusions now as he was when they first met during the entrance exam. Another theory that Izuku had heard was that the identity of their teacher was kept hidden for a reason, though what that reason was no one knew. Izuku and his classmates were waiting in the classroom for their teacher, most of the students chatting amongst themselves about this or that, trying to pass the time. All the talking stopped at once when they felt the very floor beneath their feet shift and shake ever so slightly as the sound of heavy, powerful footsteps echoed closer and closer to their classroom. After a few tense seconds, the door to the room was almost thrown off of its hinges as a tall, muscular blonde man stepped through, his signature grin present on his face as if it was painted on for good. It took the students exactly 0.069 seconds to recognize the new arrival as none other than All Might, the #1 hero of Japan, and the classroom was instantly filled by excited chatter, yelling, and exclamations. Izuku's reaction was quite a bit more tame since he really wasn't following the news all that closely. But even he didn't live under a rock big enough for him to not know anything about the man. Quite the contrary, actually. Izuku had heard all about All Might's exploits, and he had to admit that his track record was impressive. To sow the seeds of hope in the hearts of the common people and plant doubt in the minds of the villains with but a smile and a catchy phrase was something that very few people could pull off. As far as Izuku was concerned, All Might truly deserved the top spot, even if it didn't really mean that much in the end. As you've already noticed, I am indeed All Might, and I'll be your foundational hero studies teacher, or as I like to call it, Heroing 101 for the next couple of years. The hero bellowed in that trademarked boisterous manner of his with his hands on his hips and his chest puffed out proudly. I hope you're ready to get your clothes dirty, because your first lesson is. He paused dramatically before fishing out a single piece of paper and flashing it to the class. Battle. The piece of paper had battle trial written on it, and coupled with the hero's pompous speech, it elicited another wave of excitement out of the students. Izuku felt the very same mental tug that he had been fighting ever since agreeing to become the demon's warden, pulling his attention behind him, and although his mental roommate had a knack for annoying him and pulling all manner of tricks, this time Izuku suspected that it might actually be warranted, so he decided to indeed look behind him like the demon wished for him to do. What he saw had filled his heart with worry. Sitting right behind him was Bakugo, that rude blonde who managed to go the entire week without even trying to make friends or atone for his previous behavior. Izuku saw Kirishima and his group of friends, which consisted of him plus Ashido, Siro, and Kaminari from time to time, but all of his attempts had failed to get through to the stuck-up man. Perhaps it was for the best. Maybe a bit of isolation will help get rid of his ego. Whatever the case, Izuku certainly wasn't planning on being the one to break the ice, as the blonde's attitude had been really off-putting. Now, the fact that Bakugo was sitting behind him wasn't what worried him. It was that sickly, face-splitting grin that was plastered on his face. Izuku saw that kind of an expression in the past already, and he really didn't want the events to unfold like they did back then. It'd be a shame to have to drop out of school in the first week, wouldn't it? For now, Izuku decided to stick to observing the blonde, because he really didn't know that much about him, so perhaps something like this was quite in character for him. His musings were interrupted by All Might pulling out a remote from a pocket that seemed way too small to fit the damn thing. But a part of being a hero is looking good, he declared before pressing the big red button on the remote. The students heard movement behind them and turned around to see the back wall of the classroom open to reveal 20 identical cases with numbers ranging from 1 to 20 written on them. These are your hero costumes, manufactured based on the designs and ideas that you've submitted and optimized to work well with your quirks," All Might explained, somehow bringing to the table even more excitement than he already has. "Grab your cases and meet me at ground beta." And with that final command, he sprinted out of the classroom, gale winds following him like a shadow. As soon as he left, all of the students rushed to grab their respective case, no doubt eager to finally start doing something hero-related after spending an entire week stuck in boring lectures. Izuku decided to bide his time. No need to add to the commotion after all. Look at him, buzzing like flies around a freshly dumped piece of horse shit. If that is the future of mankind, then I have no fucking idea how you managed to create a galaxy-spanning imperium. Izuku felt his annoyance build up with each word sent to him by the demon. Although the second half of his message did make Izuku pause for a moment. Izuku was already used to the demon speaking to him constantly throughout the day. His usual comments vaguely trying to goad Izuku into letting him loose once again or allowing him to stretch his legs as if he even had any. He was trying to fool him with promises of power, influence, of a life devoid entirely of pain and suffering. It of course didn't work, as Izuku desired none of that, his main goal in life being to help those in need. The demon knew that, but kept trying regardless, probably hoping to wear his warden down bit by bit over the years. But so far Izuku didn't feel all that worn down. That wasn't all that the demon had to say, however. On rare occasions, just like now, he would say things that didn't really make sense to Izuku, but also sounded like genuine thoughts and not the usual manipulative half-truths and blatant lies. He could still recall one very gruesome tale that the demon had shared with him before, the Battle of the Black Planet. It was a tale of a crusade against the forces of evil that the demon seemed to be a part of. On which side was unknown, but Izuku had his suspicions. He described atrocities on a planet-wide scale without even batting an eye and spun tales of violence and hatred as if it was a bedtime story. But above or else it kept using the very same date 888. M41. If Izuku understood correctly, it meant it as a 42nd millennium, which made absolutely no sense whatsoever. How could this demon possess knowledge of something that didn't happen? Izuku decided not to dwell on it any longer than he already had, as most of his classmates had already gone ahead and rushed out of the classroom to get changed into their costumes as soon as possible. Not wanting to fall behind too much, Izuku got up to grab his case before making his way out of the classroom to head towards the changing rooms of ground beta. At least that's what he was planning on doing anyways. But was stopped in his tracks by yet another mental tug. "You're not just gonna leave me here, are you, kid? You know damn well that I'm gonna follow you regardless, so you might as well take me with you." Izuku turned towards his desk, and sure enough, propped against it was the case that he stored his sword in. Izuku sighed to himself before eventually grabbing the long case and then following his classmates to ground beta. Perhaps he should have chosen something less over the top for his costume, as a full set of armor turned out to be quite the hassle to put on by yourself. Thankfully, he wasn't the only one having similar issues, though he was quite surprised to learn that he wasn't the only one to go for the knight aesthetic. Aida's costume looked like a strange cross between a car and a knight, probably in homage paid to one of his role models or something like that. Another person with similar taste turned out to be Aoyama, with his costume being based on something akin to medieval plate armor, although his overall look seemed to be favoring style over utility, with a long, indigo-colored cape flowing behind him. Izuku, as painful to admit as it was, had been inspired by a certain character that the demon had told him stories about when created his own hero costume. The demon never spoke his name, but always made sure to highlight how much of an obstacle this man had been. And so Izuku ended up with quite the bulky suit of gunmetal gray, which had covered him from head to toe, even obscuring the lower part of his face slightly. His shoulders were protected by two heavy pauldrons with bone-white symbols of the Knights Templar painted on them. The original design that Izuku drew inspiration from featured a helmet and a lot of strange, unknown signs and sigils placed in various places all over the armor. They looked sacred and were probably of great importance to the wearer of the original armor, so Izuku decided not to profane the sanctity of beliefs he didn't know about and got rid of the sigils. The helmet, however, was a personal preference. Whilst yes, additional protection never hurt anyone, Izuku felt that a metal faceplate wouldn't exactly be able to convey all the necessary facial expressions that he'd need to be able to serve the people well, so he scrapped the helmet from the final design. "Damn bro, you look awesome," Kirishima exclaimed, drawing the attention towards Izuku. "I thank you for your compliment, though I believe we all look quite well. I suppose it's more about how we feel and what we wear rather than looking for the sake of aesthetics." Izuku responded with a smile. It didn't remain on his face for long, however, as he spotted the purple pervert acting quite strange, stranger than usual at least. "Mineta, may I inquire as to what you're doing?" Izuku asked cautiously. The purple pervert was currently inspecting the wall of their changing room really closely. His face was basically glued to the damn thing, and there was a strange expression on his face. "I found a sacred altar left for the future generations by our predecessors," he exclaimed like a fanatic. Izuku didn't take him for the religious kind at all, not with his evident lust, so he became even more wary of his behavior. And what that sacred altar might be, pray tell. Izuku goaded the pervert into explaining himself. This finally caused Mineta to detach himself from the wall, and he puffed his chest out in pride before pointing to the spot he's been inspecting just now. It was hard to make out at first, but Izuku was eventually able to notice a small dent in the wall, a hole. This sacred altar will allow us to spy on the girls changing. Just imagine all the juicy details we will be able to. Whatever lustful tirade was about to leave his mouth was cut short by Izuku's gunmetal gray armored boot slamming directly into his face, sending him flying back into the door on the other side of the room, which nearly flew off its hinges at the impact. "That's quite enough from you, you rat," Izuku declared with righteous fury boiling in his veins. "I'll notify the faculty of this sacred altar of yours as soon as I'm able to, but I'll withhold the information about your deeds for now. If you do not better yourself, however, I'll have no other choice but to notify the school of your behavior, which will likely result in your rapid expulsion," Izuku stated, though his words had fallen on deaf ears, or rather unconscious ones. Somewhere along his speech, an earphone jack had flown through the hole and into the boys' changing room, probably an attack aimed at the purple pervert. But Izuku beat the girls to the punch. Izuku kneeled next to the hole and, without looking into the opening, spoke. "I'll take care of this transgression as soon as I can, so you can rest easy," Izuku vowed, and a chorus of muffled thank yous answered him from the other side. "So manly," Hiroshima mumbled out in awe at what he'd just witnessed. "Now, gentlemen, I believe we still have a class to attend to," Izuku stated with a smile as he addressed his fellow classmates. They quickly finished putting on the remaining parts of their hero costumes before making their way out of the changing room and out into the open, so that they could finally take their first steps towards their eventual goal of becoming heroes. It was a widely known, and not at all sexist, fact that women took longer than men to get ready for pretty much anything most of the time. Because of the distraction that was Izuku releasing some righteous upon the purple pervert and his speech, however, the two groups ended up meeting in the tunnel that led from the changing rooms to the ground beta proper, and Izuku's mental fortitude was immediately challenged by the sight in front of him. There was Asui, Ashido, and Uraraka, who all had very tight costumes that hugged their impressive figures almost like a second skin. There was also Yaoyorozu, whose costume barely covered her modesty and left a lot of skin exposed. The worst of them all, however, had to be Hagakure, because right after seeing a pair of floating gloves, Izuku immediately separated himself from the mortal plane just to stop his mind from conjuring up possible explanations as to what exactly his eyes were seeing. Thankfully, Jiru had offered some much-needed reprieve in the form of a much more loose costume that looked really cool in Izuku's opinion. He couldn't, of course, compare it with the other girls, as he refused to direct his eyes towards them. "If all it takes to defeat you is to flash a pair of tits in your face, then getting out of this lightless void might be easier than I thought. For fucking shame, kid," was actually starting to enjoy this friendly banter of ours. The demon taunted Izuku, dragging all of his attention away from the girls and their questionable sense of fashion and towards the weight on his back. "Friendly is a gross exaggeration," Izuku refuted, his mental fortitude becoming stalwart once again. "If it wasn't for the fact that I really don't give a fuck, I'd have been deeply hurt by your words." The girl and guys had complimented each other's costumes on the way out of the changing rooms, with more than a couple comments flying Izuku's way, to which he'd responded in the most polite way he could without actually taking the risk that was looking back at their costumes. "They say that clothes maketh the man, and dare I say all of you look quite fabulous," All Might declared in that trademark boisterous voice of his that they all knew and loved. "Now that you look like heroes, it is time you start learning how to become actual heroes. Which is why, as I've said earlier, we'll be conducting a team battle trial exercise in order for you to get a grasp on one of the most important parts of being a hero, teamwork," All Might explained with a grin before pulling out a box from a pocket that, once again, looked too small to fit the aforementioned box. "We will start off by drawing lots, which will determine who your teammate for today will be." "Sir, is that truly the best way of choosing teams?" Iida questioned passionately. "Wouldn't it be better to let us decide for ourselves so that we can ensure a synergy between our quirks and fighting styles?" "You bring up a valid point, young Iida, but in real life, heroes rarely get to decide who they will be working with," All Might began explaining. "Once you become actual heroes yourselves, you'll usually find yourself partnering with pros and sidekicks from other agencies that also decided to respond to the emergency. So the ability to formulate plans on the fly and flexibility in doing so is very important." "I see. Even though this is just our first week here, we are already being prepared for what might happen after we graduate and become heroes ourselves." Iida voiced his realization as he fixed his glasses into place with his middle finger. "UA isn't pulling any punches as expected." "That's correct, young Iida. You may be only just starting on your path to becoming heroes, but don't expect me or any other member of faculty to go easy on you just because you're new. All Might stated as he puffed his chest out, towering over the students just an inch higher in the process. Now, if there are no further questions, how about we get started? You bunch of zygotes. The students were both pumped up and a little worried about what the future at UA might hold. If it wasn't considered heresy, then Izuku would be praying to all the gods that he's learned about during his prolonged stay in the Fujikuma Monastery. Izuku always thought himself to be quite tolerant and open-minded in the past, but the first week at UA had him already questioning that belief. As such, there were people that he didn't really want to form a team with, but would do just that if he had no other choice, those being Bakugo and Mineta, both for similar albeit different reasons, as well as the girls except for Jiru. Don't get him wrong, he had nothing against any of the girls, but he'd really prefer to keep the battle trial strictly physical instead of having to fight off temptation and sin every time he looked at his teammate. He sighed in relief when he saw Jiru approach him with her slip of paper in hand. I guess we're gonna be teaming up for this one, Green, she said as she stopped in front of him, having to look up quite a bit to look him in the eyes. You probably get that a lot, but you're basically a giant. I do get that a lot actually. Izuku chuckled as he rubbed his neck bashfully. I'm not the tallest one in our class though, at least, he added, but you look completely normal in comparison to the other three. Jiru pushed her point across, but her argument didn't sit that well with Izuku, so he decided to let his discontent be known. That wasn't a very kind thing to say, wouldn't you agree? Izuku responded, though there was no anger in his words as he doubted she meant anything bad by that. It won't hurt to make sure though. Oh, I didn't mean it like it's a bad thing or anything, Jiru explained immediately, a small blush creeping onto her face. It's just that they have other distinguishing features except being tall, but you look just like a normal guy that's really tall and probably buff as hell. It's alright, I already thought that you didn't mean your statement to be an insult. Just be mindful of how your words might be received and interpreted by others in the future, okay? After the teams were determined, All Might went on to explain how the battle trial will look like before choosing the two starting teams and letting them prepare themselves whilst he led the remaining students to one of the nearby buildings, which a hidden spectating room in the basement. Now, watch closely how both teams act and what strategies they develop, as you may later use those insights to adapt your own plans should you need to do so. Let the first battle commence, All Might declared vigorously, and sirens blared across ground beta, signaling the start of the trial. The battle trials so far went all right, at least in Izuku's opinion. Despite relying mostly on his strength himself, Izuku was excited to see some elegance and skill from his peers, but his hopes were quickly squashed when every encounter basically ended up turning into a straight-up brawl. That heterochromatic guy with an ice quirk, All Might addressed to him as young Todoroki, freezing the entire building, and the team inside was a bit of an overkill, but no one could argue the effectiveness of his tactic. Iida had ended up playing the villain inside the building, and as expected got a bit too much into it to the point where he started monologuing once the heroes found him and didn't realize they were going for the bomb without paying any attention to him until it was too late. Yaoyorozu, on the other hand, has been very verbal after every trial when All Might asked them for input. She pointed out a lot of shortcomings in most fights, but also praised a few of her fellow classmates for their performance. One of those classmates being Bakugo, who immediately responded with, "Of course I did great, Ponytail. I'm going to be the next #1 hero." His character was totally obnoxious, but Izuku had to say that he was the most skilled fighter he'd seen so far. He displayed raw power, pinpoint precision, and intrinsic combat instinct and creativity that really let his quirk pop, no pun intended. Izuku watched one trial after the other, conversing with his teammate in the meantime in order to understand her capabilities, as he vaguely recalled reading somewhere that if you knew your enemy and knew yourself, you'd be able to win 1,000 battles. There was no way to know who they'd end up going against, so he chose to focus and learn about his teammate for now. With every trial and every 4 students sent out to battle, the pool of their potential opponents dwindled and dwindled until only one other team was left. Izuku was not looking forward to this bout. The people that he's been worrying about the most, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Yaoyorozu, already had their turns, so he wasn't worried about the potential power disparity. What he had to worry about instead was the synergy that those two could have. "I'm so pumped for this," Kirishima exclaimed as he brought his fist together in front of his chest, both hands hardening to make the impact sound out more. "Let's go, Ig." Ashido cheered next to her friend. Izuku stared at the duo, examining the frivolous nature in which they conversed with each other, probably an effect of a long-lasting friendship, so it was safe to assume that they knew each other fairly well and would be able to work together seamlessly, covering for each other's weaknesses. Kirishima's quirk was quite obvious, a simply hardening quirk which allowed him to become much more resistant to physical damage, but could limit his ability to move. He probably had no ranged attacks and preferred to get up close and personal, so Izuku could work with that. Ashido, on the other hand, was a total enigma. Well, maybe not a total one. Izuku did see her use her quirk during the apprehension test in both the dash and the long-distance run. She seemed to be able to create some sort of substance that she skated on during those 2 tests, so that was probably her quirk, and her unusual looks had nothing to do with it. The question that Izuku wished he had the answer to was, what exactly can a Shido do? Can she create something slippery? Or is it rather some form of glue? And most importantly, can she throw it? Without those answers, Izuku wasn't able to properly gauge which one of his opponents was more dangerous, although something told him that Kirishima would stop him from getting to his teammate no matter what, so getting rid of him seemed like a good plan to start with. Do you have a plan or something, Green? Jiro asked as soon as Ashido and Kirishima vanished inside of the building. They had to switch those almost every exercise as Todoroki couldn't melt the ice that was basically everywhere after his turn, and Bakugo ended up blowing up most of the walls in a different building. Still, the buildings change, but the goals remain the same: play for the objective or capture the other team. Well, I probably can keep Kirishima busy for an extended period of time, but I'm not sure how long he can keep his quirk up, so I don't know if I'll be able to overpower him. You should be able to find the bomb, right? If one of them decides to stay in the bomb room, then yeah, but I can't really hear a fake bomb if it's not beeping or making any other noise, Jiro explained, throwing a wrench into the work, but there was nothing they could do about it. Ashido seems much more mobile than Kirishima, but I doubt he'd allow his teammate to venture out into the unknown while he stays behind to guard the bomb. Izuku mumbled under his nose. So if they are going to split up, then Ashido will stay to guard the bomb and Kirishima will come at us to slow our advance. Jiro summed up in search of confirmation. That's the way I see it. Leaving the bomb undefended is not the best idea, since your quirk would allow us to outmaneuver them pretty easily. And if we were to have a 2v2 fight in the bomb room, then they'd have to be extra careful not to lose sight of either of us. We'd be able to touch the objective and win that way. Izuku stated his speculations, and Jiro didn't seem to have any arguments against his logic. So we have a rough idea of how they'll operate, but how do we turn this around? I may be an excellent scout, but I'm not sure if I'll be useful in a fight. Have you seen those noodle arms? She asked and rolled up one of her sleeves to reveal quite the slender arm with minuscule amounts of muscle on display. Whilst that's unfortunate, I think we still have a chance. Kirishima will without a doubt come looking for us, so we can gang up on him and try to capture him, which would make this a 2v1. Then I'd just distract Ashido while you go for the objective. Izuku revealed his plan and saw Jiro mull it over before nodding to herself, seemingly satisfied with what he'd cooked up. Sounds like it'll work, so I don't have anything against it. The final battle trial starts. Now, his voice was so loud that Jiro had to cover her ears at the sudden increase in volume. Oh, I apologize, young Jiro. All Might added in a much more reserved manner. The petite girl flashed a brief thumbs up towards the nearest visible camera before they decided to not waste time and entered the building. Izuku and his teammate were moving through the building at a decent pace, stopping every now and then so that Jiro could plug her jacks into the walls and try to locate their opponents. It wasn't hard to distinguish Kirishima from Ashido, as the latter stayed mostly around the same area and was casually lounging in what they believed to be the bomb room, whilst the former was stomping his way down the stairs, his heavy footsteps impossible to miss. Still, even though they knew vaguely where the other two were, they made sure not to become reckless, as that could quickly spiral out of control. I think we can just evade Kirishima completely and just go for the bomb. Jiro suggested a change in their plan when she noticed that Kirishima had finally descended to the floor they were on, but on the other side of the building. I don't like the idea of getting pincered by them later on if he turns around and we are both too busy to notice him approaching. Izuku quickly shot the plan down, though Jiro didn't seem to have anything against it. His arguments were pretty valid. So we set up an ambush and wait for him? Jiro guessed. That's right. It's not very honorable, but it'll give us a crucial advantage at the start. Izuku agreed, and they went to search for the perfect spot to plan their sneak attack from. Oh, so you can do bad things, but I can't. The demon sneered at Izuku from the case on his back. Just let me at him and he'll be done for in a minute or two. The demon pressed after not getting a response. I know what you're capable of, and I'm not going to let you anywhere near my friends, Izuku stated firmly, his brow furrowing on the outside, scared of what they might think once they get to see the real you. Can't really blame you, though. You have my word that I'll always be there for you. This time the link went silent for good after Izuku refused to humor the demon any longer. Izuku unsheathed his sword, as the characteristic sound would surely betray them if he was to do it just as he was stepping in to strike, and awaited in one of the empty rooms along a long, vaguely wide corridor. Jiro was crouched right next to him, her jacks plugged into the wall and completely focused on tracking Kirishima's steps. He was definitely heading towards them, checking all of the rooms as he went, and he eventually made his way up to the point where Izuku felt comfortable making his move. With one powerful step and his sword suddenly engulfed by the golden glow, Izuku appeared right in front of Kirishima and swung his sword all the way around, building up momentum to further augment the strength of the impact. Izuku was however conscious enough to let the golden glow die out right before the blade made contact with Kirishima to avoid causing severe injuries to his classmate. He may have underestimated just how durable Kirishima's quirk made him, as the redhead was easily able to block the slash by hardening the right side of his body. "There you are," he exclaimed in excitement before winding his left arm backwards, intending to throw down with the greenette right there and then. Izuku, however, decided to back up a little and put some space between them, as the size of his sword made it hard to use whilst in striking distance. The corridor was just wide enough for Izuku to swing his sword without having to use any awkward grips. Although overhead attacks were completely out of the question due to the low ceiling, they exchanged a couple of strikes, all of them blocked, deflected, or otherwise nullified, to test each other's defenses and try to find or make an opening. Izuku was eventually able to backstep just enough for Kirishima to overstep with his next punch, which left him wide open for an attack. Izuku grabbed the redhead by the arm and pulled him towards himself, making him stumble and take a couple of quick steps just to remain upright, which ultimately resulted in them reversing their positions with Izuku's back towards the room that Jiru was still taking shelter in. "Go find the bomb. I'll finish this and join you later," Izuku yelled to the girl, who didn't question the order and ran out of the room, heading straight for the staircase. "Mina, Jiru is heading up to the bomb," Kirishima shouted into his earpiece, though Izuku was far too far away to hear a potential reply. "It's just you and me now," Kirishima exclaimed with a wide grin on his face as he charged forward once again. "Oh, if only he knew." The demon joked from inside the case. Kirishima came in with a barrage of punches that left Izuku no time to stage his own offensive. Being on the defense, though, left him no other choice but to wait for an opening like he did the last time. He found his chance when Kirishima decided to go for an easily predictable right hook. Izuku dashed right into his face and raised one of his armored legs up to his chest before shoving the redhead away, following it with an upward slash of his sword that scraped off of Kirishima's hardened body without doing any damage. It did, however, force him to step back once again. Only this time Izuku wasn't content with putting distance between them and instead chose to charge his opponent whilst he was still recovering. Izuku knew, however, that time was not on their side by any means and that they've already wasted quite a lot of it with their stealthy approach, so he decided to do something risky and try to go for the capture. He marked another swing with his sword, but at the last second loosened up his grip on the handle, which made the blade slip out of his hands and veer off the path that Kirishima was prepared for. This forced the redhead to reorient his body in order to prepare to block the blade, which unfortunately left him wide open for Izuku's next move. The sword bounced off of Kirishima's hardened skin just as harmlessly as before. Even though a man as big and muscular as Izuku swinging around quite the big sword meant that every strike had a lot of force behind it, and was about to go on the counter-offensive now that his opponent was disarmed, but quickly found himself with the unmistakable white capture tape around his wrists. "Young Kirishima has been captured." All Might's announcements blared through the radio, signaling that their bout had come to an end. "Oh dang it," Kirishima exclaimed in disappointment, though there was nothing but excitement on his features. "This was fun, Midabro. The way you just swung that big thing like it was nothing was super manly. I'd love to spar with you in the future." The redhead praised Izuku as he went to collect his discarded weapon. "Thank you, Kirishima. I too enjoyed our fight and I'll for sure take you up on your offer," Izuku replied as he sheathed his sword once again before heading after Jiru. "Now if you'll excuse me, I have to join my teammate," he yelled out as he vanished around the corner. "So manly," Kirishima exclaimed as he sat down and waited for the exercise to end. Izuku was sadly unable to make it to the bomb room in time, and Ashido did an excellent job at preventing Jiru from even getting close to the objective itself. Although, all in all, despite the unfortunate defeat, Izuku had to say that this combat exercise was quite fun and also an excellent introduction into what foundational hero studies is all about. He also had to admit that he was already looking forward to the next exercise. Before they were free to change back into their school uniforms, however, they needed to return to the observation room to get chewed out by Yaoyorozu, who had taken over as the de facto teacher around the time of the 4th battle trial and offered a lot of insight into each other's shortcomings. She was kind of strict, but she was still nowhere near Aizawa's level, and most of her advice was actually pretty viable, so no one got angry over it. Maybe Bakugo, but they assumed that him being angry had nothing to do with Yaoyorozu being Yaoyorozu and everything to do with him being him. "Over the course of the weekend, I've reviewed the footage from your battle trials, and I must say that I'm genuinely impressed," Aizawa said, though a couple of his students felt a disturbance in the force, a sign of a sudden turnaround on the horizon. "I'm genuinely impressed that I actually saw potential in each and every one of you." There it was, that disappointment that they knew so well after only a week. "I witnessed everything from dumb strategies and collateral damage all the way to near friendly fire and no fighting style to speak of. Thankfully, there are also a couple of diamonds in the rough, so not all is lost just yet, I guess." It is currently Monday, and the students of Class 1 have returned for their second proper week of school after resting throughout the weekend. As usual, they started their day with their homeroom teacher, who decided to double down on them on account of their poor performance during All Might's battle trials. Aizawa did say something about seeing some diamonds in the rough, but he refused to elaborate on the point further before leaving. Izuku wanted to believe that he'd done rather well despite technically losing his trial. He did manage to capture Kirishima in a 1v1 fight though, so that could have earned him some points with their grumpy teacher. He doubted it was anywhere close to changing the man's attitude towards him or anyone else for that matter, but maybe if he kept trying he would eventually be able to sway Aizawa's opinion. Only time will tell in this case. Dream on, kid. That's a seasoned professional, and professionals have standards. Though maybe if you were to bash his head in a couple of times he'd have a change of heart. The demon didn't waste an opportunity to mess with Izuku every chance it got. But at least it didn't try to run from him, so that was something. Izuku can take having to listen to the never-ending, annoyance-inducing whispers and the occasional gory image or two. A teleporting case which imprisons a bloodthirsty demon? That was a bit out of his league if he were to be honest. Despite intending to one day become professional heroes, Izuku and his classmates couldn't afford to give up on their general education studies, which meant that free time was sparse and mostly taken up by homework or other assignments. Thankfully, Izuku considered himself a rather hard-working and studious individual, though even if he had problems with certain subjects he could always turn to his trusty friend that was Shiozaki. They may have been placed in separate classes, but they were both first years, so they were basically learning the same stuff. As such, they decided to study together to cover for each other's weaknesses with their strengths. It was Shiozaki helping Izuku most of the time, something that he felt a bit guilty about. But the vine-haired Christian was always quick to remind him that helping those in need was why she wanted to become a hero in the first place. They also met up for casual hangouts from time to time, of course, as taking breaks from studying was important to avoid burnout, boredom, and mental exhaustion. Whenever they met up for a reason other than studying, they'd end up going for a walk most of the time, as the campus was really big and they still hadn't seen everything even though they've been here for a couple of weeks already. They'd talk about nothing and everything, sometimes comparing their vastly different experiences with their homeroom teachers, sharing funny stories or complaining about their classmates. That's how Izuku got to hear about some of the more rowdy members of Class B. The biggest instigator was for sure Mineta, a scheming little gremlin that got just a tad bit too inspired by Kan's passionate speeches about showing those class A spotlight hoggers what's good, whatever that was meant to mean. Thankfully, Class B also had their own resident peacekeeper in the form of Kendo Itsuka, a tomboyish martial artist that tried her best to keep in line not just her classmates but also her own homeroom teacher. There were limits to how much she could do about the latter, but the former were all fair game. Shiozaki mentioned something about the brutish ways that Kendo liked to deploy frequently, but Izuku decided not to pry into that too much. Another troublemaker was a girl by the name Takage Satsuna. From what Izuku heard about her, he couldn't stop himself from drawing the comparisons between her and their own Ishido Mina. Both liked teasing people and seemed to not pull any punches when they sniffed a gossip juicy enough to catch their interest. Rounding off the most memorable members of Class B was Shishida Jiroda, an individual that Izuku immediately marked as a potential friend due to all the praises that Shiozaki had sung about the man. He was a most esteemed gentleman who treated everyone with respect and dignity. Well-mannered and polite would describe him perfectly, and Izuku was glad that Shiozaki had someone like that in her class. Listening to Shiozaki talk about her classmates made Izuku reflect on his own classmates and the friendships which he'd already formed with some of them. Ashido and Kirishima were outwardly friendly towards most of the class except for a select few, but Izuku knew that he was one of their closer friends, as Kirishima seemed pretty smitten with his sense of justice and physical strength. Another person Izuku was on good terms with was Takoyami, who turned out to have quite the liking for things of the occult nature. Whether it had anything to do with his quirk or not we may never know. Izuku had spent a good chunk of his childhood buried in books about various topics, one of which was precisely cults and rituals of the past, and Takoyami showed great interest in the stories that Izuku could still faintly recall, which led to them forming a companionship based on similar interests. The last person that Izuku considered being close to was Shoji. As though they didn't talk that much, Izuku liked to think that he knew the giant man quite well. His mannerism, as well as the unwillingness to remove his face mask even when it was just the two of them, told Izuku everything he needed to know in order to deduce that, just like himself and Takoyami, Shoji was fighting his own demons on the daily, and whilst they weren't literal demons, Izuku could certainly sympathize with him. There were a couple of people that Izuku talked to from time to time, like Zero and Kaminari, who were friends with Ishido and Kirishima. Kaminari was also talking with the purple pervert from time to time, but thankfully didn't show any signs of being corrupted by the midget's perverted psyche, so Izuku had no quarrels with him. The only people that Izuku stayed away from were the purple pervert himself, the walking time bomb that was Bakugo, and Todoroki, who simply seemed like he wanted to be left alone. So Izuku was simply honoring his unspoken wish. Izuku may not know all of his classmates that well just yet, but with time he was sure he'd be able to forge long-lasting bonds with most of them, ones that'd carry over into their future careers and ensure that the civilian population would be well protected. The start of their third week seemed to be as ordinary as it could be. They did hear some news from the students that lived close enough to the campus to abstain from moving to the dorms that there was a huge crowd of reporters in front of the main gate. Apparently, they've been tipped off that the rumors about All Might becoming a teacher at UA were actually true, and they were demanding an interview to explain that situation to the public. They were of course denied access onto the campus, first by the automated security that stood watch over the campus perimeter. And when that failed, teachers were dispatched to handle the situation. Unfortunately, Aizawa was not one of those heroes and was very much present during the homeroom. This ordinary Monday, however, would be turned on its head starting right this very moment. Pay attention, class, because today you are going to do something of the utmost importance, Aizawa stated with his usual stoic look and monotone voice as his eyes glazed over the students. Needless to say, his words had put all of the students on edge in an instant, as they still very vividly remembered that their homeroom teacher fancied using logical rouses on them and they didn't want to be caught off guard. Today you'll pick your class representative and their deputy, Aizawa explained, which made the entire class relax and deflate at once. It's just a normal school activity, the students thought in relief. I don't care how you do it, just get it done before the homeroom ends and don't wake me up, Aizawa added, and then proceeded to crawl into a yellow sleeping bag like a caterpillar before laying down behind his desk and probably falling asleep. The class remained silent for 4 whole seconds before the excitement set in and took over the most expressive students of the class. Various students stood up and declared their candidature in loud, boisterous voices, something that couldn't have ended well. The class went silent once again as soon as they saw Aizawa's glowing eyes stare into their souls from behind his desk. Once he was satisfied with the silence, he seemed to have returned to sleeping, or at least pretending to sleep. Despite the quick scare, however, the excitement was still very much there. The situation was about to escalate once again when Iida stepped up and stated that they should simply hold an anonymous vote to elect their representative and their deputy. Izuku chose to ignore that Iida was one of the loudest voices in the room just a few moments ago. In a plot twist that no one saw coming, Izuku ended up being elected as the representative. Apparently the guys saw many great qualities in him and he received nearly half their votes. Yaoyorozu, who was elected as his deputy, seemed to be in a similar position, as the girls spoke quite highly of her and Izuku couldn't imagine a better right hand, to be honest. Perhaps Iida could have been more helpful, but he was still prone to having his lawful outburst at even the smallest transgressions, and Izuku would have preferred for his deputy to be level-headed. So Yaoyorozu was precisely who he needed. I look forward to working with you, Lady Yaoyorozu, Izuku said as he bowed slightly in front of the rich girl. The pleasure is all mine, she responded with a stutter that Izuku wisely decided to ignore. I'd like to thank you all for the faith you've put in me. I promise to do everything I can to meet your expectations. From this day forward, if you've got any problems, feel free to reach out to me and together we'll surely be able to figure something out, Izuku stated quickly, prompting Kirishima to whisper, "Manly, isn't it?" to some of the guys sitting around him. As soon as the election was over, Aizawa stood up from his spot on the ground, further cementing the idea that he was only pretending to sleep to mess with their heads, and cleared his throat before speaking. Now that you have elected a representative, I have an announcement. This Friday we'll be having a field trip to the USJ to hold a special training exercise, Aizawa began, but was unfortunately interrupted by the outburst of his students. Universal Studios Japan. A couple of teens yelled out from the crowd. Sorry to burst your bubble. Not really, but the USJ I mentioned stands for Unforeseen Simulation Joint. That's the name of one of the more remote facilities on the campus, so we'll take a bus to get there. I'll give you all the necessary information on Friday. That's all. And without even waiting to see if there were any questions, Aizawa laid back down on the floor before dozing off. The remaining time in the homeroom was spent on weaving wild theories about what this whole trip to the USJ might entail. Izuku had an idea, but decided not to reveal it. Besides, he most likely wasn't the only one paying special attention to the unforeseen part of USJ. Their trip to the USJ was slowly fading out into the background as more common topics replaced it in their conversation, and by the time the lunch break rolled around, no one was talking about it anymore. Izuku and Shiozaki were supposed to meet up during lunch, so as soon as Izuku grabbed his food, he headed out in search of his friend. Finding Shiozaki's vine-like hair was quite easy, mostly thanks to the fact that Izuku could easily look over people's heads because of his height. as soon as he spotted Shiozaki sitting in the far back of the cafeteria, a logical spot to choose if you wanted to have even a semblance of peace in this otherwise noisy and busy place. Shiozaki greeted him as he sat down, and the two began eating whilst taking turns talking about how their days were going so far. Apparently Class B also had their class representative elections today, and to no one's surprise, Kendo Itsuka became their representative, with Shishida filling the spot of her deputy. Izuku was glad to hear that if their classes ever had to cooperate, he would have responsible people to work with. The green-headed pair was about halfway through their meals when suddenly an alarm went off, the sirens wailing and the speakers broadcasting an automated message about a Code 3 breach. What does Code 3 mean? Shiozaki asked as they watched all the students gathered inside the cafeteria panic and run around like a bunch of headless chickens. I don't know, but it sounds very bad. Go back to your friends. I need to find my classmates. They wished each other good luck as they separated and went in opposite directions, planning to regroup with the rest of their respective classes before heading towards the evacuation point that the students were meant to gather at during emergencies. There were a couple of strugglers, but in the end Izuku managed to count all 20 heads, meaning that their class had successfully evacuated the school just like they were meant to. A quick look to the left and Izuku saw the amber-haired girl that must be Shiozaki's class rep do a head count before nodding to herself with a small nod. That's good. The last thing we need is having to search for people. Izuku thought to himself with relief. Something ain't right, kid. If the situation really is supposed to be serious enough to make an entire generation of peacekeepers shit their pants like a bunch of babies, how come there are no sounds of fighting? No distant yelling, shouting, explosions, no wailing in agony or fear of the unknown that is death. The demon spoke and Izuku found himself pondering its words. He's kind of right. The main gate isn't that far away from the school building itself. We would have probably heard some sort of a commotion even from here. Izuku dwelled on the subject for a few more moments before dropping it entirely. The teachers probably handled it already and everything will be back to normal in no time at all. He thought optimistically, and instead of focusing on the cause he decided to make sure that his classmates were all right. Following the false alarm caused by a reporter taking things way too far and his buddies invading the campus alongside him, nothing of interest happened, which meant that the rest of the week flew by and before anyone noticed it was already Friday. Izuku and his classmates were patiently waiting for a teacher to show up and guide them to the place called USJ. Aizawa said something about taking a bus to get there, and none of the students had a clue as to where the facility could be located, so all they could do was wait in their seats. It didn't dampen their mood at all, however, as they were looking forward to today's special exercise with pure excitement. What do you think we're going to be doing today? Kirishima threw the question out. Maybe it's going to be another combat scenario. I bet it's going to be about our quirks. As long as I get to watch the girls, I'm okay with it. Those were some of the answers that rang out throughout the class. Those were proposed by the more social students, however, as the more level-headed ones opted to stay out of the debate unless called upon, though some of them had their suspicions regarding the nature of today's exercise. Their chatter was cut short when Aizawa walked into the room, his mere presence causing all the ruckus to die down nigh instantly. All right, sorry for making you wait, but there were some unexpected circumstances that had to be dealt with immediately, their homeroom teacher stated as he walked towards his podium. Let's not waste any more time than we already had. The nature of today's exercise is vastly different from what you've been doing so far. As such, wearing your costumes is not mandatory, though you are free to take them if you want to. Aizawa explained and pushed a button on his desk, the wall at the back of the class opening to reveal the 20 cases in response. You have 10 minutes to change if you want to. Meet me outside when you're done. And with those last words, Aizawa left the room, supposedly to procure a transport for them. Quite a few students opted to wear their costumes instead of the uniforms that they usually wore during training, with Izuku also deciding to retrieve his own case. We don't have to wear our costumes today, but I need to feel comfortable in it so that I can do everything that I need to do once there are lives on the line, Izuku thought to himself as he walked towards the nearest changing rooms with his case in hand. The guys continued speculating about the exercise even as they changed into their costumes, and their ideas were getting more and more ridiculous by the second. Thankfully, soon enough they were already seated on the bus and on the way to the USJ. It was then that Aizawa had finally decided to spill the beans and explain what exactly they were going to do. Today's exercise will be focused around the second important task of a hero, rescue. USJ is a special training facility where we teach students how to operate in extreme environmental hazards. From shipwrecks to wildfires, the USJ has it all. Aizawa explained simply, and the bus was filled with excited chatter once again. The chatter lasted for the next few minutes and quieted down only when they arrived at their destination. The USJ turned out to be a giant dome, which probably housed the various environments that Aizawa had mentioned. As soon as they were off the bus, they noticed that someone was waiting for them by the entrance. They were wearing an oversized astronaut suit, clearly a hero costume. which was confirmed as they were instantly recognized by one of the students. That's the space hero, 13. Uraraka exclaimed at the sight of the heroine. Correct, Aizawa confirmed as they approached the entrance to the dome. So far you've been learning how to utilize your powers in a combat scenario. Today that changes. Today you're gonna learn about using your destructive in nature quirks to save people. After that short introduction, Aizawa nodded to 13, giving her the green light to go ahead and start her own speech. As was already stated, I am the space hero, 13. I specialize in rescue operations thanks to my quirk being almost perfect for the job. She began. Does any one of you know what my quirk actually is? She asked. It's called Black Hole, and it lets you suck up all the debris and rubble during rescue operations. Uraraka explained with a wide, excitement-filled grin. That's right. My black hole is perfect for removing obstacles and debris, but it's also dangerous, very dangerous in fact. All it takes is one slip-up for me to kill someone instead of digging them from under the rubble, so I must remain calm and careful whenever I use it. That reveal certainly sombered the atmosphere quite a bit, as though death is something natural and unavoidable. Having to dabble on the topic so early on in their lives shook them up a bit. I'm certain that most, if not all, of you also possess incredible powers which can be used to protect, but also to harm. Today's exercise is going to focus on testing the extent of your control over your own quirks. I'm sure that in time you'll be able to perfect your skills to an even greater degree than I did. 13 wrapped up her speech and the students began clapping and cheering, bringing an unnoticeable blush to the heroine's cheeks. Now that you know what we'll be doing, let's head inside. 13 will give you a tour of the USJ and then we'll begin the exercise, Aizawa stated and began leading his students inside the building. The dome itself looked massive from the outside, but the inside seemed even bigger somehow. The first thing the students noticed right away was that the interior was divided into several sections, each of it unique and portraying a different scenario. Welcome to the unforeseen simulation joint. 13 greeted the students properly once they were all inside. As you can see, the USJ is divided into sections which simulate different situations that you may find yourself in after you graduate. First, we'll head to the central plaza and then I'll tell you all about the various zones that we've got at our disposal, the heroine stated and started descending the steps towards the central plaza with the students following soon. The warp is disturbed around this place. I don't like it. Izuku heard the demon's voice inside his mind. Well, if you don't like it then I for sure do, Izuku responded with venom, but it didn't seem to bother the demon all that much. If you knew about the warp as much as I do then you wouldn't like this disturbed aura either, the demon argued, and the link went silent for a few moments before picking back up. Something's common. Look alive, kid, up ahead. This time Izuku actually took the time to scan the central plaza that they were heading towards and saw nothing. He was about to dismiss it as the demon trying to mess with his head out of malicious boredom, but his stance on the matter changed drastically once he noticed a mass of purple smoke materialize next to the fountain that stood directly in the middle of the central square. Mr. Aizawa, Izuku shouted to get his teacher's attention before pointing towards the plaza. The entire group froze in place as people began pouring out of the smoke as if it was some sort of a portal. All of them wore something different, but they had one thing in common: they looked quite ragged. Is this supposed to be a part of today's exercise? Kaminari asked in confusion. No, it's most definitely not. I think they somehow managed to get past UA's defenses to ambush us here. If I'm not mistaken then those are villains, Aizawa declared and jumped to the front of the group, right next to 13. I can't contact the school. Someone or something is blocking the signal, 13 revealed, which put the students on edge. It was already quite clear that this was no joke and that whoever was behind this was planning this for a long time, judging by the sheer amount of bodies that kept pouring out of the portal. The tip of the iceberg, however, was a giant, purple monster made of nothing but muscle, a man covered in severed hands, and a vaguely humanoid shape made out of the very same smoke as the portal. This doesn't look good. We are heavily outnumbered, 13 stated, and Aizawa had to agree. Our first priority should be getting the students to safety. Let's fall back to the entrance, the man commanded, and the group swiftly turned around. Do you think it has something to do with All Might? 13 asked as they continued running up the steps. I can't think of anything else besides him. They must have orchestrated the alert on Monday to steal his schedule and find a good moment to ambush him. None of them expected him to be too busy to show up to class, but something tells me that they're not just gonna give up, Aizawa answered with dread. The dread ended up becoming very infectious, as the thought of those villains planning to attack All Might of all people was scary in and of itself. Everyone knew just how strong All Might was, and that simple cannon fodder was no match for him. Still, if they went through all this trouble just to have a shot at him, then who's to say that they don't have a plan on how to defeat him? The students managed to reach the exit before the villains had a chance to organize. But that's when they found out something rather horrible. The doors were locked tight and simply wouldn't budge. Bakugo even tried to blow them up, but they withstood the full might of his explosion as if it was a mere firecracker. 13. Try to get the students out of here. Aizawa commanded as he pulled out a pair of yellow goggles out of his pocket and put them on. I'll buy you some time. And before anyone even had a chance to stop him, he was gone. All right, kids, we need to figure out a way to get past these doors. Any ideas? 13 asked and didn't receive an answer immediately, but Yaoyorozu eventually spoke up. We could try and melt off the hinges, she proposed. That could work, but can we even do something like that? I should have the formula for thermite somewhere in my book, Yaoyorozu said and began flipping through the notebook that was on her belt. It took her only a couple of seconds to find the page she was looking for. I've got it, she exclaimed, and her palm was soon enveloped by the shimmering glow of her quirk. All right, once we get through the doors, we'll need someone to run back to the school and bring help, 13 stated as Yaoyorozu started stuffing the hinges with thermite. Iida, that's a perfect job for you, Izuku spoke up, quickly catching his classmate's attention. I can't just leave you here, he protested, but Izuku was having none of that. You are by far the fastest out of all of us. You are the only one fast enough to get help. We're counting on you. This time Iida didn't seem to argue, though it was clear that the idea didn't sit well with him. It's ready, Yaoyorozu exclaimed, and the students took a couple of steps back away from the doors. The thermite worked like a charm, and the melted metal couldn't hope to support the weight of the massive steel doors, which fell to the floor with a thunderous bang. It was bound to bring unwanted attention to them, so Iida didn't waste time and ran straight for the exit. He had to stop, however, as a swirling mass of purple smoke materialized right in front of him. Out of the mass walked out the humanoid entity made of the very same smoke. I'm terribly sorry, but I'm afraid that I cannot allow you to escape. We've spent far too long preparing for this day to have our plans thwarted by some kid. The entity spoke, and its body suddenly expanded, coming towards the students like a tidal wave. Izuku was quick to act and rushed towards Iida, grabbing him by the arm and yanking him to the side, hopefully pushing him out of harm's way. The majority of the students didn't have nearly as much luck, and they found themselves surrounded by the smoke in a matter of moments. When Izuku regained his sight, it was coupled with having the wind knocked out of his lungs as he landed on his back. The adrenaline coursing through his veins did wonders, however, and he managed to recover in just a few moments, jumping to his feet and taking in his surroundings. The dome overhead meant that he was still somewhere inside the USJ, but he had no idea where exactly. The area looked mountainous, so perhaps this was meant to imitate a landslide or something like that. He had no time to dwell on the subject anymore. He took one more look around and was glad to spot two familiar figures a few steps away from him. Are you okay? He asked as he approached the two girls. A couple of scrapes, but that's it, Yaoyorozu responded as she produced a bandage with the help of her quirk. Save your strength, let me do it. Izuku stopped her in her tracks and moved his hands to hover above her scraped knee. It was enveloped by a golden glow almost right away, and the scrape seemed to vanish in a matter of moments. Not only the scrape itself, but also any and all pain associated with it was gone as if it was never there to begin with. Wow, the girls let out in awe at the sight. That's one handy quirk, Jiru commented, and Izuku smiled at the compliment. Their peace was disturbed, however, as a group of villains approached them. Well, what do we have here? Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys. The villain at the front of the group exclaimed with an expression that promised nothing but pain and suffering. Unfortunately, they underestimated their opponents. Izuku wasted no time and unsheathed his sword, letting it rest against the ground for now, the sight of the blade being enough to make the group pause for just a moment. They seemed a bit hesitant at first, but the horde mentality worked like a charm, and they were marching once again in no time at all. I'll act as the front line and keep them at bay whilst you support me from a distance. Sounds good, Izuku asked, and the girls nodded with determination and a healthy amount of fear written over their faces. Izuku charged in, catching the villains somewhat off guard and using it to his advantage. A shoulder bash sent the leader tumbling back and into his friends, causing a handful of them to fall to the ground. Izuku utilized his momentum and swung his blunt sword over his head, slamming it into the villain's stomach and rendering him unconscious with one strike. The others tried rushing him with their own attacks, but one round swing was enough to stop them in their tracks, though a few of them managed to run into the blade and were brutally batted away as a result. Yaoyorozu chimed in with an improvised net launcher which immobilized those foolish enough to focus solely on Izuku, and Jiru used her quirk to stun the more dangerous-looking villains, rendering them defenseless and setting them up for Izuku to knock them down. They knew each other for only a month at this point, but their teamwork seemed almost seamless. They were eventually able to overpower the group of villains and force them to retreat. The constant fighting took its toll on their energy levels, however, and the trio was feeling quite tired after their victory. They couldn't stay there, however, so they forced themselves to their feet and decided to head towards the entrance to the USJ. The only problem was that the only way to get to the entrance led through the villain-controlled Central Plaza. Overpowering a small group was one thing, but having to fight an entire army with their current strength would be suicide, so they decided to lay low and try to sneak by, opting to run as soon as their presence was discovered. The thing with plans, however, is that they rarely survive the first contact with the enemy. This one was no exception. When they reached the central plaza, Aizawa was still fighting against the onslaught of villains which never stopped coming despite the many unconscious bodies strewn around the plaza. Their teacher's handiwork, no doubt. He seemed to be holding his own quite well, so even though Izuku wanted nothing more than to rush in and help the man out, he understood that he wouldn't be able to help nearly as much as he'd have liked to. The logical thing to do was evacuate and allow their teacher to do his job. That's what Izuku kept telling himself, but that changed when the purple mass of muscle stepped into the view. It charged their teacher with some crude, bestial roar, moving with surprising speed and catching not only them, but also Aizawa and the villains off guard. Aizawa was unable to react in time and was forced to absorb the full impact of the monster's punch, which sent him flying and most likely fractured a thing or seven. The sight made the girls gasp in shock, which in turn alerted the villains of their presence. They heard the man covered in severed hands shout something towards the muscled creature, and it turned to stare down the student. Izuku was already aware what was about to happen, so he grabbed his classmates by their arms and threw them towards the stairs, before bringing his sword up to just barely block the monster's rush. Both of his knees buckled under the force of the impact, and he was almost forced to the ground, but he held strong. He looked towards the two girls and yelled, "Get out of here." The girls would probably protest against leaving him behind had it not been for the creature that he was currently barely holding back with his own strength. Once he saw that both Yaoyorozu and Jiru were heading towards the steps, Izuku sighed in relief before focusing on his own struggle. He tilted his sword to the side, sending the creature tumbling to the ground before swinging his sword directly into its back. The blunt blade pinged harmlessly off of the purple muscles, however, and Izuku was forced to dodge back to avoid a wild swing of the giant arm. He brought his sword up to block the other hand, but the impact still sent him a couple of steps to the side. He nearly lost his balance, which would have left him wide open for another punch, but he stayed strong and tried to counterattack. His next strike also pinged harmlessly off of the creature's skin, and that's when Izuku decided to change his strategy. It was very clear that it wasn't a human, so Izuku activated his quirk, his sword glowing yellow and the edge sharpening. This time his attack managed to draw blood from the creature, which didn't even seem to acknowledge the wound. Izuku was about to celebrate the small victory, but a blindingly fast uppercut disarmed him and sent him stumbling back, leaving him wide open for a punch straight to the chest, which sent him flying into the steps. His back thankfully absorbed all of the impact, which left a small crater in the stairs. His ears were ringing, his vision was blurry, his head was throbbing, and he couldn't draw a full breath. The only thing he was able to make out was the purple creature walking slowly towards him. All of the noise around him formed into an incoherent cacophony that made the ringing in his ears worse and worse and worse. Just when Izuku thought that his head was about to explode, everything stopped. Well, brings back memories, don't it? Izuku heard the demon speak, though this time it was not a voice in his head. You still like the disturbances in the warp? It mocked him. Izuku's vision was no longer blurry. He was still laying in front of the stairs with his back broken into the shape of the steps, but there was no one there besides him. Well, except for the demon. The demon appeared as a tall, shadowy humanoid with piercing purple eyes. "I think you know why I'm here." The demon spoke as it approached him. "Go to hell," Izuku weakly responded. "Funny you'd say that, as I'm pretty sure that you're the one about to kick the bucket." The demon mocked him with a snarl. "I gotta admit you're one stubborn son of a bitch. But is your pride worth sacrificing your friends? What do you think is going to happen to them once you're removed from the equation?" Izuku hated that he actually considered the demon's words. He hated even more the fact that the demon was once again right. "What do you want?" Izuku eventually asked, his mental fortitude failing him in the face of despair. "The question is, what do you want? Come on, you know what to do. Just say it and I'll make the pain go away in an instant. You can trust me." The demon's words held no venom and sounded like the most melodic music to Izuku's ears. "Power. I want power," Izuku responded. "Then you know what to do. Free me from my prison and I'll give you power beyond your wildest imagination." Just like last time, everything suddenly shifted and Izuku was back in the presence, his ears no longer ringing, his vision no longer blurry, and the purple creature just a couple of steps away from him. The only difference was that now there was a black case in front of him. It was already unclasped, so all he had to do was reach inside and it'd all end. So that's what he did. Should we really be leaving him behind like that? Jiru shouted as she and Yaoyorozu continued hastily climbing up the steps towards the entrance to the USJ. "He wouldn't have told us to do so if he wasn't confident that he could buy us some time," Yaoyorozu replied. Not a second later they heard a loud crash sound out behind them and froze mid-step. their heads immediately snapping backwards to see what had just happened. They gasped in horror when they noticed the still body of their class representative practically embedded into the lower steps. They already expected the worst as the purple monster kept walking towards Midoriya, but regained some semblance of hope when they saw that their classmate wasn't quite out just yet. He did seem kind of out of it though, as his moves were quite unnatural. He first pushed himself off of the stairs and into a seated position before falling forward onto all fours and crawling towards the black case that he usually carried on his back. It was quite weird, as the girls were pretty sure that he'd abandoned the case before they headed towards the plaza. To add on to this feeling of strangeness, his blunted sword was currently laying just off to the side, but he wasn't crawling towards it. He seemed dead set on reaching the case itself. The girls watched the situation unfold with dread, frozen in place and unable to turn away as the purple monster and an entire slew of thugs approached their downed comrade. They saw Midoriya finally reach the case and throw it open before reaching inside. As soon as he did, a new feeling of dread flooded their bodies in an instant. It wasn't the kind of dread one might feel when watching a horror movie or experiencing a traumatizing event. No, this fear was much more all-encompassing and caused goosebumps to appear on every single inch of their body, their fight or flight instinct kicking into overdrive and all but begging them to move, to get away, to run. They weren't the only ones to experience though, as the army of thugs also had been frozen in place by this strange phenomena. And to top it all off, even the purple monster, the very same one that didn't even flinch when Midoriya slashed him with his sword, actually paused mid-step. Both sides just stood still like statues, their eyes dragged against their will towards the very source of the primal fear that was flooding their systems at the moment, Midoriya. They watched him slowly get up and stand back on his own 2 feet, which in and of itself was quite eerie, as he seemed badly injured just a moment ago and now looked to be all right. Those closer to him could notice something even more puzzling and unsettling. There was a second, albeit much smaller, sword in his hand, one that even his friends didn't know about. It was almost pitch black and, unlike the massive blade that clearly had its edge blunted and was only capable of cutting when Midoriya activated his quirk, looked sharp, very sharp in fact. That wasn't the unsettling thing about the sword, however. The unsettling thing was the spiked tentacle that looked almost like a vine covered in spikes that emerged from the handle and which was currently slithering its way around Midoriya's arm, the spikes piercing his skin effortlessly and drawing blood from the fresh wounds. The gauntlet and the bracer on his right arm were both destroyed during his brief fight with the purple monster, so the spikes had clear access to his skin. Both sides expected the tentacle, vine thing to stop once it reached his elbow, but that was not the case. Once it encountered the plating on his upper arm, it didn't stop. It continued spreading upwards, crushing everything in its path and making blood flow from underneath the mangled armor. It was honestly quite horrifying and enough for those with weaker stomachs to start throwing up left, right, and center, but all of them were still frozen in place by the aura emanating from Midoriya. The tentacle finally stopped once it reached his shoulder and seemed to tighten itself even more before being lit up by a faint purple glow that spread from along the entire length of the vine-like growth before eventually reaching the sword and making it light up as well. Ah, it's good to be back. I almost forgot what it's like to be in the physical world. I gotta admit it's absolutely fucking awful. The words clearly came from Midoriya, but this was definitely not Midoriya speaking. His voice, which was normally quite cheerful, warm, and soothing, sounded so sinister that it made all of their hair stand up in alarm. You know, I'm absolutely disgusted, and that's quite the statement coming from me. I've slaughtered entire worlds in my lifetime. Or at least I will eventually, I guess. It's not like there's any reason to keep explaining it to you, as none of you are going to survive to tell the fucking tale anyways. Whatever it was suddenly clutched its head with its left arm and seemed to groan. Aren't you one noisy backseat driver? I guess I might consider leaving some of those psychos alive. Severe trauma and losing a limb or 4 would still be considered alive, right? The easy and sheer nonchalance with which the creature spoke about such horrible things would be enough for most of the thugs to start pissing their pants had their every muscle not been frozen in fear right now. Alright, let's get this fucking show started before reinforcements arrive and ruin my fun. It's not every day that I get to stretch my legs like that. I gotta make sure that I still got it first. How about a rain of sorrows? As soon as those words left the creature's mouth, about 24 thugs fell to their knees with deep gashes suddenly appearing all over their body. Still got it. Excellent. Prepare yourself. I'm gonna feed on the suffering of every one of you fuckers. Have you ever felt like you had no control over your own life? As if anything and everything that's ever happened to you was orchestrated by someone else? Have ever done something horrible and then wondered whether it really was you who pulled the trigger on it? Well, Izuku didn't exactly know what it might feel like to experience something like that. That's because he knows exactly what that feels like, just like that. He still remembers watching with his own 2 eyes as something unworldly takes control of his body and exacts vengeance in his stead. After that accident, he swore to become a guardian, so that this story may never repeat. Today, he brought forth the very thing that he wanted to stop from happening. The demon was free and Izuku had a first row seat to the show. When the demon took control of his body for the first time, it was to battle only a singular opponent, and the collateral damage still almost caused the entire monastery to collapse and slide off the side of the mountain. Now that they were to face an entire army of lowly thugs, there was no telling how much damage the demon will inflict. Izuku knew a few of the demon's abilities besides the teleporting seemingly at random. But this Rain of Sorrows was not something he was aware of up till now. If it was capable of instantly rendering over 20 people completely useless, then Izuku was scared to even imagine what it might do to a single target. And from the looks of it, the demon was only just getting started. The fear freezing them in place slowly subsided as it was replaced by nothing but pure terror, and their bodies were becoming responsive once again. The only response they'd accept, though, is to flee. What is that thing? Some of the thugs exclaimed in horror as they watched their comrades collapse in pools of their own blood. I'm a little more than a thing. The creature spoke, clearly insulted by the comment, and as they were about to learn, insulting it is not a good idea. There's no need for me to explain that to you, however, so try and entertain me as I devour your souls, shit them out, and use them to smother your comrades to death. Up till this point, the creature remained stationary and rained pain and suffering through its abilities, but now it decided to make use of the sword in its hand. It charged forward, slashing at anyone that just happened to come into range and culling the crowd of villains like it was nothing. Blood staining the ground beneath their feet and making the floor slick with crimson. The thugs didn't just stand there and take it, however. Every now and then the creature would encounter an opponent trying to resist. But it was still mostly an inconvenience at most, as even those with strength-enhancing quirks were no match for the unnatural nimbleness displayed by the creature. Shins were slashed, arteries were opened, blood was spilled, and the demon was reveling in the mayhem. Suddenly, though, it had to dodge a wild haymaker coming from none other than the purple beast that allowed the demon to awaken in the first place. It was paralyzed with fear just like the rest, but it seemed to overcome that feeling finally and was currently standing on the front line whilst its comrades cowered in fear behind it. This ought to be interesting, for a moment or two. The demon mused to itself as it readied to receive the monster's next attack. The purple beast charged forward in the same mindless manner as before and intended to crush the demon with a single slam. The attack was very telegraphed and easy to dodge. It also left the beast wide open for a counter-strike. The demon slashed with a grace unexpected by anyone who witnessed the previous show of crude brutality and managed to nick the purple monster with its sword, the blade going through muscle and bone as if it were butter and cleaving an arm cleanly off. The beast seemed quite unbothered by that, however, and continued its assault, trying to bat the demon away with a sloppy backhand blow. It was yet another chance for a counter-strike, but the demon felt like toying with its food for a moment and simply stepped back to avoid the attack. It was then that something surprising happened. The arm that's been cleaved clean off was regrowing at a staggering pace. It was a surprise for sure, but a welcome one. Well, I think I've finally found a toy that doesn't break right away, the demon exclaimed in glee, already preparing its next strike. The two monsters charged at each other, the purple beast throwing its massive weight around with surprising ease, as nothing that large should be able to move so quickly. Brings back fucking memories. The demon, on the other hand, was combating the raw strength with a level of grace that only few of the onlookers could ever hope to achieve, weaving in between the powerful punches, kicks and slams, and lashing out with the thin-edged sword to inflict grievous wounds on the unflinching beast. The demon was vaguely aware of someone screaming something about cheating, regeneration, and final bosses in the background, but he paid it no mind at the moment. He wasn't done with his current plaything just yet, and those fuckers didn't seem to be routing just yet, so there was no need to rush anything. The one-sided fight lasted for a couple of moments, but it was clear who was the favorite to win it in the end. The purple monster had trouble recovering from the plethora of cuts that was constantly being reapplied to it by sword and magic alike, and it appeared as if there was in fact a limit to how much damage it could take before it falls. I have to thank you for letting me finally work out the kinks in my back. It hurt like bitch, let me tell you, the demon stated as it slashed at the monster's legs, effectively bringing it down to its knees. I've grown rather bored, however, so let this be the end, it simply said as it drove the black blade directly into the creature's exposed brain. With its favorite plaything broken, the demon had no choice but to go back to toying with the common, cannon fodder level thugs. It turned to face the crowd and immediately noticed the man covered in severed hands, throwing a tantrum like a child. You cheater. Namu was handcrafted to kill All Might. How were you able to defeat it? The man screamed his lungs out, seemingly unaffected by the demon's aura of paralyzing terror. That thing was handcrafted. The demon wondered out loud as it looked by towards the fresh corpse of the monster. Who could have known that humanity was already dabbling in genetics during the 3rd millennium? Who are you? Sensei didn't tell me that there was going to be a teacher like this here today. The man-child continued to yell. Is this meant to be your fucking obituary or something, handjob? If so, then you'll have to forgive me, but I seem to have forgotten my pen and paper. I also don't give a fuck, so save your last pathetic breath for someone that does. The demon stated and started approaching the group. This is bad. With Momo defeated, we have no chance of defeating All Might. We should retreat for now. The man-child second in command. Babysitter advised, and as childish as he was, the leader realized that this was their only choice. Fine, let's go, Kurogiri, the leader stated before turning towards the demon one last time. You may have won today, but you won't be so lucky next time, he shouted, and then vanished into the very same purple portal that they've arrived through in the first place. The thugs quickly followed in their leader's footsteps, or tried at least, as the portal closed right after the man-child and his advisor evacuated, leaving their cannon fodder to deal with the demon on their own. Looks like you've chosen the wrong guy to follow. Don't you think that's seriously fucked up? I guess it doesn't really matter what you think, because right now you're in my domain, so you best prepare for a world of hurt. There's a lot of it where you're going. The demon laughed maniacally before resuming the slaughter, eventually culling down the crowd almost entirely before the reinforcements from the school could even arrive at the USJ. The events that unfolded inside of the concrete dome that was the unforeseen simulation joint were meant to be covered up thanks to the combined efforts of the faculty as well as the Hero Public Safety Commission. Things didn't go according to plan, however, and just a small leak was enough for the vulture-like journalists to come pounding on UA's doorstep, demanding explanations. The backlash was minimized thanks to the sacrifice of both PR departments. But the school still lost a lot of respect, not only on the national level, but on the global scale as a whole. It was to be expected, however, as not only villains managed to infiltrate what was once known as one of the most secure places on Earth, but did so with a giant army and threatened the lives of the students, many of which didn't come out unscathed and were seriously injured during the incident. The thing that caused the most problems, however, was the number of casualties. The students were injured and a few of them required immediate medical attention, and one of the teachers needed to be rushed to the hospital for a surgery, but no one died. Well, not on this side anyhow. About 40 small-time thieves, muggers and the like had lost their lives inside of the USJ in strange circumstances. The main cause of death was blood loss, with only a select few being cut down on the spot by speculations. The school as well as the HPSC refused to release a full statement on the matter and opted to give evasive responses like self-defense and traumatizing experience, creating a narrative of teenagers suddenly finding themselves in a life-or-death scenario which fueled their self-preservation instincts and resulted in the loss of life on a wide scale. The truth, however, was that not even the officials knew what exactly had happened inside of the concrete dome, as by the time the security systems were back online, the entire fight was already over. Once the reinforcements arrived, they found only dead or bleeding out thugs massacred in the central plaza, as well as the body of a purple-skinned monster and a lone teenager laying amidst the slaughter. Needless to say, the school activities were suspended for a week just so that the faculty could investigate the incident thoroughly and find answers to the questions that kept arising. They gathered statements from the students and the two teachers which were present during the incident, and most of them pointed towards a single culprit, one Midoriya Izuku. Izuku wasn't sure where he'd woken up. It was a plain room with a large window on the wall to the right and a chair on the opposite side of the table that he was seated at. His confusion lasted only a couple of moments before he began recalling everything that he's done when he was taken over by the demon. Speaking of, that accursed case was currently standing in the corner, but the link was silent, so there was a possibility that the demon had escaped captivity. There wasn't much he could do at this point, though. His entire body was sore and he wanted nothing more than to rest. Even if this chair was far from comfortable, at least he didn't seem to have any wounds, so that was something at least. Wake the fuck up, samurai. You have visitors incoming. The demon suddenly spoke and Izuku's head snapped towards the case. Thought I gave you the slip. The demon barked out a laugh. And where exactly would I find someone so attuned to the warp? Huh, there it was again. Izuku has heard about this warp thing before, but he was still unsure as to what exactly it might be. He didn't have time to ponder this, however, as a set of doors behind him opened and a couple of people stepped in. The expressionless visage of his homeroom teacher was impossible to miss, but Izuku was more focused on the little rodent person that was standing on his shoulder. The last person to come into view was a man wearing a tan overcoat and a matching hat. Aizawa sat down and then created a bridge with his arm to allow the creature on his shoulder to disembark and step onto the table. "Hello, young Midoriya. How are you feeling?" the creature asked, studying Izuku's entire form closely. "Sore," he responded shortly, unsure of how his voice would sound after what he expected to be an extended period of disuse. "That's understandable. You did perform some quite extraordinary feats just a couple of days ago, so I'd be even more surprised if you didn't feel any drawbacks." The creature responded with a kind smile that could fool most people. But Izuku wasn't like most people. He knew his every move was under strict scrutiny. "Oh, but where are my manners?" the rodent suddenly exclaimed and bowed slightly. "I'm Principal Nezu." This is Detective Tsukachi, and you already know Aizawa." The creature introduced those gathered in the room. "I assume you have some questions." Izuku decided to cut the chase short and get straight to the point. Some doesn't even begin to describe it. The detective stated with a tired sigh. "As you probably know, all security systems of the USJ had been sabotaged, and we were able to bring them back online only after the incident had concluded. As such, there was no footage for us to review, and we had to rely on the statements of the students and teachers, all of whom pointed to you being the one to dispatch the villains. Is that correct?" Tsukachi started questioning. "That's complicated," Izuku answered honestly. "How so?" The detective pried. "It was definitely my body, but it wasn't me who did it. Though I guess technically I am still responsible for what's happened," Izuku explained. "I don't really understand what you're talking about, even though you seem to be telling the truth. My quirk is called Lie Detector, and it does exactly what you'd expect it to do. You've been telling nothing but the truth right from the start, so there's no reason for me to suspect this is a lie. But it doesn't really make sense," Tsukachi stated as he scratched his head, clearly puzzled by Izuku's cryptic explanation. "Would it be okay if I showed you what I'm talking about?" Izuku asked, and saw his three guests share a single look before nodding in sync and granting him permission. "Could you hand me my case then?" "Well, it's currently holed up in the precinct, but it should be possible for me to arrange a transport, though it will probably take some time to be delivered," Tsukachi stated as he reached into one of his pockets in search of his phone. Izuku actually allowed himself to smirk gently at their ignorance. He was honestly quite surprised that they didn't see the case when they entered, but it was bound to be quite amusing to observe. "There's no need to do that. The case is right behind you," Izuku stated, and all three people turned around, immediately spotting the object in the corner and turning right back to face Izuku, probably expecting an explanation. "Let's just say that it doesn't like being separated from me." His three visitors shared another look before Tsukachi walked away and picked up the case, which he then put down on the table directly in front of Izuku. Izuku opened the case and, as expected, it was empty. They probably separated the case and the bastard sword and stored them as two separate pieces of evidence. But Izuku was pretty sure they didn't think about searching the case thoroughly. His hunch was right when a look of surprise appeared on Tsukachi's face when he heard a second set of clasps being opened. "Prepare yourself. There is no way to tell how it'll react upon being released," Izuku warned them, and then undid the last clasp before opening the hidden compartment. Inside the hidden compartment was another sword, though this one was much slicker than the one that they already confiscated. This sword, however, was much more than a mere blade. "You're trying to act all tame, huh?" Izuku mused out loud, confusing his visitors as his gaze was firmly glued to the blade. With a sigh, he lifted his head and continued speaking. "This is the blade of Antwer. It may look like any other sword, but in reality it's a demon bound in physical form. Come on, introduce yourself." Izuku shouted and hit the blade's hilt. Immediately a wave of pure hatred and dread washed over the room, freezing everyone except Izuku firmly in place with terror alone. "How dare you, you insolent brat!" All of them heard a voice in their heads. Izuku, being already used to the demon antics, was unfazed by the sudden outburst, but the other three were less unfortunate. They clutched their heads with all their might as if they had suddenly felt the mother of all headaches. It honestly reminded Izuku of the first time he himself was exposed to the demon's influence. "That's enough from you," Izuku stated simply and closed the case once again, the hatred and terror vanishing as soon as the hidden compartment was locked. "Well, what was that?" Nezu asked, his previously kind facade nowhere to be found and his eyes sparkling with great interest. "That was the thing responsible for the massacre at the USJ, and I was the one that set it free. You see, as far as I know, the demon can't appear in our world in a way other than this sword, so it's constantly looking for a host whom it could overtake, luring potential candidates with promises of power, glory, relief, anything that might work really. Back at the USJ, the things were pretty rough. Letting him wreak havoc looked like the only way to stop them, so I gave in and let the demon take over. I wasn't expecting him to do so much damage," Izuku explained, hanging his head in shame as he admitted to having failed as the demon's warden. "A real demon," Nezu mused out, not quite sure how to handle this sudden reveal. "How is it even possible?" "Nobody knows. The Blade of Antwer was supposedly first found during the Fourth Crusade, but mysteriously vanished on the way back to Rome. From that point, there are many documented cases of the demon appearing throughout the history and bringing death and destruction everywhere it went before eventually being trapped inside this very case, which was then buried underneath the Fujikuma Monastery on Mount Fuji." Izuku continued the tale. "And how exactly do you know all of that?" Tsukachi, who was by far the most confused out of the three, asked. "Oh, I grew up in the monastery," Izuku replied with a smile. "The demon reached out to me one day and led me to its prison. I almost freed it right then and there, but was thankfully stopped. Once I discovered the Blade of Antwer, I was educated on the history of the blade. Wait, the demon reached out to you even though it was trapped in the case. How is that possible? Aizawa, who'd stayed silent up till now, questioned. We're not exactly sure, but the demon says that it's because I'm attuned to something called the warp. Izuku shared his suspicions and went on to explain once he saw curiosity and confusion appear on their faces. The warp seems to be something like a different dimension. It's where the demon draws his power from. The warp is supposedly vastly different from our world, hence why the demon can't manifest his true physical form without a host. So, you can communicate with this demon even when it's locked up? Aizawa asked. Yes, we share a psychic link which cannot be severed. It can talk to me and vice versa, though it's usually the demon that initiates the conversations. We're not exactly on speaking terms, Izuku explained with a frown. And how often does it talk to you? This time it was Nezu that asked the question, curiosity evident in his eyes. Basically all the time. Most of the time it's like a quiet whisper in the back of my head, a buzz that you can't focus on or get rid of. There are times, however, when he clears my head and makes sure that his words are heard. If it's so dangerous, then why can't we just bury it in some remote place that no one will ever find? Tsukachi voiced his thoughts. You already tried locking it away. Isn't that right? Izuku countered with amusement. Jailing the demon is no easy feat. It was quite the miracle that it didn't try to escape from Fujikuma, cause I'm pretty sure it was able to do so and we wouldn't be able to stop it no matter how hard we tried. Due to the link we share, the demon knows where I am at all times and it can teleport to me even if the case is locked. Thankfully, it can't teleport out of the case. So you're the only one who can stop it? Aizawa asked. I'm not sure anyone can, but I'm probably the best person for the job. Izuku admitted, not calming anyone's nerves. Is it possible to harness its power without being possessed? Nezu suddenly spoke up, dropping the bomb as he locked eyes with his student. Pardon? Izuku responded in shock. Would you be able to draw on the demon's power without giving up control? Nezu cleared up, the intensity in his gaze unlike anything Izuku's ever seen. I'm not sure. I was so focused on keeping the demon locked away that I never thought about it. It could be worth a try, though I'm not sure how successful it might be. Izuku replied after a minute of thought. I vaguely recall certain stories about people using the demon's powers to achieve their goals, but it was never specified whether or not they could actually control it. You can't be serious. Aizawa opposed the idea. You saw what that thing could do and now you want to set it free again. Yes, but in a much more controlled manner. You saw the reports yourself, Aizawa. That monster had multiple quirks, and from what the students told us, it was meant to kill All Might of all people. Even he himself wasn't sure if he'd be able to beat it. Midoriya here managed to do it, so he's our best bet in case these things appear again. Nezu calmly argued his idea, bringing up valid and logical points which Aizawa could not refute as it would go against his ideology. So Midoriya would be using the demon's powers on the students during exercises? Of course not. Not at first anyway. We would need to start in a controlled environment, preferably with someone who could subdue young Midoriya in case things went south. Nezu explained, seemingly convincing Aizawa to agree with his proposal. Now, all that's left to do is ask the man in question himself. The principal stated before turning back towards Izuku. What do you say, young Midoriya? Would you like to try taming your demon? The rodent asked with his paw outstretched and a genuinely kind smile on his face. Izuku was conflicted. He was supposed to make sure that the demon stays locked up forever, and now they wanted him to take control of its powers. This didn't sound right. It didn't feel right. But maybe, just maybe, it was what he should do. He couldn't deny the fact that the demon is far stronger than he is. So being able to borrow that power would surely be useful. There were pros and cons to both sides of the argument, but one side had to outweigh the other eventually. Izuku was simply hoping that he picked the right scale to tip. I'll do it. I'll try harnessing its power, Izuku said as he grasped Nezu's paw and shook it, cementing their agreement. Izuku was released and ordered to go back to the dorms whilst Nezu battles the bureaucracy and prepares for the school to be reopened after the break period. The dorms were close to being the last place he wanted to be at, as all of his classmates were probably there as well, and that would mean that he was heading straight towards another interrogation. How about we cut loose then? Stretch our legs again, huh? He knew that he couldn't avoid them forever though, so it was better to get it over and done with now rather than later. They'll probably hate him or at least be scared of him, and things will never be as they were. But if Nezu was willing to give him a second chance, then he can take this. He will protect them even if they turn their backs on him. As soon as he stepped into the common room, all eyes were on him. Well, not exactly all eyes, as there were a couple of people missing from the crowd. But those he was on speaking terms with were there, and that's what mattered to him. Hey, it's Midoriya, Kirishima exclaimed as soon as he saw him, which brought the attention to him in the first place. The redhead jumped up from his spot on the couch and dashed towards the new arrival. Man, it's so good to see you. Where were you? The enthusiastic man asked with worry evident in his features. I am not exactly sure. I don't remember what happened after the USJ. I woke up a couple of hours ago, Izuku admitted with a sigh. That's expected after a stunt like that, Kirishima stated with a thumbs up. I'm just glad that you seem okay. You lost consciousness just before the teachers arrived and we couldn't wake you up no matter how hard we tried. He explained. I lost consciousness, Izuku mused to himself. Yeah, Yaoyorozu was watching the whole thing and saw that you just fell to the ground and that aura that was around you vanished in an instant, Kirishima confirmed. Would you happen to know anything about this? Izuku questioned the demon. Disturbances in the warp grew too severe and I lost the link to my power, which cut the fun short. I had to retreat to the blade to avoid the warp lashing out at me. The demon explained with surprising ease. Izuku was certain it would avoid answering his questions. What even was it back there? You looked like a man possessed, Kirishima exclaimed, unknowingly striking the nail on the head. That's because I was, Izuku admitted with a simple smile. I was hiding something from all of you, something that came around to bite me and by proxy you in the butt. No more. If you don't want to listen to what I'm about to tell you, then you are free to leave. I won't force you to do anything against your will, he said and then waited. But, to his surprise, no one got up. He was sure that at least 1 or 2 people would decide to leave, but that was not the case. They waited patiently for him to start his tale. All right then, let me warn though, what I'm about to tell you might sound like a fairy tale, but it's a completely true story. And with that he began his explanation, intending to convey everything that he's already shared with Nezu, Aizawa and Tsukachi. They'd probably learn about all of this anyways, so it was better if he was the one to break the news to them. That's some heavy stuff. The normally upbeat Kirishima summed up once Izuku was done with his story. It was clear that he was struggling to come to terms with the slew of information that was suddenly dropped on his head, as were a few select others in the room. Izuku didn't blame them for it. He had exactly the same reaction when he first heard the story all those years ago. A sudden movement caught him off guard, and by the time he realized what was going on, Takoyami was already standing in front of him with his hand outstretched towards him. From the moment we met I sensed that you were battling some inner demons, but I could have never guessed that you were battling an actual demon all this time, Takoyami stated seriously. It must have been tough for you, but if you ever wanted to talk about it, I'd be happy to help. So manly, Takoyami, Kirishima exclaimed, seemingly back to his usual self. I'm the same bro. If you need help, just ask. One by one his classmates made similar offers, none of them shying away from him or showing any signs of hesitation. It honestly caught Izuku off guard even more and made him feel something that he's experienced only twice in his life. He reached out and shook Takoyami's hand with a smile. Thank you, Izuku simply responded, hoping his words were able to convey everything he wanted them to. On the inside, Izuku felt like he really belonged here, like he's found a new home. Izuku expected things to go quite a bit worse than they did, but there was still one worry on his mind that he had to face. Standing in front of their sister class dormitory, he weighed whether or not this was a good idea, and many things were pointing towards this being a mistake. Still, he couldn't really turn back now, not after already getting here. After revealing the few bits about his past and powers to his classmates, they clued him in on what has happened whilst he was away. The news about the attack on the USJ has spread like wildfire, not only throughout the school but the entirety of Japan. The latter was probably more important, but not to Izuku. The day before their trip to USJ, Izuku had lunch with Shiozaki, and they ended up talking about the mysterious field trip that Aizawa was taking them on. She was quite smart, so Izuku was sure she'd be able to connect the dots in no time. His assumption was right, and Shiozaki had dropped by a couple of times to ask for him specifically. He was still in custody back then, however, and his classmates didn't know his whereabouts either, so she must have been worried sick since then. Izuku was wondering how she was going to react to everything he wanted to tell her, as she was by far the most religious person he's met after leaving the monastery behind. So the news about him utilizing the power of a literal demon might shake her entire opinion of him. He couldn't bring himself to omit the truth any longer, however, as he really enjoyed spending time with her, but wouldn't be able to continue doing so until he came clean. You're Midoriya, right? Izuku heard someone shout towards him, catching his attention and finally shaking him out of his thoughts. Izuku looked up towards the entrance to the building and spotted an amber-haired girl standing in the doorway. Shiozaki had told him all about the friends she's made in her class, so Izuku already had a good idea who this was. That'd be me, yes, he responded with a polite bow. I presume you're Kendo then? He asked once he straightened himself back up. A look of surprise crossed the redhead's features and Izuku smiled gently at her. Shiozaki mentioned you a couple of times, he explained. I should have known that to be the case, Kendo mumbled to herself before addressing Izuku once again. I'm guessing you're here for Shiozaki then? She asked to confirm her suspicions and receive a nod of confirmation in response. She left for a walk just a couple of minutes ago. She said she won't take long, so you can wait for her in our common room if you'd like, Kendo offered, and Izuku wholeheartedly agreed with Shiozaki's description of her character. I thank you sincerely for the offer, but I have to decline. There's something I want to discuss with her, so this situation is actually in my favor. Thank you for your help. Izuku said with a bow and turned to walk away, already thinking where Shiozaki could have gone. She was really worried about you, Kendo yelled after him before heading back inside. It seemed that Shiozaki was quite close with her classmates, and that made Izuku very happy. He'd hate to be her only friend, especially since they might not be friends for much longer. Still, there was a barely noticeable spring in his step as he headed towards the gardens. Just as he expected, Shiozaki had decided to head towards the flower gardens to relax and probably calm her nerves a bit. Izuku found her sitting on a bench in one of the corners of the garden, her attention focused on the flowers around her. They were forgotten as soon as she saw him approach, and they were already standing face to face before he even realized that she's moved from her spot. Midoriya, Shiozaki exclaimed, relief clear on her face as her eyes frantically scanned his entire form for any signs of immediate injury, which in her head must have been the cause for his sudden disappearance. Hello, he greeted her calmly with a wave and waited for her to calm down. I'm so glad you're okay. As soon as we learned what happened to your class, I wanted to check if you were all right. But you didn't come back to the dormitory and your classmates didn't know anything either, so I was worried. Now that I saw you with my own two eyes, I can finally stop worrying, Shiozaki said with a small smile. I hope your injuries healed well. Recovery girl's quirk must have knocked you out? Yes, she asked innocently, and Izuku almost couldn't bring himself to tell her the truth. Almost. Actually, I wasn't being treated by recovery girl, Izuku corrected, confusing Shiozaki in the process. Before she had a chance to respond, however, Izuku continued. It's a long story, so let's sit down, okay? He offered, and Shiozaki nodded before following him. Once they sat down, Izuku drew a deep breath before beginning his explanation. He told her everything that he shared first with Nezu and later his classmates. But this time he delved deeper into the important details. It was obvious that Shiozaki was conflicted almost as soon as he started telling her the story, which Izuku expected. But she stayed silent throughout the whole ordeal and waited patiently for him to end to ask any of the many questions that she probably had. There were so many things that she wanted to know more about, so she decided to start from the very beginning, Fujikuma Monastery itself. It was a windy July morning, and Brother Magnus had woken up just a couple of minutes ago, his glorious mane of fiery red hair in utter disarray and his copperish skin glimmering in the rising sun. He was responsible for doing the rounds around the monastery in the morning and in the evening to make sure that the entire complex wouldn't fall apart overnight. Fujikuma was an almost ancient fortified complex comprised of several buildings surrounded by a tall wall. Time had taken its toll on the stone blocks which made up the majority of the complex, but they somehow managed to stick together for hundreds of years without fail. This place could have been a great fortress back in the Sengoku Jedi era, but now was merely a shadow of its former self. Still, it was far from abandoned, even though Brother Magnus was always the first one to wake up. By the time he was done with the morning inspection, he'd already come across some of the more restless brothers and sisters going about their days. Small talk, laughter, and the crying of a newborn definitely made the place seem much more livable than one might expect it to be. Wait, a crying child? Magnus suddenly realized as he neared the front gate of the complex. Fujikuma Monastery was a complex located on one of the steeper slopes of Mount Fuji dedicated to learning, broader theology, and worship. Everyone was welcome to join the ranks of Fujikuma as long as they were willing to help out their fellow brothers and sisters with day-to-day tasks. People from across the world sought out Fujikuma in search of answers or understanding. They came from various backgrounds and had little in common with each other, but they were all equal here. None of the brothers or sisters had brought in a child, however, certainly not a newborn. Magnus approached the front gate where the wailing seemed loudest and removed the oversized lock before peering outside. Locating the source of the wailing wasn't hard, as right beyond the gate Magnus spotted a basket with a note stuck onto it. He carefully reached out for the note and unfolded it out of curiosity. His name is Izuku. Please take care of him, were the only words written on the wrinkled piece of paper. Magnus was thoroughly confused by the mysterious message, as someone must have snuck up here in the night and left this basket while they slept. Magnus was shaken out of his thoughts as the cries of a newborn once again sounded out from the inside of the basket. The man reached towards the basket a second time to pull away the cover that was draped over the top of it. As soon as he did that, his ruby eyes were met by teary emerald ones of the child that was the cause of all the commotion. Similarly to Magnus himself, the boy's hair had a similar color to the one of his eyes, though a fair few shades darker in comparison. Magnus took one last look beyond the gate, hoping to spot something, anything that could allow them to track down the kid's parents, but his efforts failed to bear fruit. With no other choice, Magnus resigned himself to his fate and lifted the basket before retreating back behind the gate. He needed to report to Master Ammon this instant. It was you, Shiozaki realized right away, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Yes, my arrival had stirred up quite the commotion, and I'm not talking about my crying either, Izuku responded with a small smile. You're an orphan, The vine-haired girl mumbled out, her brain only just now catching up with the news. Well, I was abandoned by my parents, but the people at Fujikuma became my new family, Izuku confirmed, his smile becoming just a bit dimmer and more melancholic at the same time. We were never able to find out who my parents were or why they'd abandoned me in the first place. I'm not harboring any ill will towards them either. Kinda hard to do when I don't know who to direct that anger towards. Izuku clenched his fist as he stared at it intensively. But you've chosen to keep the name, why? Shiozaki asked in curiosity. I was only a couple of weeks old when Brother Magnus found me in front of the monastery's gate, and it took me a couple of years to learn how to talk. Everyone was simply addressing me as Izuku by that time, so I decided to keep it that way. Izuku shrugged, not that bothered with his name. Despite the weight that came with it, he was actually quite fond of it personally. But that's the only link to my parents. My family name is something that Brother Magnus thought of one day. Just below Fujikuma lies a serene, lush valley that stays green throughout the year. He said that my hair and eyes always remind him of the valley, so he came up with the surname Midoriya. He was also the one who chose my birth date. I wasn't actually born on July 15th. July 15th is the day I appeared at Fujikuma. That's a lot to take in. I can already feel that my head is about to explode. Shiozaki mumbled as she massaged her temples to stave off the incoming headache. Well, I kind of flipped your entire world upside down right there, Izuku admitted with a slight, sheepish smile. All things considered, you seem to be taking it all quite well. I was honestly quite afraid of what you might do once I reveal all of that demon stuff. I'm mostly surprised to learn that actual demons exist. I thought that if anything they'd be confined to hell. I can't even begin to imagine what it feels like to have a second voice in your head constantly whispering temptations directly into your mind. She shivered just at the thought of having to go through anything that Izuku had described. This actually makes you even more amazing. You are able to do so many great things whilst fighting an endless battle inside your own mind. It's nothing short of incredible. Well, I'm not alone, am I? I've got you and my classmates. We've known each other for just a couple of months, but I'm confident that I can count on each one of you. I'd put my life in your hands without hesitation. Izuku shared his thoughts with Shiozaki, his smile becoming more genuine as the corners of his mouth twitched upwards just a bit. It warms my heart, knowing that you have such a high opinion of me. I too can rest easy knowing that if I ever needed help I could turn to you. She responded in kind, though for some reason she felt her cheeks warm up slightly. She dismissed that, however, and instead turned to admire the setting sun. They had spent quite some time in the garden and it was about to get dark. Izuku realized the exact same thing, and so he stood up before offering his hand to Shiozaki. I believe it'd be wise to head back to our dormitories. You must be exhausted after having so much stuff suddenly dropped on your head, so let's continue this conversation some other time, okay? Izuku proposed with a kind smile. Shiozaki agreed with his reasoning and took his hand, allowing him to gently pull her onto her feet in one swift motion. Izuku, being the gentleman he was, escorted her all the way to her dorm before heading back to his own. As soon as he stepped into the common room, he felt the familiar presence inside of his mind. It was only then that Izuku realized that the demon hadn't teleported to him despite being left all alone in his room. You've been reminiscing, the demon questioned in wonder. It's none of your business. Izuku cut the conversation short, though the demon refused to take the hint. The way I see it, it's very much my business. I still can sense traces of your thoughts, you know. It certainly brings back memories. That guy was an absolute psycho. Wouldn't you agree? The demon mocked. Don't you dare talk about him. Izuku responded with venom dripping off of his every word. Struck a nerve, did I? The demon pushed further, hoping to rile the warden up even more, but was instead met with absolute silence. You can be so boring sometimes. It eventually gave up and the link went silent on both ends. The school activities were suspended for some time, and so most students took this time to relax. There were of course some that wanted to use this time more efficiently and decided to train on their own or catch up on study. Izuku was certainly in the latter group, though he wasn't exactly training on his own. Staying true to what he's told Nezu after the interrogation, Izuku wanted to try and harness the demon's power without actually giving up any control whatsoever. He's already wrestled control from the demon once, but doing so again was something that Izuku wasn't confident he could do. As such, it'd be best if Izuku focused on trying to draw upon a fraction of the demon's power to acquaint himself with it more and eventually work on increasing his resilience against the demon's temptation. There was no way of knowing how the demon was going to react to Izuku trying to tame it, however, so Izuku and Nezu decided to play it safe and conduct the first training on one of the most remote grounds that UA had to offer. Just as Izuku expected, Nezu was already waiting for him there. He wasn't alone, however. Standing next to him was a man probably in his late 20s with dark brown hair, a set of very intriguing purple eyes, and a faint scar on his left cheek. He was wearing a black tuxedo with a black dress shirt and no tie. There was an expensive-looking watch on his right wrist and a pair of sunglasses on his nose. "Hello, Principal," Izuku greeted politely as he approached the two. "Ah, young Midoriya, impeccable timing." Nezu responded with a wave before gesturing towards the man next to him. "This is Martin Kravchenko, the CEO and Chief Engineer of Military Defense Solutions, the genius behind all of UA. As security measures, he traveled half the world as soon as he was notified that our defenses have been penetrated not once but twice. After hearing about your unique destructive potential, he offered to invent something that could stop you if you were to be overtaken by the demon once again. It would have helped immensely with your training, but I decided to leave the choice up to you." Izuku nodded to himself, thankful that Nezu allowed him to have a say on the matter, though he guessed that they were pretty much on the same page at the moment. There were many variables that Izuku had no idea about, so having a safety measure in place would be invaluable. "If you think you can make something like that, then I'll put my trust in you," Izuku stated, eager to see what the man had to offer. "Excellent. Let me ask you a few questions so that I have something to work with." It was immediately obvious that this man was a foreigner from just his accent alone. European if Izuku had to guess. Something about this Martin Kravchenko didn't sit right with Izuku, but he decided to trust him, at least for now. The potential benefits outweighed the risks tenfold after all. When Izuku agreed to try to harness the power of his demon, he had absolutely no idea how to go about doing just that. Now that he's had some Nezu-funded alone time to devote to this, however, he still had no idea how to do that. By the time the classes were back in session, Izuku wanted to take at least a single step towards harnessing the demon's power, but no matter how hard he tried, his efforts failed to bear any fruit. It almost seemed as if he was moving backwards on the matter despite having just started, although there were some developments that Izuku hadn't expected. First was the change in the demon's behavior. Prior to the start of Izuku's special training, the demon was very talkative and loved spouting nonsense inside of his mind throughout the day. Now, though it was surprisingly tame and avoided as many interactions as it could, it seems Izuku trying to reach out first had rubbed the demon in the wrong way. Whilst this would definitely stifle any and all progress that Izuku may have hoped to make, this was also a great opportunity to enjoy some time without the constant whispers. The second unexpected development involved the mysterious businessman, Martin Kravchenko. Izuku knew right from the start that there was something strange about him, but pushed those suspicions aside since the man had Nezu's trust of all people. But even during their first meeting, the aforementioned suspicions had been firmly ingrained into Izuku's psyche. Martin wanted to question him about the demon stuff so that he could invent something that could stop the eventual rampage. But the things he asked about seemed weirdly precise. What does the demon usually tempt you with? How does it feel to have your body taken over? Can you actively wrestle for control? Did the demon ever speak of strange events that have never happened? Those wouldn't probably be too suspicious if it weren't for the fact that Martin actually started the conversation with them. It meant that he understood how the demon operated, at least to some degree, unless Nezu explained the situation to him beforehand. But if that were the case, then he wouldn't be asking Izuku those questions. Was he trying to confirm what Nezu had told him? He didn't look like the paranoid type, but you never know. Making deals with Nezu could make even the most stoic of men paranoid. For now, Izuku chose to trust the man, but made sure to keep a close watch on him until he confirms his true intentions. Even though he didn't seem like a threat, the way his enchanting purple eyes, which were glowing ever so faintly behind his sunglasses, were watching his every move made Izuku weary of him. At least they wouldn't see each other for quite some time probably, so that was something. Or so Izuku thought. Martin Kravchenko turned out to be an even bigger mystery than Izuku first thought, as the businessman made sure to attend each and every one of Izuku's special training sessions to gauge his progress. For someone of his caliber, Martin seemed to have free time with how he traveled half the world just to watch Izuku flail and fail at grasping the demon's power every now and then. Still, Izuku couldn't exactly push the man away after receiving help from him, as that'd be very rude on his part. And he also didn't do anything specific to warrant such treatment. He was odd for sure, but maybe he was simply fascinated by the idea of demons existing. Yeah, he'd go with that just to not have to worry about him. Once the classes were back in session, it was time to get back to learning. Understandably, some were less passionate about it than others, but that was quickly equalized by a sudden, Day 1 announcement. Aizawa had been hospitalized following the USJ incident, but managed to make a full recovery before the school activities resumed, which meant that things would progress as usual. Class gathered for their homeroom and patiently waited for their teacher, determination clear on many faces and the memories of USJ still fresh on their minds. The brief encounter with death was enough of a wake-up call for some of the less serious students that time for playing around was over and they should get their heads in the game before they lose them. Aizawa strolled into the classroom, the front row students noting a slight limp in his step and his unwillingness to put pressure on his right leg, which, although healed, was probably not up to par just yet. It didn't stop Aizawa from teaching, however, so the students didn't worry about his state anymore. Alright, listen up, Aizawa began once he sat down at his desk. I'd first like to apologize to you for putting you through all of this during your first year. Nezu assured us that he'll look into tightening our security so that nothing like this can happen in the future. Next, I'd like to compliment your ability to remain calm, which no doubt helped you survive. You've all come out of this more or less unscathed, and even though you may not realize just yet, you've grown stronger already. His words kept the entire class quiet, as they all knew already that Aizawa was not prone to giving away praise easily. The USJ incident had damaged UA's opinion somewhat, so Nezu wants to make a statement. As such, we'll be holding the sports festival 2 weeks earlier than usual. This might be sudden, but those of you who can make a name for themselves after all that's happened will surely get a head start on your path to becoming fully fledged heroes. After such an unexpected reveal, even Aizawa's presence was not enough to stop the murmurs from resonating within the classroom. Everyone knew of the significance of the sports festival, and the fact that they were given less time to prepare than normally was adding fuel to the fire as the students made silent vows to do their best during. Once the noise died down, Aizawa continued. To compensate for the short preparation period, you won't be given any homework till the sports festival, and some of your classes will be shorter to give you ample time to hone your skills. You can train however you like, or you can approach any members of the faculty for help if you feel like you need it. Keep in mind, though, that not all of them might have the time between their own hero work and teaching, but know that they'll do all they can to help you. Aizawa ended with a heavy sigh and pulled a yellow sleeping bag from one of the drawers. That's it for announcements. Now let me sleep. And with that, he crawled into the sleeping bag and fell asleep on the spot. The entire classroom was immediately filled with relatively quiet, excited murmurs, all focused around the very same topic: preparing for the sports festival. Some were mostly excited by the fact that they wouldn't have to do homework for the next 2 weeks, whilst others were already thinking up training regimes to maximize their gains. Izuku himself was of course planning to use this time to try and make some progress in controlling the demon. Though even if he made a major breakthrough over the course of the next 2 weeks, he still wouldn't feel comfortable bringing out the blade of Antwer against his fellow students. He doubted if he'll ever feel comfortable utilizing that power, but there might come a time where he'll once again have no other choice but to do it. Izuku shook his head to banish those thoughts out of his head. Worrying about the future won't mend the past, so he should focus on the present instead. Izuku's quirk worked off of good deeds and grew stronger when he selflessly helped others out, so there wasn't much he could do to improve it except looking out for his fellow classmate. Since he couldn't improve his quirk, he decided to train his body as much as he could. He wasn't out of shape by any means, but additional training never hurt anyone. Short bursts of explosive power were Izuku's strong suit, so in order to cover for his weakness, he wanted to improve his stamina. He might be a giant of a man, but swinging around a sword that was nearly his size would tire out everyone besides the most experienced swordmasters. His new, stamina-oriented training regime would begin with a morning jog before school to get his blood pumping and get a good wake-up call to raise his overall awareness throughout the day. He expected to be the only one up so early in the morning, but was surprised to find that this was not the case. Ashido, what a surprise to see you. Pardon my observation, but I didn't take you for a morning person, Izuku said politely when he spotted the pink girl standing by the entrance to their dorm. That's because I'm not, Ashido responded simply with a gargantuan yawn, which further emphasized her point. Why are you up so early in the morning then? Izuku asked as he put on his shoes and began tying them in preparation for his jog. Ig got super excited about the sports festival thingy, and he roped me into his training regime for the next 2 weeks whilst constantly shouting about manliness like he always does. The girl whined, though there was a hint of a fond smile on her lips. I doubt this is the first time something like this has happened, Izuku said with a smirk. And you'd be right. We're constantly dragging each other into our own stuff. I work out with him, and in return he has to sing at karaoke, Ashido replied, her usual levels of energy starting to show. You two seem to be practically made for each other, Izuku said with a chuckle, and Ashido had to turn away from him to hide the slight blush that crept onto her cheeks. I'll be going now. Take care. Izuku was about to head out for his morning jog, but Ashido stopped him before he was able to take even a single step. Hey, maybe you'd like to join us, she exclaimed in excitement. The more the merrier, right? Izuku weighed the offer for a few moments before eventually agreeing with a smile. And so they waited for Kirishima to come back since, as Ashido had explained to Izuku, he went back to his room to change because his shirt wasn't manly enough. They didn't have to wait long as the sound of hurried footsteps soon reached their ears. The duo turned around to greet Kirishima, but were surprised to find that the footsteps didn't belong to their missing comrade. Iida, what are you doing here? Ashido questioned in confusion. Oh, I'm about to go on my morning jog. My quirk is all about speed and stamina, so it's crucial for me to keep my lower body in tip-top shape, Iida replied simply. I assume you two were about to do something similar. That's right. We're going for a run too, but we're still waiting for Ig, Ashido confirmed with a grin. You can join us if you want to, Izuku offered right away. Iida, just as Izuku, had weighed the proposal for a few moments before eventually agreeing as well. Now the three of them had to wait for Kirishima to get back. How can a shirt be manly? Iida wondered out loud once Ashido clued him in on the situation. Beats me, Ashido replied with an exasperated sigh and a bright smile. A few moments of silence passed before they heard another set of hurried footsteps heading in their direction. The trio turned around to greet Kirishima but were once again surprised by yet another unexpected arrival. I see that we're not late to this mad banquet of darkness, Takoyami said in his typical cryptic, edgy way as he turned the corner with dark shadows swinging behind him. Let me guess, you're going for a morning jog as well? Ashido asked, though she already knew the answer. Takoyami confirmed her guess with a nod, and Ashido wasted no time, immediately letting him tag along. Takoyami quickly made up his mind and joined the trio, turning it into a quartet, and so they continued waiting for the last piece of their puzzle. Soon enough, another set of hurried footsteps sounded from the inside of their dorms. The quartet turned around to greet Kirishima, already expecting someone completely different, but were once again surprised, this time by Kirishima himself, who's finally changed and was ready to work up a sweat. Hey guys, what are you doing here? He asked with a toothy grin once he spotted all the new people who weren't there when he sprinted upstairs. We're going for a jog. You want to join us? Izuku asked with a smile. Hell yeah, let's do it, Kirishima exclaimed and basically booked it outside with the rest of the group following closely behind him. Please refrain from shouting so loudly. Some of our classmates are still sleeping after all, Iida chastised as they exited the building, missing the fact that he shouted even louder than Kirishima. Izuku had nothing against working out alone, but he had to admit that jogging was way more fun with his friends than without them. Daily jogs with Takoyami. Iida, Kirishima, and Ashido were but a part of Izuku's training leading up to the sports festival. He and Kirishima also hit one of the gyms on a regular basis to lift some weights and work out with proper equipment. Kirishima even mentioned something about sparring, but Izuku didn't feel up to it just yet, so they settled on shadow boxing, where they tried to mimic each other's movements. It probably wasn't as good of a learning experience as regular sparring would be, but it was definitely fun. Izuku didn't limit himself to training with just his classmates, however. While some of them were definitely buying into the rivalry between the two hero course classes, Izuku was not nearly competitive enough to follow in their footsteps. As such, he made sure to hang out with Shiozaki every now and again, even for something as simple as lunch in between classes. Apparently, Class B also had certain instigators which were dead set on proving that they were superior to Class A, some even went as far as to say that due to their encounter with villains, Izuku and his classmates would surely be overconfident, and it was only a matter of time before someone knocks them off of their high horse. The sheer insensitivity of that statement was enough to freeze Izuku in his step for a brief moment. To think that someone would try to use that traumatic experience to insult them. Thankfully, Shiozaki was there to assure him that most of her classmates were actually much more sympathetic towards the incident and all of the baggage that came with it. Kendo, their class rep, made sure to shut down any attempts at glorifying anything that's happened at the USJ, which Izuku was very thankful for, and made a mental note to thank the amber-haired girl whenever he got a chance. Between training with his classmates, hanging out with Shiozaki, trying to tame his demon, and convincing himself that Martin Kravchenko had no ulterior motives, 2 weeks basically flew by in an instant, and the 3-day event that was the sports festival had begun. As sports festival always followed the same schedule. First years would compete during the first day of the event. Their seniors and second year would compete the day after, and the third years would usually be the main part of the event, ensuring that the sports festival ends on a high note. This year, however, the situation wasn't as clear as usual. The USJ incident had brought a lot of attention, some of it desired, some of it unwanted, towards the class that had a close encounter with death under their belt. Class of the first day of the sports festival was usually the least watched part of the entire event, as there was little that first-year students could have to show off, and was mostly watched by heroes who were interested in extending an internship offered to the participating students. This year, however, it seemed as if the first day would rival the third day in terms of popularity. It didn't exactly sit right with Izuku, but both fame and infamy are things that a future hero would certainly have to deal with at some point in their career. Still, he wished that people showed at least some level of decency. Look at them, the demon spoke up as Izuku's eyes lazily scanned the stands packed to the brim with excited spectators, eager to watch the students compete against each other. Have you ever thought that you're basically like gladiators of old, pitted against overwhelming odds and each other just to entertain a crowd? Don't you think that's weirdly fucked up? Izuku would have probably responded with no small amount of venom if it weren't for the fact that the demon had mostly kept to himself the past couple of days. And here I thought I was finally free, Izuku simply thought, though some strangely attached part of him was glad to hear that second voice in his head once again. Dream on, kid. And with that the link went silent once again. Izuku didn't pay much attention to it, however, as there are other, much more important things to focus on. The sports festival was about to begin. Izuku was engaging in some small talk with Ashido, Kirishima and Takoyami, all of whom he'd become good friends with over the past couple of weeks. Izuku could sense some nervousness circulating the air of their waiting room, though determination definitely dominated the atmosphere as they were all motivated to do their best. Izuku and his classmates were waiting for the signal to gather in the stadium whilst Midnight, this year's judge, played her part as the stand-in hype woman. Izuku didn't manage to make any progress on controlling the demon, but some trial and error revealed that he could imbue things besides his bastard sword with his holy power, though it was far less efficient in most cases. He was passing time with small talk, all the while keeping tabs on his classmates, noticing right away that some things were awry and would surely need to be addressed sooner or later. Bakugo was the obvious issue, but he was also one that Izuku couldn't be bothered to even try to resolve. It was clear as day that the blonde had some serious problems, and Izuku was no psychologist, so his case was better left to an expert. A problematic case that could be addressed was Todoroki. The boy was literally giving everyone a cold shoulder since day one, and maybe Izuku was just being paranoid. But he sensed that there was some deeper resentment at play here. Despite spending a fair bit of his life in isolation, Izuku was quite well versed in terms of news, so he'd already heard about Enji Todoroki, Japan's second strongest hero. Endeavor was the undisputed champion when it came to fire-related quirks, yet his son displayed none of that aptitude. From what Izuku's seen up till now, it was as if Shoto was the exact opposite of his father, starting with their quirks and going all the way down to their vastly different personalities. One last problem that needed taking care of was Yaoyorozu. There wasn't anything inherently wrong with her, mind you, but Izuku was well aware that she was still somewhat wary of him, despite assuring him that she was on his side just like anyone else. Still, she was the one who got to witness him rampaging about under the demon's influence, so her reservation was well justified, and Izuku didn't hold it against her. He himself was afraid of succumbing to the temptation once again, so he could only imagine what someone like her, who had only just now gotten to witness such brutality, could feel. Still, as important as it was to carry help to those that need it, Izuku was also a student at UA, and the sports festival was a chance to show off one's skills to increase the odds of receiving personalized internship offers. So that was his main focus for now. He would still keep an eye on his classmates, though. Soon enough, all the participants were signaled to gather in the stadium, where Present Mike handled their introduction. Izuku was quite miffed that his class received such a bombastic presentation whilst the other classes were simply listed out or just straight up ignored. Still, it's not like he could do anything about it right now. The sports festival was a big hit in the entertainment industry, so there surely were quotas to reach. Izuku managed to lock eyes with Shiozaki for a few brief moments, and the two smiled at each other, mouthing wishes of good fortune as they waved to the crowd of onlookers just above their heads. He also managed to spot Kendo in the crowd, and he made sure to wish her good luck as well. Present Mike may have no reservations when it came to favoritism, but Izuku tried to treat all of his friends equally. Once all of the participating classes were introduced, it was time for the pledge. This year's representative was going to be Bakugo Katsuki himself, which made Izuku's mind tingle as if he was bitten by a radioactive spider in the past. It was a weirdly specific feeling for sure, but Izuku couldn't deny that it was correct. "All I have to say is, I'm going to win." The blonde spoke in a matter-of-fact tone and then promptly left the stage to rejoin his classmates as the crowds of both students and viewers expressed their outrage in a rather animated fashion. Even Midnight looked surprised by the cocky pledge, but, being the experienced pro she was able to salvage the situation and redirect the attention away from the public enemy number one and towards the giant screen just below the commentator's booth, where the first event would be announced. Obstacle race popped up on the screen, and Midnight went on to explain the rules of the event. Participants would have to compete with each other during a 4-kilometer-long run around the stadium, which was laced with traps and obstacles to make it that much more interesting to watch at home. There were supposed to be 3 obstacles on the track, but as Izuku and the others lined up at the starting line, it was easy to notice that there was actually a 4th obstacle right at the start. The students were meant to start inside of the stadium, then do a full circle around the building before returning to race to the finish line. There was a catch, however. There was only one entrance to the stadium, and it wasn't a big one by any stretch of the imagination. Judging by the expressions on some of the faces he could see from where he stood, it was easy to see that he wasn't the only one to realize that trap placed right in front of them. He saw some participants try and shove their way towards the front of the group to avoid getting stuck in the stampede that was sure to ensue as soon as the race started, whilst others did the exact opposite and decided to head to the back, probably hoping to wait out the initial chaos and making up lost ground at a later stage. Izuku wasn't the greatest strategist, so he decided to stand his ground and face whatever was going to happen head on. He was so concentrated that he didn't even notice Shiozaki approach him from the side. "Hello, Midoriya," she spoke calmly, breaking his concentration with a soft smile. Shiozaki, it's good to see you, Izuku responded, reciprocating the smile without a second thought. I just wanted to properly wish you good luck, Shiozaki stated with a slight bow. Thank you. I hope we can both reach the final event, Izuku said with a grin, one that seemed to lift her spirits as the corners of her mouth twitched upwards just a tiny bit more. Just then the countdown started and both Izuku and Shiozaki focused on the task at hand, which was qualifying for the second event. That strange bug-related premonition stormed his mind once again and his eyes focused on something at the front of the group. He was just barely able to see it with all the people in the way, but there was no denying it. Todoroki was shifting his weight from one leg to the other. This could only mean one thing. Go! Midnight roared, and the entire ground around the entrance was suddenly covered by a thick sheet of ice which immobilized most of the participants. Only a select handful of participants were able to avoid being frozen in place, Izuku being one of the lucky ones. What is this? Shiozaki wondered out loud as the two of them were currently inside an ice dome that seemed to be glowing with a golden hue. It's something I've learned to do a while back but didn't have the chance to use a lot. I'm happy it still works as I want it to, Izuku explained, and only now Shiozaki realized that he had both of his arms outstretched in front of him, pointing towards the origin of the flash freeze. The golden glow died down as soon as he lowered his hands, and it was blatantly obvious that whatever it was that he's done had taken a toll on him. He was still in the game though. Izuku took a step forward and cocked his right arm back before punching the ice dome at full force, shattering it into tiny pieces. He turned around briefly to flash Shiozaki a confident smile before sprinting after the others, intending to join the fight for first place even though realistically speaking he had no chances of catching up to someone like Iida. Thanks to all the training that he's done in the past, however, Izuku was still faster than most participants and was able to make up some places. He was still nowhere near first place as by the time he arrived at the first obstacle, the only thing he saw was the signs of battle and giant robots. The first obstacle was dubbed the Robo Inferno, which was just a fancy way of saying that there were about a dozen or so giant robots standing guard and attacking anyone that wanted to get past. They were thankfully quite slow, so outmaneuvering them was easy, especially since one of those giant robots was still frozen in an even bigger glacier and another one seemed to have its left leg partially blown off and was too busy trying to get up to pay attention to the student. Izuku was able to get past the robot guardians without any problems and was well on his way towards the second obstacle. He was approximately halfway there when Present Mike announced what the second obstacle was, indicating that the first place participants had already reached it. It took Izuku a minute or two to reach that point himself, but when he did, he realized why the second obstacle was called the fall. Getting across the gaping canyon was relatively easy but tedious and heavily favored students with mobility-oriented quirks and support course participants. Izuku had only just started crossing the chasm when a pink-haired lunatic dove straight into the abyss. Thankfully, it seemed to have been planned as she used some gadgets to propel herself back up and then crossed to the other side in a matter of moments. Izuku was almost done crossing when he noticed something worrying in front of him. There was a guy with purple hair hurriedly trying to reach the other side of the canyon. He was flailing way too much and his movements were chaotic in nature. Izuku watched the situation unfold with bated breath, and just as he thought that the guy was alright, his hand slipped. His hurried tempo must have quickly drained his stamina, and he ended up not grasping the rope tightly enough, which resulted in his fingers slipping from it as soon as they were tasked with supporting his weight during another reckless swing forward. It was a miracle really that he was somehow able to grab the rope with his other hand before plummeting to the abyss below. Izuku didn't even register his cries for help, if he even cried for help, as he was already on the rope before he could fully process what was going on. He didn't rush it, however, as disturbing the rope anymore would only make holding onto it harder for the guy. It took him only a few moments to traverse the length between them, but to the two of them it surely felt like an eternity, as if everything suddenly was happening in slow motion. I got you, buddy. You're gonna be okay, Izuku assured him once he was next to the helpless student. Thanks to his impressive physique, it was a child's play to hold onto the rope with just one hand while he used his free one to hoist the guy in front of him into a more comfortable position so that he could grasp the rope with both hands. Once that was done, Izuku let go of him, though he remained vigilant and was ready to jump in once again if the situation called for it. You're almost there. Keep going. You've got this. Izuku motivated the boy, giving him the final push he needed to cross the last segment of the canyon. Slow and steady wins the race. As expected, as soon as they were back on solid ground, the purple-haired guy fell to his knees and almost threw up, but managed to bite back the urge and save his dignity. Thanks, he mumbled out in a shaky voice. Don't mention it. I hope you make it to the second event. Izuku responded with a smile and then left, hoping to make up at least a place or two after this unforeseen obstacle. Running as fast as he could, Izuku managed to reach the last obstacle before anyone was able to clear it, and as soon as he arrived he understood why. He was a bit preoccupied with saving that guy from falling to his death, so he didn't hear Present Mike announce it. But the last obstacle was the land minefield, a pretty self-explanatory name. Izuku would have run headfirst into the minefield if it wasn't for someone up front accidentally stepping on one just as he arrived. He had no idea how many mines there could be or how to even locate the mines. But neither of those was a problem to him because he wasn't first. From what he could see, there were about 20 people already crossing the minefield, and not all of them had a flawless record as indicated by the occasional crater or 5. Izuku kicked right back into gear and started sprinting through the minefield like a madman. At least that's how he must have looked to the few people that he passed at full speed. He used the craters as landmarks, charting a course on the fly as he miraculously managed to avoid stepping on any landmines and even caught up to the main group that was pioneering a path through this treacherous land. Izuku could see a couple of participants already running towards the stadium, so the minefield must be ending shortly. His focus was solely on the obstacle as his eyes scanned every inch of ground in front of him in search of any signs that could hint at the potential mine placement. He was vaguely aware that someone had already finished the race and claimed the top spot, but that didn't matter to Izuku. His quirk in its current form didn't improve his mobility at all, but he still gave it everything he had and hoped it'd be enough to land him a spot somewhere in the middle of the pack. Once he was done crossing the minefield, all that was left was a mad dash towards the finish line. He even managed to pass 2 people just by putting some extra spring in his step and was able to cross the finish line, taking 12th place in the first event. He was tempted to just fall over and rest as soon as his feet crossed the finish line. But he held on and took a deep breath to steady his agitated heartbeat. Once his breathing evened out, Izuku shifted his focus towards the finish line, watching the participants flood back into the stadium and looking for familiar faces. He was glad to see most of his classmates had passed, but was even happier when Kirishima and Ashido darted out of the tunnel and into the spotlight, almost tying for their spot, with Kirishima making a half step just before the finish and giving Ashido the lead. She was not happy about that, but one punch later it seemed that they were even already. Shiozaki and Kendo also managed to qualify for the second event, which was good to know, and they were closely followed by Takoyami. Izuku watched the people cross the finish line one after the other, and his hopes were slowly fading away. But then yet another miracle happened. And finally, taking the 42nd spot is Shinzo Hitoshi from the general course. Midnight announced as the purple-haired boy that Izuku had saved at the fall crossed the finish line before promptly face-planting onto the ground in exhaustion. And with that, the first event is officially over. Congratulations to all the students that managed to qualify for the second event, the R-rated heroine exclaimed, and the audience cheered. Midnight waited patiently before once again directing everybody's attention towards the giant screen where the second event would be revealed. A couple of different names flashed quickly on the screen before the event was finally chosen. Hold on to your horses, everybody, cause this year's second event is a cavalry battle, Midnight announced, and the crowd cheered once again, this time eager to see some more action. Hold on to your horses, everybody, cause this year's second event is a cavalry battle. Once the crowd finally settled down, Midnight went on to explain the rules of the second event. It seemed simple enough, though. There was the curveball of the winner of the obstacle course getting 10 million points thrown into the mix just to spice things up. It might look like a free pass to the final event, but it's a pretty big hindrance if you are unable to fend off the competitors. Izuku getting the 12th place had quite the bounty on his head as well, but all eyes were focused on the winner, who seemed to revel in the attention. I expected nothing else from someone like Bakugo. Izuku mentally scoffed at his classmates' seemingly incurable behavior. Instead of wasting time on him, however, Izuku decided to focus on forming or finding a team. Teaming up with people that already had some points to their name sounded like a good strategy, but this was a team event, so ensuring proper teamwork between the members was even more important in his eyes. As such, he set out to find a couple of people, hoping that they didn't form a team with anyone else just yet. Luck seemed to be on his side for now, as he found both Kirishima and Ashido standing next to each other and probably debating who to invite to join their team. Ashido's face lit up as soon as she saw him, and she immediately dragged Kirishima with her as she ran towards Izuku. Do you want to join our team? She offered right off the bat with sparkling eyes and an excited grin. That'd be so manly. We'd for sure be able to get the 10 million headband if you join us, Kirishima exclaimed, showing off even more energy than his partner. Well, I don't know if we'll be able to do what you just said, but I'd love to team up with you guys. Izuku responded with a small amount of bashfulness, as he assumed that Kirishima's natural optimism was simply clouding his judgment. Still, it was nice to know that the redhead had such a high opinion of his strength. Sweet. Do you think that we should find a fourth person, or are we good with just the 3 of us? Ashido prompted, causing the other 2 to mull over the subject for a few moments before answering. I think we should be able to make it with just the 3 of us if we manage to score some more points during the event. But having a fourth person won't hurt, so we might as well have a look around and see if we can find someone. Izuku stated, and even though he agreed to join their team, it looked as though the role of the de facto leader was transferred over to him somehow. Well, it was a great opportunity to practice leading by example, so he wasn't complaining. Keeping in mind the matter of teamwork, Izuku led his team around the stadium to check up on a few candidates that could work well with their current lineup. Sadly, this was where his luck decided to run out, as both people that he'd like to join them already had their own teams. Takoyami formed an unlikely alliance with Todoroki. Yaoyorozu and Iida, probably convinced to join by the speedster, as Izuku doubted Todoroki had the charisma to rally people under his banner. Despite all the cons, joining Todoroki's team was a safe bet since his quirk was very strong and any attempts at taking his points would surely end up failing. Not to mention they had the evident speed advantage over most of the other teams, with Iida at the forefront and a lot of versatility in terms of defense thanks to Yaoyorozu and Takoyami forming the rear guard. Izuku and his team wished their friends luck and received similar wishes back from everyone besides Todoroki, who opted to give them the good old cold shoulder treatment before moving on to the next person. Unfortunately, Shiozaki was also a member of a team already. Understandably, she decided to side with Kendo and 2 other students from her class rather than seeking him out, as she suspected that he'd likely ally with his friends as well. Having some long-range attacks would be nice, but Izuku had no intentions of pressuring Shiozaki into switching teams. Instead, they wished each other luck and parted in high spirits sprinkled with healthy sportsmanship. Searching for both Takoyami and Shiozaki took a bit of time, and by now nearly all of the teams were formed already. It was looking as though their team would have to work with what they had at the moment. The time for forming teams was about to run out when Kirishima pointed something out. "What about that guy?" he said curiously. Izuku's eyes scanned the direction that Kirishima was pointing towards, and a smirk appeared on his lips as soon as he recognized the person. "He'll do," Izuku responded happily and began marching forward with Ishido and Kirishima right behind him. There was no time to waste after all. "Are you sure this is okay?" Shinso asked just as the final countdown was sounding all around the stadium. All the teams were currently standing around the outside of the stadium, waiting for the signal to open the floodgates and engage in some glorious combat. Most of the teams were composed of 4 people to both increase their versatility and initial score, with only a couple of outliers forming 3-man teams. All the formations were quite tame. All things considered, as Izuku really expected at least one team to have multiple riders or all ride on the back of a single horse. At least it looked neat on TV, probably. "Of course it's okay," Kirishima immediately reassured the final member of their team. Adding Shinso to the team was a spur-of-the-moment decision, as they had no way of knowing whether or not his quirk would be compatible with theirs. But leaving him all alone didn't sit right with any of them, so they decided to bite the bullet and approach him. As it turned out, Shinso's quirk allowed him to mind control people if they responded to his questions. He used to get a lot of shit and get called a lot of bad things in the past just because of the ability that he was born with, and both Ishido and Kirishima immediately began gushing over his quirk, hoping to convey that they found it amazing and not awful like most people that he's met up till now. Izuku himself was quite proud of his classmates for cheering Shinso up like that even without being prompted to do so. It only went to show that they both had hearts of gold, a very important characteristic for a hero, since Shinso's quirk didn't interfere with any of theirs. And Ishido and Kirishima had basically already dragged him into the team without even asking him to join. Izuku officially offered him the last spot on their team. Shinso was apprehensive about accepting the offer, as he didn't want to hinder their chances of winning, but was eventually bullied into joining them. In the end, they decided to make him the rider of their team, since he was by far the skinniest of them all, which Kirishima already offered to help Shinso with once the sports festival was over, and he could freely use his quirk from the elevated position. They put Kirishima up front to soak up any attacks coming from the front and act as a battering ram if the situation demanded it, with Izuku and Ishido in the rear to protect the flanks. "Don't worry, Shinso, I'm sure you'll do just fine. And even if we lose, at least we tried as hard as we could and had some fun in the meantime." Izuku pitched in to raise not only Shinso's, but also Ishido's and Kirishima's morale. Sure, winning and advancing to the tournament phase would be really nice and was almost a guarantee that some pros would send them internship offers, but Izuku wanted to make sure that winning was not a priority. He was fine with any outcome as long as they did all they could to win. There'd be no slacking off on his watch, however. It seemed to elevate Kirishima's morale through the roof as he yelled out the loudest manly, yet and turned his entire body to stone immediately, banging his fist together with a wide grin on his face. His energy was infectious enough to raise the spirits of someone even as pessimistic as Shinso, as a small smile appeared on his lips. "Begin." The command finally sounded and all hell broke loose. As expected, most of the teams immediately turned towards Bakugo and his posse to try their hand at snatching that 10 million from his head. A hopeless endeavor for everyone besides Todoroki, but the more attention was focused around Bakugo, the less attention was focused on everyone else, and Izuku planned to exploit that situation. acting like the de facto vultures of the event didn't sound all that heroic. But it could be easily excused as being able to accurately judge one's chances. There were a couple of no-name outliers that seemed to adopt a similar tactic. But Izuku wasn't worried about them as he had a lot of trust in the prowess of his teammates. They also had their secret weapon that was Shinso, so even if things went wrong they still should be able to fight back if someone was to get the drop on them. Izuku and his team spent the first couple of minutes just watching Bakugo fend off all the attackers and evading the occasional skirmish headed their way. It didn't take long for the weaker teams to start giving up on snatching the juicy 10 million headband and disengage in search of someone their own size. Soon it was only Todoroki who refused to yield and kept chasing Bakugo no matter what. There were teams that tried to use Todoroki's tunnel vision to catch him off guard and steal his points, but they learned quickly and painfully that Todoroki was never off guard, especially with Yaoyorozu and Takoyami acting like his bodyguards. Ground-shaking explosions and ice structures marred the territory of the duel where no other team dared to approach once the two powerhouses got warmed up and started a full-blown war with each other. Izuku and his team meanwhile had to fend off more and more attacks as people started targeting them due to them teaming up with the sole student from the general study. Kinda classist if you ask him, but it did allow them to sneak a headband or two from the more reckless teams that got just a bit too close. Their formation was primarily close-range oriented, so they were pretty bad at stealing headbands. But once they got a hold of one it wouldn't be easy to take it away from them. Kirishima at the front worked overtime, always trying to face the incoming charge and absorb the impact with his quirk whilst Ashido chucked diluted acid to deter others from coming closer. Izuku meanwhile was on support duty and mostly focused on shielding his team from the attacks that Kirishima couldn't intercept in time. That's a really cool trick. When did you learn it? Ashido exclaimed with a grin after she got to witness the shimmering golden barrier that surrounded their team after one of Todoroki's ice projectiles went astray and almost threw their rider off their shoulders. A while back, just haven't had much time to practice it lately. Izuku responded as the shield collapsed as soon as the projectile touched it. The barrier was useful for stopping ranged attacks, but Izuku didn't have much experience with it and it was quite tricky to set up on reflex, which made it really brittle and unfit for prolonged usage. Simply flashing the barrier was far less taxing, but not nearly as reliable as keeping it up all the time, which meant that Shinso had to duck out of the way of some attacks a couple of times. Overall, their team was able to comfortably cruise on the sidelines without engaging any tough opponents, but that was about to change drastically. I'm terribly sorry about this, Midoriya, but we'll be taking your points, Shiozaki shouted as her team charged Izuku's from the side. Shiozaki was the rider of her team with some steel-colored guy, who shared an uncomfortable amount of similarities in appearance with Kirishima at the front and Kendo along with another guy in the back. Izuku's luck had once again run out as Shiozaki was definitely someone that he didn't want to face in this event. Her quirk was perfect for both defense and offense, and Izuku was well aware of how much skill she had. Other than that, he didn't have much information about the other members of her team, but he doubted any of them could be more dangerous than her. They even picked a good time to strike as Izuku and his team were just recovering from a previous skirmish, and their formation wasn't tight enough to turn on the spot. The vines came flying their way and Izuku put up a more powerful barrier to at least try and slow them down to buy his teammates some precious time. The thin layer of shimmering gold was no match for the sheer might of vine-like hair that Shiozaki commanded like an expert. A couple of strands woven together acted like a spear, and a single strike was enough to break through the improvised defense. Izuku knew they had no chance to win like this, so he ordered his team to run forward, hoping to put some distance between their teams. With Shiozaki and her team right behind them, Ashido could utilize her quirk to substantially slow down their approach by constantly changing the viscosity of her acid, whilst the guy at their front could easily tank Ashido's more potent acids. The other two members of the ground crew had no such resistance and had to be more careful. The more diluted version of her acid was completely harmless but very slick, which almost caused Shiozaki's team to collapse the first time they stepped onto it. They may have had the better offense, but Izuku's team was all about defending, and it was showing right in this moment. It was clear that neither team could really get the upper hand in this struggle, and so Izuku decided to try out a more diplomatic approach. This is getting us nowhere. How about we make a non-aggression pact and focus on getting to the final event without getting in each other's way? Izuku shouted and was relieved to note that the relentless attacks stopped as Shiozaki and her teammates seemed to mull the offer over. You better make it to the final event then. Shiozaki eventually responded and her team turned around to go after someone else. With the heat finally off their backs, Izuku and his teammates were able to rest for a second before getting back into the action. They had to get some more points to advance after all. In the end, they were able to sneak into 4th place thanks to Shinso pulling a clutch save and successfully tricking some loudmouthed blonde into giving all of his points away in the last minute. Shiozaki and her team had them beat as they gathered enough points to advance from the third place and were close behind Todoroki, who unfortunately was not able to take the 10 million points away from Bakugo, who managed to score 2 wins in a row already. Izuku would have loved to watch that battle live, but he was way too busy to pay any attention to it. I can always rewatch it at the dorms, he thought to himself with a shrug. Truth be told, he was quite tired already, and a break before the tournament round would be really nice. Thankfully, that's exactly what was announced next, and he could breathe in relief that he could finally get some rest. All those barriers took a toll on him. The commercial break would last about half an hour and was perfect to grab snacks, eat lunch, or otherwise unwind before the final event. Izuku was planning on grabbing something to eat and then maybe lounging around the stadium for a while, but his plans were quickly crushed by his overly enthusiastic teammate. "Let's go grab something to eat, guys," Ashido declared. "Come on, bro, the more the merrier," Hiroshima hollered as he waved towards Izuku to follow them. The greenette could only shake his head, unable to comprehend how those two could still have so much energy left after 2 back-to-back physical events like that. Still, he didn't really complain, as having both of them around was actually very fun. He was about to follow in their steps when he saw something out of the corner of his eye. A fond smile appeared on his lips as he turned around and grabbed Shinso by the back of his shirt as he tried to sneak away. "Didn't you hear him say the more the merrier?" Izuku asked with a smile as Shinso turned around in surprise. "You want me to join you?" he questioned, clearly bamboozled by the offer. "Of course. I mean, you basically saved our backsides back then. I'm not gonna force you to join us, but the offer still stands," Izuku assured the purple-haired guy, and he once again got to witness his rare smile. "I'd like to join you," he responded eventually. "Great, let's go catch them before they leave us in the dust," Izuku said, and the two rushed after the other half of their team, both eager to fill their stomachs and regain strength before the final event. The cafeteria was understandably quite packed at the moment, as the 2 back-to-back events had taken a toll on everyone's energy levels, which needed to be regenerated with some delicious food that Lunch Rush himself never failed to prepare. There were of course those that wished to explore the grounds during the break period and maybe try some of the food offered by the many different vendors, but true loyalists knew already that Lunch Rush's cooking was second to none. "Just don't let their mothers hear that. Is it me, or is this tasting even better than usual?" Hiroshima exclaimed as he almost gorged on the food in front of him. "I know, right?" Ashido agreed instantly, devouring her own meal at a similar, albeit a bit more tactful, pace. "Perhaps it has to do with the fact that we've managed to reach the tournament phase," Izuku speculated as he showed way more table manners than his 2 classmates combined. "It might also be because we're pretty drained at the moment and all food in general tastes better," he proposed thoughtfully. "Well, whatever the case, this is some really good food," Hiroshima said whilst chewing, somehow able to avoid choking despite having a full mouth. "Are they always like that?" Shinso, who was the most tame out of the 4, asked with confusion written all over his face. It didn't stop him from silently enjoying his food though. "More or less," Izuku confirmed with a smile. "They're quite the lively duo, but I can assure you that they're both very nice, just overzealous at times," he explained, and felt great relief when Shinso's shoulders sagged a bit, indicating his relaxed state. "You guys must know each other well for you to be able to vouch for them so easily," Shinso commented with a small smile. "I'm not really one for socializing, so I don't even know all of my classmates' names, to be honest," he revealed with an awkward chuckle. "Plus, I didn't really want to befriend them since I originally wanted to join the hero course." And that news was shocking enough to make both Kirishima and Ashido pause mid-bite. "Wait, really?" the duo exclaimed in perfect sync. "Yeah, but my quirk doesn't work on robots since they, don't have brains that I can brainwash. Thankfully, my written exam was enough to land me a spot in the general course, but it's rumored that if you do well enough in the sports festival, it'd be possible to transfer up into the hero course," Shinso explained, and the trio listened intently, intrigued by all the new things they were learning about their newest friend. "That's why I wanted to do my best and maybe show off a bit, but I'm not sure if I can make the cut with my performance. I mean, I'd have fallen into that pit during the first event if it wasn't for you." He looked at Izuku as he recalled the most unfortunate circumstance of their first meeting. "And I only made it as far as I did because you invited me to join your team. I'm pretty sure I'd have been eliminated if it wasn't for you guys. And I think it's the other way around," Izuku stated with confidence, causing Shinso to snap his head towards him. "You may have already forgotten, but we would have been eliminated if it wasn't for you saving our backsides at the last moment," he reminded the purple-haired boy, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. "Yeah, bro, that was super manly. The way you tricked that blonde was cool as hell." Hiroshima immediately jumped aboard the hype train and shared his own opinion on the matter, causing Shinso's eyebrows to rise even higher. "And Midori is right. Maybe you wouldn't have been able to advance on your own, but we surely wouldn't be able to advance without you," Ashido stated with the same amount of confidence that both Izuku and Kirishima displayed. "But we worked together and all 4 of us managed to advance. We did it as a team. she added with a grin and a thumbs up. A team, Shinso mumbled to himself, still positively bamboozled and surprised by the praise being thrown his way like confetti on a birthday party. We worked as a team. We all gave it everything we had and we were able to get into the final event. Though let me tell you, if we were to face each other in the tournament, I won't be holding back. That'd be an insult, Izuku said with conviction, and Kirishima looked almost ready to explode at such a manly declaration. Hell yeah, dude. I won't take it easy on you either, the redhead stated with a grin. And once you make it into the hero course, you gotta become our training buddy. Once I make it into the hero course? Huh, Shinso thought to himself, a fond smile on his face and one tiny tear threatening to spill from his eye. I'd like that, very much so actually, he said, and it was the straw that broke the camel's back as Kirishima stood up in a flash and hugged his purple-haired teammate with all his might. The color from Shinso's hair flooded his face as he struggled to breathe in the vice-like grip whilst the other two people at the table laughed at the scene. After they finished their meals and cleaned up their table, they still had some time before they had to return to the stadium, and so the four of them began planning their next move. Shinso used this opportunity to finally break off from the group to recharge his introverted batteries with some quality alone time before the final event started. The others were sad to see him go, but they also knew that they'd no doubt see each other very soon. With just the three of them left, Ishido and Kirishima tried roping Izuku into joining them on their trip around the festival grounds to check out the different stalls and maybe get something to snack on in the meantime. Izuku didn't have any other plans or even any ideas on what to do, but he also didn't want to be third-wheeling on his friend's outing, and so he politely declined. Ishido and Kirishima didn't pressure him into changing his mind and simply left to enjoy the festivities while they could. This, however, left Izuku with nothing to do and no one to turn to. He was considering simply heading back to the stadium early and waiting for the matchups to be announced live, but someone had spotted him and his plans just changed. Hello, Midoriya. Izuku turned around as soon as he heard his name being called, and he couldn't stop himself from smiling. Hello to you too, Shiozaki, he responded, always happy to see a familiar face. Are you perchance unoccupied at the moment? She asked simply as she approached. I was actually just thinking about what I should do with the remaining time, but couldn't figure out anything except heading back to the stadium, Izuku explained, and the smile on Shiozaki's face got just a little wider. Well then, would you like to explore the festival grounds with me? She offered. I was supposed to go with Itsuka, but Momo was causing trouble again and she had to go deal with him, she added, and the two chuckled. He must be livid about not making it to the tournament stage, Izuku guessed, and Shiozaki nodded in confirmation. I hope he matures over the course of the next 3 years. We already have one foul-mouthed blonde and that's more than enough already, he joked, and they shared yet another chuckle at their classmates' expense. So, about my offer, Shiozaki repeated whilst swaying back and forth on her feet. Oh, right. I'd love to accompany you, Izuku answered quickly and extended his elbow for Shiozaki to hold onto like an old-fashioned gentleman. Shall we go? He asked with a smile. We shall, Shiozaki responded and held onto the offered elbow, quite smitten by the gesture. The duo explored the festival grounds, being mindful of the time throughout their escapade. They saw many interesting stalls selling a whole slew of memorabilia and gadgets of all kinds, a few performers entertaining the younger members of the crowd, and a healthy amount of different heroes mixed in with the regular folk, enjoying the break like everyone else. Izuku was already quite full after the hearty meal that he'd eaten just a few minutes ago. Yet he still gave in and agreed to try out a few things when Shiozaki proposed they do so. First, and the most important spot, was the nearest takoyaki stand, a staple snack for any respectable festival to have. Later they also tried some yakitori and then went for something sweeter, with their final choice being a pair of chocolate bananas in different flavors. Although, for some very strange and hard to explain reason, Izuku was quite drawn to the fish-shaped taiyaki. He didn't dwell on that feeling too long as their time was limited and they still had a lot to see. Where the food vendors ended, stalls with various festival games began. Everything from throwing ping-pong balls into plastic cups to popping balloons with darts could be found there, a testament to just how diverse and profitable the sports festival truly was. Izuku was tempted to try his luck in a few games, but that'd surely take a lot of time, and that's the one luxury that they didn't have. Although if everything during the tournament stage went smoothly, there's a chance that he'd be able to try out at least a couple of games before the stalls start to pack up and depart towards another scheduled event. The scarcity of time didn't stop Kirishima from winning some kind of a pink plushie that was immediately snatched up by Ishido the second he received it. Izuku and Shiozaki came across the pair towards the end of their tour, and for a split second Izuku saw a face-splitting grin appear on Ishido's face, one that promised great mischief in the days to come. It vanished as soon as it appeared, however, so Izuku simply took it as merely a trick of the light. What a grave mistake that would turn out to be. Future catastrophes aside, Izuku was genuinely happy to be able to spend some quality time with one of his closest friends, as well as getting to enjoy the festival like the rest without having to worry about the competition or the tournament. Nothing ever lasts forever, however, and soon it was time to face his own reality. We should do this more often, Shiozaki said as they were approaching the stadium. Only a few minutes of the break left. Sure, though I'm not sure if there are any festivals planned in the near future around here. Izuku responded as he scratched his head. That's a good question. I'll have to ask the girls about that. They might know, Shiozaki stated after a short pause of thought. Good idea. I'll do the same. I'm pretty sure that Ashido knows that kind of stuff like the back of her hand, Izuku said with a smile. For now though, it looks like we have to part since we're in different classes. Good luck in your matches. I hope we'll have a chance to face each other, Izuku wished, and Shiozaki responded in kind. After that they went their separate ways to join their classmates in the stands and wait for the matchups of the first round to be revealed. Midnight walked on stage once the timer for the break ran out and, after striking a provocative pose, began to talk. Welcome back everyone. I hope you've managed to work out all the kinks out of your legs and backs, because once the action starts it's not going to stop until the very end, she started, already earning herself quite the applause right off the bat. As you're all already aware, the final event of the sports festival is always a one-on-one tournament where our students really get to shine like the bright stars they are. And once again the crowd cheered for the R-rated heroine. She truly was a natural at this, wasn't she? The big screen behind her flickered to life as the names of all the contestants started flashing, forming impromptu matchups. But not stopping just yet. And now comes the part that all of you were waiting for. Let us reveal the final matchups, Midnight declared, and the names started slowing down one by one before eventually stopping in their respective spots on screen. Izuku tuned out the umpire at this point as he opted to study the list by himself instead. One thing that immediately stood out to him was that he and Shiozaki could face off in the second round if they were to win their first matches. He was confident that Shiozaki would be able to win without major issues, but he was somewhat less sure about the outcome of his own fight. Speaking of, he should probably figure out who he would have to face in the first round before he started planning for the future. Match 6, Midoriya Izuku vs Shinso Hitoshi. That's quite spicy, and quite the news to digest. Izuku wanted nothing more than to see his newest friend succeed and make his dream about becoming a hero come true. However, there was also the more selfish part of him that wanted to show off his own skills to the pros in the stands and face Shiozaki in the second round. Well, his fight was close to the far end of the first round, so he still had plenty of time to figure out how he wanted to handle that situation. To take his mind off this issue for at least a moment, Izuku decided to take a look at the other matchups to see if there were any worth paying extra attention to. The opening match, Bakugo vs Tokoyami, was bound to be quite one-sided due to Dark Shadow being weak against Light, so, as much as he hated to admit it, Bakugo would probably win without a problem. Fourth match, Kirishima vs Tetsu, was interesting due to the very similar quirks of the two contestants. They both seemed to be able to absorb substantial amounts of damage, so it'd probably turn into a slog. But it would be interesting to find out which one of them emerges victorious. The last matchup that Izuku had at least some interest in was the second to last match of the first round, Todoroki vs Yaoyorozu. He had a bad feeling about this match, but time will tell if his gut was right. A few things were clear to Izuku. Positioning Bakugo and Todoroki on opposite sides of the bracket was no coincidence and was probably decided on to ensure that the audience ends up glued to their seats till the very end to watch the final showdown between the two powerhouses. He was a bit concerned with Todoroki's first match since he was already quite infamous for having an overwhelming offense coupled up with a tendency for not holding back. Yaoyorozu, whose quirk was far more versatile but required concentration to use, would surely have a tough time finding an opening, but the outcome of that battle was still undecided. Meanwhile in the stands, a shady-looking business shark was navigating the sea of people to reach his seat before the first fight started so as not to annoy the members of the audience. He himself was quite annoyed though, as his secretary forgot to cancel a meeting with some island eggheads about the possibility of upgrading their current security systems. Yes, it'd be possible to hand all of the vital functions to a virtual intelligence, though teaching it the do's and don'ts is bound to take some time. On top of that, you'd need quite bulky servers to house the VI itself as well as all the recommended security measures. He spoke into the communicator around his ear. Replacing your current airspace shield with the newest model of rain metal would make the targeting easy enough for a VI to handle with minimal training, so that could be a good place to start. Later we could discuss integrating other security systems into the VI's list of competence. But starting small is your safest bet on the road to fully automating your defenses. And for the last time, Martha is not a product, therefore she is not for sale. And with that he hung up. giving his client an opportunity to rethink his offer for potential changes. As soon as he finished the first call, he dialed up a different number as he sat down in his seat, a lot less annoyed than just a moment ago, but still quite agitated nonetheless. "Martha, do I have any other appointments scheduled or am I finally free?" he asked, hoping to finally receive a satisfactory answer. "Your schedule is clear for the rest of the day, sir." His assistant responded immediately. "Good, make sure it stays that way. And if those eggheads try to alter my offer, threaten them with calling it off entirely. I've had it with their snide remarks and their superiority complex. If they think that they know more about security and developing AI than me, then they are welcome to try and one-up me to their heart's content." And with that he finished his second call, pulling the communicator out of his ear and stuffing it into his pocket before Martha could answer. Martin Kravchenko was quite the busy man, making deals left, right, and center and expanding his influence on the worldwide scale. Sometimes, though, he wanted nothing more than to be left to his own devices so that he could pursue his selfish personal goals, like learning more about the boy that carries around the blade of Antwer and the demon that lives within the aforementioned weapon. "Now, Izuku Midoriya, show me something interesting." Izuku would have liked to watch Shiozaki's match in its entirety, but he had to leave halfway through to prepare for his own fight. From what he was able to see, however, he had absolute confidence in his friend's victory, as her creative use of her versatile quirk was nearly unbeatable without some sort of a counter. Izuku also would have preferred to have a calm, uneventful trek to his waiting room, but that also was taken away from him when he stumbled upon the number 2 hero of Japan himself, Endeavor. He was surprised to see the pro skulking around the corridors normally restricted for staff and participants. But that initial reaction was short-lived once he remembered that he literally had a Todoroki in his class. The man was probably getting the lay of the land so that he could wish his son good luck once his match rolled around. After exchanging brief greetings on the go, Izuku continued towards his waiting room, hoping that he'd find the gear he submitted there. Whilst neither the first nor the second event gave him an opportunity to show off his fighting skills, the one-on-one duels of the tournament stage were made specifically for this purpose. As such, Izuku didn't bother to submit his gear for anything except the tournament, betting that if he were to make it to the final event he'd be able to get a small power boost. Well, maybe not that small, judging by the fact that his bastard sword was quite long. He sensed the black case before he even entered the waiting room and felt the intrusive thoughts double in intensity as he approached it. "And here I was thinking that you decided to fly solo for this fight too. I wouldn't be surprised if you handicapped yourself to give that scrawny kid a fighting chance. But I guess there are limits to your grace." The all-too-familiar whisper of the demon reverberated within his mind, and Izuku simply sighed. "I should have known you were watching the whole thing," Izuku responded as he approached the case. "It kept me entertained when you were too busy to have a chat," the demon explained with a grin in his voice. "Don't be jealous, though. I still find you much more entertaining than anything else in this time." "Hallelujah," Izuku muttered under his breath as he checked the contents of the case. "Good try, but that won't work on me. I've had the most powerful Psykers in the whole Imperium try and banish me, but I'm still here, so you can guess how that went," the demon said in a very prideful manner, as if boasting about his accomplishments. Izuku was used to the demon talking all sorts of nonsense to try and get under his skin or distract him long enough to pull some of his mental tricks, but he hasn't heard that line ever before, and it puzzled him greatly. What's a Psyker, and what Imperium is he talking about? The Persians? The Romans? Was the Black Blade around all this time? These were only a couple of things that Izuku wanted to ask, but he already knew that the demon wouldn't answer, so he didn't even bother. Still, it gave him a few more pieces of this overcomplicated puzzle, one that he'd have to solve on his own, it would seem. His train of thought was derailed when Midnight's pompous voice came through the speaker in the corner of his waiting room. And with one last tactically flawless maneuver, Shiozaki Ibara advances to the second round of the tournament, she announced, and Izuku smiled to himself. "I guess I should get going," he said as he closed the case and swung his sheathed bastard sword over his back, prepared for the fight ahead. Having to find someone you just became friends with and even teamed up in the previous event was leaving a bad taste in Izuku's mouth. But he was very thankful that Shinso didn't have to face someone like Todoroki or Bakugo, as those two would surely go all out and potentially injure the purple-haired Gen Ed student. Although now that he gave it some more thought, perhaps he could have goaded Bakugo into answering his questions and even eliminated him in the very first round. That would have been quite the show. Bakugo was bound to explode afterward, however, so maybe this was the best-case scenario after all. Walking out of the tunnel and out into the open, Izuku could almost feel the weight of everyone's attention settle upon his shoulders as he approached the arena. The first event had way too many participants for people to pay attention to singular students, and the second event was mainly centered around Bakugo and Todoroki. Now, though, it was only going to be him and Shinso, and between the two of them he was sure to garner much more attention than a Gen Ed student, though there'd still be a fair share of people rooting for the obvious underdog. Thankfully, Izuku was not as socially awkward and anxious as he might have been if his origin story was to be changed, and was able to flawlessly navigate the complexity of social interactions with a simple strategy of smile and wave as the crowd above cheered. Approaching from the left, he's built like an entire brick factory, but still soft as a plushie. One of the gentle giants of Class 1 of Midoriya, Izuku. Midnight introduced him, once again using that brick factory quote that he failed to understand time and time again. He'd have to ask someone to clarify it for him, maybe a Shido. And his opponent on my right, the only Gen Ed student to make it this far in the last few years. He's mysterious and looks about ready to fall asleep standing, Shinso Hitoshi. Izuku was positively surprised when the amount of people cheering for his friend nearly matched the cheers that he himself had received just a moment prior. People sure do love the underdog story, don't they? Izuku walked up all the way to the center of the arena, Shinso following suit, and soon enough they were standing directly in front of each other, friendly expressions on their faces. And so we meet again. Izuku greeted with a smile. Looks like it. Shinso responded with a much smaller smile. Let me remind you of the rules. The fight ends when one of the contestants is unable to continue or goes out of bounds. In special cases, yours truly might decide to stop the fight if I rule that you're going too far. Remember to play fair and give it your best shot. Midnight spoke her piece as she prepared to start the 6th match of the first round. Hey, before you inevitably wreck my backside, let me ask you something. No hard feelings? Shinso asked with a friendly smile. Begin. Of course. See. Izuku responded with a smile, one that quickly faded as soon as he realized that he was no longer in the stadium. What happened? What is this place? He wondered out loud as he looked around. His eyes were pretty much useless, however, as no matter where he looked, all that he saw was a pitch-black void, with the only somewhat illuminated area being the ground around his feet. His confusion deepened when he took a step forward and noted that the light was actually following him. He was scratching his head in search of an explanation when he heard something very familiar. Well, I wasn't expecting visitors. Izuku's head whipped around so hard that he almost made himself dizzy in a single move. Standing there, just a few meters away from him, in a spot lit up similarly to Izuku's, was the demon in all of its shadowy glory, leering at the warden with a maniacal grin. And I certainly wasn't expecting you to fall for that trick, the demon exclaimed in glee as it laughed. I had my doubts about him, but now I'm hooked. Oldest trick in the book, I tell ya. What are you talking about? Izuku asked, weary of the demon's behavior. Don't tell me you don't know what's happened. The demon was no longer amused as it stared blankly at its host. Its expression morphed into one of pure dejection once Izuku shook his head, confirming the assumption. How the fuck are you able to withstand my influence and see right through all of my schemes whilst being so damn blind all the same? The demon groaned before approaching its host. The kid used that weird ability of his. He tried to take control of your body and make you forfeit your match or something. He surely didn't expect there to be a second driver with his foot directly on the brake. The demon explained simply. He used his quirk. Izuku mumbled out with wide eyes. Wait, so this place is? Finally, the demon exclaimed with relief. This here blank space is the expansive plane of your own imagination. Though let me tell you, it's usually way more occupied by all manner of illogical nonsense. I actually prefer it like this. So, what now? Izuku asked, still weary though surprised by how cooperative the demon was at the moment. I mean, we can fight to the death right here and now. Either I kill you, take over your body and bring apocalypse upon this world a couple of 100 centuries early, or you kill me. I'm not really sure what happened if you were to actually mortally wound me. Although I'm literally immortal, so I'd either be banished to the warp for the time being or get right back up to continue the fight. Somewhere along the lines of its monologue, it looked as if though the demon started talking to itself like a scientist mulling over the potential outcomes of his experiment. Do you want to fight? Izuku asked, already aware of how low his chances were if the two of them were to clash, especially since he didn't have anything to use as a weapon. The demon seemed to dwell on the question just to mess with its warden a bit longer before eventually shaking its head. No, it'd be too easy, the demon said in a matter-of-fact tone, indicating that he was also well aware of how their confrontation would likely end. Besides, I don't want anyone's help. If I'm taking control over your body, it'll be through my own actions, it said with a wicked grin. But how do I get back? The greenette wondered out loud once he assumed that the threat had passed. I have an idea. The last thing Izuku saw was the demon's razor-sharp claws about to slash him open like a cardboard packaging. Next thing he knew, he was on his knees and about to vomit. But he was staring at the concrete surface of the arena and not some magical void that was supposed to be his head. He fought back the gag reflex and was eventually able to get back onto his wobbly legs, panting and confused, but alive. As soon as he was back up, he noticed Shinso looking at him with a mix of fear and worry. Are you all right? He asked wearily. I told you to walk out of bounds, but you just kept standing there and then collapsed. So that's what it meant with the foot on the brake, Izuku thought as he realized that the demon had basically saved him from losing the match. It'd be a very notable achievement if Shinso was to actually eliminate a student from the hero course, but Izuku couldn't just give him the win, unfortunately. Also, is that meant to levitate like that? Shinso pointed out, and Izuku looked to the side to see the demon's prison hover just above the ground right next to him. Yeah, it does this all the time, don't worry about it, Izuku responded, recovering enough strength to smile at his friend. I guess my plan didn't work, Shinso stated with a smile of his own. And here I thought I had this in the bag already. This was just a bad matchup for you, Izuku reassured his friend as he extended a hand for Shinso to shake. At least I didn't get to cosplay as a punching bag like some of the others, Shinso joked with a slight flinch as he remembered the previous fights. And hey, I managed to stop you for a moment, so I count that as a win, he added and shook Izuku's hand. I yield, Shinso said as he looked at Midnight, who was acting quite sus. Ah, such virile youth and sportsmanship, she exclaimed in a manner that rubbed both of the teens in the wrong way. Shinso Hitoshi yields. Midoriya Izuku advances to the second round. Let's give those two an applause for that show of friendship, Midnight ordered and started clapping, with nearly the entire stadium joining her right afterwards. Even through all the noise, Izuku could faintly hear Kirishima shouting all the way from the stands and already knew that the redhead wouldn't shut up about this for a while. "Wanna go back to our spot?" Izuku offered, and Shinso accepted the offer in a heartbeat. "Don't walk away just yet, ladies and gentlemen, as we still have 2 more matches left in the first round. Now without further ado, let's continue. Up next." Midnight continued her role as the umpire and started introducing the next contestants as Izuku and Shinso walked off the stage and towards the stands. Meanwhile, in the crowd, a pair of enchanting purple eyes with a fair glint of mischief watched the two vanish inside of the tunnel, processing what they'd just witnessed. There's no doubt about it. That kid's ability is mind control, and he successfully used it on Midoriya. Did the demon try to wrestle control, or did they just talk it out? From what I've read, the demon that inhabits the Black Blade is quite prideful, so it's possible that it took offense and temporarily joined forces with its warden. Martin analyzed the situation, clearly intrigued and deeply invested into this new development. Temporarily being the keyword. They're probably back to normal already. That's a shame. We could have used this to study that demon more. Well, there goes that adventure. I'm just gonna have to figure out something else, Martin decided and stood up, hoping to stretch his legs before the second round. This was probably the most interesting part of the entire sports festival in his opinion, but since he's already here, he might as well stay till the end and at least see how far Midoriya makes it before being severely outgunned. Bro, what was that? Kirishima questioned as soon as Izuku and Shinso made it to the Wana booth. Izuku immediately noticed that there were quite a few people missing. Bakugo and Todoroki weren't there right from the start, but now even Yaoyorozu was gone and there was still some time left before her fight. Perhaps she was nervous and wanted some time to calm down her nerves before the bout. Whatever the case, Izuku hoped she was alright. That was super anticlimactic, you know, Ashido stated as the two friends approached them and sat next to them. You wanted me to put on a show like that girl from the support course, Izuku joked with a smile, and they chuckled at what will surely be the most memorable moment of this year's sports festival. I at least wanted to see you swing that sword around, Ashido exclaimed, but you just stood still like a statue. Did Shinso tell a bad joke or something? She questioned. Nope, he caught me with his quirk, Izuku explained, and both Kirishima and Ashido stared at him blankly. You're joking, right? Ashido asked, hoping this was just a joke. Nah, I asked him a question just as Midnight was about to start the match and he fell for it, Shinso confirmed with a smirk. Ashido and Kirishima remained silent for a few seconds before absolutely exploding with laughter. You knew all about his quirk and you still fell for it? Ashido said in between fits of amused laughter. I didn't expect him to be so ruthless. Izuku trailed off as he scratched his neck in embarrassment. But, no hard feelings, right? You kinda didn't finish her answer, Shinso asked, taking a jab at his new friend at the same time. Yeah, no hard feelings. We both wanted to win, and had it been anyone else you probably would have won, Izuku stated with confidence. Right, about that, how do you break free? From what Shinso explained earlier, once you're gone, and the only way to break out is for someone to shake you awake, Ashido asked with a curious glint in her eye. Let's just say that I had some help from an unexpected ally, Izuku explained in a pseudo-mysterious manner. Demon, Kirishima guessed. Demon, Izuku confirmed. Demon, Shinso questioned. Demon, Ashido corrected. Demon, Shinso questioned again. Demon, the other three confirmed. Wait, he doesn't know, Ashido quickly realized. Don't know what? Shinso asked in confusion. Buckle up, buddy, we're taking you on a ride, Kirishima warned as Izuku began the explanation. Needless to say, it took some convincing, but eventually Shinso was able to believe in the existence of the demon without anything to prove it. Although one could argue that the interaction his quirk had with Izuku was proof enough. The events that unfolded after Izuku's match were worrying to say the least. As expected, Todoroki won his fight against Yaoyorozu with an overwhelming show of force, the bout ending almost as soon as it was started and resulting in Yaoyorozu being simply pushed out of the arena by the rapidly expanding mass of ice. The most worrying thing about this outcome was the fact that Yaoyorozu didn't get back up right away. She didn't seem to be injured, although the fall was bound to leave her with a couple of bruises, so the only other reason for her behavior could be in her mind, and that's what Izuku didn't want to see. I'll have to check up on her after this to make sure she can recover. The last thing I want is for someone so promising to end up doubting their own capabilities, Izuku thought to himself with resolve. The second round of the tournament began a few minutes later, as soon as the glacier melted and was completely removed from the arena. As expected, Bakugo won his fight in that trademark brutal fashion of his, both outpowering and outsmarting his opponent, advancing to the semifinals by breaking some sweat. During the second round, Iida had excused himself from their booth as he'd received a phone call from his parents. Izuku was sure that they simply meant to congratulate him on his performance, but when Iida didn't return before Izuku's match began, the greenhead couldn't help but start to worry. He'd later find out that he was indeed correct to worry about his fellow classmate. But that's a piece of information for a later date. It's almost time for the semifinals, but we still have 2 more bouts of the second round to go through, Midnight announced as Izuku headed out of his tunnel and onto the arena in the middle. Approaching from my left side, he didn't yet have a chance to shine, but gave us an excellent show of sportsmanship and self-control, concrete on the outside and pudding on the inside. Midoriya Izuku from Class A of the Hero course. The introduction once again left Izuku puzzled, but he had much more important things to pay attention to, so he let the comments slide. This Kayama is a truly intriguing woman. I wonder where she gets all of these poetic comparisons from. Izuku thought to himself for a split moment before focusing on the more important stuff. Moron, the demon summed up its warden. And approaching from my right, she looks like an angel, but don't let it fool you because this rose has a whole bunch of thorns. Eager to help or whip you back into shape. Shiozaki Ibara from Class B of the Hero course. This time it was Shiozaki's turn to be puzzled by the introduction. I even made sure to pay extra attention to my hair yesterday. There shouldn't be any thorns in them. Shiozaki wondered as she ran a hand through her hand, confirming to herself that there really were no thorns there. Strange. The 2 friends approached the middle of the arena and smiled at each other. We really have to stop meeting like this. Izuku cracked a joke to break the ice. Indeed, I do have to admit that whilst facing you is great fun, I'd prefer it if we could just hang out in peace. Shiozaki responded courtly. You all already know the rules, but let me recall them anyway. The fight ends when either of the contestants is unable to continue or leaves the bounds of the arena. If I deem that either of you is going too far, I'll stop the fight as well. Is everything clear? After getting nods from the students, she grinned and stepped back so as not to get caught up in the fight. Good luck, Izuku wished as he unsheathed his sword and laid it on his shoulder with a single arm. Good luck to you as well. Shiozaki responded in kind as she prepared her vines for the opening strike. Our contestants are ready, so let the battle begin, Midnight announced, and the fight started. Shiozaki wasted no time and opened up by thrusting all of her vines forward, hoping to push Izuku back as she knew that he was a strictly melee fighter, so keeping him at a distance would grant her a significant amount of control over the flow of the battle. Izuku cast his shield in front of him as soon as the bout began and dodged to the side while simultaneously swinging his sword in an overhead slash, cleaving away some of Shiozaki's vines in the process and limiting her capabilities a bit. He didn't have time for another attack, however, as Shiozaki was quick on her feet and immediately turned all of her vines around, hoping to catch him off guard. Izuku used his sword to block the hit but had to retreat under the pressure. The brief pause allowed them to reorganize themselves as Izuku shouldered his sword again and Shiozaki recalled her vines so as to avoid getting them tangled up into one giant mess. As soon as she was ready, Shiozaki rushed forward, hoping to corner Izuku and immobilize or push him out of bounds to secure a victory for herself. She spread her vines on her sides to hopefully limit his possible moves, but was not prepared for him to come rushing directly at her. Thankfully, she left a handful of vines at her side for emergencies, and she was able to slow down his advance just enough for the more distant tendrils to swing back around and start surrounding Izuku from all directions. In yet another impressive show of tenacity, he kept moving forward, hacking away at her defenses with powerful swings while slowing down the attack from the rear with multiple barriers. This time it was Shiozaki who was forced to retreat as Izuku's swings came uncomfortably close to landing a clean hit on her, and whilst she was sure she'd be able to continue the fight, it wouldn't be pleasant in the slightest. And so she recalled more vines to her side and formed a singular solid wall between them, using the cover to step back and gather more vines for her next offensive. She could clearly feel him chopping her vines off, but it'd take a long enough time to put a dent in her forces to worry about losing those tendrils. Once she was ready for him, she recalled the last vines remaining in the wall and launched her own attack at the same time, hoping to confuse him with the sheer amount of movement that his eyes would need to track at the same time. Against all odds, he managed to stand his ground and even cut off a few more of her vines. But it was clear that he was getting tired due to the constant onslaught. Shiozaki was sure that she'd be able to outpace him if they just continued their cat and mouse game like this. But that probably wouldn't make her an intern that some of the higher-ranking heroes would like to extend an internship offer to, so she tried to figure out a way to end the fight sooner rather than later. She studied her opponent closely, noting how his muscles flexed and contorted to provide power for each of his swings, how sweat flew off his forehead every time he spun around to cut down an especially dangerous clump of tendrils, aiming for what she guessed would be his blind spot. She had a great deal of respect for her friend and the impressive form that he'd developed, but she noticed that there was a weakness to his stance and she forged a plan to exploit it. The vines that she'd recalled from the wall earlier were still at her side in case Izuku tried to do another reckless charge directly at her. But now she decided to make them her trump card. She sent those tendrils snaking along the ground on the far right side, close enough to the main force to blend in, but far out enough not to be held back by the assault. Once they were in position, Shiozaki had them sweep the ground, landing a clean hit on Izuku's legs and throwing him off balance as well as off rhythm. Seeing an opening to finish the fight, Shiozaki dumped all of her vines to drown Izuku with overwhelming numbers, and even though he fought back valiantly with his barrier, the fight was already over by that point. Once the struggling concluded, Midnight left her spot at the side of the arena and approached the giant clump of vines that Izuku was currently trapped inside of. She was meant to ask him whether or not he could continue, but one look inside was all it took for Midnight to give her verdict. Midoriya, Izuku is unable to continue. The winner is Shiozaki Ibara, she declared, and the crowd, once again, went wild with cheers at the impressive show that those two put on. As soon as the umpire ended the fight, Shiozaki recalled all of her vines, freeing Izuku from the restraints and allowing him to get back up. He had a couple of bruises where the vines clamped down on him to make sure he stayed in place, but it was nothing that he couldn't take care of himself. Shiozaki approached the man just as the golden glow along his injuries died down to reveal a slightly irritated, but otherwise undamaged skin. "I almost had you that one time," Izuku stated with a smile when Shiozaki walked up to him. "If it wasn't for the couple of vines that I've left at my side, our bout would have surely ended at that very moment." Shiozaki agreed and extended a hand for the fellow greenhead to shake. "Well, I wish you good luck in the semi-finals," Izuku said as he gently took the offered hand and placed a light kiss on the back of her hand with a slight bow. It almost seemed as if the crowd got even more riled up by that display, though it was hard to tell with Midnight yelling over the spectators thanks to her microphone. What a true gentleman. He took the loss with dignity and even congratulated the damsel. "I'm telling you, ladies, they don't make them like these anymore. Stake your claims before someone else does," the R-rated hero stated passionately with a labored breath. Both Shiozaki and Izuku were perplexed at what their umpire had just said, completely unaware of what that all was about. Though they could feel the atmosphere get a bit awkward, so they decided to separate and go back to their classmates so that the next match could be started without a delay. "All this teenage energy is getting me quite riled up. That's youth for you." As soon as Izuku stepped into Class A's booth, he was greeted by most of the people gathered there. "Dang bro, you were doing so well." Kirishima pushed his way to the very front to welcome his friend back. "Yeah, you almost had her, but then she swept you off your feet like swoosh," Ashido added in her usual overly energetic fashion, even going so far as to make sound effects. Izuku was overjoyed at the warm welcome, but he couldn't ignore the fact that Iida still hadn't returned after receiving the call. It couldn't be a trivial matter if he was gone for such a long time, and now that he was out of the tournament, Izuku couldn't help but worry. Another thing on his mind was also the state that Yaoyorozu was in at the moment. Unfortunately, her defeat at the hands of a fellow recommended student really stung. But Jiru was already on the case, trying to lift her spirits up. Izuku was thankful for that and decided to leave the two alone for a moment, opting to keep a close eye on the raven-haired classmate from afar. Once all the excitement died down, Izuku and his friends returned to their seats to watch yet another display of overkill from Todoroki, which concluded the second round in a rather spectacular, but at the same time lackluster, manner. Right after that, Midnight announced a short break to straighten out your legs or grab some more snacks whilst the contestants prepare for the semi-finals. The break was over in a matter of minutes, and the crowd couldn't wait to watch the most exciting parts of the tournament. Bakugo once again demolished his opponent with a brutal mix of brawn and brains, surprising no one and advancing to the final round. The other side of the bracket, on the other hand, looked vastly different. In what was probably the most unexpected turn of events, Todoroki failed to eliminate Shiozaki with his signature glacier to the face move that he'd shown off a couple of times already. Call it overly telegraphed and predictable, but the more attentive spectators could easily notice that Todoroki's moves were becoming sluggish. His first two rounds began with a very confident, solid step that immediately engulfed everything in front of him inside of a giant glacier. This time it was more as if he stumbled forward and the glacier had none of the momentum that the audience was used to seeing. Still, the fact that Shiozaki actually managed to dodge the opening move was enough of a distraction for people to stop paying attention to how either of them moved and just enjoy the show. To her credit, Shiozaki actually gave Todoroki a run for his money, using her vines to shield herself from the pillars and waves of frost that he sent at her time and time again. She even mounted a couple of offensives herself. But Todoroki's ice was not only a powerful weapon but also an impregnable shield. Not exactly indestructible, as Shiozaki managed to puncture it a few times, but sturdy enough to keep Todoroki firmly out of her reach. Once Todoroki regained his composure, however, the tide of battle turned back in his favor. His attacks got all of their momentum back and Shiozaki was eventually pushed back and overpowered by the onslaught of frost. Another, even shorter, break was announced so that Cementos could fix the arena and for Todoroki to catch his breath before the finals. It wasn't enough, however, and the final match that everyone was looking forward to ended up being a complete disappointment. Bakugo gained the upper hand right at the start and remained firmly in control throughout the bout, taunting his opponent and blowing away all of his defenses before blasting him off the platform to secure a win. In his typical arrogant fashion, Bakugo was actually furious that he'd won so easily. He kept shouting at Todoroki even after the match concluded and had to be forced to accept the golden medal. You just can't please this fucking guy. Anyways, even though the final match was a complete disaster, the sports festival itself was deemed as a fairly successful one and even came close to matching the second and third year's numbers despite the few upsets in between. Shiozaki even won a bronze medal for taking the third spot, so Izuku could definitely agree that the sports festival was fun. What wasn't fun, however, were the things that happened in the background. Once Iida left the booth after receiving the phone call, he was not seen for the rest of the day. Even when they all returned to the dorms to unwind after the relatively long day, they probably would have been left in the dark about his circumstances if it wasn't for Kaminari conveniently turning on the TV just as a news reporter was describing the newest victim of a psychopath known as the hero killer, Iida Tensei, none other than their Iida's older brother. The news shocked everyone besides Bakugo and Todoroki, who retreated to their rooms as if nothing even happened. Normally Izuku would have had a few choice words to offer to them, but right now he was more worried about his classmate to give a damn about schooling those two problem children. Iida was one of the strictest and most level-headed students in their class, but there was no way of knowing he wouldn't fly off the rails after a tragedy like that. There was nothing Izuku could do at this point, however, even as the class representative, so he vowed to keep an eye on Iida once he returned. Keep an eye on Yaoyorozu. Keep an eye on Iida. Watch out for Bakugo and Todoroki. At this point I'm going to need more eyes. Izuku joked somberly. I know a guy that can set you up with all the eyes you could ever want. Entreat. The demon offered, but Izuku chose not to humor its attempts at distracting him. I really hope this won't turn into yet another crisis, Izuku thought to himself as the news broadcast ended and the present students retreated to their rooms to finally relax. Following the exploits of their seniors over the weekend offered a great deal of entertainment and served as a reminder that they still had a long way to go, as the second and third years had much more refined fighting styles and were more resourceful with their quirk usage, often pulling stunts that none of the juniors thought possible at first glance. Bakugo was of course very adamant about being able to beat any of those extras right here and now, but his comments were paid no mind to, as his classmates already knew that trying to argue with the blonde menace was a fruitless endeavor. Catching some proper rest on Monday to relax after the sports festival concluded, all the students were thrown back into the grinder on Tuesday, with the excitement starting right from the get-go as Aizawa had announcements to make. I've reviewed the footage from the sports festival, and even though you've done a good job, there are still areas for improvement. Rome was not built in a day, so I'm not expecting to see the aforementioned improvement right away. But just keep in mind what you should try to work on going forward. Aizawa began what would eventually become a long monologue and then proceeded to list off a couple of examples like Bakugo's devastating lack of social skills, Kirishima's lack of variety, or Yaoyorozu's dependence on her quirk. That last one was a bit harsh and ill-timed in Izuku's opinion, but it had to be said at one point or the other. We don't have time to go over all of the potential improvements you can make, but I'll make sure to relay them to you in time. Today's homeroom already has a schedule. You lot better focus because what you're about to do can dictate your entire life going forward. Needless to say, this ominous transition put most of his students on the edge of their seats. He let them cook for a few moments before finally breaking the news. That's because today you'll choosing your hero names. Suddenly Midnight burst into the room in her usual over-the-top pompous fashion, strolling to the center like she owned the place. Aizawa didn't seem fazed by the sudden interruption and simply took out the yellow sleeping bag that he kept in his desk in case of an emergency and got ready for a nap. I'm not qualified to deal with it, so Midnight will guide you through the process and make sure that your names fit within the HPSC's guidelines. and that they're not some stupid shit like Great Explosion Murder God or anything close to that. It could have been Izuku's imagination, but he could have sworn that Aizawa shot a very accusatory glare at the blonde menace in front of him. Those extra eyes would have come in handy now, wouldn't they? The demon mocked in amusement. Izuku of course paid it no mind and chose to focus on the task at hand instead. Aizawa may have blown this whole thing out of proportion by a wide margin, but this was still nothing to take lightly. He wasn't interested in the marketing, business side of being a hero, but he also didn't want to become just another brick in the wall. He wanted his name to be something original, but not controversial or eye-catching, as he'd have preferred to be known for what he's done and not what he looks like. Numerous names were proposed before the tribunal that was midnight, and all of them had to be rejected first before at last someone came up with something that not only suited them, but also fit within the set boundaries. The rainy season hero, Froppy, Asui declared proudly, and Midnight squealed in delight. Approved, the R-rated hero stated, and it was as if though the floodgates of inspiration had been opened at that point, with all the students figuring out their names in no time. Eventually it was only down to a couple of strugglers, with Izuku being one of them. He had ideas, of course, lack of them was not the issue, but they were also plain and generic. He went through 7 different variations of night before giving up on that and moving on. Although that didn't take him far, as he always kept coming back to these medieval, religious themes of paladins, protectors, and defenders. Izuku was about ready to throw in the towel and accept that his name wouldn't be as original as he'd have liked when a sudden inspiration was sparked within him. Demon, he thought cautiously. The very idea of calling out to the monster rubbing him all kinds of ways, all of them wrong and disturbing. What? The demon responded after a few moments, the sound devoid of any ill or venom and filled with interest in turn. Izuku couldn't blame it. This was probably the first time that he initiated the conversation completely unprovoked. Who is that person that you mention from time to time? The one that you seem to like as much as you hate? Izuku doubted that the demon would actually answer the question, but it was worth a try in his books. Surprisingly, it worked. Oh, you mean Garen. That guy pisses me off even more than you do, but you really can't not respect him. That mental stronghold that he's constructed within his mind is stronger than anything I've ever seen. Hell, I'd no idea that humans could achieve such a pure state of mind. The demon recalled, surprising Izuku with how it addressed the man. Who is he anyway? Izuku prodded, hoping to get something more to go off of before making a final decision. Garen Crow is the strongest warrior and leader of the Purifier Order of the Grey Knights chapter. Members of the chapter are said to be completely immune to the demonic influences, and only those purest amongst them could hope to be offered a position in the Purifier Order. Yet, even within the purest of the pure there is a man that outshines them all, Garen Crow. If every purifier is pure of mind and completely incorruptible, then I have no words to describe that man. My every attempt at tempting him ended in failure, and I only managed to receive a couple of responses over the centuries that we spent locked in the struggle for control. It was almost as if the demon was reliving some of its memories as the sound of its voice turned fond halfway through the explanation. Izuku himself was completely stunned by the monologue, even if he couldn't understand some of the things that the demon spoke about. Grey Knights, Purifiers. Izuku studied a lot of history in the Fujikuma Monastery, but he never saw either of these names mentioned. He wanted to look into them a bit more, although some gut feeling, a premonition, told him that no matter how hard he tried he'd find absolutely nothing. For all he knew, the demon could have just made this all up on the spot to make Izuku lower his guard. Still, that very same gut feeling ordered him to believe the demon's story, for it sounded too genuine to be a lie. I've decided then, if I want to save people and give them someone to look up to, then there's no other name that could align with who I am and who I strive to be. Izuku thought to himself before scribbling his chosen name and dashing towards the front of the room. His sudden dash coupled with his strange choice of a name didn't fail to puzzle his classmates, and even though he didn't get any cheers at the revelation like others, he knew that this was the name he'd like to stick with. Are you sure about this, Midoriya? Midnight asked curiously, double and triple checking his board, assessing the name and weighing her opinion on the subject. Yes, I'm sure. I don't know much about the one that inspired this name, but I already know that he's someone I want to look up to in the future. He's a bulwark against the chaos that threatens our day-to-day lives, and I hope to follow in his footsteps one day, Izuku stated with confidence and an unshakable conviction in his voice. Midnight eyed him from head to toe, her scrutinizing gaze doing nothing to change Izuku's mind, and once it became obvious that he was not backing down, she smirked. Very well then, she said joyfully. Approved, she exclaimed, and even though they were still mostly confused, his classmates congratulated him as well. Izuku still couldn't believe that he was lucky enough to get to meet all of these wonderful people who took him in despite his inner demon. It only made him more determined to do everything he could to match the name written upon his board, Garen Crow. Once they got all of their names in order, Midnight took her leave, and just when students thought that the rest of the homeroom would continue without any more detours, Aizawa surprised them with yet another task. This time, though, they were prepared and didn't let his dreadful take on the matter scare them, as there was indeed nothing to fear in the first place. As it turns out, the internship offers that were extended to all of the Hero Course students were already compiled and ready to be handed out for the students themselves to sift through. Thankfully, all of the more shady or spammy offers were already removed from the lists, which made the task of reviewing all of the legitimate ones less bothersome. Unless you were Todoroki or Bakugo, both of which received literally thousands of offers. Aizawa did what he was supposed to do and handed out the offers, explaining that they shouldn't rush their choice and make sure to check whether or not they could learn something during the internship, as that was the main goal of doing them. Then he did a very irresponsible, but very Aizawa, thing and went back to sleep even though his students had loads of questions. The only one he answered moments before zoning out was the deadline for the decision, which turned out to be Friday, with the internships themselves beginning next Monday. There wasn't much homeroom left at that point, so most of the students only took a brief look at their respective lists, though in some, less fortunate cases a brief look was all it took to check out all of their offers, and so any serious work would have to wait till lunch, which was exactly what Izuku planned to do. What he didn't include in his plans, however, were his friends, of which he had surprisingly many, joining him for the entire lunch, offer checking included. Kirishima and Ashido disturbing his solitude was a guarantee at this point. But he didn't expect both Shiozaki and Shinso to break away from their respective classes to sit together with him. Still, Izuku didn't mind them, as he wholly believed in the more the merrier mantra. "Did you receive your internship offers as well?" Shiozaki asked politely after they all greeted each other. "Yes, though we had no chance to look at them yet," Izuku responded. "Internships, huh? Must be fun being in the hero course and all." Shinso joked with a tired smirk. "Don't sweat it, man," Kirishima exclaimed whilst giving the purple-haired man next to him a pat on the back. "You'll be one of us in no time," he assured him, and even though Shinso wasn't prepared for the physical part, he more than appreciated the words. "Yeah, dude, your quirk's like super useful." Ashido agreed immediately, and then it seemed as if though she just had a brilliant idea, a mischievous smirk appearing on her lips. "Hey, do you think you could brainwash a certain grape-headed pervert?" she asked, malicious intent clear in her words. Izuku let the trio be as he took out his list of offers and started scanning it for anything interesting. Even though he wasn't very up-to-date when it came to hero rankings and the likes, he still was able to recognize a couple of names. Unfortunately, none of them looked promising, with Gunhead being perhaps the sole exception. He was about to flip the page in hopes of finding a more suitable offer when Shiozaki suddenly chimed in, pointing to an offer that he somehow missed by being too brief in his approach. "Isn't this Ed Shot's agency?" she asked curiously with a hint of excitement in her voice. Her remark, of course, couldn't go unnoticed, and both Kirishima as well as Ashido were quick to jump on the hype train. "You got an offer from Ed Shot? That's so manly," Kirishima exclaimed, almost slamming his fists on the table for emphasis, but that it surely left quite the dent in it, so he held himself back. "That's awesome. Good for you, Midori." Ashido also expressed her excitement with sparkling eyes and a wide grin. Their excitement, although fully justified at the moment, turned out to be quite misjudged upon closer inspection. The agency mentioned in the offer did indeed belong to Ed Shot. The hero making the offer itself, however, was not Ed Shot, rather one of the autonomous pros that were working for him, Monkai. Now, whilst Izuku wasn't well versed when it came to heroes, he was well aware of who Monkai was. His quirk, aptly named Ape Out, gave him ape-like features and an inhuman level of strength, though the man knew better than to rely on raw power alone and instead focused on flawless technique, which in comparison with his natural strength made for quite the devastating combination. Whether it was fate or pure luck, Izuku didn't know, but also didn't care that much because it'd be nearly impossible to find a better mentor than Monkai. He also respected the man a lot for engaging in a fair share of charity-ish projects in his free time. So it's not Ed Shot, but he still works for the number 5 hero, right? That's still super cool no matter how you look at it, Ashido stated once they all got a moment to cool their heads down. "Yeah, are you gonna take his offer? I don't know anything about him, but you could make a name for yourself amongst the big leagues right from the get-go," Kirishima stated, still as pumped as before though not as hyped. "Well, I'll definitely check all of my other offers to make sure I don't have anything even better there, though it'd be hard for anyone to beat Monkai. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna go with him in the end," Izuku explained as he gazed at the list one more time. "Have you guys decided who you want to do your internships with?" he then asked, turning back to his friends. "I'm going with fourth kind," Kirishima immediately exclaimed. "He's so manly, and he doesn't do strictly hero work too. He is often seen helping around his community and stuff. How cool is that?" The redhead gushed about the pro and the others could stop themselves from chuckling. Even Shiozaki couldn't help but smile at the display of pure excitement. "I wish I had an obvious choice like Kiri," Ashido whined next to him. "None of these offers really spark my interest, but it's to be expected since I didn't make it far in the tournament." "Now that's just a blatant lie," Izuku stated firmly. "You were doing circles around your opponents like there's no tomorrow." I'm sure you'll find an internship that suits you. He offered some pep talk, successfully bringing her mood back up. He's right, you know, Kirishima chimed in. Come on, I'll help you pick out something great. And with that, the pair dove into the list in search of a suitable offer. How about you, Shiozaki? Izuku asked, seeing as Ashido and Kirishima were too engrossed to hold a conversation. I've received an offer from Kamui Woods that'll probably work best for me since our quirks are very similar. But just like you, I'll double-check if I didn't skip over an even better offer. Shiozaki explained, and Izuku nodded to himself. That's great to hear. He responded and was about to go back to his food, but then a stray thought went through his mind. Don't you think that it's kind of funny how the two of us managed to find offers perfect for us? Izuku asked with a smile. Perhaps it's fate. Shiozaki responded with a small smile. While somewhere in the distance a small rodent principal laughed his ass off, scaring to death numerous students unfortunate enough to find themselves in the vicinity of his office at this time. One more thing that happened was the demon chuckling inside of his corner of Izuku's mind, which was so unexpected that Izuku couldn't simply ignore it and chose to question the demon. What's so funny? He asked curiously. This guy chose to call himself Monkai of all things. Funniest shit I've ever seen. The demon simply responded and went quiet, seemingly having nothing else to say. Izuku, previously curious, was now only confused, though he decided to shrug this strange interaction off and continue his lunch. The break would soon end and he'd hate for such delicious food to go to waste. Once Izuku returned to the dorms and had a chance to study his list of offers in solitude, it became painfully obvious that none of them came even close to matching Monkai's offer. As such, Izuku made sure to notify Aizawa of his choice the very next day, earning himself praise for crossing himself off the list early, whatever that was supposed to mean. This was not the important part of Izuku handing in his final decision, far from it actually. That's because Izuku wasn't the only one to hand in his list, as Iida also seemed to have made up his mind quite quickly and had already decided on who he wanted to do his internship with. Now, Izuku wasn't usually the nosy type, often preferring to give people the privacy that everyone deserved, but there were a few exceptions to that rule and Iida just so happened to be one of those exceptions. Iida put down his application first and, after getting the thumbs up from Aizawa, left to go back to his seat. Izuku used this to his advantage and sneaked a peek at Iida's application when Aizawa was checking his. Apparently, Iida decided to intern with a hero named Manuel. Now, Izuku didn't know anything about Manuel, but given his overall low knowledge on the subject of heroes, that was no surprise. Still, something about Iida's choice caused Izuku's gut to tie itself in a knot in that all too familiar fashion, indicating that something was wrong. The feeling didn't go away as Izuku went about his day, and so he eventually had no choice but to act on it. First, he asked Kirishima to find something about Manuel, seeing as he himself had only the most basic skills needed to browse the internet. Someone much more experienced would be able to find everything he needed in a flash. Kirishima did not disappoint, and in a matter of minutes Izuku was already caught up to speed on who Manuel was. There wasn't anything significant on his record. A couple of apprehended villains, a lot of extinguished fires, not all of them villain-related, and some small jobs around his local community. The most peculiar thing about him was the area he usually operated in, Hasu City. Now at first, Izuku didn't think much of this, as he already knew that the team Iida operated in Tokyo as a whole, so it mostly made sense for his speedster classmate to try and familiarize himself with an area that he'll most likely end up patrolling in the future. Izuku probably would be none the wiser until after the fact, but Kirishima's offhand comment made the bigger picture much clearer. Hey, isn't Hasu City where Iida's brother got attacked by the hero killer? The redhead mumbled out loud, and it was as if God himself suddenly enlightened Izuku, with pieces of the puzzle fitting together right before his eyes. So essentially, Iida chose to intern exactly where hero killer was last seen. Izuku realized with a deep frown. Wait, you don't think that he wants to chase him on his own or something? You know, like getting revenge for his brother and stuff? Kirishima asked, and as much as Izuku wanted to dismiss this, all evidence they had on their hands pointed towards this being the case. Well, deciding to seek out a villain infamous for killing or severely injuring pros all over the country is basically a death sentence for someone who only just started their path of heroism, and Iida is normally smart enough to know that. Izuku began, sparking hope within Kirishima's heart only to squash it moments later. Then he isn't. But we can't forget that there must be a lot going on inside Iida's mind and heart. From the few times I overheard him talking about his family, it seems that his older brother was his sole role model, so there's no way of knowing how Ingenium's retirement affected him. I want to believe that Iida won't do anything stupid, but I'll tell Aizawa about this just to be safe. Izuku concluded and sighed heavily, the knot in his gut loosening up but not going away completely. Also, don't tell anyone about this. The last thing we want right now is making a big deal out of this. Let's just leave this to the teachers and pray for the best. You got it, man, Kirishima assured his friend. Izuku would likely consider himself an optimist, though he also believed that there was no shame in preparing for the worst whilst hoping for the best. This time, however, he felt as though preparing for the worst might not be enough. Just as planned, Izuku approached Aizawa the very next day, intent on sharing his discoveries in case they were overlooked by the faculty, though he seriously doubted that to be the case. As it turned out, his doubt was wholly justified, as the teachers were not only aware that Iida could choose to intern in Hasu City, but they also kind of wanted that to happen. This confused Izuku greatly, so Aizawa took it upon himself to explain it to his student in greater detail. Once we were informed about Ingenium's run-in with the hero killer and the exact extent of his injuries, we extended an offer to his younger brother. One psychological evaluation session with Hound Dog. Not therapy though, just an evaluation that wouldn't be taken into account for anything. We simply offered him a chance to share his thoughts, frustrations, and fears in a controlled environment with no strings attached, Aizawa explained, though it was clear that this was only the tip of the iceberg. Did he take the offer? Izuku asked, though he already had an idea about how it could have went. What do you think? Aizawa responded, and his tone alone indicated that Izuku was right. Iida did not take the offer. He said something along the lines of having to digest the news and being back to normal in no time. An obvious of course, one that was exposed by his behavior in the past couple of days. Since he refused to see Hound Dog for the psych evaluation, we tried some less direct means of gauging his mental state. The list of his offers being one of those means. How so? Izuku wondered, grateful for their teachers looking out for his classmate, but a bit confused by their ways. Well, the lists you received didn't contain all of the offers that were extended to you. All the internship offers have to first go through the faculty before they can be offered to you personally. We do it mostly to save you the trouble of having to go through all of them on your own. Plus, we can filter out the shady or unreliable pros, of which we already have an extensive list. Aizawa explained and seemed happy that Izuku's curiosity was slowly being satiated. I see. So since you have the final say in what offers we get to choose from, this means that you could have easily cut out all the offers that were extended to Iida from the Tokyo area. But even though you could have done that, you decided to leave them in. Was it something akin to a test? Izuku connected the dots, causing a smirk to appear on Aizawa's lips. You caught on quickly. We took some liberties when it came to Iida's offers, but we also made sure that he had a couple of choices from Tokyo. If he fell for it, which he unfortunately did, it could mean two things. Either he wanted to familiarize himself with the area that he'll be responsible for in the future, like he thought at first, or he wanted to try his hand at tracking the hero killer and getting revenge for his brother. Unfortunately, this is as far as we can go with our plans. Now everything depends on what Iida's true motives are, Aizawa stated, and just as Izuku was about to question whether taking such a risk was a good idea, the tired man shared one last piece of information. I know that you must be worried about Iida, but you can't act as his or anyone else's babysitter till the end of days. They must be allowed to make mistakes so that they can learn from them. And if that doesn't calm you down, then I'll tell you this. Hero Killer's recent activity around Tokyo caused the HPSC to respond and request an unusually large amount of pros to patrol his last known Hasu City included. So even if Iida truly is out for blood, then it's unlikely he'll get to the hero killer before the pros and psychics. This finally managed to put Izuku's mind at ease. He thanked the man for his time and reassuring words and then let him return to his duties. Although the knot in his stomach, though much looser than before, was still there and ominously indicating that things won't quite go the way they expected them to go. Not much happened after that, as most teachers gave them small quantities of homework at most so that they could focus on their upcoming internships. Needless to say, the lesson workload was enough of a cause for celebration in and of itself. The incoming internships were but a cherry on top in that combination. The mix of various boons made for an excellent excitement cocktail, and its effects could be, more or less, observed in every student, sans the stoic, asocial ones. Izuku too got swept up in the euphoria, and eventually the whole issue regarding Iida and his potentially suicidal tendencies were pushed to the back of his mind as he enjoyed listening to Kirishima rambling about how manly interning with fourth kind will surely be. The week ended before they noticed, and after hanging out for a couple of hours on Sunday, they all had to wake up early on Monday to catch their respective trains. Both Class A and Class B met on the platform that morning, sparking some tensions due to the arrogant blondes having an impromptu dick measuring contest that was thankfully cut short when Kendo straight-up karate chopped her troublemaker of a classmate in the neck, rendering him unconscious and sparing the group from having to witness that shitshow. Homeroom teachers from both classes were present on the platform as well, making sure that their students boarded the right trains and were actually on time. As the amount of students on the platforms dwindled with continuous departures, smaller circles began to form amongst the remaining hero trainees. Izuku of course decided to stick close to Kirishima and Ashido, only to be later joined by Shiozaki, who was left alone once Kendo boarded her train. It was about time for Izuku to board his train when an unexpected guest made his sudden appearance. The demon actually sensed him before Izuku had a chance to spot him in the crowd. Your biggest fan is heading this way. 5 o'clock. It's actually weird that I can sense him, the demon reported, and Izuku immediately turned around to face the direction it pointed him towards. He had to squint really hard, but he was eventually able to catch a glimpse of those enchanting purple eyes that he was weirded out by on a regular basis. Izuku waited for the man to get to him. At least he hoped the man was heading for him, or else he'd end up looking quite silly. Fortunately, Martin was actually looking for him, and the cause for that was quickly revealed. He came in a hurry with a gift. "Man, I was almost sure that I missed you," Martin exclaimed as he came to a halt in front of Izuku and his friends. Not a bead of sweat on his forehead and his breathing perfectly even. "I remembered that you guys are starting your internships today, but didn't know that you left so early," he explained with a grin. "Well, you've caught us at the last moment. Is there something you need?" Izuku asked, perplexed by this sudden encounter. "I was thinking about some stuff and figured that lugging around that sword case of yours might be quite the hassle, so I made a little something to help you with that," Martin stated before pulling out a set of rings. "Those babies were made with some of my experimental anti-grav tech. It's still a fairly new concept and I have a lot of kinks to iron out, but these babies are absolutely safe," he explained as he played with the rings. "And how do they work?" Izuku questioned further, now quite intrigued by the invention. "So basically you slap those two bad boys on the opposite ends of the case and then wear this bracelet which acts like an anchor for the anti-grav rings to attach to," Martin explained as he pulled out the bracelet from his pocket and offered the items to Izuku. The greenhead followed the instructions closely and installed the silvery rings on the case before wearing the bracelet and activating the whole thing. First, the bracelet lit up with a soft bluish glow, and then the rings on his case lit up with an identical glow. Moments later, the case rose off the ground and then turned completely vertical before moving closer to Izuku, but stopping at a reasonable distance where he wouldn't bump into it just by trying to turn around. "Wow, this is awesome," Izuku said as he marveled at the invention. "Oh, I know, trust me," Martin responded with a smug smirk. "Anyways, that's all I got for you today, so have a great day and I'll catch you all next time later." And with those few words he departed, vanishing in the crowd as abruptly as he appeared. What a strange man, Izuku thought to himself before shrugging it off and joining his friends aboard the train. Kirishima, of course, wouldn't be himself if he didn't comment on the levitating case, and quite a long while was spent discussing solely that one topic. Izuku had to agree that those hovering gizmos were great, as now he only had to carry around the case containing his hero suit and his luggage. Now he actually had enough arms to carry all of that around effortlessly. "If you're interested, I also know a guy that deals in arms, mostly detached ones," the demon snorted, but its words were completely ignored as Izuku focused on chatting with his friends. As expected, Izuku's levitating case garnered quite the amount of attention from people in the train. But he paid no mind to the curious looks thrown his way left, right, and center, focusing instead on chatting with his friends like usual. There were 5 of them overall. Izuku himself with his usual posse of Kirishima and Ashido, joined by Shiozaki, who just so happened to be traveling in the same direction, and the problematic man of the hour. Izuku was also almost sure that he saw Todoroki board the same train as them, but he was either wrong or Todoroki simply chose to enter a different train car than them, which sounded exactly like something he'd do, to be honest. Izuku enjoyed hearing Kirishima ramble about this and that, listing off all the great things about Fourth Kind and already imagining himself side by side with one of his favorite heroes. Thankfully, Shiozaki took well to the over-energetic duo and all of them were able to get along just fine. Izuku stole a glance in Iida's direction from time to time, noting that unwavering grim expression, a borderline scowl that resembled Bakugo's go to look all too well. And yet, Izuku decided to take Aizawa's advice to heart and chose not to approach Iida during the ride, stepping to the side and watching his classmate make a giant mistake. Hopefully it won't be the last one he makes. Grim thoughts were washed away from Izuku's mind once Iida got off the train in Hasu City, and soon enough it was time for Izuku to get going as well, as the train was heading straight to Nopori Station in the Yanaka district. As amusing as it may seem, this is the perfect location for a hero that based their brand on a ninja theme. Izuku got up from his seat when the train was about to pull into the station, intending to say goodbye to his friends and wish them good luck on their internships, but was surprised when Shiozaki also got up from her seat. It seemed as though the universe was out and about to ship someone once again. "Are you also heading to Yanaka?" Izuku asked curiously. "That's right. I was sure that Kamui Woods was operating much closer to Musutafu, but I was told to head to Yanaka instead. Maybe he partnered up with someone recently," Shiozaki explained with a hefty amount of uncertainty in her voice. "Well, Yanaka isn't as busy as the rest of Tokyo, so he could have simply decided to migrate here. He's an independent hero, right?" Izuku shared his thoughts, and as that seemed to be the most logical explanation, they decided to roll with it. The train pulled into Napori Station, and after saying their goodbyes, Shiozaki and Izuku got off the train before following the crowd of people out of the station and onto the street below. Thankfully, only a handful of people were headed in the same direction as the two trainees, so it was easy to navigate the paths without bumping into people all the time. Shiozaki and Izuku fell in step as they entered the extensive Yanaka graveyard, one of the largest historic cemeteries of Japan right in the middle of Tokyo. They kept walking down a path that they'd already memorized, surprising each other at every corner as their routes seemed to align almost perfectly. Too perfectly if someone were to look at it from the side. They paid it no mind and conversed with each other in a relaxed manner that always permeated the air around them whenever they hung out at school. It was no surprise to either of them then that the trek to their destinations went by in a flash, and all too soon they were forced to part ways. It's been nice, but I guess it's time to say goodbye. Wouldn't want to be late on my first day, both of them thought in perfect sync, not seeing the curveball that the universe was about to throw their way. Oh, this is gonna be good. Shame I ain't got no popcorn. The demon spoke quietly so as not to alarm its host of the incoming plot twist. I'm afraid this is as far as I can go. Izuku started with a smile. I better check in and go find Monkai, he said, and was about to walk away, but Shiozaki's words caused him to stop. Funny you'd say that. Kamui Woods told me to meet him here, she revealed, and Izuku did a double take to make sure he didn't get the address wrong. That was not the case, however, as the building they were standing in front of clearly had Edshot Agency written on it. Perplexed, Izuku tried to find a logical explanation, but that bore no fruit. The two were standing there in confusion for a few more moments before someone called out towards them. "Oh, you're already here," the person shouted, and both Izuku and Shiozaki whipped their heads towards the entrance to the building. Standing there, already in their hero costumes, were none other than Monkai, divided by Kamui Woods. The two exclaimed in surprise. "I fucking love this show," the demon stated, doubling over with laughter. "I love this show too, demon. I love it too." To understand what had led to this most fortunate of coincidences, we need to go back in time a couple of days. Edshot was always on the lookout when it came to new employees, both sidekicks and potential pros. His agency was located in the vague center of Tokyo, so there was a lot of ground to cover, and even though he already had quite the sizable amount of heroes at his command, he definitely wouldn't say no if someone was to volunteer. As such, when he saw a new freelancer make his debut just a couple of months ago, he became interested immediately. Kamui Woods quickly made a name for himself as a capture specialist and did short work of any villain he encountered. His efficiency and impressive precision were both quirks that Edshot simply couldn't pass up, and so he extended an invitation to him. As it turned out, it was exactly what Kamui Woods was waiting for. When they met, the Arbor quirk user expressed his own respect for the ninja-themed hero, even going as far as to call him one of his idols. Needless to say, the two quickly became well acquainted with each other, and the negotiations were ultimately nigh unnecessary as they were able to come to an agreement as soon as the subject of Kamui Woods' employment was brought up. It was made clear just how highly Edshot thought of Kamui Woods when he offered him to become an independent pro and not a sidekick like most of his newest acquisitions. Although he'd have liked to have him in his personal team, giving Kamui Woods free rein to allow him to grow on his own was bound to bear fruit very quickly if his current track record was anything to go off of. The deal they made was not relayed to the public just yet, though, so there was no way anyone could have predicted this most fortunate of coincidences. Well, maybe except for Nezu, because he has a way of knowing stuff he shouldn't know. "Didn't see it coming, hoo-ha?" Monkai asked with a wide grin as he struck a pose, puffing his chest out in a proud manner. "We can't really blame you. It was our decision not to disclose my employment to the public sooner," Kamui Woods, the much more reserved of the two, said as he approached their interns. "You work with Edshot?" Shiozaki, being the first one to get over her shock, questioned curiously, surprised by the news, but was definitely not against it. "I joined recently, still getting used to living in the center of Tokyo of all places. Thankfully, Yanaka is the quietest neighborhood in the vicinity, so there's not a lot of noise at the agency. It's easy to forget that you're in Tokyo at times," Kamui Woods explained. Edshot made sure to provide a safe space for all of his employees to relax in when off duty or on breaks. Monkai chimed in a very All Might-like fashion, with his voice being raised for no reason whatsoever. The entire building is tightly insulated both in terms of temperature and sound, making the interior peaceful enough to meditate in certain spots. "I recommend the Chinese-style garden on the roof and the Zen room on the 5th floor. Excellent nap spots," the hero joked, and then proceeded to laugh at his own joke. To be honest, Izuku expected Monkai to be a bit more like Edshot, very serious and composed all of the time with an air of maturity and authority that inspired confidence in those nearby. So far, he's seen none of that. Actually, all of those things actually applied to Kamui Woods, who should be all excited about getting to work with Edshot as an independent pro and stuff. Truly a puzzling discovery. His confusion must have shown on his face, because Monkey seemed to tone down his behavior for a moment. Alrighty guys, let's get you settled in first and then we can go over what we plan to do with you over the course of the week, the ape-out quirk user stated and then motioned for the group to follow him as he vanished inside the building once again. Izuku and Shiozaki followed the heroes, and it was only now that they could take a look at them with their minds somewhat cleared after the initial shock. Kamui Woods was wearing his usual hero outfit, a blue jumpsuit with bits of wooden armor on his knees, elbows, and feet. He also had a wooden belt, which his signature bundle of roses was fastened to. Monkey, on the other hand, wasn't wearing his hero suit. Or perhaps he was. It was hard to say since Monkey Go's style of clothing was traditional Japanese kimonos and jiu-jitsu gis, the latter of which also happened to be his hero outfit. It was not a regular gi, of course, being made from a very durable weave that offered a decent amount of protection. But it was hard to spot the difference if you weren't a hardcore fan of his, and although Izuku respected the man a lot and liked him too, he was nowhere near invested in him to know for sure. Unsure about the outfit, Izuku shifted his gaze to inspect the man himself. He was by far the tallest out of the four of them, though that was saying nothing with Kamui Woods and two teens in the mix, standing proudly just shy of 7 with an impressive physique that was not at all just for show. His hair was naturally white, and as always he made sure to have his beard shaven perfectly. One would think that he cared about his appearance a lot, but Monkey stated multiple times that everything he does is for the sake of balance and his inner peace. The pros led them to one of the elevators and then took them to the 9th floor where the living quarters for the employees were. Edshot understood perfectly the struggle of daily commute in Tokyo, so he once again stepped forward and offered a very nice alternative, living in the agency. The 9th floor was solely dedicated to housing the pros that decided to take Edshot up on his offer and moved into the agency, with the 2 upper floors serving as common space for the employees to hang out and chill after a long day. Monkey led them down the winding corridors until they arrived at the less occupied part of the floor where the free rooms were located, their rooms for the next week. Their rooms were located next to each other, probably for the sake of convenience and so that they could easily find each other in their spare time. However, this was as far as the 2 of them could go. Kamui Woods wanted to get started right away and had Shiozaki change into her hero outfit before meeting him downstairs so that they could leave on their very first patrol. Monkey, on the other hand, told Izuku to meet him in his private office after settling. Apparently he wanted to talk him through things first and then get to practice. Their approaches were wholly different from their personalities, but Izuku gave up on trying to figure out how the 2 pros worked. Izuku and Shiozaki had to say goodbye for now, but seeing as they were interning in the same agency and literally living next to each other, they were sure to meet by accident from time to time. Plus, they could always hang out in the evening, since they were going to talk first. Izuku decided not to change into his cumbersome hero suit and opted for something more casual, a pair of slacks and a t-shirt being his final choice. Once he was somewhat unpacked, Izuku decided to head back to the elevators to meet back up with Monkey. He had to fiddle with the elevator a bit since Monkey didn't tell him which floor his office is on. But after giving it some thought, Izuku pushed the button with a banana on it and hoped for the best. It turned out to be the right choice as he was greeted by a jungle, bamboo forest decor that dominated the entire floor. Extravagant for sure, but Izuku actually liked this nature-themed style. Now that he was on the right floor, all he needed to do was actually find Monkey himself, which was nowhere near as confusing. Izuku stumbled upon Monkey's office, which was basically just a random desk posted up in the middle of the fake jungle. It looked really out of place like that, but Izuku was definitely not qualified to lecture anyone on interior design. Even though Izuku was ordered to meet him here, Monkey was not at his desk like Izuku expected him to be when he came. The intern was about to head out in search for his mentor, but it was then that he noticed the tire swing hidden behind a patch of plants to the left. It seemed too obvious at first and Izuku wanted to ignore it. But if it really was too obvious, then maybe for the right reason, casting doubt aside, Izuku approached the tire swing, expecting Monkey to be relaxing on it only to be once again taken by surprise. Monkey really was there, just not on the tire swing. Instead of that, he was currently hanging from the branch right next to the swing, upside down, and his gi somehow was able to resist gravity and looked exactly as if he was standing on the ground normally. "Ah, there you are," Monkey exclaimed in joy. "I was starting to worry that you'd have trouble finding my office, but it seems my worries were unjustified," he said as he swiftly slid off the branch and then landed on the ground. "All right, let's get this show on the road, shall we?" And with that he led Izuku back to his desk where they both sat down. "So, I know who you are, I know a bit about you, and I saw what you can do. Let's start with something simple. What do you wish to learn over the course of this week?" Even though he said they were going to start with something simple, this question was not that simple. It also wasn't that complex. But Izuku still had to give it some real thought before answering. He was more than sure that Monkey could teach him an entire array of things about heroics. But this was the question about what Izuku wanted to learn. Though he was humble most of the time, Izuku would like to say that he's already pretty good at social interactions and charity work doesn't sound nearly hard enough for him to try his hand at it, especially since he'd only just started on the path to becoming a hero. Whilst thinking ahead and making plans for the future was a very thoughtful approach, making decisions that would yield effects sooner rather than later should not be immediately discarded. And for that reason alone, Izuku decided to give a straightforward answer. As you already know, I'm strictly a melee fighter without any ranged abilities nor the capacity to close in on my opponent quickly. I'm basically forced to chase them down on foot if they try to keep distance between us, Izuku stated, Monkai nodding his head and waiting patiently for Izuku to continue his answer. You possess immense strength, but are also very skilled in martial arts, and this combination allows you to deal with armed opponents in a breeze. That's why I'd like you to learn what moves I should avoid to make sure that I don't leave myself open all the time. And with that, Izuku finished. Monkai mulled his words over for a couple of moments, nodding to himself and seemingly weighing the request in his mind. Understanding your limits is the first step to overcoming them, Monkai said wisely, the tone of his voice much more serious than Izuku anticipated it to be. I'm glad that you are able to face your shortcomings instead of trying to bury them because of pride or something else. Very well, I'll include your request in our schedule. The white-haired pro decided finally and gave Izuku a thumbs up. On top of that, I'll also take you on a couple patrols to different places so you can get some experience under your belt too. And, if time allows, I'd also like to help you overcome the lack of diversity in your moveset. I'm not sure how much progress we'll be able to make, but I hope I'll at least be able to give you some pointers and push you in the right direction. Monkai finished his own explanation and stood up. Alright, now that we've got the boring stuff out of the way, let's go do something interesting, he said suddenly and motioned for Izuku to follow him. Where are we going? Izuku asked, though he followed the pro without hesitation, mostly because he didn't want to get lost in this jungle maze. Dispar, of course, Monkai declared with a confident grin. It seemed that Monkai was all about hands-on experience after all. Hands-on was an understatement. Monkai preferred fists. They made a quick detour for Izuku to grab his case before they headed to one of the training floors in the basement where the specialized gyms and sparring arenas were located. After a quick warm-up, they got down to business and, as expected, Izuku got his ass handed to him time and time again. Still, he wouldn't say that this was just a senseless beating. Each time Monkai took him to the floor, he made sure to explain exactly which mistake allowed him to win the fight with close to no effort. Needless to say, Izuku had a long way to go, but that's what the internships are for. The multiple spars they had also served a second purpose. Monkai was a firm believer that people are most likely to understand each other when they use fists instead of words. A strange belief to be sure, but if it worked then Izuku had nothing against it. That's more than enough for today, Monkai eventually stated after he got Izuku flat on his back for what felt like the 100th time. I gotta say, it was quite interesting to watch. And fun, very much so. The demon sneered, a malicious smirk no doubt forming on its face. You did good for a complete beginner. There were times where I had to create openings first before going for the kill. You have solid basics, and that's the most important thing. You can't build a skyscraper on a shaky foundation after all. I'm sure that with time you will be able to hone your skills enough to add flair into your moveset. Just remember to put practicality above vanity. And you should be golden, Monkai explained with a smile and an overall cheery attitude. It didn't last long, however, as his expression suddenly morphed into a much serious and sober one. Now, whilst your skills are nothing to scoff at already and you have lots of potential room to grow, you have a whole array of your own problems to deal with, he pointed out, piquing Izuku's interest if not scaring him a tad bit. Even though he was pretty tired from all the sparring they did, Izuku couldn't just ignore this remark and immediately asked Monkai to clarify exactly what he meant. And that's what he did. One thing that you learn whilst practicing martial arts aside from how to protect yourself is how to explore your own soul. Now, I have enough experience under my belt to be able to understand people through fighting them. I reach out into their souls and see what they can tell me. I saw all kinds of stuff throughout my career. Lost souls, misguided souls, and of course those of pure evil. But I've never seen a soul like yours. Despite the explanation being already quite long, Izuku still had no answer as to what his problems were, but Monkai was about to get to that part. What's so weird about my soul? Izuku questioned, not completely buying into the whole soul reading thing that his mentor mentioned, but intrigued enough not to dismiss it just yet as well. Well, for starters, there are two souls about you, Monkai started, dropping bombs right from the get-go. Shock appeared upon Izuku's face, but the white-haired man was not stopping. And if that phenomenon wasn't fascinating enough on its own, those two souls are wholly different. One is like an orderly being of light, a guardian, a protector, a chivalrous knight even. The other one is made of malice, mischief, pure chaos. And yet, despite being so drastically different, Those two souls do not clash against each other as much as you'd expect them to. They are not two sides of the same coin, but they are able to somehow coexist without infringing on each other. I'm afraid I'm nowhere near qualified enough to try and decipher what all this could mean, but maybe you have an idea. Izuku absorbed all of this information, not completely convinced that soul reading was an actual thing. He's onto us, kid. Give me a few moments and I'll deal with him. The demon, not one to miss an opportunity like that, tempted. Izuku paid it no mind, however, too busy thinking over the decision presented to him. It'd be easy to say that he didn't know what could cause his soul to become so extravagant and they could simply move on past that. Yet, something told Izuku that Monkai would somehow be able to understand his circumstances if given the chance. With a heavy sigh and slumped shoulders, Izuku made his choice. Do you believe in ghosts? He asked, the question serving as a preamble to the winding nutshell of a story that was Izuku's life. Monkai listened intently to Izuku's explanation, asking no questions whatsoever but making sure to note every single detail of the story that he deemed relevant enough. He didn't seem to doubt the authenticity of Izuku's words. As if that was the case, he'd have surely interrupted his intern by now. And yet that did not happen, and Izuku was able to disclose everything in one long, winding monologue. Izuku took a deep breath once he was done, the explanation taking more out of him than he expected, and then waited for Monkai's reaction. The white-haired man stayed silent for a couple of moments before eventually speaking. Demons, eh? He murmured, probably more to himself than to Izuku. Do you perhaps how long they were around for? Monkai asked, which was something Izuku didn't expect him to be interested in. Well, from what I managed to retrace over the years, the Blade of Antwer is mentioned in a few documents dating all the way to the fall of Rome. There are scribes telling of a ferocious barbarian, with a sword like no other, unmatched and destructive beyond all reason. Although the sense could have been lost in the translation, I believe it could be the truth, Izuku explained, sharing the discoveries he made a while ago. So they should be known in the Middle Ages, right? This was another weird question, but Izuku nodded affirmatively anyway, since he did discover records mentioning the Black Blade during the Crusades. That's great, Monkai suddenly exclaimed, and a wide grin almost split his face in two. And why's that? Izuku asked, thoroughly confused. You told me your story, now it's time I tell you one of mine, Monkai stated and began his tale. There was once a family in what used to be the Holy Roman Empire, the biggest player in Europe, that, despite their Catholic beliefs, dabbled in many forbidden arts. It was even rumored that they summoned and controlled demons, but that was only a rumor, until it was proven true. The family's name was Faust. One of the last generations of Fausts consisted of twin brothers, Morgan and Nacht. Morgan was a very bright child, surprising private tutor after private tutor with his astute learning ability. Seeing this, his parents decided to leave him out of their family traditions and chose to send him off to continue his education in only the very best universities that Europe had to offer at the time. Nacht, on the other hand, was a complete opposite of his brother. One could even say that they were like day and night. Nacht was no sloth, but studies simply failed to garner his attention. Thus his parents decided to induct him into the inner circles of their family, summoning and controlling demons. As soon as Nacht learned of the true nature of his family, he was hooked on it. At a very young age, he managed to summon and enslave 4 different demons, proving himself to be a genius, just like his brother, only in a different area of expertise. For his achievements, Nacht's parents decided to bestow upon him a truly exotic gift, the right to summon a greater demon. Thinking himself capable enough, Nacht jumped at the opportunity as soon as it was presented, dooming the entire house of Faust in the process. The greater demon proved to be too powerful for Nacht to control, and thus he succumbed to its influence. Corrupted by the greater demon, Nacht murdered all the members of House Faust who were present in the summoning chamber during the incident, his parents included. And if that wasn't enough, his brother, Morgan, had discovered his family's secret and wanted to stop Nacht. He was too late, however, and the only thing he could do was save his brother by laying down his own life. Witnessing his brother's death was enough of a shock for Nacht to snap out of the demon's influence, banishing the creature back to the hell from which it came. Seeing the carnage that he committed with his own hands, Nacht made a vow to bury his family's secrets along with all the evidence of their rituals. He then left what remained of his family's residence behind and wandered the world for the rest of his life, using his demonic powers to do selfless acts wherever he went, hoping to atone for the sins he committed. That's quite the story, Izuku stated as he mulled over what he'd just heard. The Faust family was also mentioned in some of the documents that Izuku studied during his stay at the Fujikuma Monastery, but the story seemed too incredible to spark his interest, and so he didn't dwell on it too long, deeming it nothing but a legend. Controlling demons, and multiple at a time. Ridiculous. Impossible. But what if the story really was true? What if there really were people capable of summoning and enslaving demons? What powers would those individuals possess? What were those demons like? Did their relationship look like the one he had with the Black Blade of Antwer? So many questions and not that many answers. He'll need to return to his research once the internships are over. I know. My mother used to tell all kinds of stories when I was a kid, Monkey said with a fond smile on his face, no doubt recalling some of those tales in his mind. Well, now that I know what I'm working with, we can finally get this internship started, the man declared, already back to his normal pompous self. Even though Izuku was tossed around like a ragdoll just a few minutes ago, the prospect of finally getting some actual experience under his belt reinvigorated him, and he followed Monkey with a spring in his step. Since they were already wearing their costumes, they could leave the agency right away without having to swing by their quarters. Stepping out of the building was a very important moment for Izuku, as this was basically going to be his debut in the world of heroics, even though he was but an intern for now. It is important to remember, however, that all of the top-ranking heroes had to start somewhere. And whilst some may have more bombastic origins than others, they all used to be trainees just like him. Izuku had already appeared on TV thanks to his performance in the sports festival, and even though he cared not for the fame, it felt nice to have a person or two recognize him for his feats in the tournament. His hero suit was what garnered the most attention, however, as the people living in Yanaka, though used to the sight of heroes going about their daily duties, couldn't help but become curious when confronted with a hero that they've not seen before. Foregoing the helmet might have been a sketchy call utility-wise, but the interactions Izuku had on his first ever patrol assured him that it was the correct design choice to make his people didn't seem intimidated by his bulky physique thanks to his visible gentle smile that put them at ease. Monkey made sure to talk him through the main goals of patrolling, which turned out to be more complex than Izuku expected. Yet his mentor's words carried much truth with them despite him throwing in a joke or two here and there, so Izuku continued making mental notes throughout their stroll. And it could be qualified as a stroll, for they were simply walking and striking up conversations with the occasional enthusiasts, clerks and passerbys. When asked about the reasoning behind those interactions, Monkey explained that it was important to not only appear in public, but also to get to know the people you're protecting and in turn allowing them to get to know you. Whilst acting like an animated statue was good for heroes with overwhelming destructive powers like Endeavor, the regular pros don't have the power to make villains cower in fear with their visage alone. It's a good idea then to let the public get to know their heroes so that they can remain calm, knowing that they are in capable hands. Time flew by when Izuku immersed himself fully into his mentor's lecture, and before either of them were able to notice, the sun started ironically setting over the land of the rising sun, poetic if you ask me. With the stores slowly closing, corporate workers returning to their families, and kids leaving schools for the day, the sidewalks became quite busy, even in a neighborhood as quiet as Yanaka. Just the thought of what the more busy districts of Tokyo might look like during the rush hours was enough to scare Izuku. But he was sure that with time he'd be able to maneuver his way through the densest of crowds. His bulky armor and impressive height will no doubt aid him in that. For now, though, Izuku was more than happy to let Monkey lead the way and follow him like a shadow, soaking in any and all potential tips and tricks that his mentor continuously shared with him. When the number of people occupying the sidewalks started to dwindle, Monkey deemed it a good moment to wrap up their first excursion into the real world and return to the agency. It wasn't exactly evening just yet, but there were a couple of things that Monkey wanted to go over today, so they decided to head back anyway. They parted ways upon return, Monkey heading up to his personal floor whilst Izuku stopped by his temporary apartment to grab a quick shower and change into something more casual, since Monkey already said that they were done with physical activities for the day. One quick cleanup later, Izuku found himself stepping into the fake jungle that was his mentor's office. Navigating it the second time was much easier, and he managed to locate the white-haired man without any issues. It was strange to see him casually sitting at his desk instead of doing anything more in character for him, but it was also quite the refreshing sight to see. Monkey motioned for Izuku to sit down on the opposite side of the desk before starting his monologue. It was mostly just recalling the tidbits of information that he shared during the day. A small test to see if he didn't dump too many new things on his intern. Thankfully, Izuku was enthusiastic and able enough to keep up with his mentor and thus managed to remember most of the things that Monkey shared with him. He didn't remember everything, of course, but his knowledge was still good enough to impress the pro. After spending a couple of minutes going over the events of the day, Izuku was about ready to return to his room and rest up before yet another exciting day full of learning opportunities. Monkey, however, had an ace up his sleeve and decided to use this just as Izuku was about to leave. "Do you have any plans for the evening?" Monkey asked as he stood up and stretched his back. "Not really, no," Izuku responded. Whilst he would have liked to contact either Ashido or Kirishima to ask them about their respective internships, he had no way of knowing if they were available or not. Besides, he was curious why Monkey would question him about his plans even though they were supposed to wrap things up for today. "Then would you like to accompany me somewhere?" the white-haired man asked, and now Izuku was completely on board. Following Monkey back to the elevator, Izuku racked his brain in overdrive, trying to figure out what his mentor could possibly have to show him. He seriously doubted it was anything strictly heroics related, but it could be something useful nonetheless. Things started clicking into place when Izuku saw they were going to the 5th floor, and his suspicions were confirmed upon their arrival. Monkai already explained that Edshot had the entire agency undergo vague soundproofing to block out the distractions from the outside world to create a quiet environment, perfect for relaxation after a long day's work protecting the civvies. The 5th floor, however, was an entirely different beast. Whilst the building was isolated from the noise outside, there was still quite the buzz permeating throughout the agency due to all the pros and psychics going about their daily duties. The 5th floor, though, was completely silent. Completely, I tell you. If someone was to drop a glass marble at the opposite end of the floor, it would probably cause an indoors sonic boom. And that's not all. Monkai waltzed confidently out of the elevator and then headed down one of the main corridors, obviously familiar with the layout of the floor already. Izuku followed his mentor closely, not fancying the idea of getting lost at all, making sure to mind his steps so as not to make too much noise. "Relax," Monkai said when he saw Izuku tiptoeing his way through the hallway. "This entire floor is soundproofed from the rest of the agency, but each room on this floor is also soundproofed from each other. Even if we were to start screaming at the top of our lungs, I doubt anyone would hear us," the man explained, and Izuku followed his advice, changing his cautious steps into a more casual walk. A few twists and turns later they arrived at their destination, a normal-looking door, exactly the same as the ones they passed on the way here. Monkai stepped wordlessly inside and motioned for Izuku to do the same, closing the door behind his intern to isolate them from the outside world. "I'm pretty sure that you know I used to be a wandering monk before taking up the mantle of a hero," Monkai started seriously. "Back when I was just a monk, I learned many things related to the inner balance and harmony, both of which I grew immensely fascinated with and study to this day whenever I have free time. One of the most important things about balance and harmony is knowing yourself and looking into your heart rather than out into the world. One of the most common ways to practice such self-reflection, and for a good reason too, is meditation. A state where you block out everything around you and direct your focus inwards, drawing out all your thoughts and emotions and confronting them to gain a better understanding of who you are. That's what I'd like to teach you as a bonus. This has nothing to do with heroics, and there will be no consequences if you refuse, but I believe this might aid you in your adventures." The man finished his monologue and waited to gauge Izuku's reaction. Whilst it was true that this had nothing to do with heroics, Izuku didn't mind learning things that could potentially help him in his private life. Ever since he became the Warden of the Black Blade, his existence was centered solely around his eternal struggle with the demon. All things considered, this was as good a time as any to try and wrestle back the control over his own life. Who knows, maybe he'll actually be able to confront the demon thanks to this. Izuku had to admit at this point that he had dabbled in meditation somewhat, though his attempts at it failed to yield any results. Now that he had a mentor who was a real monk, though, things would surely be different. At least that's what he thought. No matter how hard he tried, clearing his head off all thoughts was way harder than it had any right to be, especially since not all of those thoughts belonged to him and the demon seemed really uncooperative today. Must be that time of the month or something. Monkai recognized his trainee's struggles and offered helpful hints, but this attempt also failed to yield any results, seriously impacting Izuku's usual go-getter attitude. He wouldn't let it discourage him in the long term, of course. The potential gains were far too great for him to give up just yet, though he would have liked to achieve something today. "It's all right, kid. Everyone has their own styles of meditation. I enjoy listening to some background nature noises like the swishing leaves or distant animals hidden in the jungle. There's also this guy that I know who can get into the right meditative state by listening to hard rock," Monkai explained, putting his arm on Izuku's shoulder to give him some of his positive energy. "Well, I guess I'll just have to find my own meditation focus," Izuku declared, and his mentor gave him a really rough slap on the back for that. "That's the spirit, kid," the white-haired man bellowed joyfully. "All right, let's not force ourselves any more than necessary. Come, I've one more thing to show you today," Monkai said as he left, and Izuku continued to follow him. They entered the elevator, and one short ride later arrived at yet another distinct floor. If the 5th was dead silence, then this one was one of the circles of hell. Steam everywhere, sweat rolling down their brows as soon as they left the elevator, and an entire myriad of excited voices discussing a vast slew of different topics. "Welcome to Hell on Earth," Monkai introduced as they walked. Shinya really likes tradition and stuff, so he had an entire floor made into a giant bathhouse, sauna, hot spring combo to cleanse body and soul, he said, but I think he just wanted a big bathtub. The man joked. "That's everything I wanted to show you today. If you're more of a shower guy, then you can go back to your room already. I'm gonna take a dip in the bath though." And with that, Monkai disappeared in the men's changing room. Izuku weighed his options for 3 long seconds, 2 of which he spent nodding to himself after deciding on the spot, and then quickly followed the man inside, eager to test out whether or not the bath would really cleanse his body and soul. After leaving the bath, Izuku could wholeheartedly agree that this was one of the best baths he's ever taken. It was a close second to the ones he used to take all the way back in Fujikuma, a noteworthy feat in and of itself. Returning to his quarters after a refreshing bath like this one had Izuku's eyelids feeling heavy and ready for sleep. The sweet dreams would be denied him, however, as he wasn't the only one coming to his room. "Good evening." Izuku greeted his fellow intern when he rounded a corner and spotted Shiozaki about to insert a key into her door. She was still wearing what Izuku guessed to be her hero suit, a snow-white toga-like robe that covered her body from head to toe, so she must have just returned from her first day with Kamui Woods. And it seemed that it was quite the tiring first day too. "Good evening to you too." Shiozaki turned to respond with a smile on her face, though the droopiness of her expression betrayed her fatigued state. "Kamui Woods must have put you through the ringer," Izuku commented as he approached his friend with a smile of his own. "Truth be told, we simply lost track of time and didn't do anything too exhausting. We covered a lot of ground though, and this sapped my energy substantially," Shiozaki explained. "Monkai took me for a tour too, though I'm sure you know the surrounding neighborhood like the back of your hand after a day like this," Izuku joked, managing to elicit a quick chuckle from his friend. "That might very well be the case," the vine-haired girl agreed, her fatigue slowly fading into the background. "Kamui Woods said that we're going to stay in the agency and work on my quirk tomorrow, so I have that to look forward to," Shiozaki revealed, no doubt thrilled about getting to learn from the rising star of a capture specialist that was Kamui Woods. "How was your day?" "Oh, it was awesome. Monkai talked me through many things and I even got to spar with him," Izuku declared proudly, puffing out his chest. "How did it go?" Shiozaki asked, her curiosity piqued by her friend's enthusiastic response. "I lost every single time and he basically wiped the floor with me," Izuku stated, his pride unflinching even in the face of an embarrassing truth. "That was to be expected, I guess." Shiozaki's sweat dropped, not surprised by the outcome itself, but by Izuku's reaction to the beating he had received. "At first I really thought I had a chance, you know," Izuku admitted, scratching his neck. "The difference in skill was just way too big to overcome at my current level. I did good in his opinion, and he even wants to teach me a few tricks about hand-to-hand combat. I'm not sure what he has planned for tomorrow, but I'm sure I'll get to learn something useful." Izuku's enthusiasm was just too contagious, and Shiozaki couldn't help but chuckle at the display. It was at this point that she noticed Izuku's unusual choice of attire. Instead of wearing the casual clothes he always did when they hung out, he was wearing a black bathrobe tied at the front with a white rope. She was confused as to how that detail managed to elude her for such a long time, but she discarded the though quickly and simply blamed it on her fatigue. "Did you use a public shower or something along those lines?" Shiozaki asked curiously. "Oh, there's one floor that's like one giant bathhouse. Monkai showed it to me at the end of the day and I'll forever be in his debt. The water was amazing and they have to be adding something to it, because my bruises don't feel nearly as sore as I expected them to. I'm actually rather refreshed than tired." If Shiozaki was curious before, she was fully hooked right now. "I'll definitely have to check that out then. But that'll have to wait for tomorrow as I'm too tired for any more exploring at this time. I'll just shower and head straight to bed," Shiozaki said. "I don't blame you. I'm going to sleep as well. Good night, Shiozaki," Izuku wished as he walked past her and towards his room. "Good night," Shiozaki responded in kind, finally inserting the key and entering her room. "He's got quite the muscular chest," she thought idly as she managed to catch a few glimpses of his chest when he walked. Waking up on the next day, Izuku was more than ready to face the challenges ahead of him. He first headed for some light breakfast to make sure he didn't run out of energy during the day, and then it was time to hunt down Monkai once again. Finding him was easy as he was sitting at his desk in his office eating a banana. One might say it was a bit on the nose, but Monkai simply said it was a good source of potassium. "Alright, yesterday we dealt mostly with the theoretical side of things. So today we're going to take a break from all that boring stuff and dive in to get you some much-needed hands-on experience. We're going to start with a long patrol and then come back for some sparring later in the day. I'll try to teach you a few tricks you might find useful in a fight." Monkai listed out their plans for the day, and without wasting any time, they headed out to prepare for the day ahead. Izuku swung by his room to change into his hero suit, putting the armor on with no small amount of excitement coursing through his veins, and then headed straight down to the ground floor to meet up with his mentor. Monkai had yet to arrive by the time Izuku was ready to head out, but there wasn't anything wrong with that. Izuku did suit up quite fast in the spur of the moment, and he even got a glimpse of Ed Shot himself as he was leaving the building, presumably to go on a patrol of his own, so there was that. Once Monkai arrived not even 2 minutes later, the mentor-student duo hit the ground running to capitalize on the momentum of the previous day. Izuku already had an idea on what to expect, as Yanaka was a very quiet neighborhood and just the sheer presence of Edshot's agency was enough to put an end to any criminals that might have been lurking in the alleyways of the district. Still, it was important to make sure that things stayed this way by appearing before the public. Yet, even with all those deterrents in place, there are always going to be people desperate enough to try and pull stuff despite the high probability of being caught. That's just how the cookie crumbles. Today, however, proved to be yet another quiet day that everyone working at Edshot's agency was already used to. Whether it was due to criminals finally giving up on this area or the commotion that Izuku's appearance as an intern caused, we may never know. Well shit, it seems that even the purse snatchers tremble before our combined might, Monkai declared, flexing his muscles a fair bit. The agency is just a couple minutes from here, so they might be intimidated by that as well. Izuku offered his input, earning himself a thumbs up from his mentor. Good observation, kid. With how many flashy fights get shown on TV, one might think that fighting is all we do. I won't pretend that fighting isn't fun and all, but resolving conflicts without the use of one's fists is something everyone should strive to do. You can always pick up martial arts if the thrill of a fight is what you're looking for, Monkai stated with conviction clear in his voice. The more time he spent around the pro, the clearer it became to Izuku that his mentor is one hell of a motivational speaker. His manner of speaking and the sheer energy behind his every word would be enough to force even the toughest villains to reflect on their behavior. This is greatly exaggerated, of course, but puts into perspective just how astounding Monkai is. Izuku couldn't help but pray for certain people to mature into respectable men akin to his mentor. But whilst he doesn't put the Lord's omnipotence into question, he doubts even he was capable of straightening his troublemaker classmate. Either way, he wasn't eager to give up on them. Who knows, they might just surprise him one day. Well, I guess you get no hands-on experience today either. Kinda sucks, but days like these are exactly what we're fighting for, I guess. Monkai summed up after a few uneventful hours of patrolling the surrounding area. The time wasn't wasted, however, as Monkai made it a point to share his own experiences throughout the day. Some of them were pretty funny, like that one time when he was chasing some notorious small-time local thief and he ended up running into a dead-end alley 3 times in a row despite knowing the area like the back of his hand. Others were really insightful, like when Monkai explained how he managed to single out a drug dealer inside a crowded mall by the way he carried himself and the clothes he wore. Pretty impressive stuff. Since there wasn't much going on outside the agency, Monkai decided to conclude the patrol early and head back to get on with the program. The journey back was as eventful as the rest of the day up till now, which basically means that they stopped a couple of times to shake hands and strike up some conversations with random people on the street. Since they were wearing their hero suits anyways, Monkai decided to do some sparring. As expected, Izuku got his rear handed to him every round, but the whole bout was much more educational than what they did yesterday. The breaks between rounds were much longer and spent mostly on Monkai explaining where Izuku went wrong and what led to his defeat this time. To be honest, I don't know squat about sword fighting, so all I can teach you is related to hand-to-hand combat. It might be useful if you were ever forced to fight with your fists, but I'm not sure about other scenarios, Monkai stated after one of their spars. Don't worry about it. Being a melee fighter, I'm pretty much forced to be on the offense or risk getting outranged by my opponent. Learning about the openings and my attack patterns is more than enough for me, Izuku assured his mentor, getting up to his feet to continue the training. That's the spirit. Now I'm pumped. Let's do this, Monkai declared, starting yet another round of sparring. Sparring was very insightful, great fun for all parties involved, and above all else, tiring. As such, Monkai eventually came to the conclusion that a break was in order. They spent about an hour grabbing some quick showers and something to eat before going back to the training floors once again. This time, however, they didn't plan on fighting. Instead, Monkai wanted to help Izuku develop something that might help him against ranged opponents. Tell me, how good are you with that shield bubble of yours? Monkai started off by asking Izuku a couple of questions about his baseline abilities. I didn't get a lot of practice with it, but it certainly got its uses even at this level, Izuku answered, curious where his mentor was going with this train of thought. The utility that his barrier provided against ranged opponents was obvious. Blocking directed and area of effect attacks was basically a core of countering ranged enemies, and Izuku knew that already. Was it possible that Monkai figured out something that Izuku hadn't thought about yet? Can you move with it, for example? The white-haired man continued his questioning. I actually didn't try that, Izuku realized with his eyes going wide suddenly. I was always thinking about my barrier as a single-use thing since it's not strong enough to withstand multiple attacks. I never thought about using it like a regular shield, Izuku explained, already eager to see how viable this new tactic might be. Give it a try right now, Monkai urged him, and Izuku complied immediately. First, Izuku created the bubble around himself, amazing his mentor with the golden glow light show that always accompanied his ability, and then proceeded to try and take a step forward. Walking was not hard, but the barrier didn't like that one bit. It flickered wildly, almost completely fading away, but came back full force when Izuku stood in place. It's hard to move and maintain it at the same time, Izuku explained whilst keeping the shield going steadily. He was about to chance taking another step, but Monkey stopped him with a suggestion. How about you try and make the shield smaller? Maybe project in a single direction rather than all around. That bubble might be good when you're surrounded, but against a single opponent it seems like a waste of energy, Monkey reasoned, constantly trying to figure out a way for his student to improve and have something to show for his internship. It's worth a try at least, Izuku responded, and then let the barrier fade out for a few moments before focusing once again and summoning it once again. Despite trying to picture a wall instead of a bubble, the barrier he created was the exact same as it always is, so he tried once again, and then again and again. It took him almost 10 tries, but he was eventually able to create a barrier that protected him from most sides, his back being wide open and his flanks mostly protected by the golden gleam of his shield. It was a far cry from how he pictured it inside his head, but it was a start, one that he could always try improving upon. With the partial barrier in place, Izuku chanced to take a step forward whilst maintaining it. The shield once again flickered and waned, but it didn't come close to fading out fully like the previous time. Despite being more of a hassle to set up, the smaller shield proved to be easier to maintain on the move in comparison to the regular bubble. If only he could work on making it even smaller, then moving with it could be actually quite easy. At least that's what Izuku thought in the heat of the moment, until Monkey poked the shield. Now it didn't even flicker and simply vanished upon impact. The most devastating part about it was that Monkey wasn't even trying to pierce it. Having fancy tricks up your sleeve never hurt anyone, but you've got to make sure that you keep improving your basics. Because in the event that all your special techniques fail, you will always have something to fall back on, Monkey stated wisely, nodding to himself a couple of times. Let's work on this for now. Once you get comfortable with working around, we will proceed to the next step. The next step? Izuku asked curiously, the prospect of improvements quickly overcoming the sour taste of failure. Not so fast, young one thing at a time, Monkey chastised his student, though there was a smirk on his face. Yes, Izuku dismissed, though he took the advice to heart and started practicing his newly rediscovered ability. He wasn't improving by leaps and bounds, mind you. The improvements were there and definitely were noticeable, but they weren't anywhere near as impressive as an MMA, UFC boxer discovering they had legs. Walking around with the barrier was easy enough after a while, but sudden movements or obstacles were still enough to shatter it in the blink of an eye. If he focused on making the shield tougher on the other hand, then it became much harder to move it around with him. In time, he'll most likely be able to get a grip on this ability and find some semblance of balance between durability and ease of use, and then he'll be able to proceed to the next step of his training, which Monkey stubbornly decided to keep a secret from him. After practicing for some time, getting varied results from every attempt that he made, Monkey decided to take Izuku to the meditation floor once again. Izuku once again tried focusing on the inside like the last time and then shifting his thoughts from subject to subject. Nothing he imagined, however, helped him enter that state of clairvoyance that Monkey described previously. Since Izuku didn't make any headway in meditation, the mentor-student duo decided to move on to the last position on their to-do list for today, the bath. Refreshed and rejuvenated by the warm water, Izuku returned to his room and, since it was still fairly early in the evening, decided to text his friends and see how they were doing on their internships. Ashido seemed to be busy at the moment, but Kirishima was more than eager to share his experience. For starters, he also happened to be doing his internship with a student from Class B, one that had similar tastes and interests as Kirishima, which caused the two to quickly become friends and strive to push each other on a daily basis. It was definitely nice to see his friends making friends outside their class. They were all going to be heroes one day, so it'd be good to get to know each other now, so that they could work together seamlessly in the future. Before going to sleep, Izuku wanted to check up on Shiozaki, but she seemed to be still out with Kamui Woods, so Izuku decided to go to sleep early and rest up, determined to make some big progress on Wednesday. The third day of the internship started off quite intensely, all thanks to the sparring and training sessions that Monkey decided to hold first thing in the morning. To his surprise, Izuku actually managed to make some significant progress with his new ability, forming smaller and more durable barriers. They might have shattered after a single hit, but that was still an attack nullified that would otherwise cause much damage. Monkey wasn't really going all out when testing the durability, but poking the shield no longer caused it to fade, so that was a definite upgrade over the previous tries. Izuku was so motivated because of this unexpected development that he wanted to stay longer and train even more. But his mentor was quick to remind him that overdoing things will only lead to burnout and diminishing returns, coupled with a general lack of progress. Slow and steady wins the race after all. Izuku was a bit bummed by that, especially with the prospect of gains dangling tantalizingly in front of him, but respected his mentor's order nonetheless. To help him cope with that, Munkai disclosed the next step of the training, incorporating attacks into the defense. How can you attack whilst defending puzzled Izuku greatly, but Munkai was quick to explain everything. When you read about grand medieval battles, you usually have that depiction of an infantry line marching forward as the enemy force constantly bombard them with a rain of arrows, bolts, and various siege engines. Right, the white-haired man began, hoping to better convey his ideas with an example. The infantrymen, royal knights and levied peasants alike, would put their shields up and continue closing the distance, hoping not to get shot in the knee or something like that. So, they were protecting themselves from the arrows with their shields whilst charging the enemy line, basically defending and attacking at the same time. In line with the greatest defense is a good offense motto. Izuku chimed in, starting to put 2 and 2 together, though he was still getting 5s for some reason. Exactly, Munkai bellowed out, drawing the attention of some early birds that also wanted to get a workout in before starting their day. If they stood back with their shields up, then the enemy would eventually run out of ammunition. That's obvious, but they'd surely suffer more casualties. The more aggressive approach allows them to force the skirmishers to hold fire either by charging them or engaging the enemy front line in melee. That's what I believe you should train to achieve. Create a move or a tactic that would allow you to close the distance to the enemy without leaving yourself open. I suppose I shouldn't be just charging my opponent, right? Izuku observed thoughtfully. That's also true. There are a few things you can draw inspiration from. I'm not expecting you to rush in with inhuman speed like the bulletproof samurai. You may very well end up doing just that, once your control over your barrier and your coordination allow it, that is. But for now you should just focus on becoming a walking tank. One that might protect itself from projectile attacks whilst constantly advancing towards your opponent. Munkai concluded the explanation. Bulletproof samurai? Izuku asked curiously, eliciting a laugh from his mentor. I sure hope this isn't the only thing you're going to remember from my explanation. Munkai joked and wiped a stray tear from the corner of his eye. It's another one of my mother's stories. Long story short, there supposedly was this guy right at the dawn of Quirk's, 3rd, maybe 4th generation tops, who was a vigilante all the way north in Akita, who donned a samurai armor complete with a blue oni mask and even a katana. Criminals at that point in time were only just transitioning from guns to quirks, so firearms were quite common in the back alleys. And yet, legends say that bullets would simply bounce off of the man as if made of sponge. Being able to tell another one of his mother's stories seemed to excite Munkai. But he quickly regained his composure for one last sentence. Now I guess you know why he was called the bulletproof samurai. Well, I'm not entirely sure, but I get the picture. Izuku responded with a smile. That's all I can ask for, Munkai exclaimed whilst patting his student on the back rather forcefully. All right, go grab a shower. Maybe something to eat and change into your suit. We'll be going on a patrol today, Munkai ordered, and the two left to prepare themselves for the day ahead of them. Izuku should have expected his mentor to have a sneaky plan up his sleeve, especially with all the flags popping up during the short trek. First they turned left whilst exiting the agency, heading directly towards the Yanaka graveyard. This wasn't that suspicious since Munkai could have been leading them towards a local crime hotspot or something along those lines, or simply wanted them to talk on the move. But neither of those things came to be. Instead, Izuku found himself retracing the exact same path he walked with Shiozaki just a few days ago. This could have been a coincidence, of course, so Izuku didn't think much of it and simply kept following Munkai as they made some insignificant small talk along the way. Only once they arrived in front of the Nopori station did Izuku realize what was on today's agenda. They were going on a trip outside of Yanaka. That was unexpected, but also quite exhilarating in its own right, although it would certainly be much better without the dread. You see, Munkai decided that taking baby steps was for losers and decided to throw Izuku off the deeper end. Not quite the deepest, but far from shallow too, and chose the Manhattan of Tokyo Ginza as their destination. Ginza is home to many luxurious and ludicrously expensive shops, drawing massive crowds on a daily basis and creating a heaven for skilled pickpockets. The people of Ginza are not left to their own devices, however, as there are many hero agencies in the area. Their overlapping jurisdiction leading to a huge amount of inter-agency team-ups and great training ground for improving improvisation, teamwork, and quick thinking. Izuku wasn't very used to crowds, understandable since he spent the bigger part of his life in a secluded monastery, but he wasn't exactly nervous about having to navigate a crowd. His massive frame made that surprisingly easy already, and so he certainly didn't have to worry about that with Munkai thrown into the mix. He wasn't a recluse either, so even if many people would stop to have a chat, he was prepared for that already. The thing that worried him was probably the realization that all those people going about their days en masse would count on him if something were to happen. He wasn't one to shy away from duty, of course, but it was still quite the responsibility to carry. Thankfully, he had wide shoulders to carry that burden. As expected, the crowd was immense. Izuku didn't let those numbers faze him though, and he continued tailing Monkai like a shadow, passing this abrupt initiation with flying colors. People in this part of Tokyo were vastly different from what Izuku got used to in Yanaka. That was to be expected now that he thought about it. Yanaka was quite the peaceful neighborhood, an oasis surrounded by a bustling metropolis with millions of residents. And yet, Yanaka itself was quiet and calm. People had a lot of free time on their hands, always were eager to chit-chat and lived their lives at their own pace. The people in Ginza, though, very different. This shopping paradise was bustling with all sorts of individuals who wanted nothing more than to get on with their day, fulfilling tasks, checking stuff off of shopping lists, or grabbing a quick and overpriced cup of coffee in between business meetings. They didn't have time to mingle carelessly. It was quite the culture shock at first. But Izuku quickly got used to the sudden change of pace. Even the calmest of days could suddenly turn into hectic ones in the blink of an eye, so this was a valuable experience. Why do I feel like this is some not-so-discreet foreshadowing? Once Izuku got used to the rhythm that Ginza ran on, the patrol continued almost exactly like the ones they'd done previously. Lots of walking, smiling for the public, and throwing a word or two to the more enthusiastic and relaxed members of the crowd. The one thing that Izuku hadn't experienced before was the presence of other heroes in the area. They'd bumped into 3 different duos in the span of an hour. They mostly kept their distance from each other and greeted the fellow heroes with a simple nod before moving on with their routes. But there was one particular team that took this approach, picked it up, flipped it, and then reversed it by basically attaching themselves to Izuku and Monkai and following them for a few minutes, completely abandoning their route, if they even had one to start with, that is. The 2 fellow pros introduced themselves as Blackout and Puppeteer, hailing from the local big hero agency belonging to Blackout himself. It sort of explained why they strayed away from their path. It's not like they'd have to explain it to someone upon their return if one of them was literally running the place. Blackout was a man with, supposedly natural, neon blue hair. His costume consisted of a jumpsuit with a tactical vest on the front and some touches of armor on his limbs. A set of matte black goggles resting on his head was the only support gear Izuku could spot, probably meaning that Blackout's quirk was quite versatile in combat. As it turned out, it really was, though it was also gimmicky as all hell. His quirk, technopathy as he called it, allowed him to control all manners of electronics from the simplest wristwatches to the most complex flat-screen displays in home appliances. The fun part was, he could fuse things together and was a bit of an overly enthusiastic mad scientist. At least that's how his partner described him as. Speaking of, Puppeteer was a woman with, once again supposedly natural, neon pink hair that reached about halfway down her back and was held in place by a simple hairband. Her suit looked shockingly similar to her boss, but she had a lot more armored plates on her jumpsuit and wore some strange gadgets on her belt. Her quirk, Hostile Takeover, allowed her to forcefully activate other people's quirks by simply touching them with her hand. It sounded like it'd be very tricky to use, and Puppeteer herself agreed with that assessment, stating that there were many times where she had to fall back on her martial arts as the villain's quirk was too destructive to turn it against them. The topic of martial arts sparked a new conversation amongst the group, although Blackout was a bit left out of it since he was the only one out of the 4 that did not practice any martial arts whatsoever. He didn't seem to mind it that much since he was wholly infatuated with Izuku's case, or rather with the gear that allowed it to float in the air and follow them around. The design looks familiar, though he usually goes with black overalls and red details. Izuku overheard the man musing to himself at one point. Now, whilst their interests varied greatly, their personalities didn't. The 2 would constantly bicker with each other and throw verbal jabs about insignificant things, ones that you'd have to try really hard to be hurt by. This continued for quite some time before Izuku eventually joked that the 2 bicker like siblings. The quip seemed funny to Izuku, but it stopped being a joke when the 2 confirmed that they were not just siblings but even twins. It would honestly explain the vibrant neon-like color of their hair and matching outfits. They continued patrolling as a group for half an hour or so before eventually breaking off and returning to their duties. This interaction, though completely random and unexpected, threw Izuku for a loop later that day. There was no way he could have met those 2 since this is his first time in Tokyo and they seemed to be in their late 20s. Yet Izuku couldn't shake off this strange feeling of déjà vu. Since he couldn't get rid of it, he decided to suppress instead and carry on with his day. Despite all the traffic that rolled through Ginza, Monkai and Izuku seemed to repel criminals, and this day too ended up being quite uneventful. They did manage to stumble upon a crime scene. A robbery gone wrong when a hero who was returning home from work ended up being chosen as a victim. Suffice to say, it was over quickly, and they managed to catch the perpetrator being taken into custody by the police and the hero explaining what happened. Using this scene as an example, Monkai decided to brief Izuku on how this usually worked. what to include in his reports and which parts can be omitted in a rush. You don't have to remember the exact number of times you had to punch someone in the face to knock them out or how many teeth flew out of their mouth after a vicious hook. Once the day began giving way to the night and the shops started to close one by one, Monkey decided to conclude their patrol and return to the agency to potentially get some exercise in before calling it a day and heading to bed. Unfortunately, a villain attack in Akihabara had damaged the train tracks, and so they were forced to take the long way around Tokyo to return to Yanaka. The journey back was rather peaceful, with Monkey recalling a few key things that Izuku should remember about in the future and recalling the most important stuff that he'd said throughout the day. Somewhere along the way, however, Izuku got a headache. One that came out of nowhere but thankfully wasn't that severe. Monkey was quick to blame it on fatigue and simply concluded that they'd forego the evening training so that Izuku can properly rest for tomorrow. They had only 3 more days left and Monkey was determined to make the most of them, so having Izuku barely able to stand upright would do them no good. The headache, however, grew stronger and stronger with each station that the train stopped at. It was almost as if there was something out there causing it and they were getting closer and closer to the source. "On your left," the demon suddenly exclaimed, but before Izuku could react, their train car was hit by something and derailed. The next thing Izuku remembers was waking up to someone screaming his name. "Wake up, kiddo, we gotta move. Shit hit the fan, I tell you," Monkey yelled at the top of his lungs. "What's going on?" Izuku asked as he regained consciousness and started getting his act together on the double. "I'm not sure." Edshot ordered every available hero on and off duty to rush to Hasu and prepare for heavy fighting and rescue efforts. Apparently more of those things appeared there and are causing massive damage. Monkey quickly explained. "What things?" Izuku was about to question when he spotted the giant body laying just off to the side. "Beak, check. Exposed brain, check. Massive body devoid of hair but filled to the brim with muscle, check. And the thing even had fucking wings. That's one ugly motherfucker," the demon expertly summed up. "It's this thing again," Izuku mumbled out just loud enough for Monkey to hear him. "Have you seen those before?" the white-haired man asked. "Yeah, the villains that attacked us on UA grounds had a monster like that one," Izuku explained, flashes of that horrible day appearing before him and fading away in an instant. "Shit," the hero cursed as he examined the creature one last time. "Can you do it? Face them again?" he asked seriously before making the final call. "It's not a matter of whether I can or can't," Izuku responded with equal seriousness in his voice. "There are people out there that need our help, right? I wouldn't be a good hero if I stopped helping people because I'm afraid," he said with confidence. Monkey closely examined Izuku's expression, looking for any and all signs of ingenuity, but was pleasantly surprised to find nothing but conviction and determination. He even allowed himself to smile at that. "That's a very noble answer and an essence of what a hero should act like. I trust you'll be able to handle this. Let's move, we can't let others have all the fun." Monkey finally decided and extended a hand for Izuku to take. After pulling his student back up to his feet, Monkey reported they were en route to the scene and would arrive shortly. One last look around the crash site to make sure no one needed their help here was all they did before sprinting off into the night, distant explosions deafening the usual soundtrack of Tokyo. Boarding the train heading to Yanaka, Izuku didn't expect anything grand to happen over the course of his internship. He was more than happy with getting simple tips and tricks from veterans that spent years honing their skills and the art of being a hero in general, listening to their stories, taking notes, and getting a bit of an insight into the inner workings of being a hero, the stuff that journalists and social media rarely touched upon. And yet, in spite of his humble expectations, there he was, running headfirst into danger alongside his mentor, rushing to aid those in need. Izuku was following his mentor like a shadow, keeping up with the pro effortlessly as his adrenaline levels began rising. They were nowhere near the fighting yet, the closest explosions, firestorms, and sounds of battle still a block or two away, but Izuku could already feel the hair on his neck slowly standing up with dread creeping up his back. He told Monkey that he could do it. He believed in what he said. And yet, the prospect of having to face those monstrosities once again brought back memories that Izuku could definitely do without at this moment. "What's the matter? Scared? Want me to hold your fucking hand? That it? You know me, I'm always happy to help out," the demon taunted, only adding fuel to the fire that threatened to consume Izuku from the inside. It unfortunately worked, the psychic link between the prisoner and the warden only serving to make things worse as the demon made sure to provide Izuku with some gruesome images of the bloodbath that was the USJ. Rivers of shiny crimson liquid spilling from the open wounds that his hands had inflicted upon the villains. Don't get it wrong, Izuku had little compassion for those bastards. Yet his motto was to punish the sin and not the sinner. Sure, those scumbags' intentions were as far from noble as they could get, but they didn't deserve the fate that's befallen them. And Izuku was to blame for that mishap. At this point, it could be counted as a miracle that Izuku didn't end up running into something or even tripping over his own feet with how deep in thought he was. But whilst he was oblivious to what was going on around him, Monkai saw the conflict within his student right away. "There's still time to back out, you know," Monkai said without turning around or slowing down, his words managing to bring Izuku back to reality. Nothing more was said for a few long moments as Izuku digested that single sentence, analyzing it over and over. Eventually, he realized that while backing out was certainly an option, it wouldn't be the right thing to do. He was supposed to give in to fear after saying all that stuff about heroes conquering their fears to aid those that can't do it. That'd make him a hypocrite. And how could he become a role model for others if he was full of shit? "I appreciate the offer, but I'd have to face this fear sooner or later. Might as well rip the band-aid off right now," Izuku declared valiantly, his conviction reignited and burning bright as ever. Monkai acknowledged the statement, but didn't respond to it, though he allowed himself to smirk a bit. He had seen a fair share of heroes and interns crack under pressure. He hoped Izuku wouldn't follow in their footsteps. Minutes later, Izuku and Monkai stepped into the war zone that was Hasu. The hellish landscape, fires and ruins as far as the eye could see, was a far cry from the usually relatively quiet neighborhood that was Hasu. As quiet as a part of Tokyo could be anyways. They passed by a couple of heroes tending to the local populace, people unfortunate enough to get caught in the middle of this disaster. As much as Izuku wanted to stop and help the heroes who were taking care of the civilians, this wasn't his task. The emergency had yet to be contained. The longer they took to subdue those monsters, the more people would undoubtedly get caught in the crossfire. Ergo, their top priority was to stop those mindless husks at all costs. Heroes whose quirks could do more harm than good were delegated to help the wounded, whilst all the combat-ready pros and psychics were tasked with seeking out and taking down the Nomus ravaging Hasu. Monkai was of course one of the combat-oriented heroes, and so his task was to find and deal with those monstrosities, with Izuku getting to accompany him due to being in his care. As carefree as his white-haired mentor usually was, he could be very serious and responsible if the situation demanded it, and this once certainly did. Passing by the occasional body bag creeped Izuku out like nothing else he'd experienced up till now, but it also filled him with determination and a drive to do his best and ensure that no more innocent lives were lost. He'd get a chance to do just that soon enough. The mentor-student duo were quickly approaching what seemed to be the main battlefield of Hasu when one of the stores directly ahead of them exploded from within. A humanoid figure flying onto the street with a trail of smoke following their ungraceful flight. The hero's opponent, a muscular monster with navy blue skin, a beak and an exposed brain, exited the devastated shop moments later, staring daggers at its prey like a predator after a successful hunt. The hunt, however, was far from over. Before the Namu even realized their arrival, Izuku and Monkai spurred into action. The white-haired pro didn't even blink as he instantly changed his course and activated his quirk, gaining muscle mass and growing in size as snow-white fur covered most of his body. Using all of his amplified momentum, Monkai charged into the Namu, heaving it off the ground as he ran and smashing it into the nearby building, pinning it to the wall with all his might. "Garen," Monkai exclaimed, and even though Izuku wanted to have a bit of a meltdown at being called his hero name for the first time, now was not the time or the place for that, so he'll wisely leave getting excited for later. Now he was already flying through the air, his bastard sword unsheathed and imbued with his power, poised to kill and more than capable of doing just that. Just before the blade made impact, Monkai headbutted the Namu, stunning it for a split second and ensuring it wouldn't be able to dodge before getting out of the way, allowing Izuku to slice the beast cleanly across its chest. Before the blade even exited the putrid core of the monster, Izuku was already preparing to finish it with another slash, but that turned out to be unnecessary. These Nomus were different from the one he'd faced at the USJ. The one back then was incredibly fast, overwhelmingly strong and completely unflinching. The one currently slumped against the wall, vastly different. It lacked the supreme healing ability and the combination of speed and strength that Izuku remembered. And it felt pain, because Izuku's clean cut caused the beast to fall into shock and shut down on the spot. "What are we going to do with it?" Izuku questioned, sword at the ready in case the monster changed his mind about staying alive. "You can leave that to me," the previously ragdolled pro stated as he approached the master-student duo. "Are you sure you can handle it?" Monkai asked, wanting to make sure that they wouldn't have to worry about this one getting loose once again. "It caught me off guard when I was dealing with another one. I'll bind it right away and move on, lots more of them running around still." The pro responded and then used his quirk, which apparently allowed him to control metal or something like that, to wrap the Namu like a Christmas present. "Thanks for the help there, guys. Good hunting." The man wished and then ran off, either to rejoin his teammates or continue fighting the good fight solo. "We should be going too. Edshot's gotta be around here somewhere," Monkai commanded, and the two moved on, leaving the bound Namu slumped against the wall. Hopefully it wouldn't bleed out too quickly. Studying a live specimen could give an insight into the process that created it in the first place. What used to be the central battlefield of Hasu has now been turned into a fortified position for civilians to take shelter in and the heroes to plan their next move. Locating Ed's shot was easy as he was the man in charge of the entire situation given he was the second highest ranking pro in the area. Lost contact with the team in the east. Take some people and investigate it. We can't afford to lose people in a time like this. They heard Ed's shot command as they approached the makeshift command post. Munkai and Garen, reporting boss. Munkai reported with a mock salute. You look like shit, sir. The white-haired man added jokingly. If you have energy for quips then you better have energy to fight. Ed Shot responded without batting an eye, clearly used to Munkai's attitude. We have most areas under control, though the mall is giving us problems as expected. The ninja-themed hero explained the situation. You want us to go over there and lend them a hand? Munkai guessed the order. No, I already dispatched the reinforcements. They should be able to handle it on their own. For you I have a special assignment. A killer one if you will. Ed Shot stated seriously and silence enveloped the area. He's here, Munkai asked. All his previous playfulness gone with the wind. That's what some people say. I have yet to receive any concrete evidence, and until that happens I classify it as a rumor. It is, however, a very dangerous rumor. I want you to check out this area and see if you can find something. Make sure to check the back alleys. Fits his mo to be hiding in one. Ed Shot explained as he circled a certain less popular area of Hasu with a pen. 8, we'll do it. Munkai responded after familiarizing himself with the map. You want to take the intern with you? Ed Shot questioned, a hint of disapproval in his voice. I'm kind of responsible for his safety, you know. The white-haired man stated with a smirk. And you are planning on letting him tag along while you go seek out a serial killer. This time the disapproval was replaced with slight sass. Point taken. So what, you want me to leave him here? Munkai asked, seeing his boss's point but not quite convinced just yet. Yes, he can help out around here and protect the civilians if one of those things makes its way over here somehow. There was little that Munkai could argue with. Ed Shot made it quite clear that hunting the hero killer was way more dangerous than facing the Nomus and that it wasn't a good idea to bring Izuku along. He left the final decision to Munkai, however. The white-haired man had a good intuition, so Ed Shot knew he'd make the correct choice. In the end, Munkai decided to head out solo, making sure to state clearly that Izuku had free reign to act however he wanted and an obligation to do everything he could to protect the people. If anything happened, Munkai would take the responsibility for it, so Izuku didn't have to worry about that too much. With a final wish of good luck, Munkai departed, leaving Izuku to act independently for the first time in his career. Thankfully, there were a lot of things to do since this was an ongoing crisis and whatnot, and the amount of injuries was quickly piling up. Whilst Izuku was no surgeon, he could deal with the scrapes and small wounds, freeing up the first aid-oriented heroes to tend to the more severe cases. Stabilizing those in critical condition was a priority, as was tending to the heroes since they couldn't afford to lose people, which would stretch even thinner over the quickly expanding area. Izuku took it upon himself to go around and heal the cuts and bruises that didn't require thorough treatment, using his quirk to seal the wounds and heal the smaller injuries. It quickly became quite apparent that he'd need way more training, as using his healing ability was gassing him out very rapidly. He pushed through the quirk fatigue, however, and kept going even as his body screamed for rest. He allowed himself a short respite only when the majority of the people were tended to and slumped against some rubble for a few moments. A couple of heroes passed him by at that spot, commending him for his efforts and praising his healing ability. It seemed that he made quite an impact on a few of the pros that got to see him in action. Izuku wiped the sweat from his brow and saw his hand got covered with a mix of grime, dirt, and a few drops of blood. His armor was in similar condition, showing obvious signs of needing a good wash, but he was glad to notice that there were no dents in it. As long as it did its job, Izuku could overlook the heinous condition it was in. That short thought made him chuckle briefly as he wondered how someone like Aizawa would react to getting his cape tattered and his shining armor stained with all this dust and other things. Alright, enough resting, time to get back to work, Izuku thought with determination and newfound energy coursing through his veins. Before he could find someone in need of his help, however, a pro quickly approached him, clearly meaning business judging by the fierce and serious look on his face. Hey kid, you good to fight? The man asked right out of the gate. Izuku nodded quickly to confirm. Good. Ed Shot lost contact with some heroes in the west and were moving to check on them, but we could use someone to be our vanguard. You up for the challenge? Izuku quickly mulled the options over. On one hand, his healing abilities could be very helpful around this makeshift camp, as there were still wounded in need of first aid and it was clear that the heroes on site were still overwhelmed. On the other hand, however, getting back out there and hunting down more of those monsters would reduce the number of injuries and fatalities. Izuku accepted the man's request and was subsequently led to meet the rest of their makeshift team. The squad was made up of 6 people. Izuku included. First was a familiar face, the metal-bending hero called Wolfram that Izuku and Monkey encountered on the way to rendezvous with Edgeshot. Next up were two women, Spark and Charge, twins with the ability to harness and control electricity whose powers were amplified when in close proximity to one another. Arguing with them was the fourth member of the team, a man called Display with a quirk that allowed him to summon screens capable of reflecting energy. Apparently the twins liked to let out loose charges that had an uncanny tendency of homing in on Display. The last part of the puzzle was the man that recruited Izuku in the first place, Retro. He was one of the commanding pros employed in Blackout's hero agency specializing in investigation and intel gathering. Front lines of a battlefield didn't seem like a suitable place for someone like Retro, but Izuku was sure he could take care of himself just as well as the others. As it turned out, the other four were also psychics from Blackout's agency, though they didn't know each other that well, save for the twins and Display who were seemingly inseparable according to Spark's testimony. They gathered in a circle where Retro introduced Izuku to everyone else under his hero alias, and Izuku himself quickly told them to simply call him Garen for the sake of convenience. Display was weary about letting someone from a different agency, and an intern at that, join them, but Wolfram was quick to vouch for Izuku's skills, silencing any further complaints in a flash. Retro then went on to explain that Native, a small local pro, and his team failed to check in during the last roll call and they were going to check up on them, probably give them a good talking to about causing unnecessary chaos and return to the camp. Simple and easy. In and out, a 10 minutes long adventure. With their plan of actions clear, the group departed to the west. Things would get quite complicated quickly, however, and Izuku would once again find himself faced with a foe that he simply could not defeat. This time, however, he'd have an unexpected ally to help him with the ordeal. Another one on the left. Retro yelled out just as Wolfram was wrapping up their previous foe like a metal gift box. Do they have like a 3D printer for those things or what? Display shouted in exasperation, clearly fed up with the amount of not exactly cannon fodder that they had to put up with already. Less talking, Spark reprimanded her teammate, and more reflecting, Charge quickly added. The dynamic between the trio was somewhat strange, and if you were more cultured than our current protagonist, then you could even say there was a lot of sexual tensions involved. But that unfortunately is not relevant to the plot, so it won't be mentioned at all. Nope, didn't happen. However peculiar their work relationship might be, Izuku couldn't deny their effectiveness. Right at the beginning, Retro was quick to establish roles to ensure they wouldn't get in each other's way on accident, and to make their coordination easier to flow naturally. Izuku of course stood at the very forefront, sword in hand and ready to charge into anything that might cross their path. The overly casual and vocal trio followed him closely, ready to attack as soon as Izuku tied down his opponent and restricted their movements, allowing the twins and Display to set up their takedown. Retro and Wolfram brought up the rear guard, the former staying vigilant at all times even in a fight, and the latter prepared to immobilize the incapacitated villains. Everyone besides Izuku himself hailed from Blackout's agency, so it was only logical to hold them to similar standards. The gap between the twins and Display and Retro or Wolfram was however simply stunning. The way Display could predict what the twins were about to do, or the twins' ability to anticipate Display's reflective screens, was simply supernatural. Their teamwork flowed like water, neither of their efforts ever in vain, perfectly in sync at all times. And if their cooperation wasn't enough on its own, they even managed to weave banter into their fighting routine, constantly attacking each other verbally in what Izuku thought to be a playful manner. Young-uns really are something else, Retro stated at one point. How so? Izuku asked when they finally had some downtime in between the Namos. Blackout's got a couple of teams designed specifically to maximize each other's potentials and to capitalize on their skills. Charge, Spark, and Display are one of the youngest psychics we have, but damn if they're not good. Believe it or not, even Cairo and Cuse have trouble against these rascals, Retro stated, laughing wholeheartedly as if reliving some memories. Cairo and Cuse? Izuku questioned, not familiar with either name. Oh right, you're not one of ours, Retro said to himself before explaining. Shihai Cairo and Shihai Cuse are the real names of Blackout and Puppeteer respectively. They must be really talented, Izuku commented as they readied to resume their journey. Nah, they just worked really hard to get to where they're at today, Retro corrected with sudden seriousness. Blackout helped guide them of course, but they're the ones responsible for where they are now. Not talent, not others, not even fate. Their own hard work. Wow, that's actually quite a nice motivational speech, Izuku thought with a smile, finding even more respect for the quarreling trio. Oh please, everything is dictated by fate. Every time you think you've escaped your fate, you end up playing directly into what was destined for you. There's no escape from it. Everything that you'll ever do, everything that you'll ever be has already been foretold and you can't do nothing about it. And of course the demon had to appear out of nowhere and ruin the wholesome atmosphere with its preaching. Izuku paid it no more attention, however, as they were once again on the move and his focus was best directed at the potential threats and not the voice in his head. After taking down another Namu, or rather 3, Izuku and the others finally managed to locate a fellow hero in all this mayhem. Backdraft, report, Retro commanded immediately, stepping forward to fulfill their objective. Why weren't you guys responding? We were worried that those monsters had overrun your position or something. We were too busy to respond at first and then found out that our radios got damaged in the fighting. Backdraft reported while still trying to put out the burning apartment block. Speaking of fighting, what's with all the fires? Retro asked in a much less professional manner. Endeavor came through here with a couple of sidekicks. Backdraft simply responded and Izuku saw Retro sigh deeply. Fucking prick. The pro cursed under his breath before reaching into his pocket. Take this one and make sure not to lose it, Retro said as he threw a spare radio to the firefighting pro. Backdraft returned to his duties and Retro left him alone to go back to his impromptu team. Alright, our job's done, but we'll stick around for a bit in case they need our help. He addressed his fellow employees before turning to Izuku personally. Thanks for the assist, Garen. I guess this is the end of our journey, Retro said as he extended a hand for Izuku to shake. The pleasure's all mine, Izuku responded, obviously shaking the pro's hand. You do solid work, and if you're ever interested I can put in a good word for you with Cairo, Retro offered seriously. I'm not sure if your praise isn't a bit too high. I didn't really do much back there, Izuku bashfully said, taken aback by the offer. Nonsense. Spark immediately jumped in to dispute Izuku's claim, and she wasn't the only one, far from it. Yeah, Charge was quick to follow in her sister's footsteps. Sure, you're not flashy or anything, but you do your job just fine. What they said. Display seconded the twins' opinion, though he was much more tame than they were. Doing great things is one thing for a hero, but taking credit for your achievement is equally as important. Wolfram shared some of his own wisdom. It's 5 against 1, kid. You sure you want to argue with these odds? Retro asked with a smug smirk, already knowing that Izuku must have understood his point by now. Facing insurmountable odds is a hero's duty, Izuku proudly declared before also smiling at his former partners. But knowing when to quit is also an invaluable skill, he said, and they shared a quick laugh. I'm glad you got that, kid, Retro said with a smile. There's potential in you, and if there's one thing that Blackout loves in prospects is potential. If you ever decide to give it a shot, just visit the agency and ask for me. We'll be waiting. Thank you, Izuku thanked the pro, both still smiling, but also realizing that this couldn't last forever and that there were things that needed to be taken care of. Alright, enough with the sappy stuff, Retro finally stated and addressed his subordinates. Let's go see if there aren't any monsters out there that want their teeth taken out for a walk. And with that they'd finally split, both parties going their separate ways to see if their skills could be of use to the victims of what will soon be dubbed the Hasu incident. It's like a miracle, a woman declared as she inspected her arm that was severely scraped up from having to escape a partially demolished building. My skin is in perfect condition and all the pain has already started to fade away. Izuku decided to put his healing ability to the test, pushing it even more now that he had some time to rest in between uses, and there was no better occasion to get hands-on experience than this. As such, he circled around Backdraft and the other heroes, searching for civilians that required some basic first aid or were left to their own devices due to shortage of manpower. His body was already strained from both the physical workout that it was put through and from Izuku's excessive quirk usage. It was going to hurt like hell once all the emotions and the adrenaline fade out. But till that happens, Izuku will be more than ecstatic to offer his services. It's incredible. I could kiss you right now, the woman said in the heat of the moment, still taken aback by Izuku's abilities. Simply knowing that you're safe and sound is a reward in and of itself, ma'am, Izuku responded with a humble smile and a courteous bow. Oh my, you better watch your mouth or you'll have girls swooning all over you, the woman warned jokingly with a wide smile. It was a rare sight given the circumstances that led to this conversation, so Izuku was understandably satisfied to have made the woman feel comfortable enough to smile even with all the chaos around. I'll keep that in mind, ma'am, the greenette responded with a polite smile. He was about to walk off in search of another person that might need his help when he saw something, or rather someone that caught his eye almost immediately. His legs moved before he was done processing his thoughts and before he realized he was already speaking, asking a question that was nagging him from the very back of his mind. Are you Manuel? Izuku asked, his body still on autopilot and his mind only just now catching up. Yeah, that'd be me. Do you need something? I'm kind of busy at the moment, Manuel responded with a question of his own. My friend applied to intern with you and I just wanted to make sure he's safe. Is he around here somewhere? Izuku desperately wanted the pro to simply point him in a direction just so that he could see his classmate behaving logically and not putting his life at risk for some stupid revenge. Of course the universe denied him that wish. We got separated some time ago and I've been looking for him ever since. He's pretty fast though, so I'm sure he can evade any danger he might find himself in. Manuel assured the teen, but Izuku was not buying it whatsoever, unless he intentionally went looking for danger. Izuku mused to himself with dread slowly creeping up his spine. Where did you last see him? He asked, already knowing that he'd need to find Iida and talk, or beat some sense into him. It was south of here, maybe southwest, a block or two at most, Manuel stated. All right, I'll look out for him if I happen to pass by that area, Izuku said before heading in the direction that Manuel pointed. I hope I can find him before he finds the hero killer, he thought to himself as he broke into full sprint, his body no longer aching and a new reserve of energy reinvigorating him like a cool breeze. What if he's already dead in a ditch and you're just looking for a closed body bag? Just think about it for a second. That's like the 8th or 9th time that the demon taunted Izuku with these grim scenarios that always pointed towards Iida being already dead. Just shut up. Izuku dismissed the demon's words once again, though he would lie if he said that the chances of finding Iida alive weren't dwindling by the second. Izuku was running around like a chicken with its head exactly where it should be. You know, 'cause a headless chicken wouldn't exactly be capable of running right, hoping to catch even a glimpse of Iida's knight-like armor, but to no avail. It felt as if he'd already explored every single alleyway in Hasu twice, and yet Iida was nowhere to be found. Just give up, kid. That punk's probably already dead, so why don't just focus on those that are still amongst the living? Isn't that what you heroes are supposed to do, keeping people safe instead of chasing ghosts? This time the demon seemed way more persistent than before. Izuku had no idea what might have caused that, but he also didn't care right now. We're meant to protect everyone, and I'm not gonna give up until I find him, so shut the fuck up and let me focus. This time, however, Izuku was done putting up with the demon's bullshit and its incessant whispers, nagging him like a swarm of mosquitoes buzzing in the back of his mind. Their mental link went surprisingly silent at that point. Whether it was because the demon was surprised or for some other reason Izuku once again didn't know, but he also didn't care as well. Take a right behind that building. The demon suddenly spoke up. Why? Izuku questioned the demon's words, but did as he was told regardless. Narrow alley next to the metal bin. Get to the chain link fence and follow it. Izuku once again followed the instruction, though the demon refused to answer any question at that point. Following a demon's directions probably wasn't the most responsible thing to do. Who could have known what kind of shit it was trying to lure Izuku towards? But there were no other options at this point. Izuku could either continue running around aimlessly, hoping to stumble upon and, preferably, a live Iida, or listen to the demon that clearly knew something. Brick wall up front, jump it and get ready. The demon gave one last pointer before the link went silent once again. The order seemed strangely specific, but Izuku didn't question it. He was already running, so he simply utilized his moment and used a nearby trash container as a stepping point to propel himself upwards and over the brick wall. As soon as he crossed the obstacle, death was staring him down, looking directly into his eyes. It was by miracle alone that Izuku was able to activate his barrier in time, preventing the blade of the katana from slicing him open like he was made of butter. The sudden flash of golden light caught the assailant off guard, and Izuku was able to escape their clutches, putting some distance between them and assessing the situation. Propped up against the nearby bin was a man wearing a hero suit, clearly a pro or perhaps a sidekick that had a rough night. Behind Izuku, laying face down on the ground, was a starstruck Iida, bleeding from a wound on his thigh and with a really beat-up suit. And in front of Izuku, staring him down with intrigue and bloodlust, was none other than the hero killer in all of his infamous glory. Well. Another fake for the slaughter? Huh. Stain growled out as he licked his lips. Midoriya, what are you doing here? Iida asked in disbelief. Saving your fucking life, dickhead. What's it look like? The demon's sudden why exploded, and Izuku felt guilty for agreeing with it for a split second. I could ask you the exact same thing, Izuku responded instead, successfully suppressing all the anger he felt towards his classmate and channeling the energy towards the real villain. I really wanted to believe that you'd do the right thing, but a small part of me always knew you'd try having your stupid revenge. We're supposed to be better than that, Izuku preached, all the while sizing up his opponent in case Stain wanted to try something. We're supposed to be heroes, and heroes protect, not avenge. An eye for an eye would leave the whole world blind. Silence filled the alleyway, and Izuku chanced one quick glance at it, noticing the teen clearly struggling with both the situation at hand and Izuku's harsh but true words. It was then that slow clapping broke the silence. Bravo, you surprised me, young man. I was sure you were just one of those fakes that were in this business for money or fame or both. And yet it turns out that you're a rare case. A true hero, Stain complimented. But hearing this from a villain didn't make it sound like a compliment at all. Look, kid, that fake next to the bin and that fake behind you have to be eliminated for the greater cause. You, on the other hand, can live if you just step aside and let me do my job. I'm afraid I can't do that, Izuku responded, staring down his opponent with his hand on the handle of his sword. I couldn't exactly call myself a hero if I didn't try to protect them, now could I? Get away from here. This is my fight. It's my duty, Iida kept screaming in the background, but Izuku wisely tuned him out for the most part. I guess you couldn't. Don't take this personal, kid, Stain eventually said after mulling over Izuku's response. Duck, the demon simply ordered, and once again Izuku was able to escape, having the alley decorated with his innards. He's inhumanely fast. I can barely see his movements, Izuku thought as he drew his sword to face Stain in mortal combat. What ensued was not an exchange of blows, as it was strictly Izuku desperately defending himself from Stain's bloodthirsty rampage and an unending series of strikes. There was no denying it. Stain was skilled with his sword, and that made him very dangerous. Add his unknown quirk into the mix and you get one hell of a cocktail. Izuku managed to stand his ground, however, using a combination of swordsmanship and his barrier to block all of Stain's attacks. Summoning so many shields in rapid succession was draining Izuku's energy rather fast, and so he was forced to maximize his efficiency, making each subsequent barrier smaller and smaller, anticipating the trajectory of the blade and summoning a small plate that was just enough to stop Stain's blade in its tracks. This stalemate was going well, or at least would be if Izuku had a win condition that played into this being a war of attrition. That was not the case, unfortunately. No one knew that they were here and facing the Stain in a deadly duel. It'd be a miracle if someone was to stumble upon them by chance, and Izuku already used up his miracles for the upcoming month just by escaping death twice in the span of 5 minutes at the start of the fight. Neither side was gaining any significant advantage over the other, although Izuku was slowly getting used to the flow of the fight and even found an opening for an attack or two of his own. They were blocked effortlessly, of course, but that didn't deter Izuku at all. He kept on waiting for opportunities before seizing them, hoping to get in at least one solid hit, as that's all he potentially needed to turn this fight in his favor. Lady Luck is a fickle mistress, however, and Izuku was about to learn this firsthand. One small misstep, an overextension that left Izuku open for a split second, and that's all Stain needed to go in for the kill. Izuku felt the very tip of the katana skim a sizable part of his abdomen, drawing blood but luckily not gutting him outright. The wound was very long but quite narrow, and although the pain was sharp and stinging, Izuku could fight through that. At least that's what he thought. That's when he saw Stain lick the blood off of his katana in a sick, ritualistic manner before suddenly feeling his body become heavier than it ever was. He could move a muscle, and even blinking was tough. All he could do was stand there like a statue and watch. As I said, nothing personal, kid. I admire your tenacity and your drive, so I'm going to spare you this time, Stain said as he sheathed his katana and approached Izuku before knocking him to the floor. Just lay here and enjoy the show. You'll be one of the few people who saw me in action and lived to tell the tale. Consider yourself lucky. And with that, Stain continued his trek, past Izuku's peripheral vision and towards the incapacitated Iida. Izuku desperately tried to force his body to move, but it just wouldn't listen. It felt as if the Earth's entire gravity was holding him and him alone down, preventing him from doing anything. Come on, get up. Izuku hoped to psyche himself up in an attempt to break free from whatever this was. Tears of hopelessness filled his eyes. It's just like back then. Is there really nothing I can do? And that's when he heard it, the unmistakable sound of clasps coming undone. Grasp the handle and I'll help you. Just this once I'll let you use my power, but don't get any funny ideas. There's no guarantee that this psycho won't kill you on a whim once he's done with them, and I sure as shit ain't going back to how things were before we met. The demon seemed pretty revved up, and this wasn't the usual temptation that it tried to lure Izuku in with time and time again. Feeling as hopeless as ever and with no other choice in sight, Izuku struggled to reach into the case for the second time in his life, finding the handle of the black blade and grasping it tightly. Laying his hand on the black blade mere weeks after the exact same incident was wrong, Izuku knew that. It was also unfortunately the only choice he had. The hero killer strolled past him, and without even looking, Izuku could tell that he was going for Iida, most likely to injure him like he did his brother or just outright finish him off. Izuku himself was paralyzed in the very same manner that Iida was when he arrived, and there was no way of telling how long this state was going to last. Native was still out cold, and so it was up to Izuku to make the judgment call and try to salvage the situation. It took all the strength in his body just to make his fingers twitch, and even more than that for his arm to actually respond to his commands through the lens of the paralysis. He did it though, his jaw clenched and all of his muscles mobilized to make one single move. As soon as his fingers scraped the surface of the blade of antler, the horror began. A bloodthirsty aura flooded the remote alleyway, easily overwhelming the two interns and causing the hero killer to pause in his tracks, intrigued by this feeling that was so similar to the one he himself exuded. Izuku felt the control slipping away as the demon quickly took over. Izuku was already preparing himself for that awful feeling of looking through his own eyes whilst being unable to do anything himself, but that moment never came. Marvel in his eyes, he traced the spiked tentacle that emerged from the blade and climbed up his arm, destroying his gauntlet in the process. He was expecting the tentacle to climb all the way towards his shoulder, possibly higher, but was surprised to see it stop right around his elbow. Confusion overtook him for a brief moment before a deeply demonic voice brought him down to earth. How long are you going to just stand there? The demon asked in a mocking manner, motioning for Izuku to stand beside it. Getting to witness its shadowy form was a first for Izuku, who was either used to watching from afar or getting second-hand descriptions. The wings sprouting from its back looked tattered and torn up. The membrane filled with holes and the skeletal structure itself seemed seconds away from collapsing. See something you like? Want me to hook you up with your own pair? This time Izuku ignored the remark and approached the demon like it wanted. What's this all about? Izuku questioned, suspicious about everything, but undoubtedly curious. And what does it look like to you, Mr. Chivalry? The demon responded with a healthy dose of sass. We're partnering up so that your friend doesn't get turned into a modern piece of art and I don't have to look for another warp-attuned fool to carry my ass around. It explained with an angry undertone in its voice. Not much made sense to Izuku at the moment, though standing side by side with the demon was proving to be quite the experience. So, how does this work exactly? Izuku wondered, choosing to leave the less important questions for later. Basically, I'm going to say what we're going to do and you'll agree to everything I say or I'll put you in the backseat again. As much as it pains me to admit it, you're better with a sword than I am. The demon explained, clearly stating that this partnership was not established on equal terms, although that wasn't very surprising. The demon seemed to have a knack for the most violent of problem-solving ways. Fine, but we're not killing that guy, Izuku stated firmly. The demon only snorted in discontent but seemed to have accepted the condition anyways. You got a plan? A few. The demon responded with a sinister grin. And how many of those don't involve killing the hero killer? Izuku countered with narrowed eyes, already having a vague idea about the answer he should be expecting. 2. The demon answered, surprising Izuku, which was easily noticeable. And the demon decided to comment on it. For your information, killing someone is not always the easiest course of action. I'll have you know that I'm knowledgeable in the art of war as a whole and not strictly killing. It was very minuscule, but the demon seemed annoyed by Izuku's unspoken assumption. What's the plan then? Izuku asked, his curiosity piqued. It all starts with reclaim, the demon stated and got to work. Izuku was expecting this new move to target the hero killer and draw his attention away from the downed. He couldn't have been further from the truth. The demon's ability was focused on the still unconscious native. Nothing happened for a split second before a wide gash appeared on the hero's upper arm, and then another on his forearm and forehead, one across his cheek and two on his chest, blood spilling from the wound. Just as Izuku was about to exclaim and berate the demon's actions, he felt his body getting lighter, the fatigue melting away, the bruises fading like a distant memory, and most importantly, the paralysis ending. Something's different about you, Stain immediately realized as he saw Izuku get up from the ground and stand back up on his own two legs, which by all means should have been impossible. The thing that had his interest, though, was the strange sword. There's something wrong with that sword. I was hoping to keep him alive, but there's no other choice. He's too dangerous. I need to cut him down, the hero killer thought to himself before charging forward. He readied his katana, aiming for Izuku's neck and counting on ending the fight with one move, but that move was easily stopped thanks to the combined efforts of Izuku and the demon. Well, ain't you an observant one? The demon mocked in a voice that sounded like its and Izuku's combined, causing a strange, malicious echo. Stain jumped back as soon as their blades connected, having already underestimated his opponent once. There was no telling what this new version of Izuku could do, so bringing the guard up was the logical course of action. It quickly turned out to be the right choice as Izuku, or whatever this hybrid creature could be called, chose to rush at Stain, slashing wildly to force the hero killer to stay on the defensive. The sheer amount of strikes was enough to overwhelm Stain, and he left himself wide open for a front kick that sent him skidding backwards. He was mostly unfazed by this, and his guard was back up well before his slide ground to a halt. A stationary exchange ensued, with neither side being able to outright overpower the opponent. Where Izuku now held the high ground in terms of power, Stain had way more experience, which was how he was able to deflect all the disastrous slashes away from himself. The trick with two people being in charge was that they'd need to be in perfect sync to keep their movements fluid and natural, and the demon was surely the least compatible co-pilot that Izuku could ask for. It was no surprise then that one of Stain's throwing knives was eventually able to weave in between Izuku's wide slashes and nick his ear. The stinging pain that flared from that fresh wound would normally be substantial enough for Izuku to commit even more mistakes, setting off a chain reaction that would inevitably lead to Izuku's demise. With the demon in the driver's seat, however, they managed to stay in the game and push through the pain, ignoring the sensation as a whole and focusing on the fight instead. The stalemate was renewed at that point and lasted for a few tense moments, with both sides taking turns to attack and defend. It was clear, however, that experience was superior to strength, as Stain's savage swings managed to force Izuku back on multiple occasions. It didn't seem to be that bad, as for every inch of ground lost, Izuku made Stain sweat bullets, effectively trying to outlast his opponent. Izuku and the demon were too focused on the exchange of blows, however, to pay attention to the bigger picture. And they only realized what the hero killer was going for once it was too late. Continuously backing up would sooner or later result in Izuku hitting a wall or some other obstacle, but that's not what Stain was counting on. The alleyway was wide enough that Izuku could sidestep in addition to backing off, and so cornering him would take up too much time. Time that Stain didn't really have. As such, he employed a vastly different tactic and disguised it as an attempt at cornering Izuku. In reality, he was going for something else. Once he's pushed up far enough, Stain threw a slew of his knives at Izuku, forcing the boy-demon tandem to dodge to the side and focus on deflecting the projectiles that he couldn't avoid with his sword. Using this brief opportunity, the hero killer dove for the first knife he threw during the fight, the one with Izuku's blood on it. Izuku recognized the threat too late, and even though he charged straight at the villain with his sword ready to stab right through him, he couldn't make it in time and felt his body once again seize up. I'm still not sure what's this all about, but one thing I know for sure. Stain began his monologue once he was sure that Izuku was neutralized. You're too dangerous for me to let you go. You have potential to become a real hero one day, but there's also the risk of you stopping me before I fulfill my mission. The hero killer said as he sheathed his main blade and reached for one of his backups. Society is rotten to the core. Those so-called heroes are nothing but parasites, feeding off of the common man and wallowing in money and fame, fueling their greed endlessly. Heroes used to care about helping but now turned into nothing more than spandex-clad celebrities. This new society is ravaged by cancer, and I'll free it, one tumor at a time. Stain crossed the last couple of steps between him and Izuku before readying himself for the clean cut that would finish this once and for all. I do this with a heavy heart, but if this is the price of salvation, then I'll gladly pay it 1,000 times over. Oh, this guy is so full of shit. The demon grumbled. It's easy to pay any price as long as the funds don't come from your own pocket. And what the fuck's all that mambo jambo about this cancer stuff and salvation? That's an ego and a half if I ever saw one. The demon continued berating in a carefree manner, not even flinching in the face of imminent death. How about you focus on getting us out of this situation first and whine about his motives later? Izuku exclaimed, visibly agitated since his neck was on the line. Relax, big guy. The demon responded as it rolled its eyes in a dismissive manner. I've got the fucker right where I want him. It's time for something more refined. Something like exsanguination. Yet another move that Izuku has never heard about. Caught Stain mid-swing, although it didn't really make a difference due to the non-physical nature of the demon's ability. Open wounds sprouted all over Stain's body, causing his grip to falter and his blade to slip from his hands, narrowly missing Izuku's neck and clanking against the ground as it landed near a stack of trash cans in the back of the alley. Simultaneously, Izuku felt his own body become lighter once again. He felt the second wind kicking in and was about to say something about the fate being on their side, but was silenced by a sudden pain in his left calf. One quick look was all Izuku needed to spot the wide gash running from just under his knee all the way to the back of his ankle. It didn't make sense since he was sure that he'd blocked nearly all of Stain's attacks, and even if he was struck before, there was no way he wouldn't have noticed the wound earlier, even with the adrenaline running high. The only logical explanation was to attribute this sudden wound to the demon's newest ability. It seemed like something that could give you immediate relief at the cost of damage over time in the form of bleeding. Weak vessel, the demon complained with a scowl. The pain was enough to force Izuku to take a knee, though he was still faring much better than the hero killer who was currently busy tearing his attire into pieces and using it as makeshift dressings. He'd already discarded his spare blade and was frantically trying to stop himself from bleeding out, so he was unaware that Izuku was already standing back up and no longer paralyzed. What's wrong with your abilities? Why does it damage me almost as much as it hurts my opponents? And what was that with native at the start? Izuku finally snapped and yelled at the demon, demanding answers. If your body was more durable than it could have resisted the side effects, it's not my fault that it's ill-suited for my powers. You should consider yourself lucky nonetheless. I remember a bunch of sorry sods in Jerusalem that thought they could handle me and paid with their lives for that arrogance. The demon stated nonchalantly, as if he was talking about some innocent news article from yesterday and not about taking lives. And you have no right to question my methods. We're alive, are we not? Besides, did you really think that you can magically make all the boo-boos go away? That's a fairy tale. Grow up. If you have two people injured, it's better to transfer all wounds from one to the other so at least one of them can make it. As much as Izuku hated to admit it, there was some logic in the demon's reasoning. It wasn't sound logic by any standards, but it made a messed up amount of sense at the moment. What now? Izuku asked calmly, though a scowl formed on his visage. Now we cut the fucker down and be on our merry way. Ain't no way I'm stopping here, the demon exclaimed, and Izuku was wholeheartedly prepared for a mental fight, only for the demon to start laughing like a maniac. You should have seen your face. I could easily overpower you right now, but where's the fun in that? The demon asked rhetorically as it strolled around carelessly. Izuku didn't lower his guard, however, more than aware of the number of tricks that the demon employed in the past, lulling him into a false sense of security being one of the more prominent tactics. Oh, relax. If I'm ever taking control of your body, I want it to be a fair fight. I'll come at you when you least expect it, but when you're at your best. Otherwise it'd be just a formality, and the amount of bureaucracy that I witnessed when bound to Garen made me severely averse to those. The demon said offhandedly as it started walking away and back into the clouded expanse of Izuku's psyche. Go on and make the arrest, hero. The demon said as his parting words before becoming one with the shadows, finally leaving Izuku alone. Now firmly in control of his body, Izuku was able to relax a bit, though he couldn't rest just yet as the hero killer was still up and probably as dangerous as ever. That's what Izuku expected to see once he lifted his head, but was surprised to see Stain laying on the ground in a pool of his own blood, alive, though hanging by a thread. Immediately mobilizing his strength, Izuku began the process of healing the villain, hoping to stabilize him enough to save his life. Not many people would fault him for not saving his life and letting him die considering the amount of blood on his hands. But Izuku wasn't about to play judge, jury, and executioner. Heroes saved lives, regardless of who they belonged to. What are you doing? Iida, who finally seemed to be regaining control of his body, said with newfound anger bubbling underneath his skin. Just let him die. He deserves it. He yelled out, bearing all his rage. Would Tensei let him die? Izuku calmly responded, not even sparing a glance in Iida's direction, knowing that a single mention of his brother would be enough to shut his classmate for good. If you have the strength to complain, then go check on Native, like a real hero would. Nothing happened for a few moments, and just when Izuku realized that he'd have to do everything himself, Iida stood up before walking over to the immobilized Native to start administering first aid. Izuku let a small smile grace his face as he thought that there might still be hope for Iida. Sure, he'll have to endure a lot of talking to from various people and possibly most of Nezu's wrath, but if he was able to withstand that, then he'll surely remember this lesson for the rest of his life. Izuku kneeled over Stain, healing the most severe wounds first to try and staunch the bleeding, and didn't realize when his eyelids grew too heavy for him to keep his eyes open. As the fatigue from both his activities and the demon's influence lulled him to sleep, Izuku still focused his remaining strength on healing, hoping to close just one more wound. The next thing he knew, Izuku was in a hospital bed. It was easy to realize what was going on due to the squeaky clean white tiles that covered most of the room and the overall overabundance of white in general. The beeping of machines was the only sound present in the room, the steady rhythm of his heart visualized on one of the displays next to his bed. Izuku took a quick look around and sure enough, his case was currently propped up against the windowsill. The view ain't half bad. I still prefer that landscape from Titan, but I'll take what I can get. It definitely beats any of the hive cities that I've seen. The demon explained its deliberate position without even being prompted to do so. Izuku allowed himself to smirk a little, already knowing that he'd have one hell of a headache trying to grasp everything that had happened last night, but he had high hopes for the future. After all, he managed to actually work alongside the demon just like Nezu theorized he could. Sure, it was mostly due to the demon reaching out first, but who's to say that the opposite couldn't be true in the future? The demon is selfish, arrogant, and prideful, sure, but those are traits that Izuku could look to exploit in the future. As he saw a nurse enter his room and noticed her eyes widening up at the sight of him sitting up on his bed wide awake and then rushing out to inform the doctors, Izuku already knew that this was going to be a long day. At least he's had some time to rest up before the inevitable interrogations start. Thank Lord that Monkai gave me free rein to operate as I saw fit, or else I'd definitely be in trouble. Although I don't think he considered me facing off against the hero killer as one of the possibilities when he made that call. Izuku chuckled to himself briefly, idly wondering how his mentor was doing after all the fighting. He'd learn of that soon enough, as Monkai was amongst the many people that had come to visit him in the hours to come. Once a doctor came in to examine Izuku and ask him a couple of standard health-related questions. Izuku was then caught up to speed about the events that took place in the few hours that he spent recovering. First and foremost, he was recovering far longer than he expected. The whole incident began on Wednesday evening and it was currently Friday morning. Yup, Izuku slept through an entire day. He reportedly had some moments of clarity throughout his stay in the hospital, but he couldn't recall any of them. It's not like he was forming cohesive sentences during those moments anyways. Once Izuku was firmly grounded in reality with that first information, he could focus on everything else that happened after he passed out. Iida had managed to overcome the hero killer's paralyzing ability. Either that or the effects went away on their own, and was the one to call for help using Izuku's communicator that somehow survived the encounter. It didn't take long for heroes to flood the scene and rush all four of them to the nearest hospital. Iida sustained some injuries, none of them life-threatening, before Izuku arrived, but was mostly able to come out of the altercation unscathed in comparison to the others who were much less fortunate. Native, Izuku and Stain shared a couple of common traits, namely the hefty blood loss and a plethora of impossibly smooth cuts that dotted their bodies. The wounds were so clean and precise that it looked almost as if the skin was simply separated on a molecular level. Unfortunately, the doctors couldn't look into this further as they had better things to do, like actually saving them. Stain was the first one to regain consciousness in the hospital and will end up in court as soon as the doctors declare him physically stable enough to survive a trial. Native woke up not long after that, but despite the doctors predicting the possibility of a somewhat quick complete recovery, the pro himself shared doubts about returning to active duty, the encounter inflicting mental scars on top of the physical ones. Although there was a slight discrepancy in what Native had testified and what actually happened. For example, he was already unconscious by the time Izuku arrived. But he swears that he remembers seeing that happen with his own 2 eyes, just like remembers the demons leaving Izuku's body before rushing at him and later running razors across his skin. Disturbing without a doubt, but not beyond the scope of the usual trauma associated with near-death experiences. Izuku was the last one of the 4 to come to, and the doctors had a couple of questions in regards to that. He was moved to the hospital quite quickly, but while his life was somewhat threatened at one point, he made a very fast recovery. He was supposed to wake up yesterday, perhaps late in the day or early in the evening, yet that did not happen. His brain was very active, even more so than you'd usually expect in fact, and so a coma was out of the question. Puzzled doctors would label it as a severe quirk overuse coupled with both mental and physical fatigue that shut the body down to rest. Izuku, however, had a different explanation, a demon-related one. Now, he didn't remember much, just some snippets and random words spoken in a language that he's never heard. But he was sure that the demon was to blame for it. It had the tendency to utter sentences that made no sense or mention events that never happened with such vividity that you'd think they were actually true. This was one of those times, and whilst, again, Izuku doesn't remember much of the flashing memories, he was able to catch at least a few bits, names and associated with them emotions. Not Izuku's emotions though, the demons. The first one was Sendava with a strange mix of proud triumph and a celebration cut short. There was Gavilan, who shared a feeling similar to the one that the real Garen Crow provoked whenever Izuku brought the man up, though in Gavilan's case the feeling was much more tame. Next up was Otto. This one filled with malice and satisfaction to the very brim, tainted by the sick pleasure of puzzle pieces falling into place of their own volition. Last but definitely not least was Antwer. And this one really took Izuku for a ride. He always believed Antwer to be a place, the origin of the Black Blade of Antwer. The place probably didn't survive to the modern era, and so Izuku didn't suspect anything when his attempts at locating this Antwer failed. Now though he had a wholly different angle. Izuku didn't know what either of these names could mean. He knew about Garen thanks to the demon mentioning the man a fair bit throughout their involuntary mental debates. It was fair to speculate then that this Gavilan was also a person, perhaps someone related to Garen even, due to the similar nature of disdain that the demon felt towards them. Sendava was a bit different in that department. With Garen and Gavilan it was all about emotions about them in particular. When it came to Sendava it was mostly about events associated with that name. Hence it was logical to count Sendava as a place, one that Izuku would surely have to try and search for, though his search will most likely fail to yield any results as per usual. Now, with a flimsy pattern in place, it was easy to distinguish places from people. Thus Izuku was able to figure out that Otto was also a person, though his connection to the whole memory eluded Izuku to the very end. Following the pattern, it would only make sense for Antwer to share the same traits as Sendava, and yet that couldn't be further from the truth. The pride, the nigh royal high regard and sheer arrogance not associated with Antwer, but directly about it led Izuku to realize something. Antwer was not a place. It was an entity, not a person. Entity. That's because Antwer was the name of the demon trapped within the sword that Izuku swore to guard. Now, Izuku was fairly certain that he was right about this whole situation regarding Antwer, but even if that was the case, the demon itself refused to acknowledge Izuku's suspicions, staying silent for the most part and letting Izuku get on with the day in relative peace. The first couple of hours were like a blur with doctors and nurses coming and going on a tight schedule, testing him and unhooking from the various apparati that stood beside his bed. The amount of people swarming his room went back down as abruptly as it increased, but that was to be expected. They had an entire hospital of people to take care of after all. There was an extended period of solitude that ensued shortly after Izuku was left to his own devices. The demon left to go on a walk around the hospital, and Izuku finally had time to check his phone, which was kindly left on the nightstand. As expected, he had a lot of catching up to do, unanswered calls and surprising texts. Kirishima and Ashido left a hefty amount of both, asking about his well-being and the overall situation in Hasu. There were texts from both Yaoyorozu and Tokoyami who prayed for his safety in two distinctly different manners, and from a few others. The most surprising one, or rather lack thereof, was Shiozaki, who had yet to text or call him. It was quite understandable, as she was no doubt involved in the whole Hasu incident as well, so Izuku opted to give her the benefit of doubt. Izuku would have liked to start responding to the many texts so as to stop everyone from worrying about him any longer than necessary, but was promptly interrupted by visitors. He already expected Monkai to burst into the room at some point, nearly blow the door off its hinges, and then proceed to hug all the unbroken bones out of Izuku's body with his gorilla vice combo-like grip. He didn't expect Monkai to do all of the above and come in with a guest, a very peculiar one at that. "Kiddo," Monkai exclaimed as he bust the door down and rushed his protege down. "Don't you scare me like that ever again," he commanded, as if it was Izuku's fault for some reason, before enveloping him in a bone-crushing hug. The force was tremendous, but also a lot less than Izuku expected. Could it be that Monkai was reasonable? Izuku didn't spend long on that thought, as his second guest made his entry a few moments later, strolling into the room in a rather dapper tuxedo and with an air of authority surrounding them like a veil. Unfortunately, all that authority vanished as soon as they opened their mouth. "Hello, woof. My name is Kenji Tsuragami, woof." Yeah, the barking kind of broke the immersion. Not that Izuku was about to say that out loud. "I'm the chief of the Hasu police force. I assume you're here to get my testimony," Izuku guessed, the purpose of this meeting being quite clear to him right from the start. "That's the standard procedure, yes, woof," confirmed the dog-headed man, though Izuku sensed a big but incoming. And he was right. "Since you were unavailable for the past 20-something hours, we needed to piece together a story from the testimonies of other witnesses, woof. We've already interviewed your mentor, Monkai, as well as Ed Shot and a couple of others, including Retro from Blackout's agency, and Manuel, woof. We've already retraced nearly all of your steps. But if you feel like you've got something you want to add and that might have eluded us, you're welcome to offer your input, woof." Izuku wasn't that surprised by the fact that they'd examined his story so closely. Stain was a professional hero killer, and he was defeated by a first-year intern. Sounded fishy at best, and so they needed to get to the bottom of this case ASAP to try and understand what's going on. "If you already have all the information that you need, then why have you come to see me as soon as I woke up anyways?" Izuku questioned, unable to decipher the chief's motivation. "Well, I have to admit that I'm guided by personal business more so than by official obligation, woof," Kenji disclosed, taking Izuku by surprise with the sudden reveal. "We've had quite the close relationship with Ingenium, and I'm proud to be able to call that man a friend, woof. Losing someone who is so young and yet so dedicated had substantially brought the morale of my officers, woof. Stain in cuffs and on his merry way to Tartarus is sure to at least start mending that wound, woof." This was quite the heartwarming story. Izuku read a couple of posts about Ingenium and had the feeling that the man was a genuinely good person, honest, smart, and hard-working. It's good that there were people who recognized him for these traits despite his lack of flair and general disregard for fame. "I wasn't really planning to do that though. Honestly, if it wasn't for my friend going out of his way to try and get himself killed, I might have never encountered the hero killer in the first place," Izuku said, his lips moving before his mind could really process the sentence. Right, woof. Your friend, woof." And there it was again, yet another abrupt shift in the tone of the conversation. Kenji straightened his back a bit, giving a visible indication that he was now in a more professional mode, and so Izuku would treat him as such. "Whilst retracing your steps, we've also retraced steps of one Tenya Iida, woof." It was really hard to treat his barking seriously, but Izuku did the best he could. "All of them?" Izuku asked, though he already knew the answer by reading the atmosphere in the room. "All of them, woof. Your stories are quite similar, but they have one very important difference that sets the two of you apart, woof," Kenji stated, slowly building tension before the grand reveal. "You had my permission to act in the best interest of the public and your fellow heroes," Monkai exclaimed, ruining the moment with his overzealous attitude. "That's right, woof." Monkai was quick to assure us that you had his permission to act independently and make whatever choices you saw fit, woof. The guys from Blackout's agency confirmed that you seemed to be very level-headed and responsible. Hence your decisions were deemed as lawful and in line with the regulations, even though you're merely an intern, woof. Your friend, on the other hand, didn't receive such a permit from anyone, woof. It was subtle, but Izuku sensed anger in the man's voice. "As long as you're interning with a pro, they are responsible for you and could be held accountable for their intern's choices." Monkai chimed in with a quick explanation. "Correct, woof," Kenji confirmed before continuing. Manuel had testified that he and his intern split up by accident amongst the ensuing chaos. Woof. Iida, however, told the truth and revealed that he intended to go after the hero killer right from the get-go. Woof. He's in trouble, isn't he? Izuku hazarded a guess, believing wholeheartedly that some punishment was in order, but still feeling bad for his classmate. Whilst that'd normally be the case, we had a different idea and offered a solution that could benefit all the people involved. Woof. Surigami revealed, once again surprising Izuku. We have yet to release an official statement about certain details of the Hasu incident, the capture of the hero killer being one of the main topics that journalists hound us for. Woof. We couldn't really disclose that an intern went after Stain due to personal reasons. So we came up with a story, one that doesn't involve anyone receiving official punishments, Monkai said, eager to get into the thick of it. That's true, Woof. Kenji nodded in confirmation before explaining the story. The course of events that we want to publish involve you stumbling upon Native fighting the hero killer and joining the battle in which both of you are gravely wounded but manage to subdue the villain. Woof. And how does Iida play into that scenario? You can't possibly hope to erase his involvement in the events, right? Omitting Iida as a whole would have been the easy way, but it could come back to bite everyone in the ass if the truth was to be leaked to the public. We're going to say that Iida was the one who found you after the fight and called for backup while searching for the hero that he was interning under after they got separated amidst the chaos. Woof. That way we have all the major events tied back into truth without actually telling the whole truth. Woof. Kenji finished his explanation. Since you're one of the main characters in this play, however, we need your consent to reveal your name and the role you've played. We could probably try and make up another story that does not affect you in any way, shape, or form if you'd prefer that, so don't feel pressured into agreeing or anything. Monkai was quick to point out the minute. You'd probably become quite famous really quick, and I've been told that you seem rather unmoved by the prospect of fame. Woof. I owe you for saving my men and bringing in the hero killer, so I'll respect your decision. Woof. Surigami said with a polite bow. I'd hate to give you even more to worry about since you must have your hands full as it is. Izuku responded after a few moments. I'm not against the story you've presented. As long as everyone else agrees, I'm all for it. Thank you, Woof. Kenji said with one more bow of gratitude. I'll never forget what you've done for Hasu. Woof. With that said, the man straightened himself back out before relaxing. That's all I wanted to talk about. So if you'd excuse me, I'll return to my duties. Woof. They exchanged a quick set of goodbyes and the chief left the room, leaving the mentor-student duo alone. He was surprisingly calm about this thing. Monkai said out of the blue. What do you mean? Izuku inquired curiously. Oh, you should have seen him yesterday when we talked to that friend of yours. He was furious, absolutely livid, the white-haired man stated with a grin. He was huffing and puffing, barking like every other word. For a moment I thought that he'd personally make sure that Iida receives severe punishment for his misconduct. I'm not that surprised, to be honest. I'm pretty upset with Iida myself, Izuku stated with a frown on his face. Izuku couldn't argue with that. He'd certainly achieved something, all right. The victory, however, was quite bittersweet on his tongue. Putting the hero killer behind bars would stop his campaign of terror for good and ensure that no more good heroes end up in the dirt. This did come at a cost, however. And this wasn't just about Izuku having to team up with the demon and breaking his oath once again. Innocent civilians were caught in the middle of a district-wide calamity and many lives were lost. No doubt about that. Even more lives were affected by this incident. Families lost their homes, employees lost their jobs, and businessmen lost their shops. The financial aid extended to them from the government would no doubt help, but money can't solve all the problems in the world. Those darker thoughts clouded Izuku's mind like a storm about to hit, but he was pulled out of that hurricane by a painful physical stimuli. What was that for? Izuku asked with a frown as he rubbed his shoulder where Monkai had just delivered quite the forceful punch with Izuku's name on it. I saw that look on your face, Monkai commented sternly, a very serious look on his face. Believe it or not, I once had the exact same expression on my face and my mentor did the same for me, he revealed, effectively catching Izuku's attention. You can't save everyone, kid. I'm sorry, that's just how things are. The sooner you acknowledge this, the better. Monkai was spitting straight truth right now, and even though Izuku knew that, it was still a bit hard of a pill to swallow. The man once again proved to possess an innate mind-reading ability as he offered some more words of wisdom and encouragement. Don't let that drag you down, though, Monkai warned his student. Use that frustration to strive for improvement and try to save everyone. You'll fail at times, no doubt about that, but instead of focusing on the ones that died, remember those that could go home to their families thanks to you. Thanks, Izuku responded with a smile after he retrieved his jaw from the floor. Munkai was a very outgoing and positive person, often goofy in his mannerism, but a caring and understanding man deep inside. If Izuku wasn't his fan already, this exchange alone could have changed that, no doubt. Munkai stayed for a while after that motivational speech and continued rattling off all the different adventures that he embarked on in the time that Izuku was out of action. He basically recalled what he was doing for the last 30 or so hours. A bit of goofiness after all the seriousness worked wonders to lift Izuku's spirit. Once Munkai left to take care of some more paperwork related to the incident, Izuku finally got a chance to respond to all those texts and missed calls. Kirishima and Ashido took priority as expected, Izuku calling them after confirming that they were free at the moment and telling them most of what's happened whilst omitting all the Iida and demon-related stuff. He did say that it was alright, but the demon-related stuff was something that he'd rather explore on his own first before sharing it with others. Next up were Yaoyorozu and Takoyami, his other close friends that were quickly gaining on Kirishima and Ashido and would surely reach that level of familiarity in no time at all. After that, it was time to respond to all the generic texts from his other classmates. Not everyone sent him a text, which was understandable as they had their internships to worry about already. What puzzled Izuku the most was the lack of interest from Shiozaki. If anything, he expected her to be the most worried one out of the bunch, but he still received no texts or calls from her. He considered her to be his closest friend, but could it be that she didn't feel the same way about him? His worries were blown away when Shiozaki rushed into his room in the early evening, still in her hero suit. Izuku had little time to admire the simplistic design, though as one moment he saw her approaching rapidly and was already being tightly hugged in the next. The gesture caught him off guard, and so it took him a few moments to process this feeling and return the hug. They stayed like that for a few moments before Shiozaki suddenly detached herself from him with a blush on her face and a tear in her eye. "I'm sorry about this," she apologized right away. "It's just that I was so worried. But I couldn't see you since you didn't wake up yet, and Kamui Woods insisted that I should do something to distract myself, and I try. But I kept thinking about you," and Shiozaki kept rambling on and on until Izuku reached out and grabbed her hand, squeezing it gently to help her calm down. "It sounds like you had quite the tough day," Izuku said with a gentle smile as he rubbed the back of her hand with his thumb. "I'm sorry for making you worry then. Putting our lives on the line is kind of mandatory in our line of work. But I guess hearing about you fighting the hero killer made me overreact a bit," Shiozaki admitted sheepishly, wiping the tear from her eye before smiling up at Izuku. "A bit," he joked, and they shared a short laugh at that. Soon the atmosphere got really heavy, however, and Izuku had a vague idea about the reason behind it. "Do you want to talk about it?" he asked, his grip on her hand hardening in a show of support. Shiozaki actively participated in the events of the Hasu incident. This was not only her debut in the world of heroics and first batch of real field experience, but also the first encounter with the Namu monsters. It was easy to assume that she'd seen some stuff and was still shaken from that whole fiasco. Izuku's gentle demeanor, trustworthy persona, and his position as Shiozaki's close friend helped her open up about the pain that she got to witness with her own two eyes, taking comfort in Izuku's soft encouragements and the warmth of his hands holding hers firmly and not letting go for even a moment. As Shiozaki continued bearing her soul before Izuku, venting all the burdens from her heart with her words, neither of them noticed the space between them vanishing bit by bit, their bodies pulling them closer together in search of mutual comfort. After a few minutes of comforting each other, the green-haired duo realized the precarious position they were in. Hugs between friends are completely normal, of course, but they spent way too long in each other's embrace to classify it simply as a display of friendliness. And they even did premarital hand-holding. Shiozaki was so going to have to explain it the next time she goes to church. Once they calmed down from their sudden realization, the two went back to a more comfortable atmosphere, putting some space between themselves before finally getting to tell the stories of their internships. Interning in the same agency, but under different pros, meant that, whilst they get to see each other every now and then throughout the day, their schedules rarely aligned well enough for them to hang out in the evenings. As such, there was a lot of stuff that they had to clue each other in on. Izuku shared his stories about how random Munkai was most of the time, his interactions with other heroes during the Hasu incident, and even mentioned that he was actively trying to patch the gaps in his defense, going as far as to state that their eventual rematch would surely end differently from their first real confrontation. At that, Shiozaki couldn't stop herself from mentioning the training that Kamui Woods had put her through, saying that her control over her vines was even better than previously. She also humbly bragged about assisting Kamui Woods catch a purse snatcher in the busy Nippori station. Izuku smugly revealed that he'd managed to bring in the hero killer himself, effectively winning the impressiveness measuring contest, as Shiozaki had no real comeback to such a feat. The only thing that she could say at that moment was the fact that her first arrest didn't put her in the hospital, but that'd be mean. Exchanging a few more funny snippets and quirky people that they'd met over the course of the week, Izuku and Shiozaki lost track of time, getting back to reality only when a doctor interrupted their conversation, stating that he needed to do one last checkup before finally discharging Izuku from the hospital. Shiozaki had left the room for the duration of the checkup, but made sure to wait for Izuku in front of the hospital, hoping to continue their conversation on the go. The friendly atmosphere that they wanted to enjoy in peace was unfortunately ruined by Monkei, who decided to personally escort his intern back to the agency. While this turned a couple of things on their heads, it was also the perfect opportunity for Shiozaki to verify all the things that Izuku had said about the white-haired man that he was interning under. She was expecting at least some degree of exaggeration, but quickly found herself realizing that Izuku's description was spot on. The boisterous aura that could rival that of All Might's, a truly impressive physique and a mouth that never closes. Shiozaki already had to tolerate a couple of loudmouths in her class, but found Monkei to be actually quite bearable in comparison. He was talking a lot, sure, but it wasn't to brag or badmouth others. If anything, he was like an entertainer trying to amuse his crowd, which also played perfectly into the stories that Izuku had told her not that long ago. Monkei was very different from Kamui Woods, but he was just as nice and clearly very dedicated to being a hero. That's the one thing that Shiozaki quickly noticed the two men had in common. They went about their duties in two distinctly different ways. Kamui Woods striving to perfect his technique and mastering the use of his quirk for the benefit of others, whilst Monkei was all about the hearts and mind. But their end goal was exactly the same, to protect and serve. Once they arrived back at the agency, Shiozaki was surprised to see Kamui Woods waiting in the reception, waiting for her specifically. Kamui Woods and Monkei explained that since their internships were coming to a close, they needed to evaluate their performance and do some optional coaching, share more tips and tricks for the road, mention their strengths and shortcomings and other stuff on top of that. What followed was yet another proof of how different the two pros were. Kamui Woods decided to take Shiozaki out for one last patrol where they'd take things slow and have the evaluation happen on the go. Monkei, on the other hand, immediately took Izuku to his personal floor and sat him down at his desk to get down to business. Ugh, I hate bureaucracy, Monkei whined as they sat down in his office. Well, the sooner we do this the better then, Izuku pointed out, mildly amused by his mentor's aversion to paperwork. Right, let's rip the band-aid right off then, Monkei stated as he slammed his fists on the desk to psyche himself up. Even though your internship was interrupted by the Hasu incident and then cut short due to the events that followed, I must say I'm impressed with the progress you've made. You basically went from being a rookie greenhorn to a veteran sidekick in one night. Your ability to adapt to the situation and the praises I heard from Blackout's guys paint a very clear picture. You're capable, you're responsible, and you're determined. Prime hero material if you ask me. There was no end to the praise, and Izuku was actually starting to get embarrassed by his mentor's words, but that had soon come to an end. But there's an issue. You're conflicted. Monkei dropped the bomb out of the blue. You're talking about the whole demon thing, correct? Izuku hazarded a guess, confident in his assumption. That's not true, Monkei responded seriously, catching Izuku off guard with both the answer and the sudden mood change. It's not the demon that's causing this conflict, but you. You're conflicted, accepting the existence of your darker self while at the same time trying to suppress it as best as you can. You're unsure as to where you should draw the line between yourself and the demon. Where does one end and the other begins? What part of you is the demon? Is it really a separate entity, or maybe it's ingrained deep enough to already be a part of you? There are big questions swirling in your mind, ones that you'll need to answer sooner or later if you wish to remain on this heroic path. You cannot instill confidence in others if you're not confident in yourself first. Words of wisdom dropped. Monkei reclined in his chair, hands behind his head as he relaxed casually. Caught with his pants down doesn't even come close to describing how Izuku was feeling right now. Monkei basically picked apart a part of Izuku's psyche that he himself didn't really notice up till now. Why was it that the demon could talk with him anytime it wanted? Why couldn't it do that with everyone else? The demon did speak about something called the warp, but was that really all there was to it? What if the demon had really become a part of him? Something like a parasite, or maybe closer to a symbiote? The truth behind Monkei's words was undeniable, but Izuku still had some trouble agreeing with all of his mentor's points. Was he really concerned about becoming like the demon without even noticing it? Could that even really happen? Was it possible for Izuku to seclude himself from the demon enough to come full circle and end up becoming the thing he swore to protect the world from? Those truly were some heavy questions, and Izuku didn't have an answer to a single one of them. I see that I may have dropped a bit too much on you, Monkei eventually said as his student's silence continued. He looked carefree and relaxed, but he was keeping a close watch on Izuku's face, picking up all the subtle cues that Izuku didn't realize were showing. Finding answers to these questions is important. There's no doubt in my mind that this is the case. You don't have to find those answers right away, though. He offered words of comfort. It's my duty as your mentor to guide you down the path of heroism, so remember that you're not alone in your struggles. For now, focus on short-term goals and constant improvement while never losing sight of your final destination. Keep this in mind and I'm sure you'll turn out just fine, if not better. Don't rush anything. Go about things at your own pace and remember, everyone needs help from time to time, even All Might. Monkey finished his monologue with a smile that he hoped conveyed his optimistic outlook on Izuku's perspectives. Izuku continued to sit there, bamboozled, confused and simply dumbfounded, soaking in all of the wisdom that Monkey had decided to share with him. It took a minute or 7, but Izuku eventually digested all the information that was dumped on him and couldn't help but be grateful for having such a great mentor. I think I understood everything, Izuku stated with confidence, prompting Monkey to chuckle with a smile. It'd be fine with me even if you didn't understand absolutely anything, the man stated in joy. It'd be the perfect opportunity for me to beat it into your head hands-on style, he exclaimed. That's all I had to tell you, so you can go and relax for the rest of the evening. Go take a bath, pack your things or something, I don't really care. You've earned yourself some R&R, Monkey stated before reaching into one of the drawers and retrieving some half-filled forms. Izuku took his leave as he saw his mentor cringe at the mere sight of the documents, once again surprised by how quickly Monkey could switch between his goofy and serious sides. Saturday morning was surprising. Izuku had taken the time to pack up before going to sleep, leaving only a spare change of clothes for the trip back to UA and some small things like his phone. He fully expected to board an early train out of Yanaka and reunite with his friends at the dorms around midday. Monkey was having none of that. Wake up, kiddo, Izuku heard the man yell as he pounded on the door to Izuku's room. What's going on? Izuku questioned in confusion once he opened the door to let his mentor in. What do you mean what's going on? Monkey responded as if the answer was clear, which to him it most likely was. You've slept through the 5th day of your internship. This means that you owe me some hours on the clock, the man stated with a smirk. Your armor got banged up in the incident, so we'll keep things indoors for the most part, but first, 2 rounds around Yanaka. Meet you in the lobby in 5. And with that sudden announcement he was gone. There were a lot of thoughts swirling in Izuku's head, mostly ones that questioned whether or not this is actually legal or not, but all of those doubts were quickly silenced by the sudden influx of dopamine. Izuku did nothing on Friday except listen to some real shit and potentially life-changing advice. So it only made sense that he'd need to make up for it, right? Izuku dug out whatever training clothes he could find in the limited amount of time out of his suitcase, shot a quick message to Shiozaki that she'd have to return alone as he had some things to do and dashed out of the room, heading straight for the lobby to begin his last day of internships, for real this time. Yanaka wasn't huge, densely packed or very populated, but running around the district twice, which Monkey actually kicked up to thrice just because he could, definitely made it seem larger than it really was. Izuku was still suffering some blowback from the Hasu incident, but he pushed through and managed to keep up with his mentor, even though he was sure that Monkey was holding back from going all out. This was meant to be a warm-up after all. With the morning jog checked off the list, the mentor-student duo returned to the agency. Izuku wasn't sure what they'd busy themselves with for the entirety of the day whilst cooped up inside the building, but a quick look at the floor they were heading for was all the indication he needed to connect the dots. You remember what I said yesterday, right? About you going from rookie to veteran sidekick overnight? Monkey asked with a grin. I do, Izuku responded, adrenaline already leaking into his bloodstream. Well, I figured we should check just how much you've improved with actual experience under your belt, the pro stated as they entered one of the underground gyms. Just remember that you don't actually have to prove anything. If I see you start forcing yourself so soon after leaving the hospital, I'm revoking your kneecaps privileges. Whether it was a joke or a serious threat we may never know, but it told Izuku clearly what he was supposed to do. Monkey's hands-on approach included starting off with some sparring, and even though he was surely pulling his punches, it sure as hell didn't seem that way to Izuku. He was barely able to react to his mentor's moves, always blink of an eye away from losing, but Monkey managed to control his own movements and made sure that Izuku was actually keeping up. They already had some serious one-sided beatdowns in the past. This was meant to showcase Izuku's growth, and beating him to a pulp wasn't the way to do it. Your reaction time's gotten better, Monkey praised his intern with a savage grin. And you seem more aware of your surroundings, the man added moments later. It didn't matter how much Izuku improved over the course of the week, however, as the game was rigged from the start and their bout eventually ended the same as always, with Monkey easily bypassing Izuku's defense and sending his intern to the floor as gently as he could. Returning a battered and bruised intern could have some consequences after all. Nice, really nice, Monkey said once they took a break from the fighting. There's still much I need to work on, Izuku countered as he drank some water. Oi, none of that defeatist attitude, the man chastised. Improvement is not about leaps and bounds. It's about consistency, he declared proudly. I didn't mean it like that, Izuku explained with a smile. I know there's much I have yet to learn, but I know I can do it if I put my mind and body into it. Well said, Monkai summed up. Once their break was over, Izuku and Monkai proceeded to test a couple of different things to search for signs of improvement. They were both very excited to check out the barrier, but they overhyped it way too much and it ended up being a giant letdown. Izuku's reaction time with putting up the barriers had gotten better, but the durability was still very questionable at best. Well, it's nothing that couldn't be resolved with rigorous physical training and experience. Izuku and Monkai parted in the afternoon, much to the latter's disappointment. Izuku understood the sentiment and even shared it partially, but he also wanted to return to UA at a reasonable hour so he couldn't afford to spend the entire day at Edshot's agency. Izuku returned to his room one last time, packed up all of his remaining stuff and then headed for the elevators, intending to head to Napori Station right away to look for a train that'd take him back to UA. Luck was on his side as just when he was about to call a different elevator, another one stopped at his floor. Izuku waited for the previous occupants to leave before stepping in and pressing the ground floor button. His trip wasn't as smooth as he'd have liked, however, as the elevator made an unexpected stop just above the ground floor. Izuku was surprised to see Edshot himself enter the elevator all of a sudden. The surprise must have shown on his face. I take it you didn't expect to meet me here? Edshot asked with a slight undertone of humor. No sir, I thought you'd be on patrol at this time, Izuku responded, wondering what could have caused the pro to change his schedule. I figured I should be there to properly see the two of you off, Edshot explained briefly. I'm busy navigating the treacherous world of journalism, but I thought I could spare a few minutes. The two of us, Izuku wondered out loud but didn't receive an answer as they'd arrived on the ground floor. As soon as they exited the elevator, Izuku was surprised to see not only Monkai but also Kamui Woods and Shiozaki waiting near the entrance. Let's go, Edshot ordered, and they went to join the trio. What are you doing here? Izuku asked, directing the question at Shiozaki. Did you not get my text? Shiozaki responded with a question of her own. Oh, I left my phone in my room and didn't check it since morning, Izuku admitted bashfully, causing Monkai to bellow loudly, his laugh echoing throughout the lobby. As it turned out, Shiozaki didn't want to go back on her own, so she decided to stay and wait for Izuku. Kamui Woods saw her wandering about and after hearing the story, offered to extend her internships for a few hours as well. You didn't have to, Izuku said with a smile, deeply moved by Shiozaki's decision. I know, but I wanted to, Shiozaki responded with a similar smile. All right, you too, Edshot said, catching the intern's attention. I hope the internships lived up to your expectations despite their rocky course. We must part for now, but remember that you'll always be welcome here, the ninja-themed pro stated, Kamui Woods and Monkai seconding his words in the background. A quick exchange of goodbyes later, Izuku and Shiozaki left, heading for the station to catch a train and reunite with their friends. They'd no doubt have some questions, and it'd be all up to the two of them to answer them. A pair of enchanting purple eyes was staring at the screen, reading through the many reports of the event that was quickly dubbed as the Hasu incident. Seemingly satisfied with his research, Martin reclined in his chair and closed his eyes, drowning himself in thought for a few moments before sighing. Martha, what's my schedule for the next week like? Martin asked, debating a multitude of things and blatantly ignoring his secretary's words. Great, clear it, we're going on vacation. The train ride home was a pleasant one for sure. It was definitely one-upped by most of the events that happened during the internship, but it was a nice break from the chaos. Getting to talk to Shiozaki once again shortened the train ride substantially. Normally, Iida, Kirishima, and Ashido would be riding along with them, but they'd probably returned to UA yesterday as planned. Izuku would have been forced to travel alone if it wasn't for Shiozaki staying behind to keep him company on the train. Talking was not the only thing they did, however. As it turned out, all of their friends were a bit worried since neither of them returned to the dorms on time. Apparently, both of them forgot to inform anyone about their stay at Edshot's agency being prolonged. Weirdly enough, none of their teachers tried reaching them, as if they knew what was going on. They suspected that either Monkai or Kamui Woods reached out to the school to inform Nezu about the state of affairs. If that wasn't the case, however, then Izuku would really need to start worrying about his privacy. Nevertheless, Shiozaki and the casual conversation they had during the ride back to UA allowed him to forget about those worries for some time. It was only when the massive perimeter fence of UA came into view that his mind decided to present the many problems he'd have to face very soon. Izuku was surprised by the utter lack of personnel at the entrance, as he expected at least one person to come and scold him for doing something very reckless during his internships. But that wasn't the case. It was almost as if every member of the faculty was busy or otherwise tired from scolding a different student who just happened to arrive earlier than Izuku himself. Very specific, but at the same time oh so very true. Shiozaki accompanied him till the very end, But they eventually had to separate to return to their respective dormitories where they'd no doubt have to face severe scrutiny from their information-hungry peers. Izuku guessed that out of the two of them, he'd be the one with more explaining to do, being the one most involved in stuff. He could practically picture Ashido and Kirishima vibrating with excitement, waiting for him to come and spill the beans. He was not disappointed as he couldn't even take 3 steps in the living room before being swarmed by all the people currently lounging in the common area. And since it was late in the evening, the crowd gathered downstairs was quite numerous. In fact, Izuku did a quick head count as people came rushing at him and realized that he could count the amount of people missing on one hand. It was a bit overwhelming for a second, but it also meant that he'd only have to tell the story once. He doubted that the likes of Todoroki or Bakugo would be interested in his tale anyhow, so he can get all the explaining done in one sitting without needing to repeat himself later on. "Bro," Kirishima, who was leading the charge, exclaimed as he nearly charged right into Izuku. "Where have you been? We were worried out of our minds. You didn't respond to our texts or calls." Izuku still felt a bit bad about ignoring his friends like that, but he hoped that his explanation would be enough to appease them. "Sorry about that, everyone." Izuku apologized right away. "Monkai offered to extend my internship by a day to compensate for the whole Hasu situation and I just couldn't refuse," he explained as even more people came to surround him right on the doorstep. "You got to spend an extra day on the internship," Kirishima exclaimed with visible excitement. "Bro, I wish I could have done that as well." "Fourth kind rocks, dude," the red-haired teen whined. "That's not important." Ashido suddenly burst from the crowd into the very front, pointing an accusatory finger at Izuku. "Hasu incident, spill," she ordered harshly. Her theatrics merely a front that was meant to cover for her boundless curiosity. "Can I at least change?" Izuku asked and pointed to his suitcase. He was quite tired after the journey and an entire day of training, so if he was to explain anything to anyone, he'd have preferred to at least change into something more casual. Ashido wasn't very happy with the request, but had no real choice there. The sea of fellow students parted before him and Izuku quickly bounded upstairs, taking 2 steps at a time so as not to make his friends wait too long. One quick change of clothes later, Izuku was ready to come down and, as Ashido called it, spill the beans. As he was about to find out, however, a big part of his explanation was just being transmitted on the news. When Izuku finally made it back to the common room, he immediately realized that the atmosphere had changed drastically from how it was when he left mere minutes ago. He fully expected his classmates to hound him as soon as he came into view, but to his great surprise that did not happen. Not only that, there was absolutely no commotion downstairs whatsoever. Even Kirishima was being unusually quiet. His reign of terror was cut short, however, when an intern of all people stumbled upon the infamous hero killer in the flesh, and was able to apprehend the villain after a lengthy fight. The only thing Izuku could hear was the TV with some news reporter talking about the hero killer. Things quickly clicked and Izuku dashed into the common room proper to see all of his classmates staring dumbly at the TV screen as if hypnotized. The heroic intern was rushed to the hospital in critical condition, but we've been able to find out that he's already made a full recovery and was able to return to Edshot's agency to finish his internships. We tried reaching out to the intern himself, but we were unable to interview him due to his recent injuries. The reporter continued as the crowd of the common room stared motionlessly at the screen. However, Edshot himself had a few words to say during his interview following the climax of the Hasu incident. Let's hear his opinion on the matter. The feed then switched from the reporter to a recording of Edshot's interview. Izuku was vaguely aware that Edshot was the one to talk to all the journalists once the Hasu incident was taken care of, since he was the de facto man in charge of the emergency response. We've heard many rumors about the hero killer being allegedly involved in the events of the Hasu incident. Is there anything you could say to either debunk or confirm this statement? The journalist, a young blue-skinned woman, questioned. Thankfully, this was only a part of the real interview, as this newsflash seemed to be focused solely on the arrest of the hero killer. Izuku expected something like this to be revealed to the public rather quickly, but he didn't expect the news to be aired on Sat of all days. Although it kinda made sense to give the public some rather positive news to make the Hasu incident as a whole less impactful in the negative way. Well, I'm not sure where you heard that particular rumor, but your sources are rather impeccable. Edshot responded, acting surprised though Izuku suspected this to be staged. Does that mean that the hero killer really was involved in the Hasu incident? The reporter pressured, sensing a rather tasty scoop. We're still investigating whether or not he's the one behind the incident, but we're bound to get to the bottom of this in no time at all, since we have the man himself in custody. Edshot answered casually, dropping the bomb like it was nothing. Did I hear that right? One of the pros actually managed to bring the hero killer down. The journalist's professional persona slipped for a few moments there as she displayed genuine excitement at this bit of information. The chief of the Hasu police will be releasing a formal statement on the matter since the hero killer is in their custody at this time. But I'm proud to say that we did in fact manage to bring an end to his bloody crusade. Despite the reporter's slip-up, Edshot was able to remain calm and collected as he continued to drop bombs. While that's certainly surprising, it was to be expected that even someone as infamous as the hero killer himself would stand no chance against a pro from the top 10. The woman summed up, trying to regain her composure. "Oh, I wasn't the one to make the arrest. All the honors go to one of my interns, Garen Crow, who just so happened to be in the right place at the right time," Edshot stated, undoing all the hard work the reporter was putting in trying to collect herself. "Did you just say that an intern was able to stop the infamous hero killer?" And just like that, her composure was shattered once again. The hero killer was already wounded and tired after fighting another hero. But it was ultimately Garen Crow that defeated the villain and brought him in, Edshot explained, sticking to the cover story that Chief Tsurugami came up with. "We're running low on time, but could you perhaps tell us something about this Garen Crow? I'm sure our viewers would love to find out more about them." The reporter pressed, clearly deviating from her original line of questioning, but jumping headfirst in what might as well be the story of the year. Garen is a UA student who was doing his internship with Monkai, one of my most trusted pros. I didn't get many chances to interact with him personally, but I've heard nothing but praise from Monkai as well as the many heroes involved in the Hasu incident. He went above and beyond his duties as an intern, fighting on the front lines of his own volition and putting his life on the line just like everyone else. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call his actions heroic, for that's exactly who he is to the many people he helped that night. He's the embodiment of chivalry and courage with a level head and tranquil mind that no doubt played a huge part in helping him bring down the hero killer. Izuku's ears were almost set alight from all the praise, but a big part of him couldn't help but feel proud at having his actions be recognized from a top hero like Edshot. The footage from the interview was cut at this point, and the reporter from before appeared on the screen. So much praise coming from someone as stoic and collected as Edshot is a clear indication that we should all keep our eyes out for Garen Crow. We've been unable to learn any details about the man, but this only goes to show that this young man not only achieved something quite incredible but is also humble enough not to seek fame for what he's done, the reporter stated, which was a slight exaggeration in Izuku's opinion, but it was all just a PR game anyways, so he wasn't really bothered by it. The news report then switches to something more mundane like weather and sports, leaving Izuku to bask in that short-lived moment of glory. It was short-lived due to the fact that everyone and their mom just noticed him standing behind the couch and was currently staring at him. "What?" Izuku asked, bashful at being in the very center of everyone's attention. "You arrested the hero killer," everyone yelled at once, which was both an impressive display of synchronization and a cause of an impromptu headache. Izuku knew that people would be absolutely livid once they learn of what he's done. But in his wildest dreams he didn't expect them to be so excited or vocal about it. Well, the cat was out of the bag at this point, so he might as well get around to telling the entire story right from the beginning. It took a lot longer to explain everything, mostly due to people freaking out every other sentence about this or that, but Izuku eventually made it all the way to his confrontation with the hero killer. He allowed himself to omit some demon-related topics, like the fact that he basically fought hand in hand with it, but made sure to bend the truth slightly so as not to distort what actually happened. Suffice to say, people were rather surprised and really dissatisfied with Iida's behavior. Izuku made sure to calm the more rowdy members of the crowd though. He was confident that Iida already understood this lesson and any more nagging would be like rubbing salt into his wounds. Well, it would explain why Aizawa took him aside almost as soon as he came back, Ashido stated, hinting that Iida received official punishment from the faculty, or why he was cagey about telling us about what went down in Hasu. Kirishima chimed in, exposing even more things that happened while Izuku was busy in Yanaka. "Still, it's kinda crazy to imagine you going toe-to-toe with the hero killer and actually winning," Yaoyorozu said, massaging her temples from a sudden headache. "It's not like I came out of the fight unscathed, you know," Izuku said with a slight smile, understanding Yaoyorozu's point. "If it wasn't for Iida regaining control of his body, I could have bled out there right alongside the hero killer. He did something stupid, that's a fact, but he also saved my life no matter how you look at it," Izuku explained, hoping to alleviate the tension. "If it wasn't for his recklessness though, you wouldn't even have to fight the hero killer," Ashido pointed out, debunking Izuku's argument in a ruthless manner. A couple of people agreed with Ashido's reasoning, and Izuku found himself at a loss for words. She was right, he had to give it to her. Let me put it in a different way then. Though Izuku was beaten back, he wasn't about to back down. Iida did something stupid, but he shouldn't be prosecuted for making mistakes. If it wasn't for Iida running off to find the hero killer and me following him, Native would have lost his life. Neither of us would be in danger, but someone would die and Stain would be free to commit even more crimes. We're going to be heroes one day, and heroes are meant to put their lives on the line to protect others. If a few drops of blood is all it takes to ensure that no one else falls prey to that maniac, Then I'm happy to pay this price any day of the week, Izuku stated, his voice unfaltering and filled to the brim with conviction. His short speech was so impactful that it forced everyone to take a step back and reflect on his words for a few moments, causing silence to reign supreme. Even Kirishima couldn't comment on how manly Izuku was right now, for there were no words in his vocabulary that he could use to convey just how amazed he was at the moment. Izuku was kind of freaked out by the silence, happy that he seemed to have gotten through to his peers, but surprised by their collective reaction. Thankfully, a hero emerged and broke the silence that started to feel heavy for some reason. "You faced great darkness, my friend, but you seem to shine brighter because of it." The cryptic as always Takoyami stepped forward with a serious expression on his face. "I'm honored to be able to call you a friend of mine," the bird-headed teen added and bowed his head to show his respect. Takoyami's words managed to break everyone out of their funk, and one by one they started congratulating Izuku on his achievement rather than trying to judge anyone for what they did. Izuku was thankful to Takoyami for alleviating the tense atmosphere and shifting the entire conversation to a more favorable topic. People continued to ask more questions about this or that, with Kirishima going right back to his excited self and chanting manly every now and then. The day was coming to an end, however, and soon enough the gathered crowd started dispersing as people returned to their rooms for the night. Izuku also retired to his room eventually, as he was pretty drained after everything that's happened. He checked his phone before going to bed and found himself smiling when he saw a message from Shiozaki. The text read, and Izuku found his smile growing wider as he recalled the interrogation he had to suffer through. He texted back before laying down. He heard his phone vibrate with a message before he fell asleep, but he was too tired to check it, so he simply opted to ignore it for now and drifted off. Izuku wanted to meet up with Shiozaki and tell her about all the crazy things that happened in his dorms, and also to hear what Shiozaki herself had to go through. Alas, things didn't really allow for any of that to happen, as Izuku found himself being called to Nezu's office first thing in the morning. Being called to the principal's office was strange in and of itself. Being called there on the weekend, though, Izuku was already worrying about what could have been so important as to warrant such drastic actions. His question was answered as soon as he entered Nezu's office and saw that he wasn't the only guest invited to the meeting. Sitting on the couch off to the side was Aizawa himself, looking somehow even more tired than ever, which was an achievement. He wasn't the main attraction, however, as there was one more person sitting right across the desk from Nezu. "Look who it is," Kravchenko exclaimed in a very pompous manner. "It's the man of the hour himself." And then he started clapping as if actively trying to embarrass Izuku. "Please sit down, young Midoriya." Nezu ignored Kravchenko's outburst and pointed towards the empty seat next to the foreigner. "I'm sure you're wondering why I called you here." Nezu got straight to the point, for which Izuku was very grateful. "You're probably already aware of the reason, but let me clarify it just so that we're on the same page. Seeing as you've accomplished something rather exceptional, I would like to ask you some questions and also tell you about some things that happened during your absence." The reasoning was sound enough. Nezu most likely was curious as to what really happened during the Hasu incident and immediately saw through the story that was relayed to the public. Izuku more or less expected something like this to happen. What he didn't expect, however, was for Kravchenko to be there for the interview. Izuku retold the story of the Hasu incident from his perspective, starting right from the train crash and going all the way to his fight with the hero killer. He didn't omit any parts of the fight this time around, however, as he was pretty sure that Nezu would be able to pick up on his lies anyway, so there was no need to try and beat around the bush. Nezu was really surprised when Izuku revealed that he managed to fight hand in hand with the demon, though Kravchenko seemed even more invested in this revelation, which kinda took Izuku by surprise. Actually, now that he thought about it, why was Kravchenko so casual about this whole demonic powers thing? Izuku ignored it at first, but it was becoming painfully obvious that the man knew way more than he let on. It was as if he was playing bingo and merely checking out boxes at this point. Unfortunately, Izuku couldn't really confront the man. One thing he could try and do was ask Nezu to do some digging, but there was no guarantee that he'd actually agree to it. Once Izuku was finished with his story and Nezu questioned him about everything he wanted to know, it was turn for Nezu to reveal a few things. First and foremost, Izuku got to learn of Iida's fate directly from the source. Thankfully, Iida's punishment was rather light. Izuku figured out that a near-death experience was enough of a lesson. He was forced to attend some counseling sessions with Hound Dog, though, and this time it was not an offer, but an order. Secondly, Ue and Nezu himself were both bombarded with requests from journalists who desperately wanted to learn more about the prodigal student that was the mysterious Garen Crow. Some of them were really obnoxious, but the majority seemed well-mannered enough to stop Nezu from unleashing his army of robots at the reporters. Nezu respectfully shut down any and all attempts that the journalists made, so Izuku didn't have to worry about being hounded in public just yet. Once Nezu was done with his part, it was time for the man, the myth, the madman to step up and say his lines. Only he didn't say much and instead told Izuku to follow him outside. Apparently he brought a couple of gifts with him, and even though Izuku was now even more weary of the man, he couldn't deny that he was also curious as to what the man had in store for him. Those hover thingies for his case were really handy, though they were unfortunately damaged beyond repair in the Hasu incident, so Izuku was eager to see what else the man had to offer. Besides, his intentions and general way he handled himself were a bit too mysterious for Izuku's taste. But it's not like the man himself seemed hostile. In fact, he seemed rather eager to fuel and see Izuku's growth, which could possibly be an even worse alternative, but that's not something that Izuku had an opinion on just yet. For now he'd continue to trust the man, though he'd definitely try to keep a closer eye on him just in case. Martin led Izuku outside, heading for the plot where Izuku used to practice communing with the demon. Nezu tagged along for the ride, equally as eager to witness what exactly was smuggled onto UA grounds without his approval. The first, and biggest, surprise was evident as soon as they rounded the final corner that provided a clear view of their destination. They didn't expect for the usually open field to be occupied by a really sizable aircraft of some kind. Its dull red paint job made it stand out from the vibrant lush of surrounding greenery almost as much as the prodigious size alone. Now, Izuku was no expert, but judging by the wonder in Nezu's eyes, this aircraft was clearly impressive. Izuku could agree that its blocky design wasn't aesthetically pleasing in the slightest, but was probably built like that for a reason, function over form. He could definitely resonate with that and respect the choice. Two large engines sat high up on either side of the craft, and the wings themselves along with the tail were placed even higher than that, looking almost as if someone simply welded them atop an industrial cargo container. The overall blocky look only added to that image. There are only a few things that serve to break up the otherwise simple geometry, but none of those things sat well with Izuku. He didn't have a reason to dislike those things, but something deep in his gut was causing him to look upon the craft with mixed feelings. Had I known that you'd tag along for the ride, I'd have chosen something more impressive than this prototype, Martin stated as they approached the craft, clearly directing his words at Nezu. You can't really fault me for wanting to satisfy my own curiosity, Nezu responded calmly, his eyes studying the vehicle intently. I was also wondering how you managed to enter the UA grounds without appearing on any of the surveillance cameras, but I believe I've found my answer already, the Chimera added as he stroked his chin. Yeah, sorry about that. Never was one to go through official channels. They're too boring and the bureaucracy takes way too long, Martin explained with an apologetic smile. You have nothing to apologize for, Nezu stated immediately. I myself am not a fan of how much paperwork is required for even the simplest of things. You've also helped me notice a very glaring flaw in UAS security, and for that I'm very grateful. You're welcome then, I guess, Martin responded. If you want, Military Defense Solutions has a new line of autonomous anti-air emplacements cooking. All the joys of shredding airborne hazards without all the hassle of social interactions. The man shamelessly advertised his own product. There was no way Nezu was going to bite it, right? Interesting. Wrong. I might have to look into those once they become available. I won't be able to boast about having the most secure school in the world if anyone was to figure out this weak spot of ours. The last part was added in a whisper, but since Nezu was currently using his shoulder as a podium, Izuku was able to hear every single word. He didn't know whether to be surprised by Nezu's shallow reasoning or impressed with how much he cared about making UA as secure as it can be. That's great to hear, Martin responded with much enthusiasm. Just for you I'll be willing to scratch a 0 or 2 off the final price. Izuku really didn't like the grin that followed or that glint in his eye. But that's for the future. And just like that, Martin was completely back to normal. Well, as normal as he could get at least. For now though, let me fetch the stuff I brought for your favorite pet project, Martin stated and vanished inside of the aircraft. Did he just call me one of Nezu's pet projects? Izuku thought as his face became completely blank and all life vanished from his eyes. I'm not sure what frustrates me more, the name itself or the fact that there are others. And why didn't Nezu at least try to argue? Izuku's musings were cut short when Martin reappeared with some new stuff in his hands and one thing that Izuku was already familiar with floating closely behind him. Let's start with the old that's as good as new, Martin introduced and tossed a bracelet over to Izuku. Lock it on your wrist and I'll transfer the ownership to you, he then instructed, and even though Izuku didn't understand much, he did as he was told. The bracelet didn't glow at first, but once Martin fiddled around with his own, the glow was somehow transferred from his to Izuku's. The case then floated around Martin and flew over to Izuku before positioning itself behind his back just like the old one. This is incredible. It was so handy doing my internship and I couldn't imagine having to do without this. Though I have to ask, how did you get my case? Izuku was grateful for the gift of course, but a bit suspicious as to how Martin was able to steal the case from his room. Oh, that's not your case, Martin stated right away and went on to explain a couple of things. I made it look like your current one, but that's it. I revamped the inside and added a couple of things that might come in handy, as well as integrating the anti-grav discs that I've given you previously. It should be way more resistant now. Oh, and I also threw in an AI there so that it can act semi-independently in a fight. Nothing heretical, mind you, just a simple spirit. As with most things about Martin, the explanation was even more complex and strangely worded as usual. He said something about some kind of a spirit. And what does that have to do with heresy anyways? Those were the two main questions that floated in Izuku's mind at the moment. But he accepted the gift anyways. Those thingies that allowed his case to fly behind him were great help, and if this was supposed to be even better, then he couldn't wait to try it out. There's also a secret compartment for your other stuff, Martin pointed out, and Izuku couldn't stop himself from checking it out. The case conveniently floated in front of him, as if it read his mind and acted accordingly, and even unclasped the latches, keeping it close, leaving Izuku to open the thing himself, although he suspected that could have done so on its own. The inside of the case looked more ornate than the one that housed the sheath for his bastard sword, but that's about it. The inside of the inside was what Izuku was more interested in anyways. Izuku was surprised to find the hidden button in the same exact position as his old case had, but decided not to show or voice his surprise. There were always strange things happening whenever Martin got involved, but letting him in on everything could not be a smart idea. For his part, the inventor stayed quiet, not commenting on anything and simply observing. Once the secret compartment was opened, Izuku found himself taken aback once again. "What are you doing here?" he demanded as he stared at the dormant form of the demon itself. "I was out and about and noticed this unoccupied property that looked comfy as fuck, so I took it." "Don't get your panties in a twist. Your old case is safe and sound in your room," the demon responded in what was a surprisingly casual manner even for it. "I take it he enjoys his new place," Martin spoke up, catching Izuku's attention and breaking him out of the mental discussion. "I think so," Izuku responded hesitantly, wondering how Martin could have known that the demon was in there without being able to see it. Did he piece it together by watching me, or did he know right from the get-go? "Well, I guess your opinion is what matters in the end, right?" Martin said with a smile, not calming any of Izuku's worries whatsoever. "All right, with that out of the way, let me walk you through some new stuff." As he said that, Martin fished out something from the surprisingly indiscernible mess that he was holding in his arms. The item he decided to start off with was a gauntlet, but as expected of the enigmatic inventor, it was no regular gauntlet. "I call this baby the lightning claw for the sporadic lightning that I assume it's capable of generating. I assume stuff because I tailored it specifically to you and your capabilities and couldn't get a test dummy to match your parameters. Nevertheless, I'm pretty sure that it should work. I hope to make it react with your ability just like that giant sword of yours does, and it should behave similarly," Martin explained, his words making sense. Though Izuku once again sensed that he wasn't being told the entire truth. "I'm pretty sure that you're questioning why I'd give you a reinforced gauntlet when you already have a giant sword to cleave stuff in half with, but this gauntlet is pretty special. And if you don't believe me, try it on," the inventor urged, and even extended the gauntlet to Izuku. Izuku took the offered piece of armor and slipped his left hand inside the gauntlet, the inside a tight fit around his hand. He had to admit that this gauntlet was quite comfortable in comparison to the one that was a part of his hero suit, and he was thinking about replacing it with something like an armored glove. What Martin had just unveiled was the exact opposite of what Izuku was imagining when he thought of an upgrade. The gauntlet was almost as big as his head and was looking ridiculous on his arm, even though he was quite the big individual already. His hero suit would most likely make it look less out of place, but he wasn't exactly convinced. The bright red paint job definitely didn't help the case. "This is a great gauntlet, but I don't think I need one. My gauntlets have a very unfortunate tendency to suffer substantial damage in combat," Izuku said, obviously referring to the two gauntlets that he'd already destroyed when handling the Black Blade of Antwer. "I'm sure you've put a lot of effort into it, and I'd hate for it to be damaged because of me," he added to make sure his gratitude was properly conveyed. "Oh, I know all about your tendencies. It's what armor is for though, right? To protect the wearer and suffer in their stead," Martin refuted immediately, bringing up quite the sound argument. "And you don't have to worry about damaging it. I'm pretty sure you're right-handed, so I made this gauntlet to fit your left one. That way it should stay out of trouble for the most part, and you'll be able to have a weapon ready to go at all times." There really were no gaps in his explanation, and Izuku found himself agreeing with the logic. Despite its bulkiness and overall size, the fingers were inexplicably dexterous and responsive. The feeling wasn't as perfect as what a simple glove could achieve, but having much greater protection without the need to sacrifice much of his agility was something that Izuku couldn't overlook. He also realized something as he listened to Martin. Without his swords, he is as good as naked. Sure, the demon could most likely teleport to him no matter where he went, but he really didn't want to rely on that power. Izuku didn't have any martial arts training though, so having what is basically an oversized fist wasn't exactly a great alternative. Well, I can certainly appreciate the protection, but I'm not sure how good I could be at punching things while wearing a massive suit of armor. Izuku shared his opinion and watched as a disturbingly wide grin morphed on Martin's face. How about cutting things while wearing a massive suit of armor? From what I heard, you're pretty good with sharp things, Martin responded, acting composed enough to have Izuku start wondering whether or not he'd planned for things to go this way. I want you to squeeze your fist and redirect some of that golden stuff into the gauntlet like you do with your sword. If I'm right about a couple assumptions of mine, then you should be really happy with what happens next. After a promise like that, Izuku couldn't really refuse. Plus, he was pretty sure that Nezu would force him to do everything Martin asked just to satisfy his own curiosity. While scary in and of itself, Izuku had to respect his principal for really sticking to his mad mammal persona. Feeling quite curious himself, Izuku did as he was told and focused on the gauntlet. He wasn't sure what to expect, especially since Martin was involved in this and he had an enigmatic tendency to demolish expectations on a regular basis. So he couldn't stop himself from gasping in surprise when 5 long claws suddenly sprung from the knuckles of the gauntlet, his familiar golden glow encompassing the bladed protrusions exactly like it did his sword. Yes, I was right, Martin cheered, which was probably the most emotional response that Izuku saw from the man. He calmed himself down soon enough and went on to explain the newly discovered feature. I did some digging on spiritual energy manipulating quirk and everything around them and tried to figure out how to make something that could react with your abilities. I always figured that a big sword is neither flexible nor handy to use, so you must have stuck with it for a reason. Let me guess, you got the sword from that monastery of yours, right? Martin assumed, pretty confident in his words. It was a parting gift from the headmaster, yes. How did you make something that responds to my quirk? I tried many different weapons and materials in the past, but nothing worked. Not to this extent anyways, Izuku explained as he marveled at the claws. Now he at least knew where the gauntlet got the claw part of its name. I'm afraid that's a trade secret, Martin responded elusively. What I can say though is that the claws themselves are the only parts that react to your quirk. That's why the rest of the gauntlet doesn't glow the same way they do. If you end up incorporating the lightning claw into your hero suit, I'll send your support division the exact blueprints needed for repair and maintenance and supply them with spare claws for when things in the field don't go as planned, Martin offered, making this offer almost too good to be true. It's not that I'm not grateful for the gift, but what do you get out of this? Izuku asked cautiously, hoping not to offend the man. Martin, defying all expectations once again, bellowed shortly before calming himself down, though an amused smile stayed on his face. I respect your business instinct, the man commended. Let's just say that Nezu here is a really good customer of mine, and I'm hoping to strengthen this bond by helping him out in his time of need, which conveniently involves helping you. Plus, you're already looking like a poster hero boy, and I like my publicity. Izuku was taken aback by the bluntness of the answer, but he did kind of respect the honesty. Well then, I'd love to have this in my arsenal, Izuku responded, sealing the deal. Great. I'll forward the blueprints and the manual to your support department as soon as I get back home. Now, take a look at all the other stuff I have prepared, Martin said enthusiastically before once again reaching into the mess that he was holding. Martin put many items on display, and although many of them looked very cool, Izuku ultimately decided to pass on them. He didn't see a need for a chainsaw sword or a fully automated gun that shot gun-sized rockets. How Martin was able to hold all of that in his hands was a mystery that Izuku didn't even try to solve. He was doing it so it was obviously possible, but the exact mechanisms at play were not that important. Right before his departure, Martin handed Izuku a tiny book that explained in detail everything that his new case could do before boarding his craft and flying off. Izuku dropped Nezu off back in his office and made a quick stop at the teacher's lounge to inform Aizawa about the newest addition to his kit before finally heading back to the dorms. Half of the day has already passed and he's yet to hang out with Shiozaki and tell her all about what happened yesterday. I guess I have even more things to tell her now, Izuku thought to himself with a smile as the dorms came into view. Who was that man? The purple-eyed one. The demon suddenly spoke up, surprising Izuku and causing him to pause in his step. That's Martin Kravchenko. He's the owner of a company called Military Defense Solutions that I think specializes in security or stuff like that. Why, you ask? Izuku responded, curious as to why the demon would show interest in Martin of all people. The two have been stuck together for quite a while already, but this was the first time that the demon showed any interest in another person. His face looked punchable, that's all. The demon responded, causing Izuku to smirk involuntarily. I'll make sure to tell him the next time we meet, Izuku stated to end the conversation, and the link went silent once again. What Izuku didn't know was that the demon could choose to broadcast its thoughts into his mind, and right now it chose to withhold some information. Arrived in a knockoff Storm Raven, invented a bolt gun, a lightning claw, and a chainsword. The demon thought to itself as it recalled the conversation. Things just got interesting. Izuku tried to make the most of whatever was left of his Sunday. Having to attend the impromptu meeting with Nezu and Kravchenko took a surprising amount of time, but once that was done he was completely free. Getting a hang of Shiozaki and meeting up to talk about Izuku's newfound fame was as entertaining as he imagined it being. They had to part with the sun still in the sky as they both wanted to prepare to return to their regular school work schedules. For Izuku, it also included his friends pestering him with more questions not only about yesterday's news report, but also about him being suddenly called to the principal's office on Sunday of all days. Being close friends with Ashido and Kirishima must have started rubbing off on him already, because he chose to smirk and give a surprisingly elusive response, causing everyone to be even more interested in what could have happened behind the closed doors. Izuku did take mercy on them and at least promised that it wasn't anything bad so as not to worry anyone, since he already did that by facing the hero killer nearly all alone. Thankfully, no one noticed the fact that he left empty-handed but returned with his case floating closely behind him. Ashido and Kirishima already saw it before their internships anyways, and those two would probably cause the most ruckus about something like this. After hanging out with his friends in the common room for a while, Izuku eventually retreated to his room to get some late training done and get ready for Monday, as he wanted to hit the ground running and set a good example for the others. He was really starting to see some progress in handling his barriers, and even though he still wouldn't want to test it out against someone like Kirishima, he was pretty excited about the improvement. Of course, that only motivated him to try and squeeze even more out of what little daylight he had. But it was then that Monkai's words came back to reprimand him. Rest was just as important as the training after all, and so Izuku eventually went to sleep, having some energy left, but opting to store it for tomorrow. It was a good idea that he didn't tire himself out before going to sleep, since he wasn't the only one that wanted to hit the ground running right out of the gate. "Alright, you zygotes," All Might bellowed once their Heroics 101 came around. "I heard that all of you had some very insightful and exciting internships, some even more so than others. I'm sure you've all made some progress on honing your skills, and today you'll put whatever you've learned into action." They were currently standing in yet another mock battle environment, this one being a heavily industrialized area with various factories, pipes, power lines, and chimneys dotting the landscape all around them. They'd all donned their hero suits and were listening to All Might's motivational speech. "That's why, today, we'll have a race to gauge how versatile you've all become," All Might stated, confusing a select few, but effectively motivating the easily influenced ones, using the latter to silence the former. To be honest, holding a race to see how much they've improved after spending an entire week working on their fighting skills was probably a stupid idea. But he was the teacher here. They weren't about to tell him how to do his job. Who'd pay them for that anyways? And so Wana collectively decided to do the logical thing, bringing a tear to Aizawa's eye, and roll with the punches. Besides, having a race was such an unorthodox idea that it might actually be fun. The students drew lots to determine which group they'd be racing in. Izuku found himself coming in 5th place, meaning that he'd be in the dead last group to race. Well, there goes setting a good example. At least he could observe the previous 4 races and see if there was anything he could do to stack the odds in his favor. He would be facing some very mobile foes, those being Ashido, Shiro, Iida, and Ajiro, so any advantage he could get his hands on would be very appreciated. Izuku watched all of the races closely, examining his friends' progress with his own 2 eyes and comparing himself to them. He was pleased to find out that almost all of them took their internships very seriously and surely worked hard, which was already showing. Yet, even though all of them made some progress, there were outliers that instead of progress made breakthroughs. Todoroki perfected his ice skating skills and absolutely dominated his group, demonstrating that his ice was useful for offense, defense, and utility all at once. Bakugo, on the other hand, displayed his raw power and used his explosions to propel himself to victory, showing off precise control over his quirk and an excellent instinct. As much as Izuku disliked how those two cut everyone else off when it came to social interactions, he couldn't deny that they were looking like 2 very promising students. If only their personalities weren't getting in their way so much. Well, frustrations aside, it was finally time for Izuku himself to step up to the plate and show what he could do. The final 5 set up on the starting line and awaited All Might's signal. Ajiro was already looking like he knew he'd end up dead last, but had come to terms with it as well. Ashido and Shiro were happily making small talk, and Iida had a serious and nearly unreadable expression. Izuku didn't know if he was simply focused on the exercise or if there was something troubling him, but he didn't have time to ask as the exercise had begun. Iida had by far the most explosive start out of the 5, the engines in his legs roaring with power as he dashed forward with impressive speed. Ashido followed him closely, as close as she could anyways, slickening the ground beneath her feet with her acid and using it to skate forward with little to no friction. Zero took to the skies, using his tape to pull himself up towards the nearest set of pipes and then using his momentum to swing forward like that arachnid girl heroine that he had his internships with. Jiro had no other choice but to start running towards the objective, though he tried to propel himself forward with his tail to the best of his ability. And then there was Izuku, clad in a suit of armor that weighed probably twice as much as he himself did and offering little to no support. There was no way he was going to win this, right? That's where his entire form exploded with his power. His famous golden glow enveloping the gunmetal gray suit of armor and giving it a truly stunning look. Just when people thought that the surprises were over, Izuku started running. And I mean running. He easily caught up and overtook Jiro, nearly causing the martial artist to trip over his own feet in the process, and quickly started gaining on Ishido, much to his friend's confusion. How is someone so big able to move so fast? Kaminari questioned with wide eyes. It shouldn't be scientifically possible. Yaoyorozu was quick to respond. Whilst Midoriya is really well built, I doubt his physical strength is the only thing at play right here. She offered her insight into the matter. If I had an emperor for every time I heard that nothing this big should move that quickly line, I'd have 2 emperors. The demon thought with no small amount of amusement, which would be considered heresy, I think. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Izuku decided to leave his case behind as it would most likely struggle to keep up with him, and the last thing he wanted to do was to damage the gift on his very first training exercise. As such, he put the case off to the side where it wouldn't bother anyone. Back to the race. Izuku was already catching up to Ishido, though Iida was still far in the lead and it would most likely stay like that to the very end. With Jiro far behind, and Iida far up front, Izuku had to worry only about Ishido and Zero, who he'd end up battling for second place with. However, only Ishido was present. He could easily see her since they were shoulder to shoulder at this point, but Zero was nowhere to be seen. That suddenly changed when the Flex Tape Enjoyer dove from one of the chimneys to build up speed before catching himself on some sturdy-looking pipes and propelling himself forward like a trebuchet. Unfortunately, the pipes only looked sturdy and were in fact quite weakened. Bakugo flying in their close proximity with his explosions didn't help matters either. As a result, a massive section of the pipeline came loose and started falling to the ground, directly in Ishido and Izuku's path. Izuku could have easily stopped in time to avoid the debris, but he wasn't sure whether Ishido could do the same. In the face of unknown variables and deprived of time to debate the pros and cons, Izuku had no other choice but to pull out his previously hidden ace. Izuku focused his quirk into his left gauntlet, causing the 5 claws to extend out of their hidey holes and into the open in all of their golden glory. This was enough to surprise everyone who got to witness this, but what Izuku did next was even more impressive. Pumping even more of his quirk into his body for more physical augments, Izuku leaped into the air, utilizing all of his built-up momentum and gaining some impressive air with his lightning claw already in position to strike. As he swung the gauntlet around, Izuku forced his body to prepare for the inevitable resistance that would come from having to cut the pipe into pieces. To his surprise, the claws passed through the pipe like it wasn't even there. There was a split second where he wondered whether or not his stunt actually worked. But his worries were quickly dispelled when he saw the pipe crack in a couple of places before finally crumbling into smaller pieces. The entire thing kicked up a lot of dust that obscured both Izuku and Ishido from the view of the cameras. Their friends watched the footage with bated breath and breathed out a collective sigh of relief when they saw 2 figures exiting the dust cloud. Izuku, the claws of his gauntlet already retracted, was still in the lead, though Ishido managed to catch up in the meantime. Pushing himself like that took a toll on Izuku's body, but he was still very much in the race and didn't plan on quitting early. In the end, he managed to keep the lead on Ashiod and finished in a very respectable 3rd spot, right after Iida and Zero respectively. Bro, what was that? A justifiably excited Kirishima asked as soon as Izuku and the others rejoined the group. Yeah, Ishido quickly chimed in to back him up. I was kind of focused on the race at the time, but I saw that weird gauntlet thingy on your arm suddenly grow spikes. How cool is that? Izuku was kinda sorta expecting this to happen at some point, but he wasn't prepared for it to happen so quickly. With his surprise ruined due to freak accidents, he had no other choice but to explain everything. Or at least the Martin part of everything. And he decided to omit the parts where he pulled out the chainsaw sword and the likes. Kirishima and Ishido were pretty invested in the story, and as they made their way back to the changing rooms, they were both talking about getting some costume upgrades themselves. The topic quickly spread and most of the students started sharing possible ideas that were circling in their minds for some time already. Izuku was getting suit upgrades, so they might petition for them as well. They obviously didn't have someone as influential as Martin invested in their development. But that's what the support studio was mostly for. So many of them decided to visit Power Loader's department after classes. The internships were a perfect chance for them to gauge their strengths and weaknesses in real-life scenarios. And now armed with that knowledge, they could take steps towards covering their vulnerabilities with some support gear. Izuku himself didn't really plan on changing his suit's design or adding any gear to it, but it just sort of happened. The claw already proved its usefulness after all. Sadly, Izuku doubted there'd be a lot more he could do without overstepping the boundaries of his heroic self. It's not like someone could craft something that would amplify his quirk's energy, right? Surely even Martin, who somehow managed to reverse engineer Izuku's bastard sword, would have trouble with figuring out how to boost Izuku's baseline power. Although, speaking of Martin, Izuku did have some kind of an idea. He probably wouldn't be able to help Izuku directly, though he most likely shouldn't cross that possibility out just yet, but there might be something he could do for the others. I'll have to ask him the next time we meet, Izuku thought to himself with a smile as they headed into the changing rooms. Nothing noteworthy happened over the course of the week, until Saturday eventually came around, that is. Izuku and his fellow students entered the homeroom with high spirits, holding a passionate discussion on the outcome of yesterday's mock battle training with all might. A heated battle split the class down the middle as they had vastly different opinions on the subject. As much as they would have liked to try and settle it verbally right here and now, however, Aizawa had this strange aura of seriousness around him, and so the students decided to take their seats for now and leave the discussion for a later day. Since you're all here, we can begin, Aizawa started, his monotonous voice putting everyone at attention immediately. As you probably already know, your first semester is mostly behind you. This means that your finals are slowly but surely getting closer and closer. While there's still a month to go, you should keep that in mind at all times. Time is not your ally, so you need to keep track of it or it'll blow past you before you know it. The monologue had everyone invested, the realization of how much time they'd spent at UA already hitting them out of nowhere. Sir, what will the final exams look like? Yaoyorozu asked timidly. While I can't delve into the finer details, I can tell you some vague things, Aizawa stated as he turned around and started writing on the chalkboard. The finals, just like the entrance exam, are split into two parts, those being theoretical and practical. He wrote the two words on different sides of the board before turning back to the students. The theoretical part is simply meant to gauge how good of a grip on the curriculum you have, and it's basically just a big test that covers most of the things you'll learn in your first months at UA. It'll be easy as long as you pay attention in class. Aizawa didn't look at anyone in particular, but some of the students swore his eyes flicked in their direction on that last part. What about the practical part? Hiroshima questioned in an attempt to shift the conversation away from the sensitive topic. That's the fun part. The Underground Pro responded with a grin. We've been watching all of you from day one. We've created personal evaluations based off of your performance in classes and the sports festival, so we have a pretty good grip on your abilities. The practical part is meant to force you out of your comfort zone and challenge you in ways you've never thought of before. He must have finally realized that his true personality was starting to leak through the cracks, because he quickly got his grin under control and went back to his usual stoic expression. I can't tell you more than that. Now, are there any questions? Several students raised their hands, intrigued by the finer details of the final exams and curious as to how much they could squeeze out of their teacher. Aizawa, however, had no intentions of satisfying their thirst for knowledge. Good, you're free, just don't wake me up, he stated before taking his place behind the desk and promptly falling asleep. To be honest, they probably shouldn't be surprised by his response. Besides, the final exams were still a month away, so they'd surely be able to get some more info in the meantime. Pushing the subject out of the way, the class went back to their heated debate, although they made sure to keep their voices down. Final exams? Huh, I wonder if I'll be able to perfect any of my moves by then, Izuku thought to himself as he tightened his fists and watched the golden glow seep through his fingers. Don't worry, the demon chimed in. Since I'm such a good friend, I'll help you out if you find yourself in a pinch. Izuku could perfectly sense the expression that the demon was making, which was unnerving mostly. That's something that Izuku noticed once he came back from the internships. The constant chattering and buzzing in the back of his mind seemed more coherent now. Previously, it was just that buzz that he couldn't ever locate or isolate, but now he was able to make out certain words. It still didn't make sense, mind you, but Izuku was certainly wondering where this newfound clarity was coming from. He noticed it on Monday during the race as well. Normally, he would probably struggle to keep up with Ashido, but that day he was dashing like it was nobody's business. He was already used to channeling his quirk into his body, but he never felt so energized when doing so. Something was going on in the background, something that he was not aware of. Thankfully, it didn't seem to be anything bad, so he didn't have to worry about it too much, although figuring it out was still on his agenda, just not very high up the list. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.